Chapter 1. The Boy with Keen Eyes. Before me stands a grand edifice reminiscent of a palace, its golden glazed tiles shimmering with a resplendent brilliance under the sun. The gilded rooftops and crimson doors evoke a sense of solemnity, steeped in antiquity and elegance from a distance. The haze envelopes the structure, the tiled roofs appearing as if hewn from a single brick. The vast expanse is such that it seems to stretch into infinity. Towering 5 zhang high, the main entrance is adorned with the illustrious inscription of the Duke's estate. This immense residence, sprawling over 3,000 acres, does not belong to any city. Rather, it stands isolated 50 miles northwest of the capital of the Star Luo Empire. Xinghua City.It is evident that the owner of this estate holds an esteemed position within the empire. At this moment, the sun is at its zenith, casting a golden hue upon the palace, enveloping the Duke's estate in a radiant light that can even be discerned from the ramparts of Xinghua City. Quietly, the back door on the northern side of the Duke's estate creaked open, revealing a slender figure that slipped out undetected. It was a boy who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with a well-proportioned frame clad in simple, clean gray garments, carrying a modest bundle on his back. His short black hair was neat and tidy, and his handsome face bore a resolute expression that belied his youth. Gently closing the door behind him, the boy took a few swift steps before abruptly halting, turning back to gaze at the Duke's estate. His deep blue eyes reflected a profound resentment. "Mother, may your spirit watch over me. No matter the effort required, one day, I shall return and trample everything here underfoot. From this moment forth, I shall bear your surname, changing it to Hua Yuhao." After uttering these words, he cast one last lingering glance at the Duke's estate before resolutely turning away to forge his path. He did not head towards the southeast direction of Xinghua City, but instead ran northward, his diminutive figure gradually receding under the fierce midday sun. Despite his slight stature, he exuded a sense of determination rather than helplessness as he departed. The Duke's estate was flanked by wide official roads in every direction, and as Hui Yuhao sprinted forward, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Mother, the image of her sorrowful expression at the time of her passing flooded his mind, and he clenched his teeth in anguish. "I must be strong, I must endure. Mother taught me that one can only rely on oneself. Only by being resilient can one truly live." Visions of memories began to flicker through Hui Yuhao's mind. His mother had been the Duke's personal maid, growing up alongside him, her role being to serve her master. 12 years ago, on a fateful night, Hui Yuhao had quietly come into existence within her womb. After 10 months of anticipation, he was finally born. Regardless of his mother's status, he was ultimately the Duke's son. While his treatment within the estate was not particularly favorable, it was not entirely lacking either. His mother had ceased to be merely a maid. Her value had risen with her offspring, granting her a small courtyard of her own. Life was meant to continue in a state of stability, yet unbeknownst to them, disaster loomed on the horizon. The Duke represents the Star Luo Empire in military campaigns, while all domestic affairs are managed by the Duchess. The Duchess has a son and a daughter, and she suppresses any potential influences that may affect her children. While the Duke is present, all is well. However, once he departs, the household becomes the Duchess' domain. Furthermore, she is the most cherished youngest daughter of the current emperor of the Star Luo Empire. Hua Yuhao's mother, having grown up alongside the Duke and enjoying his favor, has long been the object of jealousy from the Duchess and swiftly becomes her primary target. Under the pretext of Hua Yuhao's mother's affliction with a contagious disease, the Duchess banishes them to the servant quarters behind the woodshed and cuts off all their financial support. At that time, Hui Yuhao was merely 2 years old. The hardships of life gradually deteriorate Hui Yuhao's mother's already fragile health, compounded by the relentless oppression from the Duchess servants. Ultimately, when Hui Yuhao turns 10, his mother succumbs to her illness and passes away unexpectedly. The Doluo continent, having collided with the Sun-Moon continent that drifted from the Western Sea over 4,000 years ago, has expanded significantly in size, leading to frequent conflicts across the land. About a millennium ago, the Doluo continent consisted of only 2 nations, the waned.A and the Star Luo. However, 1,000 years later, the Doluo continent has evolved into 3 nations. The Star Luo Empire remains, but its royal lineage has changed. Fortunately, they managed to subdue all the kingdoms within their territory, unifying the Star Luo into the most formidable power. Meanwhile, the waned.A Empire fractured into the Heaven Soul Empire and the Doling Empire due to the significant influence of several prominent kingdoms. The Sun-Moon continent, vast and resource-rich, is slightly smaller than the Doluo continent, but comprises only a single nation, known as the Sun-Moon Empire. Following the collision of the 2 continents, war broke out immediately. United in their common cause, the three nations of the Doloa continent formed a coalition and, after nearly 2 decades of conflict, ultimately defeated the Sun-Moon Empire, leading to the renaming of the continent to Doloa, with the Sun-Moon Empire's name fading into obscurity. Despite their defeat, the Sun-Moon Empire was not entirely conquered. Leveraging its inherent advantages and the existing discord among the three empires on the Doloa continent, a stalemate gradually emerged, albeit one marked by ongoing warfare. Due to the Duke's frequent absences on the battlefield, he spends little time at home. Meanwhile, under the Duchess' deliberate concealment, Hui Yuhao and his mother slowly fade from his memory. When the Duke inquires about them, the Duchess merely claims that Hui Yuhao's mother suffers from a grave illness. Hui Yuhao's mother toiled tirelessly to raise him. At the age of 6, he underwent his martial soul awakening within the estate. A martial soul is an ability possessed by every individual on the Doloa continent. Although the Sun-Moon Empire differs in its developmental trajectory from the other three nations, martial souls remain fundamental. Each person is born with a martial soul, which can be awakened at the age of 6. This martial soul can manifest as anything: tools, animals, and so forth. Animal-type martial souls are generally referred to as beast martial souls, while all other types are collectively termed as tool martial souls. Naturally, there are exceptions for certain unique, mutated martial souls. Upon the awakening of their martial soul, only a select few among individuals are bestowed with a unique power known as soul-powered. It is exclusively these individuals, endowed with soul power at the time of their awakening, who can cultivate into the most esteemed profession on the Doloa continent, the Soul Master. Soul Masters are classified into 9 ranks, ascending from the lowest to the highest: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Ancestor, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Doloa, and Title Doloa. The higher the rank of Soul Master, the more formidable their abilities become. To the pinnacle, the Title Doloa level, one possesses nearly unimaginable strength, capable of altering the very landscape of the world itself. Soul power ranges from level 1 to 10, all of which fall under the category of a Soul Scholar. The stronger the innate soul power manifested at the time of awakening, the greater the talent and faster the cultivation speed of the individual as a Soul Master. An innate soul power level of 10 signifies the best possible talent, often referred to as a genius Soul Master, who is destined for significant accomplishments, provided their martial soul is not lacking. Although Hui Yuhao is the son of a duke, he did not inherit the powerful martial soul associated with his lineage. Had he done so, even if the Duchess disapproved of him, his noble martial soul would necessitate a report to the Duke, thereby altering both his and his mother's fates. Regrettably, Hui Yuhao's martial soul manifested as an exceedingly rare mutation. The spirit I is the name of Hui Yuhao's martial soul. Within the classification of martial souls, there exists a minor category that neither belongs to weapon martial souls nor beast martial souls, known as the intrinsic martial soul. This type of martial soul becomes a part of the body upon awakening, such as a hand or foot. Virtually all body martial souls are exceptionally powerful, yet their occurrence is exceedingly rare, often regarded as superior to both beast and weapon martial souls. Thus, when such a martial soul appears, it garners significant attention. Unfortunately, Hui Yuhao's martial soul is an anomaly. The spirit I martial soul is located within his eyes and is, moreover, an exceedingly rare mental attribute soul. Under normal circumstances, Hui Yuhao would be accorded great attention. Alas, 2 factors severely hinder his development. Firstly, at the time of his martial soul awakening, his innate soul power was a mere level 1, indicating a dismal talent and an inevitably slow cultivation speed. Secondly, and even more critically, mental attribute martial souls are rare, as are the spirit beasts that possess such attributes. Every soul master must hunt a spirit beast that resonates with their attribute to obtain a soul ring and facilitate their breakthroughs as they reach level 10. Soul rings are not merely essential for breaking through bottlenecks, they also provide the soul master with a skill, which is the very foundation of their strength. These 2 constraints almost predetermine that Hui Yuhao's life will lack significant achievement. Nevertheless, as the son of a duke, he ultimately received the simplest method for cultivating soul power. However, as time passed, it became evident that his talent for cultivation was indeed woefully inadequate. Within the duke's residence, even the children of some servants, upon awakening their martial souls, could reach level 10 in soul power within 3 years, thereby advancing from the lowest rank of soul scholar to that of a soul master. However, at the tender age of 11, Hui Yuhao has spent a full 5 years striving to barely reach the 10th level of soul power. His dedication over these years has been nearly 3-fold compared to that of his peers. After the passing of his mother, Hui Yuhao remained in the duke's residence for another year. Being so young, He had no means of living should he leave the Duke's estate recklessly, and thus he was compelled to suppress all his resentment and grievances deep within. Yet, the harshness of life has accelerated his emotional maturity far beyond that of his contemporaries. His mother had once imparted to him that the only path to distinction lay in becoming a soul master. Even the most ordinary soul master holds a significantly higher status in the continent than an average person. Just yesterday, through 5 years of relentless effort, Hui Yuhao, despite his lack of innate talent, managed to cultivate his soul power to the 10th level. This marked the day he had vowed to depart from the Duke's residence. He requires a soul ring, even if it is merely the lowest grade of a 10-year soul ring. With it, he would transform into a true soul master, possessing a skill that is uniquely his OWN in the Doa continent. Soul beasts are categorized based on their years of existence, and the abilities of Soul Ring are intricately linked to both the lifespan and the inherent capabilities of the soul beast. Generally, soul beasts are classified into 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts. That a soul master must personally hunt a soul beast to acquire a soul ring from its lifeless form. Remaining at the Duke's residence, Hui Yuhao understands that he stands no chance of obtaining a soul ring. No one there would assist him. Thus, despite the perilous nature of seeking a spiritual soul beast alone, he bravely departed the Duke's estate, driven by a fearless determination akin to that of a young calf. Unafraid of the tiger. Heading northward, he soon found himself on the official road. Though still young, Hui Yuhao had long prepared for the journey toward obtaining a soul ring. In his modest backpack, aside from a change of clothes, he carried some provisions, a little money saved by his mother during her arduous labor in the estate, and a short dagger. Most importantly, he possessed a rudimentary map of the continent. The Duke's residence and Xinglua City are situated in the northern part of the Xinglua Empire, and Hui Yuhao chose to hunt soul beasts in the Stardo Forest, which borders the Heavenly Soul Empire in the northern region of the Xinglua Empire. This vast forest, nearly the size of a province, is home to a myriad of soul beasts, including some of extraordinary strength. If anyone were to learn that the 11-year-old Hui Yuhao dared to venture alone into the Stardo Forest without a mentor, they would surely be astonished by his audacity. Lacking any soul skills, he would be hard-pressed to overcome even a 10-year soul beast. The road was straight, and Hui Yuhao walked briskly along its edge. Despite his youth, he was already a level 10 soul master, possessing greater stamina than many adults. As he walked, Hui Yuhao gazed into the distance, and upon closer inspection, one could see that his deep blue eyes momentarily became even clearer, seemingly illuminated by an ethereal glow. Since the awakening of his spiritual eyes, Hui Yuhao has discovered that his vision far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Up close, he perceives details that escape the notice of others, and at a distance, he can see beyond the range of typical vision, extending to over twice that of an average person. As his soul power continues to grow, so too does the acuity of his sight. This transformation within his body, as he cultivates his abilities, has only strengthened his resolve in what his mother once told him. He must become a soul master. My mother said that if I could acquire a soul ring, I would become a control-type battle soul master. My martial soul is not lacking if my talent is insufficient. I shall exert more effort than others in my training. Bolstered by this unwavering conviction, Hui Yuhao practices diligently as he journeys forth. When thirsty, he quenches his thirst with mountain spring water. When hungry, he nibbles on the coarse cakes he carries. His days consist of travel and meditation, and despite his youth, he manages to cover an astonishing 300 miles in a single day of feet that could only be deemed miraculous. He possesses merely 7 silver soul coins and 5 copper soul coins, spending his funds with utmost frugality. Since the conclusion of the battle between the Dolua continent and the Sun Moon continent, the currency has been completely unified after thousands of years of evolution. 1 gold soul coin is equivalent to 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equals 100 copper soul coins. In his childhood, his mother would occasionally sneak him out of the Duke's residence to forage for fruits and wild vegetables in the surrounding woods, ensuring he had a better diet. As a result, Hui Yuhao is familiar with a variety of plant species. Often, he finds himself reluctant to spend even on the cheapest coarse cakes, preferring instead to gather sustenance from the woods along his path. This is Hui Yuhao's first venture into the world, and despite having a map to guide him, he inevitably strays from the correct path several times. It is only through persistent inquiries with passersby that he manages to rediscover the right route. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as valuable as traveling thousands of miles. After a few days, he feels he has learned a great deal. The oppressive atmosphere of the Duke's residence has dissipated, and his spirits have lifted considerably. The novel sights he encounters along the way fill him with exhilaration. Being still young, he recovers swiftly, feeling no fatigue from his travels. Rather, he resembles a bird released from its cage, experiencing joy for the first time since his mother's passing. 6 days have passed. I must be nearing my destination. The Yuhao muses, carefully scrutinizing the rudimentary map in his hands. He glances at the tree shadows flanking the path, determining that he is indeed close to the Stardo forest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yuhao steps into the woods beside the road, seeking a shaded spot to sit and meditate for a moment. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water reaches his ears, causing him to leap up in excitement. Water signifies an improvement in his living conditions. Closing his eyes, Yuhao listens intently to the direction of the water's sound. A possessor of a spiritual martial soul, his senses are markedly sharper than those of ordinary individuals. Particularly when he shuts his eyes, his other senses become heightened. Before long, he identifies the direction and cautiously makes his way through the woods. His caution stems not from the uneven ground beneath his feet, but from the fear of tearing his clothing on the thorn-set garment lovingly crafted by his mother. In less than 200 meters, he discovered his target. A stream approximately 3 meters wide, its crystal-clear waters revealing the pebbles below, offering a refreshing coolness. Yuhao let out a cheer, swiftly shedding his garments before plunging into the stream, which was less than 2 feet deep. It had been 2 days since his last bath, and the arduous journey had left him drenched in perspiration. Washing in this invigorating water was nothing short of a delightful indulgence. After thoroughly cleansing himself, he emerged from the water, feeling utterly rejuvenated. He mused that since he would soon reach the Stardo forest, it was best to take a moment to rest here. He changed into clean clothes from his pack, washed his soiled garments in the stream, and hung them on a branch to dry. Then, he broke off a sturdy branch approximately 3 feet long. With his right hand, he retrieved a short blade from the sheath at his lower back. The blade measured about 12 inches in length, and its sheath was a deep green, crafted from resilient leather, the origin of which, be it from soul beast or some other creature, remained a mystery to him. That he only knew that this short blade was the sole gift his father had given to his mother, treasured by her until her last moment, when she entrusted it to Yuhao. The hilt measures approximately 5 inches in length, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, yet it emanates a sense of antiquity. Grasped in hand, it not only fits perfectly but also offers an extraordinary comfort. Drawing the blade from its sheath produces not a whisper of sound, while the blade itself, extending around 7 inches, resembles a tranquil pool of autumn water. The slender edge appears almost translucent, and the chilling aura it radiates causes Yuhao, despite having grown accustomed to it, to involuntarily shudder. This is the White Tiger Dagger, a name imparted to him by his mother. Yuhao gazed at the White Tiger Dagger, and the exhilaration in his eyes swiftly transformed into profound sorrow. From the gleaming blade, he seemingly beheld the silhouette of his mother. Grasping the freshly broken branch, he deftly sharpened the tip of the branch with the White Tiger Dagger, the blade emitting a faint azure glow as it glided effortlessly through the wood, akin to slicing through tofu. In just a few strokes, the tip of the branch was honed to a sharp point. Yuhao sheathed the White Tiger Dagger back into its scabbard, securing it at his lower back, and approached the stream with a forked stick in hand. Taking a deep breath, his eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. In that moment, every detail of the crystalline waters was magnified within his gaze. The subtle ripples of the flowing water, even the diminutive shrimp nestled within the crevices of the riverbed, could not escape the scrutiny of his keen eyes. Furthermore, everything appeared to unfold in slow motion before him. Without warning, Yuhao struck with the swiftness of lightning, thrusting the fork into the water with remarkable speed. With a deft flick of his wrist, he successfully speared a half-foot-long green fish. For an ordinary person, catching fish would be a skillful endeavor, yet for Yuhao, endowed with his extraordinary vision, it was an effortless task. This was precisely why he had felt such exhilaration upon hearing the sound of flowing water. Apart from his own catch, he had not tasted any other meat in the past 6 days. While a single small fish would hardly suffice in a matter of moments, Yuhao had speared a dozen fish ranging from half a foot to a foot in length from the river. Splendid! This would certainly be enough sustenance for at least 2 days, and once roasted, it would remain fresh for quite some time. With exuberance, Yuhao crouched by the stream, skillfully utilizing the White Tiger Dagger to prepare the fish. The razor-sharp blade made the tasks of scaling and gutting the fish effortless. For Yuhao, who had labored alongside his mother since childhood, this endeavor posed no challenge. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he had deftly processed a dozen fish. He then sought out large leaves from the forest, washed them in the stream, and laid the freshly cleaned fish upon them, gathering dry twigs as kindling. He soon kindled a small fire beside the stream. Hui Yuhao possessed but a solitary seasoning, salt, which, for the purpose of grilling fish, sufficed, fashioning several small racks from coarse branches. He then speared the freshly cleaned green fish with slender twigs. He generously rubbed salt into the fish's belly and retrieved a handful of leaves known as perilla, which he had foraged in the woods a few days prior. After washing and shredding the leaves, he stuffed them into the fish's cavity before placing the meticulously prepared catch upon the makeshift grill. Before long, an exquisite aroma began to waft above the fire, rich and tantalizing, exuding a unique allure of its own. As Hui Yuhao gradually turned the fish, it transformed into a golden hue, the enticing scent intensifying with each rotation. Initially, he grilled only 2 fish, having prepared the others beforehand. Grilling too many at once could lead to misjudging the cooking time. How delightful! At that moment, a melodious exclamation broke through the air, startling Hui Yuhao. He turned towards the source of the sound and beheld 2 figures approaching along the stream. Leading the way was a young girl, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age. Her long black hair was styled in a ponytail cascading down her back, and she donned a light blue outfit that accentuated her youthful exuberance. Her captivating phoenix eyes sparkled with vivacity, framed by a delicate, nearly flawless oval face, which wore an expression of surprise as her gaze fixated on Hui Yuhao's grilled fish. Trailing behind her was a boy of similar age, tall and upright, with short, deep blue hair that gleamed like a gemstone under the sun's rays. Though youthful, he exuded an air of refinement, his handsome face adorned with a languid, gentle smile. With his hands clasped behind his head, he regarded Hui Yuhao with interest, though his attention was directed more towards the young man than the fish. The girl, bounding forward with enthusiasm, swiftly closed the distance to Hui Yuhao. With an eager expression, she exclaimed, "Young brother, do you sell this grilled fish? It smells divine. How did you prepare it?" Hui Yuhao had encountered many beautiful girls in the Duke's manor, where numerous maids possessed striking features, yet he had never experienced such proximity. Moreover, none of the women in the Duke's residence could compare to the enchanting presence of the girl before him. While she may not embody absolute perfection, she radiated a captivating charm that was undeniably enchanting. Hui Yuhao's face flushed slightly as he stammered, I will treat you all." The young girl chuckled softly and replied, "Little brother, you're still shy? Well, I won't hold back then." As she spoke, she reached out to take the roasted fish that Hui Yuhao offered, sitting down beside him with little decorum, exclaiming about its heat while cautiously indulging in it. The young boy accompanying the girl approached with a resigned expression, first raising his hand in greeting to Hui Yuhao, then turning to the girl, "Xiaoya, this little brother hasn't eaten yet you've already started." Xiaoya's beautiful eyes widened in mock anger. "What did you just call me?" The boy immediately raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. "All right, Xiaoya teacher, is that acceptable?" Xiaoya shot him an exasperated glance, saying, "That's more like it. Do remember your position." Despite her young age, that glance was filled with an alluring charm, leaving the boy momentarily entranced. Hui Yuhao, not daring to look further, offered the other roasted fish to the boy, saying, "Big brother, please have some too." The boy smiled slightly and replied, "A gentleman does not take away another's enjoyment." "Little brother, you still haven't eaten. Did you catch these fish from the river?" Hui Yuhao nodded and said, "It's nothing. I can roast more." As he spoke, he rose to hand a grilled fish to the boy, deftly placing 2 more prepared fish on the wooden rack to continue roasting. The boy smiled gently and introduced himself. "I am Bei, and she is Tangya." "What is your name, young brother?" "I am Hui Yuhao," he replied earnestly while tending to the fish. Throughout his journey, he had encountered travelers during his night spent in the wilderness and had received ample assistance from them. Hence, when Tangya requested a grilled fish, he did not hesitate to offer her one. These days had taught him that mutual aid was essential when venturing into the world. Bei settled down beside Tangya, his manner of consuming the grilled fish far more graceful than hers, at least avoiding the greasy mess. When the second batch of fish was ready, Tangya eagerly awaited, and despite Bei's helpless gaze, she seized one. However, this time Bei refused to partake, gesturing for Hui Yuhao to eat first. Hui Yuhao, having felt hunger for quite some time, continued roasting fish while also enjoying one for himself. Despite the simple seasoning of perilla and salt, the flavor of the grilled fish was exquisite. Although the fish were not particularly large, their total quantity was substantial, and the trio devoured them all. "This is delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite grilled fish," exclaimed Hui Yuhao. "How about I hire you as my chef?" Tangya suggested, reclining on the grass, stretching contentedly, her curves unabashedly on display. Bei, observing her demeanor, scratched his head in helplessness. Do you have any money? Shall ya? Bei quipped, dousing her enthusiasm. I will have it in the future, Tang replied, sitting up somewhat awkwardly, casting a disapproving glare at Bei, seemingly displeased with his interruption. Hui Yuhao rose to his feet and said, Brother Bei, Sister Tang, I must take my leave. Bei replied, Little brother Hua, we are in a desolate wilderness, not far from the Star-Do forest where soul beasts roam. Where are you headed? Hui Yuhao shook his head, carefully stowing away the nearly dried clothing from the branch into his backpack. He smiled at the two and waved goodbye, turning away under Tang Ye's somewhat surprised gaze. He wouldn't be heading to the Star-Do forest, would he? Tang Ye pondered aloud as she watched Hui Yuhao's departing figure. Bei shook his head and replied, It's hard to say. I can vaguely sense he possesses soul power, albeit quite feeble, yet he appears to be alone, which is indeed peculiar. Tang Ye stuck out her tongue and remarked, He has soul power. Why not recruit him into our Tang Sect? Bei retorted with a hint of annoyance. You aren't suggesting this solely because you find his grilled fish delectable, are you? Caught in her thoughts. Tang Ye's cheeks flushed as she playfully stuck out her tongue at Bei. Bei continued, This young man, Hua, must have undergone some experiences. His gaze reflects a maturity far beyond his peers. However, I am uncertain about his talent. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Tang Ye's face as she inquired, So, you are in agreement? Bei sighed, The esteemed Miss Tang Ye, as the sole commander of the Tang Sect prior to taking me as your disciple. Your ambition is to expand our sect. Naturally, one must consider suitable candidates for recruitment. This Hua seems quite composed, and if his talent is decent, he could be a viable option. Judging by his attire, it appears his background is not particularly affluent. Our Tang Sect can currently only attract disciples of this nature. Tang Ye regarded Bei with curiosity, saying, I didn't realize you were so cunning. Bei rose, dusting off his clothes, and replied, Cunning or perhaps wise. Whichever you prefer. Let us proceed, having enjoyed so much of his grilled fish. We must at least accompany him part of the way to ensure his safety from any potential soul beast dangers. Tang Ye also stood up, grinning, and said, You were indeed clever this time, as your thoughts align with mine. I shall tidy up, and then we can depart. Hui Yuhao was blissfully unaware of the conversation between Bei and Tang Ye that ensued after his departure. Initially intending to embark on his journey with a few grilled fish in tow, he found this plan thwarted. He was reluctant to reveal his identity as a soul master, which is why he refrained from fishing once more. His mother had imparted wisdom to him, advising that one should only share a portion of one's thoughts with others, never laying bare one's entire heart. Despite his favorable impression of Bei and Tang Ye, he ultimately chose to part ways with them after their meal. Despite his tender years, Hui Yuhao possesses a keen and perceptive mind. He discerns that Tang Ye and Bei are not ordinary individuals. As Bei noted, they find themselves in a remote wilderness, yet they bear no burdens. Thus, he concludes that it would be prudent to part ways with these two elder companions post-haste. After a hearty meal, Hui Yuhao's fatigue has dissipated entirely. He has marked the location of the previous brook on his map, pondering that it may prove useful upon his return. Not long into his journey, a wooden sign by the roadside captures Hui Yuhao's attention, 50 miles ahead. You shall enter the Star-Do forest, home to soul beasts. Exercise caution. Indeed, he has not strayed from his path. He is finally approaching his destination. At this moment, Hui Yuhao feels a blend of excitement and a hint of apprehension. He touches the white tiger dagger at his lower back, suppressing the unease within him, and strides forward with resolute steps. Becoming a soul master is the only path forward, a conviction that resides deeply in Hui Yuhao's heart. He harbors no regrets regarding his decision. The air gradually turns cool, and beyond this refreshing chill lies a palpable weightiness. As if the Star-Do forest itself resembles a ravenous soul beast, poised to welcome a young life into its depths. Opportunity or obliteration. Chapter 2. The Dream Ice Silkworm. Hui Yuhao, being still quite young, quickly transformed his initial surprise and tension into exhilaration. After many days of travel, he had finally arrived at his destination. The mere thought of potentially obtaining a soul ring and truly becoming a soul master ignited a fervent passion within him. Although only 11 years old, he had dedicated over 5 years to rigorous training in anticipation of this moment. In his state of excitement, Hui Yuhao instinctively quickened his pace, feeling an impatience welling up within him. As he advanced, an odd sensation suddenly flickered in his mind. He felt a slight sting in his eyes and unconsciously channeled his soul power into his spiritual eyes. A faint current of energy swirled around his gaze, and he seemed to catch a glimpse of a shadow darting to the left of the path ahead, possessing an exceedingly rare spiritual variant martial soul. The spiritual eyes granted him a formidable sense of forewarning. This instinctive alertness sharpened Hui Yuhao's reactions, prompting him to swiftly roll to the left while drawing the white tiger dagger from behind his waist. A dark figure shot past the spot he had just vacated, landing precariously close to him. Hui Yuhao's eyes widened as he discerned its form, a baboon, approximately a meter tall, with a coat of brownish-yellow fur, piercing brown eyes, and extraordinarily long arms ending in sharp claws. Its canine teeth were bared, exuding a fierce aura. Failing to land its attack, the baboon emitted a low growl, powerful hind legs propelling it towards Hui Yuhao once more. Though Hui Yuhao had not yet acquired a soul ring for his spiritual eyes, their basic functions remained quite effective. With the infusion of soul power, the baboon's movements appeared to slow in his perception. Having just rolled to the ground, he quickly executed a sideways roll, rising back to his feet while retreating a few steps and positioning the white tiger dagger defensively before him. His heart raced, the sound of his pounding pulse echoing in his ears, and his breaths grew noticeably rapid. This was his first encounter with an adversary, no, a soul beast. Sweat pooled in his palms gripping the dagger, and he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Angered by its missed attempts, the baboon raised its upper body, pounding its fist against its chest. With a furious roar, it suddenly opened its jaws wide toward Hui Yuhao, unleashing a burst of white light that surged directly towards him. Even with his inexperience, Hui Yuhao could discern that he was facing a soul beast. Given that he was still some distance from the Stardoe forest and caught unprepared, he realized the imminent danger. If struck by that white energy, it could spell disaster for him. At this moment, Hui Yuhao's mind was a blank slate. Within his spiritual eye, the ball of white light seemed to approach at a leisurely pace, yet in reality, it arrived before him in an instant. Simultaneously, the baboon lunged toward Hui Yuhao with alarming speed, its eyes filled with a fierce glint. As the white light reached him, Hui Yuhao, paralyzed by tension and devoid of rational thought, instinctively raised the white tiger dagger in his right hand, bracing for the impact of the white light. An extraordinary spectacle unfolded at that moment. As the white light collided with the white tiger dagger, the baboon leaped upon him, its long arms extending forward, its clawed hands gripping Hui Yuhao's shoulders firmly. At this juncture of the battle, it appeared that Hui Yuhao's fate was sealed. Was he truly destined to perish at the hands of this soul beast? With a powerful thrust, the baboon seized Hui Yuhao's shoulders, its robust body twisting midair, preparing to hurl Hui Yuhao to the ground with tremendous force. Concurrently, a flash of white light darted beneath the baboon at the very moment it was to cast Hui Yuhao away. The baboon's body seemed to stiffen momentarily, and instead of Hui Yuhao crashing to the ground, he was flung outward, while the baboon itself tumbled to the ground, motionless. With a thud, Hui Yuhao's body collided with a nearby tree trunk, plunging him into darkness as excruciating pain rendered him breathless. In that moment, Hui Yuhao appeared a pitiful sight. Deep crimson gashes marred his shoulders, and his shirt was nearly torn to shreds. Yet, amidst the searing agony, he regained awareness, instinctively directing his gaze toward the fallen baboon. A faint white glow enveloped the baboon, gradually coalescing above it into an indistinct white halo. Though the halo was not clearly defined and its radiance flickered, it captivated Hui Yuhao entirely. A soul ring, could it be? His body trembled with excitement, and the pain from his wounds seemed to dissipate. Within the Duke's mansion, he had only learned the most elementary meditation techniques, yet the topic of soul beasts and soul rings had been a frequent discussion among the guards. This, however, was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Could it be dead? Hui Yuhao pondered, realizing that only a deceased soul beast could release a soul ring. But how had it met its end? The function of his spiritual eye manifested at that moment, as memory surged through his mind like a tidal wave. At the instant the white light struck the white tiger dagger, it erupted with brilliant light, absorbing all of the white energy. This moment proved to be pivotal in altering the course of the battle. According to the baboon's instinctive combat training, upon striking the fragile human, Hui Yuhao would undoubtedly be rendered powerless, only to be brutally slammed into the ground. Certainly, half of his life would be forfeited. Yet, it had never occurred to the baboon that its own innate soul skill could be instinctively neutralized by Hui Yuhao's white tiger dagger. As it seized hold of Hui Yuhao, flipping its body to hurl him away, Hui Yuhao, driven by instinct, swung his arms, and his right hand naturally lifted the white tiger dagger. Originally, the length of the dagger could not reach the airborne baboon, yet in that fleeting moment, a blade of light surged forth from the dagger, slicing through the baboon. It seemed to transform the previously absorbed white light into a razor-sharp edge. Although Hui Yuhao's mind was blank, and he could not recall the precise point of impact, he was certain that the blade had indeed struck the baboon. Did I truly win? Hui Yuhao gazed at the white soul ring, but the excitement within him gradually faded. The soul ring is an essential element for a soul master's advancement. However, not all soul rings are suitable for absorption by a soul master. Only those that resonate harmoniously with one's martial spirit can be absorbed effectively. A superior soul ring bestows more formidable skills upon the soul master. The strength of a soul ring is determined by the cultivation age of the soul beast. Among them, a white soul ring signifies a soul beast of 10 years. Every soul beast with a cultivation period between 10 and 100 years, once slain, will yield a white soul ring. Undoubtedly, the baboon that Hui Yuhao had fortuitously defeated was a 10-year soul beast, and its corresponding soul ring materialized clearly before him. Regrettably, it was not a soul ring he could absorb. Though Hui Yuhao possessed no experience in hunting soul beasts and could not discern the attributes of the baboon, he was certain that it was not a spirit-type soul beast, and thus, its soul ring was ill-suited for him. Hui Yuhao was inclined to check on the baboon. Yet just as he attempted to rise, a wave of weakness washed over him. The excessive tension rendered him utterly devoid of strength, and coupled with the pain in his shoulder, any exertion elicited a muffled groan, nearly causing him to faint. After all, he was merely 11 years old. Having just faced a monumental upheaval, even his resolve began to waver. The number of spirit beasts possessing mental attributes was exceedingly rare. The one he had encountered was merely the first, and at the 10-year spirit beast level, it had nearly claimed his life. What would happen if he were to confront a 100-year spirit beast? He would have no hope of survival, as fortune could not perpetually favor him. The instantaneous marvel demonstrated by the white tiger dagger could not compensate for his frail capabilities. What should I do? Hui Yuhao struggled to sit up, leaning against the tree he had collided with, gasping for breath. I cannot perish. I must succeed. I still seek justice for my mother. I cannot abandon this quest. He gritted his teeth, fortifying his conviction within. Yet, the fleeting images of his recent struggle with the baboon incessantly reminded him of his own limitations. Just as Hui Yuhao found himself engulfed in confusion and helplessness, a voice unexpectedly echoed within his mind. At last, I have encountered a human with mental attributes, alas. I do not shed tears, or else I would surely be weeping profusely. Hui Yuhao was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the sudden emergence of a voice within his mind. At that very moment, the ground beneath him began to tremble unexpectedly. 2 meters ahead, the earth started to develop fissures, which gradually widened into gaping cracks. Faint glimmers of golden white light could be discerned emanating from those crevices. What is this? Another soul beast? Hui Yuhao instinctively tightened his grip on the white tiger dagger. His gaze fixated on the widening crack before him. Had his body not felt so weary, he might have already fled in haste. A chilling aura emanated from the fissure in the ground, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet noticeably. The crack expanded rapidly, soon reaching a diameter exceeding 5 meters. At last, the golden white radiance unveiled its true form. What emerged was a rotund head, plump and substantial, measuring over 1 meter in diameter. It wriggled and slowly crawled out, its length extending well beyond 7 meters. As it appeared, Hui Yuhao's breath crystallized into mist, the frigid air compelling him to shiver uncontrollably. This creature was undoubtedly a soul beast, resembling an enormous silkworm, magnified beyond comparison to an ordinary one. Its body glistened with a jade-like luster, perfectly smooth and devoid of any dirt despite having emerged from the earth. Beneath its translucent skin, a radiant aura pulsed, and a pair of glimmering golden eyes sparkled atop its head. Most remarkably, starting half a meter from its head, 10 golden rings encircled its body at regular intervals. As he beheld its colossal form, despair washed over Hui Yuhao's features. Such a massive creature, possessing the ability to alter its surroundings' temperature, surely had to be a soul beast of at least a century. It was over. Everything was lost. Do not fear. Do not fear. I will not harm you, echoed the soothing voice in Hui Yuhao's mind once more. The gigantic silkworm nodded gently, lowering its massive head until it paused 1 meter away from Hui Yuhao, emanating a faint, delicate fragrance. Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you speaking to me?" The enormous silkworm nodded in affirmation, its voice resonating within his mind. "Of course. It is I, Brother Dream. Have you been captivated by my exquisite form?" Not sensing an ounce of malice from the colossal silkworm, Hui Yuhao's taut nerves began to ease. "What do you intend to do?" The silkworm responded, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, the soul beast par excellence." endowed with both wisdom and beauty. I am the unparalleled powerhouse known as the heavenly dream eye silkworm, having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, setting the record for the longest lifespan in the Dolua continent. You may call me Brother Dream. Hui Yuhao's gaze momentarily turned vacant. A soul beast of 1,000,000 years? This contradicted his judgment by a staggering 10,000 times. Moreover, does such a being truly exist in this world? The most formidable soul beasts in the Dolua continent are supposed to be a mere 100,000 years old. The dream eye silkworm proudly proclaimed. Aren't you astonished? Aren't you thrilled? You are the first human to behold my true form. Hui Yuhao asked in a daze, what do you intend to do? The voice of the heavenly dream eye silkworm suddenly took on a grave tone. I shall become your soul ring. The first intelligent soul ring ever to exist on the Dolua continent. What? Hui Yuhao stared in astonishment at the heavenly dream eye silkworm, momentarily losing his capacity for thought. This revelation came as a complete shock. While he had longed for a soul ring, he had only ever desired a mere 10-year soul rings, never daring to harbor greater aspirations. Now, before him, a colossal, speaking silkworm emerged from the ground, proclaiming itself as a magnificent 1,000,000-year soul beast willing to become his soul ring. Hui Yuhao was utterly befuddled and unsure of the veracity of the creature's words. Nevertheless, regardless of the truth, the imposing presence of the silkworm was beyond his comprehension. The immense head of the heavenly dream ice silkworm cautiously turned towards the star-doe forest, then returned its gaze to Hui Yuhao, saying, I am about to begin. Fear not, I shall be gentle. It will not hurt too much. Before Hui Yuhao could voice any objections, an overwhelming chill enveloped him, and he lost consciousness in an instant. He faintly perceived a white blur rushing towards him, and in the next moment, all capacity for thought had vanished. The 10 golden rings on the heavenly dream eye silkworm pulsated as if alive. The white blur Hui Yuhao had seen was, in fact, the silkworm's head pressing against his forehead. The 10 golden rings swiftly enveloped Hui Yuhao's slight frame, while the silkworm itself transformed into streams of white light, continuously flowing into him. So weak, so pitiful. How many seals must I place upon myself to enable your frail body to endure this? This intelligent soul ring is truly no easy matter. An invisible wave of mental energy radiated outward from the heavenly dream ice silkworm as it merged into Hui Yuhao. The terrifying mental power swiftly enveloped every corner within a 100-mile radius. Bei and Tangya, who were hastening to catch up with Hui Yuhao, were momentarily stunned by this mental wave. The psychic shock, while not overtly destructive, rendered all living beings incapable of thought for a brief period. In that moment, the southern region of the star-doe forest fell eerily silent. Just then, the previously bright sky suddenly darkened, and a thunderous roar echoed in the heavens. In that instant, the sun's radiance was entirely obscured by darkness. An oppressive force descended from above, leaving one breathless, as the heavenly dream eye silkworm endeavored to integrate itself into Hui Yuhao. Its vast form trembled violently at the sound of the thunderous roar, and its golden eyes rolled upwards, gazing into the sky, revealing an expression of sheer terror. Amidst the terror, a lingering sense of bewilderment prevailed, for the oppressive sky bore no connection to it, transcending its comprehension. A stream of gray energy descended as if ensnared by an immense force, swiftly infiltrating the back of Hui Yuhao's head in an instant. What audacity dared to vie for a soul with me? The dream eye silkworm seethed with rage, a colossal wave of spiritual energy surging forth, attempting to expel the gray stream from Hui Yuhao's being. A nebulous figure materialized behind him, its aged voice resonating with an indescribable authority, proclaiming its might in wielding the sun and moon and plucking the stars, a being unmatched in this world. To my astonishment, a fragment of my soul still endures. Yet, in the face of the dream eye silkworm's formidable mental assault, this indistinct phantom seemed impervious, swiftly vanishing into Hui Yuhao's mind. The dream eye silkworm hesitated to amplify its psychic onslaught, for blood had begun to seep from Hui Yuhao's orifices. It discerned that upon entering Hui Yuhao's consciousness, the gray stream promptly transformed into a minuscule orb, no larger than a mung bean, and then fell into silence. It neither clashed with its power nor succumbed to its influence. Surely, fortune cannot be this cruel. After arduous efforts to locate a human with spiritual affinity, a rogue dares to contest me. Is it truly the heavens that envy the gifted? How pitiful I am. Despite its grievances, the dream eye silkworm's actions remained unhurried. A dense white light gradually solidified, slowly infusing Hui Yuhao's body, while its own essence became increasingly translucent, its form rapidly diminishing. The moment it began to channel its power into Hui Yuhao, there was no turning back. Hui Yuhao's body had transformed entirely into a porcelain white, reminiscent of the earlier Tianming ice silkworm. The wounds on his shoulders healed at a visibly rapid pace. Ha ha ha. Regardless of the circumstances, I am finally liberated. Those scoundrels who regarded me as mere sustenance shall find no opportunity now. Ha ha ha. The triumphant voice of the Tianming ice silkworm gradually diminished, and the immense spiritual force that once enveloped a 100-mile radius retracted at an astonishing speed, eventually fading away. Deep within the Star-Do forest, several ominous auras fluctuated violently, as if sensing something, yet they were destined to return empty-handed. Just as the voice of the Tianming ice silkworm completely vanished, a circle of luminous white light silently emerged beneath Hui Yuhao, swirling around his form 3 times before gradually dissipating and merging back into his body. Hui Yuhao was entirely unaware that, unbeknownst to him, he had indeed acquired his first soul ring, one that was truly unparalleled in the annals of Dolua continent's history. The lustrous white hue gradually faded, giving way to a delicate ice blue that began to emerge from beneath his skin. After lingering for approximately 10 seconds, it slowly dissipated, restoring the natural color of his complexion. His body swayed, collapsing against the great tree he had previously leaned upon. A thin, pale golden membrane silently ascended from the ground, swiftly contracting before coalescing into a sphere that vanished into Hui Yuhao's embrace. The Tianming ice worm left no trace of its presence. The great pit on the road had inexplicably sealed itself, and aside from the fallen Hui Yuhao, only the corpse of the baboon he had slain remained nearby. Everything seemed to return to normalcy. Before long, 2 figures approached with remarkable speed. Ah! With a startled exclamation, one figure accelerated, swiftly reaching Hui Yuhao's side. We're late. It seems my little brother Yuhao has come under attack. These soul beasts are becoming increasingly brazen, even venturing beyond the Star-Do forest. Tang cautiously helped Hui Yuhao to his feet, her expression a mixture of frustration and concern. Bei moved to the baboon's corpse, flipping it over to reveal a long, diagonal gash over a foot in length, slicing through its chest and piercing its heart, clearly a fatal wound. This is a wind baboon. Given its size and muscular strength, it must be a 10-year-old beast. It is already dead. Bei joined Tanya, crouching beside her to examine Hui Yuhao's condition. To their astonishment, despite Hui Yuhao's severely damaged clothing, they found no visible injuries upon his body. Bei pressed his right index finger against Hui Yuhao's wrist, and the white tiger dagger fell into his grasp, a faint blue light flickering in his hand. Instantly, a soft azure radiance enveloped the dagger. This is a soul guide device. Yuhao must have used it to slay the wind baboon. Though merely a 10-year soul beast, its speed and strength are commendable, and it possesses a soul skill to attack foes. For someone of Yuhao's age to defeat it is quite impressive. It appears our previous assessment of Yuhao was rather inaccurate. He has likely attained the rank of a one-ring soul master. Tanya anxiously scrutinized Hui Yuhao's body, lamenting, "What good are these reflections now? It's all my fault for insisting on washing my hands and face, which wasted precious time. If anything were to happen to little Yuhao because of this, I could never forgive myself. Regardless of his talent, I am resolute in my decision to persuade him to join our Tang Sect." Bei, observing Tanya's distress, softened his gaze, appreciating her genuine kindness. "Do not fret. He is unharmed. Can you not see that his breathing is steady? There are no injuries on him." From the position where he collapsed, it appears that he fainted due to the impact sustained while battling the wind baboons, having collided with a tree. A brief period of rest should suffice for his recovery. Tanya paused for a moment, casting an exasperated glare at Bei. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? You made me worry." Bei replied helplessly. "Who could have guessed that you wouldn't see it yourself?" Humph. Tanya supported Hui Yuhao, allowing him to lean against her, and after confirming that he was indeed not gravely injured, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bei then rose to his feet, his gaze calm as he surveyed their surroundings, silently standing guard by her side. After losing consciousness, Hui Yuhao felt as though he had entered a dream. He found himself in a pristine, white expanse, filled with countless luminous points stretching infinitely in every direction. His gaze seemed to extend effortlessly to every corner of this ethereal realm. As he marveled at the wonders of this space, a tempest suddenly arose, with golden rays of light piercing through the atmosphere. These radiant beams coalesced into 10 enormous golden rings, suspended in midair, causing all the luminous points to swell in intensity. The 10 golden rings began to rotate slowly, each encircled by a creamy halo that grew increasingly vibrant, eventually transforming into 10 colossal orbs of light hovering serenely. The height and volume of the entire space expanded exponentially. At that moment, near one of the orbs, a modest gray light cluster materialized. significantly smaller than the other 10 luminous spheres. Despite the brilliant golden light emanating from the spheres, seemingly intent on banishing it, the gray orb remained tranquil, impervious to the onslaught of golden radiance. In the end, the 10 golden orbs relinquished their futile attempts, stabilizing themselves and shimmering with a gentle glow. As Hui Yuhao's consciousness gradually became clearer, the luminous points suspended in the air slowly descended below, coalescing into a gentle golden sea, cradling the 10 immense golden-white orbs of light. Only a small gray light cluster remained suspended in the air, reluctant to join the gathering of these grand spheres. "So your name is Hui Yuhao." A sudden voice resonated, and in an instant, Hui Yuhao's gaze contracted. He instinctively looked down to see his bare self standing above the golden ocean, nestled among the 10 golden-white orbs. "Where is this? Why am I here?" Hui Yuhao asked in astonishment. "This is the sea of consciousness within your own mind, or rather, the ocean of spirit. This will be your home from now on. The space is rather limited, so I've helped you expand a bit. However, your body is too frail to accommodate anything more for now. Are you the heavenly dream ice silkworm? Am I not dreaming?" Hui Yuhao was further astonished by the tone and voice of the speaker. Everything he witnessed transcended his understanding entirely. Not to mention he was only 11 years old. Even an adult would be struck with fear at such a miraculous sight. Dreaming? If you could have such a beautiful dream, wouldn't you be overwhelmed by joy? This is certainly not a dream. I have told you, this exists within your spiritual realm. The heavenly dream ice silkworm retorted with a hint of exasperation. Hui Yuhao, in a state of bewilderment, inquired, "What is the realm of the spirit?" The dream ice silkworm replied, "You truly are remarkably naive. How can I elucidate this to you? Let me put it this way. You are aware of your own eyes, are you not? They are your martial soul, known as the spirit eye within your consciousness. I have just imprinted your memories, and I am now acquainted with your past. The spirit eye is both your martial soul and your perception. The sea of spirit is the reservoir of your spiritual energy. To harness the power of your spirit eye, you must convert your soul power into spiritual energy and then release it through the spirit eye. The storage site for this spiritual energy is the sea of spirit, located within your brain, right behind those spirit eyes. At present, your consciousness is immersed within the sea of spirit. The body you perceive is not your true self, but rather a manifestation I have formed using spiritual energy to facilitate our communication." Listening to this relatively detailed explanation, Hui Yuhao gradually grasped the concept, and his inner trepidation diminished considerably. Sometimes, children are more perceptive than adults. He sensed that the dream ice silkworm bore no ill intent towards him. "But why do you appear in my sea of spirit?" Hui Yuhao questioned once more. The dream ice silkworm responded, "Did I not mention before that I wish to become your soul ring? A ring of wisdom. I have already accomplished this. To become your soul ring, I greatly compressed and sealed my own power, and henceforth, you shall possess a soul ring, transforming you into what humanity refers to as a soul master. However, your innate talent is far inferior to my expectations. It can only be described as astonishingly poor. I truly am uncertain whether my choice was right or wrong." Hui Yuhao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "My innate talent is rather lacking. However, I shall strive diligently. My innate soul power is merely at the first level." The heavenly dream ice silkworm, in a state of melancholy, replied, "In the future, I shall devise a means to enhance your abilities in the postnatal realm." As their conversation progressed, Hui Yuhao grew bolder. Addressing the creature, "Heavenly dream, call me Brother Dream." "Very well, Brother Dream," the silkworm acquiesced. "You claim to be a soul beast of 1,000,000 years. Is this truly the case? Moreover, why have you chosen me? I have heard that a soul master can withstand soul rings no greater than 400 years. Yet you are a 1,000,000-year soul beast. How can you possibly become my soul ring?" The heavenly dream ice silkworm let out a deep sigh. "Do you think I desire to choose you? I am left with no choice. Without a selection, my life shall come to an end. If I were to perish, my body would likely become sustenance for the creatures of the Stardoe forest. In my desperation, I can only resort to this course of action, attaching myself to humanity. This is my sole avenue of escape. Would you care to hear my story? Since we are destined to be together for a long time, I have no desire to keep anything from you, so I shall share it all." Hui Yuhao nodded and said, "Go ahead, Tianming." Tianming Binkin replied, "I was once an ordinary ice silkworm spirit beast, not born in the Stardoe forest, but rather in the frigid northern lands of the continent. We ice silkworms possess a natural affinity for both spiritual and ice attributes, yet our combat prowess is severely hampered by our speed, rendering us rather average as spirit beasts. Moreover, we have natural enemies that further complicate our existence. Rarely does a member of my kind manage to cultivate for over 10,000 years, but I am an exception. At the age of 13, while evading a predator, I accidentally fell into a crevice of ice. In that moment, I believed my fate was sealed. Little did I know, I had plunged into a mass of 10,000-year-old cold marrow. Thus, I fell into a deep slumber. At that time, I was still quite small, barely 3 inches in length. And I remained in that state for a millennium. When I awoke, I found myself in an ice cavern. The once abundant cold marrow had long since vanished, entirely absorbed by me. Consequently, I became a spirit beast of 10,000 years. The joy I felt was indescribable. Yet, I soon realized I could not find an escape. Inside that ice cavern, I was surrounded by a millennium of solid ice, incredibly hard and unyielding. Despite being a 10,000-year spirit beast, the Ice Silkworm clan has always been weak in combat, making a forceful breakthrough impossible. Fortunately, there were numerous small openings in the cavern that allowed me to crawl. Thus, I traversed the confines while searching for an exit. However, instead of finding a way out, I stumbled upon an even larger mass of 10,000-year-old cold marrow. With the presence of this marrow, I had sustenance, and so I fell into another deep slumber, this time for several millennia. Chapter 3. The Million-Year Spirit Ring. Listening to the tale of the celestial dream ice silkworm, Wei was suddenly struck by an odd sensation. Could it be that the name celestial dream ice silkworm was derived from its propensity to dream? Although I could not escape the cave, the sensation imparted by the eternal cold essence was undeniably exquisite. Eventually, I abandoned my search for an exit and instead crawled deeper into the cave, seeking out the eternal cold essence to consume. Upon discovering a sizable lump, I would indulge in a slumber. As time passed, I lost track of how long I had been asleep, until the first golden pattern appeared upon my body. The golden patterns held immense significance for us ice silkworms, symbolizing my cultivation reaching the level of 100,000 years. To my recollection, our ice silkworm clan had never witnessed the existence of 100,000-year cultivation. I was indeed the unprecedented first. At that moment, I evolved into a golden pattern ice silkworm. By then, I possessed sufficient strength to break through the thick ice and emerge from my confinement. Unbeknownst to me, becoming a 100,000-year soul beast would impose considerable restrictions, making it exceedingly difficult to further enhance my cultivation. Perhaps fortune favored me. Coupled with our ice silkworm clan's inherent weakness in combat, I miraculously evaded any divine retribution. After a prolonged slumber, I grew lethargic and chose to continue sleeping within the icy cavern. With my elevated cultivation, I was able to penetrate previously inaccessible areas, leading me to discover even more exquisite cold essence, which became my sustenance. Thus, I alternated between eating and sleeping, unaware of how time slipped away. Only the golden patterns on my body could measure the duration of my existence. Finally, one day, I consumed the last of the cold essence within the cave and burrowed my way out to the open sea. I drifted along the ocean, following the continental edge southward. It was during this journey that I encountered an adversary for the first time. By that point, I had manifested 9 golden patterns, embodying the formidable essence of a 900,000-year soul beast. I believed myself to be an invincible entity in this world. However, at this juncture, the celestial dream ice silkworm appeared somewhat embarrassed, admitting that aside from sleeping, I possessed little skill in combat. Ultimately, I managed to frighten off the enemy through the sheer magnitude of my spiritual power. This experience heightened my vigilance, prompting me to attempt cultivating offensive capabilities. Yet, I discovered that a lengthy cultivation period did not necessarily equate to formidable strength. Though I was a 900,000-year soul beast, my combat prowess was inferior to that of certain 10,000-year soul beasts, and those adept in battle among the 100,000-year soul beasts were beyond my capacity to defeat. The world outside was fraught with peril, yet I found myself unable to retrace my steps. The sea was dangerous. Perhaps the land would offer a semblance of safety. Thus, I ventured onto solid ground. However, I soon realized that the land was no sanctuary either, perhaps due to the excessive absorption of cold essence. My body emitted a peculiar scent that attracted the attention of all soul beasts, leading them to perceive me as prey. Ultimately, I was captured by a formidable 100,000-year soul beast within the Stardew forest. Yet, it did not dispose of me immediately. Instead, it transported me to the Stardew forest. It was only upon hearing its words that I realized I possessed an abundance of the essence of heaven and earth. If only my powers could be absorbed and transformed, any soul beast could ascend to the status of a 100,000-year soul beast, thereby liberating itself from the constraints of cultivation time. However, due to the immense magnitude of my million-year cultivation, The absorption process would require considerable time, which is why I was taken back to its lair. Nevertheless, that creature underestimated my prowess. Though I am not particularly skilled in combat, I possess the ability to amplify my aura. Consequently, I summoned all the 100,000-year soul beasts within the Stardow forest. What ensued was a chaotic battle that encompassed nearly all soul beasts over 10,000 years old within the forest. The ferocity of their clash was indeed brutal. I initially thought I might seize an opportunity to escape. However, to my surprise, these cunning creatures paused their fighting to engage in negotiations. As a result, I found myself in a dire predicament. They ultimately decided to unite and absorb my power, given the vast reservoir of soul energy within me. They confined me at the heart of the Stardow forest, compelling me to release my essence for their consumption. The stronger the soul beast, the closer it drew to me, thus reaping greater rewards. These rascals treated me as mere sustenance. Alas, resistance was futile. I was left to their whims. As I was exploited, I contemplated potential means to extricate myself from their grasp. My soul energy is remarkably pure, capable of sustaining thousands of years of absorption. After millennia of contemplation and observation, I discerned that escaping their control was not solely about fleeing. I also needed to conceal my aura. Gradually, humans began to enter my field of vision. On several occasions, particularly formidable humans ventured deep into the Stardow forest in pursuit of hunting the 100,000-year soul beasts. Unfortunately for them, they met with tragedy. Under my nurturing, the high-ranking soul beasts within the Stardow forest had undoubtedly become among the most powerful on the Dolua continent. Despite their formidable weaponry, they suffered significant losses, yet I also recognized the merits of humanity. I am a soul beast of dual attributes, spirit and ice. After much contemplation, I resolved to find a way to become a human soul ring. In doing so, that human would undoubtedly become exceptionally powerful. With my spiritual attribute, I could retain my consciousness, evolving into an unprecedented intelligent soul ring for humanity. At that moment, I would exact my vengeance, aiding that human in vanquishing all those who had wronged me. Thus, I commenced my attempts. However, to my dismay, my first endeavor ended in failure. The individual I selected seemed to be a titled Dolua among you humans. His strength was commendable, yet he proved utterly inept. Bursting under my influence without even encountering my true form, he could not withstand the onslaught of my spiritual force. I soon realized that becoming a host was no simple feat. One must possess a spiritual attribute, as well as sufficient capacity to bear my soul power. This proved a greater challenge. Consequently, I searched for thousands of years without success. My soul power has nearly been absorbed by those 10,000-year soul beasts. I was on the brink of exhaustion when heaven, in its benevolence, granted me a miracle, just as despair threatened to consume me. The 10th golden stripe emerged upon my body, elevating me to the unprecedented status of a million-year soul beast. With the appearance of this 10th golden stripe, I finally possessed the strength to contend with those formidable 10,000-year soul beasts, enabling me to conceal my presence. Thus, I bestowed upon myself the name Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. No longer merely the golden stripe ice silkworm. Yet, I was still no match for the multitude of 10,000-year soul beasts. Furthermore, the elemental energy of heaven and earth within me had been almost entirely siphoned away, leaving only my innate soul power, which remained unabsorbed due to my two primary attributes. I realized that avenging myself was beyond my capabilities. Seizing an opportunity, I cleverly utilized my newfound strength to mask my presence and escape underground. Alas, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm lamented, my existence continues to be a tragedy. Achieving the million-year mark turned out to be a double-edged sword. While it allowed me to narrowly escape their grasp, it also meant that my lifespan was abruptly curtailed by the wrath of heaven. If I could not find another means of survival, my life would soon flicker out. It was during this dire moment that I encountered you, my little companion. Despite your pitiable weakness, I found myself with no other option. At least you possess a spiritual attribute. Thus, I reluctantly decided to merge with you. For those wretches would not obtain my most cherished essence. Listening to the tale of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, Wayuhao as fear dissipated, replaced by a righteous fury. They are utterly despicable. How could they imprison you for nearly 10,000 years? The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm echoed his indignation. Indeed, though I may possess a more charming appearance, greater strength, and undeniable allure, they cannot treat me as mere sustenance. At last, I've managed to escape and prevent them from claiming my body. Wayuhao, although you are somewhat young and lacking in ability, your innocence is a virtue. Consider this a nurturing endeavor. When you grow strong, you must avenge me. They relied on absorbing my soul power to evolve, right? In the future, turn them into soul rings and soul bones. Humph. Very well, I shall help you seek vengeance when I grow stronger, Wei Yuhao readily promised. The bond between the boy and the beast rapidly deepened in this extraordinary and magical narrative. Although the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm had lived for 1,000,000 years, its encounters with soul beasts had been limited. While its intelligence rivaled that of humans, it remained unaware of the treachery inherent in human hearts. If a human were to find themselves in its predicament, they would never divulge their stories so readily. Choosing Hui Yuhao, a similarly innocent child, was indeed a stroke of fortune for it. Heavenly dream, I still do not comprehend. You are so powerful. Yet becoming my soul ring requires you to seal your own strength. What does this entail? Can you still bestow soul skills upon me? With fear vanquished, Hui Yuhao's heart brimmed with curiosity. The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm chuckled softly, fear not. I had devised a plan after years of contemplation. Having experienced the overwhelming force of humanity in the past, I have come to understand that any assistance I offer must prioritize your safety above all else. I find myself with no retreat. If you were to perish, it would signify my own demise as well. My original soul power has been nearly depleted by the soul beast of the Stardoe forest. Otherwise, even if I were to seal my own strength, you would still be unable to bear the burden. What I have integrated within you comprises primarily my primal and spiritual energy. You have observed these 10 luminous orbs, have you not? They represent the 10 layers of seals I have established. From another perspective, one could also regard them as the essence of the first soul ring I have bestowed upon you. However, at this moment, you are unable to harness their power. In other words, although your first soul ring possesses the potential of a 1,000,000-year level, it currently lacks the capabilities befitting such an age. Yet, as you advance in your cultivation, the power sealed within you will gradually be unlocked, enhancing the potency of this soul ring. It may even augment the strength of your future soul rings, for the energy I have accumulated over 1,000,000 years is undeniably vast for you. Hui Yuhao blinked in confusion and remarked, I still don't quite understand. The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm, irritated, replied, Fool. Let me simplify it for you. Currently, with the body possessing the first spirit ring, you can only endure the power of a spirit ring from a soul beast that is at most 400 years old. Thus, the actual potency of your first spirit ring is 400 years. As you achieve further breakthroughs and are capable of bearing the essence of a 1,000-year spirit beast's ring, your first spirit ring will then transform into one of 1,000 years. The efficacy of your first spirit ring escalates in accordance with your body's capacity for endurance. In other words, your first spirit ring can evolve at any time, and this holds true for any subsequent spirit rings you may acquire. Naturally, the power of evolution I can bestow upon you is limited. The more formidable the spirit rings you obtain, the greater the conservation of my strength. With the power sealed within you, I can support up to 10 spirit rings reaching the level of 100,000 years. Ah, so many? Aren't soul masters only allowed to possess 9 spirit rings at most? Hui Yuhao inquired, astonished. The heavenly dream ice silkworm snorted disdainfully and declared, that applies to ordinary individuals. With my fusion, you are no longer an ordinary person. A single martial soul can indeed only absorb 9 spirit rings, but you have transcended that limitation. By slaying a 100,000-year soul beast, you will undoubtedly acquire a soul bone and a spirit ring with 2 soul skills from that beast. This, you should already know. Hui Yuhao nodded. The dream ice silkworm stated, as a 1,000,000-year soul ring, and the first intelligent soul ring in history, I am undoubtedly far superior to the others. The first soul ring that I embody can evolve infinitely based on your physical condition and will bestow upon you 4 soul abilities. However, I cannot provide you with a soul bone, but I can grant you an additional martial soul. Although Hui Yuhao had surmised that a 1,000,000-year soul ring would significantly impact him, he never anticipated the extent of its influence. The prospect of an infinitely evolving soul ring alone filled him with uncontainable excitement. Yet, an even greater surprise awaited him. For soul abilities coupled with an additional martial soul, what an extraordinary concept. Since these 4 soul abilities were derived from the first soul ring, their power would undoubtedly evolve alongside the ring itself, providing him with enduring capabilities. The addition of a martial soul could only be described as miraculous, transforming him from a wielder of the spiritual I martial soul into a prodigious dual martial soul master. This additional martial soul would likely be accompanied by 9 soul rings, leading to an enhancement of 9 soul abilities. Such an augmentation could hardly be compared to a 100,000-year soul ring, although he remained relatively weak and required gradual improvement. This development undeniably opened a door to boundless possibilities, granting the previously mediocre Hui Yuhao a future filled with infinite potential. I bestow upon you the martial soul of ice. Yet it currently lacks a soul. The dream ice silkworm's words brought Hui Yuhao back from his reverie. An ice devoid of a soul? What does that mean? Hui Yuhao inquired, his expression one of confusion. The dream ice silkworm explained. In essence, the martial soul I grant you possesses only attributes at this moment, lacking a definitive form. It will solidify once you absorb your first ice attribute soul ring. The type of soul ring you absorb will dictate the nature of your second martial soul. Thus, your second martial soul will undoubtedly be a beast martial soul. You need not worry. I have already devised a plan for you. However, your current cultivation level is insufficient. Once your strength has increased, I shall guide you in acquiring the first ice attribute soul ring. Now, do you understand why I indicated that my power to enhance your soul rings is limited? Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution when selecting soul rings in the future and heed my advice carefully. Understood, Hui Yuhao responded eagerly. What are the 4 soul abilities? The Dream Ice Silkworm replied. That is something you must comprehend on your own. Insights gained through personal experience are always clearer than those I might convey directly. However, do not become overly elated just yet. Indeed, I have provided you with 4 soul abilities, all of which are of the mental attribute. The power sealed within you is formidable. Nevertheless, there are a few points you must remember. Firstly, the power I have sealed within you can only augment the age of your soul rings and, consequently, the potency of your soul abilities, contingent upon your cultivation level. It cannot enhance your own soul power. Secondly, due to my inherent nature, the 4 soul abilities I have granted you are predominantly supportive in nature, lacking significant offensive capabilities. Thus, you remain rather weak at present, with a considerable journey ahead to attain strength. Do you understand? I comprehend. My mother taught me that no one can ascend to greatness in a single leap. It is only through diligent effort and perseverance that one may aspire to be exceptional. Fear not, Brother Tian Dream. I shall certainly strive with unwavering dedication. That is well. However, your innate abilities are somewhat lacking. Sigh, in the future, I shall seek some rare treasures to enhance your potential. Your spiritual martial soul is a result of mutation, possessing inherent promise. Yet, due to the alterations it underwent, your bodily functions have been significantly affected since childhood. Your meridians are narrow and sluggish, making cultivation somewhat arduous. Take your time. There is no need for haste. Oh, by the way, there is something else I must convey to you. Do you see that gray orb of light above? Hui Yuhao remarked. I see. Is that also your power? Tianming Binkin replied. No, I am uncertain as to what that is. When I merged with your body, a sudden change occurred, seemingly drawn by my spiritual energy. That gray orb of light appears to be a fragment of a soul, seemingly not belonging to our world. I do not know its origin. However, despite its frail nature, its grade is exceedingly high, and I am unable to utilize it. Nonetheless, I sense no malice from it. It is likely in a state of slumber now. It may never awaken during your lifetime, but there is also the possibility that its awakening could bring about some complications. Fear not. Should it pose any threat to you, I shall protect you without issue. Now, you should step outside. Those 2 humans have been waiting for you, and they harbor no ill intentions. 2 humans? Hui Yuhao expressed his astonishment as the surroundings abruptly blurred. He felt as though he had been swept into a colossal vortex, engulfed by darkness. Why isn't he waking up? Tang Yi gently tapped Hui Yuhao's face and cast an inquiring glance at Bei Bei. Bei Bei smiled softly and said, His vitality is remarkably stable, and the soul power within him is normal and quite vigorous. If I am not mistaken, he has just broken through to the soul master level. His body requires time to assimilate this newfound power and adapt to the breakthrough. It is unfortunate, though. Only a 10-year-old wind monkey. Tang Yi scoffed. What is there to lament? It is perfectly normal for the first soul ring to be slightly weaker. It is commendable that he was able to defeat the wind monkey all on his own. Bei Bei chuckled. Indeed, to capture a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach, especially in your case, where heart and stomach are intertwined. Tang Yi's cheeks flushed slightly. Nonsense. You are the one whose heart and stomach are linked. Remember, I am your teacher. Bei Bei merely smiled gently at her without retorting. A soft grunt escaped Hui Yuhao's lips as he gradually opened his bleary eyes. Little Yuhao, you have finally awakened. I was so worried. Tang Yi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Hui Yuhao's eyes open. Hui Yuhao felt a sense of confusion swirling in his mind. It was only after a moment of concentration that he regained his clarity. The memory of his earlier conversation with the heavenly dream ice silkworm remained vivid, causing him to murmur to himself, Am I truly not dreaming? Tang Yi chuckled softly, playfully pinching his arm. Hui Yuhao winced in pain and exclaimed, "Sister Xia, what are you doing?" Tang Ye replied with a grin, "I was just checking if you're in a dream. So, are you feeling more awake now? You certainly have quite the audacity to venture alone into the Stardow forest." Hui Yuhao, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. It was only after encountering the wind baboon that he truly recognized his own frailty and overestimation of his abilities. However, he was swiftly propelled out of his embarrassment by an overwhelming sense of urgency. He leapt up from the ground, channeling the soul power within him. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded before Hui Yuhao's eyes. The soul power that had previously reached a bottleneck underwent a qualitative transformation. Even the strength of his body seemed to have increased. The fluid soul power surged forth, and the world around him appeared with newfound clarity. As countless instinctual imprints emerged in his mind, manifesting as soul rings. For skills. The existence of my brother Tianming is real. I am not dreaming. This is all genuine. I have truly acquired a million-year soul ring. At that moment, Hui Yuhao finally dared to believe that everything that had transpired earlier was indeed real. An uncontrollable joy surged within him, prompting him to shout, "I have succeeded." Bei and Tang Ye watched as a circle of pearly white soul rings rose from beneath Hui Yuhao's feet, gradually ascending until they reached his head, then slowly pulsating downward. It was the first soul ring. Instinctively, Bei thought, it truly is a 10-year soul ring. Yet, he felt a twinge of confusion, wondering why Hui Yuhao's 10-year soul ring appeared to possess a crystalline quality, seemingly different from ordinary 10-year rings. Could it be that the wind baboon was of a higher cultivation level? Little did he know that a million-year soul ring could also be white. Not only the soul ring was changing, but also Hui Yuhao's eyes. A faint golden sheen appeared over his deep blue irises. Both Bei and Tang Ye could sense the fluctuations of soul power and a disorienting mental wave emanating from his gaze. Earlier, the formidable mental force exuded by the Tianming Eye silkworm had temporarily dulled their capacity for thought. However, due to the vast disparity in strength, they had been unaware of it. Yet, Hui Yuhao was now in close proximity, and the mental waves radiating from his eyes astonished both of them. A mental attribute martial soul? Moreover, one that fused the attributes of the wind baboon as its first soul ring? Even the usually composed Bei could not help but show signs of shock. According to the soul master theories he had studied, such a phenomenon seemed impossible. Yet, the evidence lay before them. The faint golden light quickly receded from Hui Yuhao's eyes, and he returned to his senses, jubilantly leaping in excitement. "I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded. I am a soul master now." Bei and Tang Ye exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment in the other's eyes. Tang Ye could not restrain herself from asking, "Little Yuhao, is your martial soul of the mental attribute?" "I just sensed an intense mental wave." Hui Yuhao finally came to his senses, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Indeed. My martial soul is the spiritual eye, a variant martial soul with a spiritual attribute." Tang Ye's eyes brightened at the mention of the spiritual eye. "Is it a primary martial soul? How wonderful." Bei also seemed to grasp the significance of this revelation, nodding in acknowledgement as he remarked, "I never expected that. It's a pity we arrived a bit too late. Otherwise, we could have assisted Brother Hua in finding a superior soul beast for fusion." At this moment, Hui Yuhao had regained his composure from the surprise. Though he was young, his experiences had instilled a sense of vigilance within him. He immediately surmised that Bei and Tang Ye must have taken the first soul ring he had just absorbed to be that of the baboon. Although he did not understand why the million-year soul ring was also white, it undoubtedly served as his best disguise, and he had no intention of explaining anything. "Brother Bei, Sister Ye, have you come to look for me? Is there something you need?" Hui Yuhao inquired tentatively. Tang Ye retorted, "Initially, we merely speculated that you intended to venture into the Stardow forest alone. To our surprise, it seems you truly did. Your audacity is rather remarkable. Are you unaware of the human forbidden zone within the Stardow forest? Even highly skilled soul masters hesitate to delve deep into its heart. A youngling like you should never wander in the vicinity of the Stardow forest without a guardian. We pursued you to ensure your safety. Both Bei and I are soul masters, after all. However, you were fortunate. While the first soul ring you acquired may not be particularly strong, at least you emerged unscathed." Upon hearing her words, a wave of warmth surged through Hui Yuhao's tender heart. Despite his youth, he had witnessed the harshness of the world. He could discern the sincerity in Tang Ye's eyes as she spoke, a genuine sentiment rather than mere pretense. "Sister Ye, in my impulsiveness, I nearly revealed the matter of the heavenly dream eye silkworm," he began, but at that moment, a sudden cough echoed in his mind. A refreshing presence surged through him, compelling him to swallow the latter part of his sentence. Tang chuckled softly, saying, "Look at your foolish expression. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Little Yu Hao. Now that you have acquired a soul ring, what are your plans moving forward?" Hui Yu Hao was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. Indeed, what were his plans? Prior to arriving at the Stardow Forest, his singular ambition had been to become a soul master and acquire his very first soul ring. The distinction between a soul master and a soul scholar was vast. Attaining the status of a soul master would signify the opening of a new chapter, leading to boundless opportunities. However, he had not contemplated his future, for he was merely 11 years old, and this was his first venture away from home. Observing the confusion in his eyes, Tang felt a surge of delight and exchanged a knowing glance with Bei Bei. Bei Bei nodded in response and asked, "Hua, who else is in your family?" Hui Yu Hao's gaze momentarily froze, and then he resolutely shook his head, realizing that there was no one left but himself. Tang exclaimed with delight, "That is truly wonderful." Hui Yu Hao was taken aback, while Bei Bei wore an expression of exasperation, lightly tapping Tang on the head. "How can you speak like that?" Tang quickly realized her slip of the tongue and shot Bei Bei a glare. It wasn't intentional. Turning to Hui Yu Hao, she continued, "Since you don't seem to have any particular thoughts, why not consider joining our sect?" A sect? Hui Yu Hao had heard of such organizations during his time in the Duke's Mansion. In the Dolawa continent, sects wielded tremendous influence, especially those with a long and storied history of soul masters. In a sense, the Duke's Mansion itself could be considered a significant sect. Tang nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is a sect. Our sect was once the foremost on the continent. If you join us, you will undoubtedly benefit. Moreover, our sect's unique techniques are particularly suited for your cultivation. Being all alone at such a young age, joining a sect would mean mutual support among members, which is far better than recklessly navigating the world on your own. After all, luck cannot always be on your side. What if something were to go awry during your solitary endeavors?" Hui Yu Hao instinctively inquired, "Sister Xiaya, what is the name of your sect?" Tang replied with a serious expression, "It is the Tang Sect, once the foremost sect of the continent." Upon hearing the name Tang Sect, Hui Yu Hao's body involuntarily trembled. Although the Tang Sect has since declined, its historical significance in the Dolawa continent is unparalleled by any other sect. When he was still quite young, his mother recounted the legendary tales of the Tang Sect to him. Established over 10,000 years ago, it is one of the oldest sects in history. It is said that the first leader of the Tang Sect, Tang San, once altered the very landscape of the continent, laying the groundwork for the future development of soul masters. In that era, the Tang Sect was indeed the unrivaled leader among sections. Furthermore, according to legend, Tang San transcended the highest realm of soul masters, the title Doluwa, becoming a being of another echelon, thus attaining immortality. However, the ultimate fate of his existence remains a mystery. With the passage of 10 millennia, the legend of the Tang Sect endures. Yet it has long since departed from the stage of history, with few knowing of its descendants. Even the details of some of its legends have become vague. It has been said that had it not been for Tang San's foundational contributions to the future of soul masters on the Dolawa continent, the continent may not have triumphed over the formidable forces of the Sun Moon continent during its collision over 4,000 years ago. And thus the unification of the two lands would not have been possible. "Brother Hua, have you heard of the Tang Sect?" Bei Bei inquired. Hui Yu Hao nodded and remarked, "I have heard some legends regarding the Tang Sect, though I remain unaware of its current whereabouts." At this, Tang Ye's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The Tang Sect no longer possesses a residence. Its legacy has been usurped. As it stands, only Bei Bei and I remain. I am the current leader of the Tang Sect, and Bei Bei is my foremost disciple. "What?" Hui Yu Hao exclaimed, taken aback. Judging by their ages, Tang Ye seemed only slightly older than Bei Bei, and their conversation revealed no indication of the master-disciple relationship they shared. Bei Bei cleared his throat, stating, "As you can see, was shouty. The Tang Sect consists solely of Tang Ye and me now. However, we are determined to restore the Tang Sect to its former glory. If you are willing, we would be delighted to have you join us. There is one particular technique within the Tang Sect that would undoubtedly suit your cultivation, greatly benefiting your future development." After a moment of hesitation, Hui Yu Hao inquired, "What will I need to do upon joining the Tang Sect?" Tang Ye replied, "You must continuously enhance your cultivation and grow stronger. When our sect requires assistance, you must lend your strength. I do not wish to exaggerate or deceive you. It is true that our Tang Sect has fallen from glory, yet our techniques remain intact. Furthermore, we were once the foremost sect on the continent. and thus we retain certain privileges. You have likely heard of the prestigious Shrek Academy, renowned for its stringent admission criteria. However, it graciously offers our Tang Sect an exemption each year. Both Bei and I are already enrolled at Shrek Academy. This year, a spot has opened up, and if you choose to join our Tang Sect, that opportunity will be yours. Whether you can remain at Shrek Academy will ultimately depend on your own efforts. This is all I can offer you. However, I must impose one condition. Once you join the Tang Sect, you will be one of us for life. Should you ever wish to leave, you must return all the profound secrets of our sect. As Hui Yuhao's eyes gradually brightened, he gazed earnestly at Tanya and declared, Sister Xiaoya, I promise you, I am willing to join the Tang Sect. Chapter 4. The thunderous Bei, somewhat taken aback, cautioned, Brother Hua, you must think this through carefully. Joining a sect is no trivial matter. Although our Tang Sect has indeed diminished, we were once the preeminent sect in the world. Should you regret your decision in the future and contemplate betraying the sect, neither I nor Tang Yu will show you mercy. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, Brother Bei, I have made my decision. I have no family left, and I am still quite young. It was only upon arriving at the Stardow Forest that I realized how perilous the outside world can be. I aspire to distinguish myself and become a formidable soul master, and joining Tang Sect undoubtedly offers a shortcut. Not only will it grant me access to Shrek Academy, but it will also allow me to receive your guidance. Moreover, I trust you. I can feel your sincerity in sharing the challenges faced by Tang Sect. I am willing to work alongside you to create a glorious future for Tang Sect. Well said, Tang Yi exclaimed, embracing Hui Yuhao with excitement. Bei also looked at him and nodded slightly, recognizing that Hui Yuhao was far more mature than his peers. Although he had only acquired his first soul ring after the age of 10, through diligent effort, he could still achieve greatness. Furthermore, he was a rare possessor of a spiritual martial soul, making him a valuable asset for Tang Sect. The faint fragrance emanating from Tang Yi caused Hui Yuhao's face to flush crimson, rendering him momentarily speechless as he stood there, rooted in place. It was Bei who came to his aid. Xiaoya, please let him go. Tang Yi then released her hold on Hui Yuhao, her face alight with joy. Clearly delighted by him. Of course, she would never admit that her initial desire to have Hui Yuhao join Tang Sect stemmed from the exquisite grilled fish he had prepared. Xiao Yuhao, let us proceed with your apprenticeship. Currently, there are only 3 of us in Tang Sect, and we have few formalities. If you acknowledge me as your teacher, you will officially become a member of Tang Sect, Tang Yi stated with a serious demeanor. Hui Yuhao nodded and, with a soft thud, bowed before Tang Yi, proclaiming, Disciple Hui Yuhao pays his respects to the teacher. Tang Yi stood still, allowing him to complete 3 bows before gently lifting him up. Well done, Yuhao. From now on you shall be my second disciple. Allow me to introduce you to your senior brother, she said, gesturing towards Bei beside her. Greetings, senior brother. Hui Yuhao said again, bowing respectfully to Bei. Bei smiled slightly and replied, There's no need for such formality, junior brother. We are now family. Tang Yi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and continued, Yuhao, you may simply address me as Teacher Xiaoya from now on. However, do not adopt Bei's habitual lack of decorum, understood? Yes, teacher, Hui Yuhao responded, his demeanor noticeably more restrained after his initiation. Yet, the uncertainty within him had settled considerably. Joining the Tang Sect imparted an unspoken sense of security, a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. With a flick of her wrist, Xiaoya produced a book from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Hui Yuhao. Little Yuhao. This is a copy of our Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record. It contains the essence of our sect's unique skills. Among them, the Xiantian skill is fundamental. Meditating upon it will undoubtedly accelerate your cultivation speed. Your current level is still shallow, and adopting the Xiantian skill will not hinder your progress. Both Bei and I will guide you in your training. Aside from the Xiantian skill, the treasure record details 5 other unique skills: the hand technique, Xin Yu Hand, the eye technique, Zgmo Tong, the capture technique, Kongyi Qin Long, the lightness technique, Gui Ingmi Zone, and the hidden weapon technique, in Qi Bai Jie. Our Tang Sect is renowned for its hidden weapons, but a solid foundation must be established before one can begin training. Your task now is to cultivate the first 5 unique skills, and I will instruct you on hidden weapons later. I mentioned earlier that there is a particular skill that suits you well, which is the Zgmo Tong. This eye technique, once mastered to a certain degree, can unleash formidable offensive power. Given that your martial soul is your eyes, there is likely no skill more fitting for you. You must train diligently. Accepting the Xiantian treasure record from Xiaoyao with utmost care, Wei Yuhao tucked it into his embrace, saying, "Thank you, teacher. I will strive to cultivate diligently." Bei then pressed a button on his belt, revealing a completely black belt adorned with circular white jade pieces. Junior brother, this is the soul guidance device known as the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night, modeled after the one held by our ancestor Tang Sect. Consider it a welcoming gift from your senior brother. With it, carrying your belongings will be much more convenient. As he spoke, Bei helped Wei Yuhao fasten the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night belt around his waist and explained its usage. Each of the 24 jade stones embedded in the belt possesses a half-meter cubic space, allowing for the storage of various items, all of which can be accessed using soul power. It is indeed a precious soul guidance device. Wei Yuhao's talent is primarily reflected in his physical condition. Yet he possesses a remarkable intelligence, effortlessly mastering the 24 bridges under the bright moon after only a few attempts. However, during the process of manipulation, his limited soul power was significantly depleted. Tangya remarked, "Little Yuhao, my purpose in accompanying you and your senior brother is to hunt soul beasts and enhance our soul rings. For now, follow us, and once I have completed the hunt, I shall escort you back to Shrek Academy." "Yes, teacher," Wei Yuhao replied respectfully. Tangya chuckled softly, saying, "Although you have already become my disciple, there is no need to be so formal. With only the three of us in Tang Sect, rigidity serves no purpose." Bei retorted with a hint of irritation. "With a teacher like you, it's only natural for the disciple to feel uneasy. The day is growing late. We should hasten our journey. Let us hope for good fortune in finding suitable soul beasts to hunt near the Stardoe Forest." "Agreed," Tangya nodded, declaring, "Let us set off." With Tangya leading the way and Bei holding Wei Yuhao's hand, the trio accelerated towards the direction of the Stardoe Forest. After acquiring his first soul ring, Wei Yuhao distinctly felt a substantial enhancement in his cultivation, particularly in his physical state, which made their journey considerably easier. However, compared to Tangya and Bei, his speed still lagged behind. A gentle flow of soul power emanated from Bei's hand, almost propelling him forward, allowing Wei Yuhao to exert minimal effort. As they walked, Bei spoke to Wei Yuhao, "Little junior brother, our Tang Sect's Xiantian skill is one of the finest cultivation methods in the continent today. With diligent practice, you will certainly reap rewards. Allow me to explain the intricacies of the Xiantian skill. You must remember them well." "Understood," Wei Yuhao nodded, attentively listening to Bei's explanation. Bei, not only possessing an elegant demeanor, but also exhibiting a gentle and meticulous character, painstakingly elucidated every detail of the cultivation method. Whenever Wei Yuhao encountered confusion, Bei adeptly clarified the concepts, allowing Wei Yuhao to quickly immerse himself in this extraordinary practice. Tangya, walking ahead, couldn't help but stick out her tongue, fully aware that had she been the one explaining to Wei Yuhao, her delivery would have lacked Bei's clarity and organization. Thus, she felt somewhat inadequate as the leader of the Tang Sect. As Bei and Wei Yuhao engaged in their discourse, nearly an hour had slipped by unnoticed. The path had vanished, surrounded by dense trees, and the air had grown increasingly fresh, yet an ominous atmosphere emanated from the depths of the forest. The general methods of cultivation are as such. The specifics you shall discover through your own experimentation. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask me." Bei instructed Wei Yuhao. "Thank you, senior brother." Wei Yuhao expressed his gratitude. Wei Yuhao's admiration for Bei steadily escalated throughout his narration, naturally deepening his respect. At that moment, the petite Xia in the lead suddenly let out a cold snort, her steps unexpectedly becoming ethereal. In an instant, her body flickered and darted towards a large tree on her left. Wei Yuhao barely caught a glimpse of a few glimmers of cold light before a wind baboon, which had nearly claimed his life earlier, plummeted from the treetop. Xia, in an irritable tone, remarked, "These wind baboons are the most detestable. Not only do they initiate attacks, but they also take pleasure in ambushes." Wei Yuhao had not employed his spiritual eye just moments ago, and thus failed to discern how Tangya had executed her move. "Teacher Tangya, did you just use a soul technique?" he inquired. With a hint of pride, Tangya replied, "It was not a soul technique, but rather a combination of the ghost shadow mysterious steps and hidden weapons from our Tang Sect. Impressive, isn't it? If you train diligently, you will master it too." Suddenly, Bei's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly raised his right hand, making a grabbing motion towards Tangya. It was evident that they were accustomed to working in tandem. With a light tap of her toes on the ground, Tangya's body ascended effortlessly, as if she were weightless, drawn towards Bei-Bei's hand by an unseen force. In an instant, a pitch-black shadow descended, producing a soft sound upon landing. Immediately thereafter, a rich, sweet fragrance enveloped the air. Hui Yuhao felt a sudden dizziness envelop his mind, yet an icy current surged from within, sealing his mouth and nose. A breath of frosty mist escaped his lips, dispersing the previously inhaled sweet and toxic gas into the air. Ice attribute, my second martial soul? The origin of this chilling flow immediately dawned upon him. However, it was evident that the control over this frigid current did not stem from him, as he marveled at the function of his second martial soul. Tang had already been drawn closer by Bei-Bei's gravitational pull. With a press of her right hand upon Bei-Bei's shoulder, her lithe figure curled, performing a graceful somersault to land behind him. Two rings of light simultaneously rose from beneath her feet, a brilliant yellow pulsating rhythmically. Both of her soul rings were surprisingly of the 100-year caliber. In that instant, a flurry of blue vines erupted from Tang, one of which ensnared Hui Yuhao's waist, while many others swiftly spread into the distance. In comparison to Tang, Bei-Bei, standing at the forefront, left Hui Yuhao utterly astounded. Throughout their acquaintance, he had perceived this senior brother as gentle and refined, always adorned with a warm smile beside Tang, exuding an air of approachability. Yet, at this moment, he had transformed entirely. As Xiaya leaped gracefully over him, a dazzling blue light ignited from Bei-Bei's forehead, swiftly expanding and enveloping his entire being. Strands of blue and purple lightning erupted like serpents, weaving around his form. To the untrained eye, Bei-Bei's transformation appeared subtle. Aside from the blue lightning insignia on his brow, only one aspect of his physique underwent a notable change due to the manifestation of his martial soul. However, this singular alteration profoundly reshaped Hui Yuhao's understanding of soul masters. The transformation was evident in his right arm. The sleeve on that side had burst into ashes due to the arm's enlargement, extending by over half a foot. His arm grew exceedingly robust, covered in blue and purple scales, with his hand morphing into a claw, similarly adorned with scales. Each joint of his hand became remarkably thick, as the swirling blue and purple serpent-like lightning coalesced and danced upon his arm. The 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, did not orbit around him as they typically would for soul masters. Instead, they circled this uniquely transformed arm. A 3-ringed soul master, a soul Zun, who was merely 4 or 5 years his senior, had already attained a level above 30. Moreover, his soul rings boasted the optimal configuration of 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring. Within the hierarchy of soul rings, white signifies 10 years, yellow denotes 100 years. Purple represents 1,000 years, while the higher black ring symbolizes 10,000 years. A formidable 10,000-year soul beast that had once tormented the heavenly Dream Eye silkworm would manifest as a red soul ring. Previously, Hui Yuhao had inquired, discovering that both Bei-Bei and Tang were 15 years old, with Bei-Bei being slightly older by months. To achieve the rank of Soul Zun at such a tender age, with 3 soul rings of this caliber, aptly crowned Bei-Bei as a true prodigy of their generation. In terms of cultivation, he had evidently surpassed Tang, his teacher, who was merely a soul master of level 20. Amidst the cacophony of croaking, the shadow that had fallen to the ground sprang up instantly, making a beeline for Bei-Bei. With a cold snort, Bei-Bei's eyes glimmered with a hint of purple. His robust right arm swung wide, and immediately, a dense electric net descended from the air, obstructing the shadow's path. With a thunderous crackle, the shadow was repelled back, while Bei-Bei staggered back 3 or 4 steps, his expression shifting slightly, clearly indicating that the strength of his opponent exceeded his expectations. It was a mandala snake, a creature of millennial caliber. How splendid! Bei-Bei, I desire this one, Tang exclaimed joyfully, her voice filled with delight. At this moment, Hui Yuhao discerned the shadow that had attacked them, a large serpent, 3 meters in length, adorned in a resplendent shade of peach pink, with a small protrusion on its forehead resembling a delicate flower. Bei-Bei, in stark contrast to Tang Ye's exhilaration, wore a grave expression. Despite his rank as a soul emperor, confronting a 1,000-year soul beast remained a formidable challenge, though this was mitigated by the inherent strength of his martial soul. How did a typical soul emperor face such a creature? Retreat would have been the only viable option. Xiaya, safeguard Yuhao, Bei-Bei commanded in a low tone as the first soul ring on his right arm shimmered to life. Under the intense surge of soul power, a dragon claw, approximately a foot in diameter and forged from blue-purple lightning, shot forth, aimed directly at the mandra snake. This was the Thunder Dragon Claw, Bei-Bei's first soul skill. The cunning mandra snake, previously coiled on the ground, suddenly sprang into the air the moment Bei launched his attack. Its long tail whipped through the air, striking like a pink flash towards Bei. Rather than retreating, Bei advanced, his body lowered as he executed the ghost shadow mistracking steps, swiftly maneuvering to the side. Remarkably, the Thunder Dragon Claw redirected midair, pursuing the Mandra snake from behind. Simultaneously, the second soul ring on his right arm illuminated, amplifying countless serpent-shaped bolts of electricity that transformed into a dazzling net of lightning, enveloping the Mandra snake. The initial Thunder Dragon Claw was merely a ruse to provoke movement from the Mandra snake. The true trap lay in the second soul skill, the Thunderbolt net. Once ensnared by this electric web, even if the Thunder Dragon Claw could not deliver a crippling blow, it would at least grant them the advantage. However, the might of a 1,000-year soul beast was not to be underestimated. As the electric net closed in, a plume of pink mist erupted from the Mandra snake's mouth, emanating a sweetness tenfold more potent than before. Tang hastily retreated with Hui Yuhao, anxious to avoid even the slightest contamination. A look of concern finally gracing her otherwise composed features. The thunderous arrows of the electric net were met by the pink toxic fog, which splashed against them as if they were doused in water. Their power remained, yet they fragmented instantly. The Mandra snake revealed its ferocious nature, propelling its body forcefully against the electric net midair. With a tremendous force, a breach was created as it soared forth. The serpent's tail undulated, the tip glowing with a brilliant pink luminescence, striking against the pursuing Thunder Dragon Claw, shattering Bei's initial soul skill. However, Bei's assault was not entirely in vain. As one of the most formidable beast martial souls, his offensive power stood at the pinnacle among soul masters of his rank, despite the Mandala Serpent's ferocity. After dismantling two formidable Thunder Soul skills, it was enveloped in a fine layer of electric radiance and could not sustain its onslaught upon landing. Bei too refrained from pursuing, as the pink toxic mist spread through the air, and he dared not let it touch him. With a swift retreat, he produced a porcelain vial, consuming a pill from it before tossing the vial to Tangya. Tangya caught the vial deftly, pouring out 2 pills, one for herself and the other for Hui Yuhao. Bei, let me assist you, she remarked as she ingested her medicine. Bei shook his head, saying, this opponent is quite troublesome. We may need to prepare for a protracted battle. There may be other soul beasts lurking nearby, so please ensure your protection. I shall handle this myself, and safeguard Yuhao. This marked Bei's second reminder to Tangyu to protect Hui Yuhao, who felt a surge of warmth within his heart. For the first time in his life, aside from his mother, someone was showing him such kindness, stirring a wave of excitement within him. I want to support my senior brother. I am not useless. Hui Yuhao swiftly summoned his soul power, channeling it into his spirit eye. The newly acquired soul skill flashed vividly in his mind. Within his deep blue irises, a faint golden glow re-emerged, and a lustrous white soul ring ascended from beneath his feet. To the casual observer, there were no apparent signs. However, in the next moment, both Bei and Tangya felt a simultaneous tremor in their bodies, their eyes reflecting astonishment. As they gazed, the flow of time seemed to decelerate, rendering everything around them exceptionally clear. In an instant, a wealth of information flooded their minds. Bei focused on the Mandra snake, and he could perceive the distance between them, even the fluctuations in the strength of each muscle on the serpent's body. Every subtle detail was vividly etched in the depths of his consciousness. Moreover, within a 30-meter radius, there was no need for sight. The entire environment materialized in 3-dimensional clarity in their minds. Any minute change would be instantly registered in their brains. This was. Both Bei and Tangya immediately thought of Hui Yuhao. Was this truly his first soul skill? How could it be so extraordinary? With such a probing ability, confronting any adversary became significantly easier, particularly against a soul beast like the Mandra snake, which excelled in speed. This foresight provided a distinct advantage. For Bei, whose offensive power was formidable, nothing could be more effective than this assistance. A skill bestowed by a mere 10-year soul ring proved to be so remarkably potent. With such unparalleled auxiliary capabilities, indeed, it was a testament to the rarity of the spiritual mutation attribute. Hui Yuhao was entirely unaware that Bei and Tangya attributed the remarkable abilities he displayed at that moment to his mutated martial soul. In reality, he was employing not one, but 2 skills. The first soul skill, spirit detection, was accompanied by a million-year soul ring, while the second, spirit sharing, was likewise facilitated by this extraordinary soul ring. Both skills were auxiliary in nature, and it was Hui Yuhao's inaugural experience utilizing them. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of these soul skills, they nonetheless proved to be tremendously effective. given his current physical prowess. The soul skills derived from the soul ring transformed from the Dream Eye silkworm were equivalent to that of a 400-year soul beast. Consequently, both the range of spirit detection and spirit sharing extended to approximately 30 meters in diameter. However, due to his present capabilities, he could share his spirit detection ability with a maximum of 3 targets simultaneously. Any more would exceed his capacity. The energy expenditure of these two skills was minimal, yet they did require a certain amount of mental fortitude from Hui Yuhao. In essence, he supported these two abilities through a combination of mental strength and soul power. With his current cultivation level, sustaining them for at least a quarter of an hour posed no issue. The exact duration would only be ascertained through further experimentation. Suddenly, a low, rumbling explosion erupted from Bei, who was enveloped in a vibrant blue-purple electric aura. The scales on his right arm rapidly spread across his body, covering his right chest, and his presence surged dramatically. At that moment, his purple third soul ring radiated a dazzling brilliance. The skill of the 1,000-year soul ring, Thunderous Fury, empowered him significantly as the possessor of the most potent beast martial soul. This third soul skill granted Bei a remarkable increase of over 50% to his soul power attack efficacy, with the lightning attribute multiplying exponentially. Although it was not a direct offensive skill, it elevated Bei's state to an exceedingly formidable level. Even some 4-ring soul masters, should their martial souls be inferior, would find themselves at a disadvantage. Despite his youth, Bei possessed extensive combat experience. With the aid of Hui Yuhao's spirit detection and spirit sharing, he recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Uncertain of how long Hui Yuhao could maintain this support, he immediately resolved to unleash his utmost abilities. Within his dragon claw, blue-purple electricity crackled, forming a thunderous dragon claw that had doubled in size since before. However, this time, Bei refrained from launching it directly. Instead, he swiftly darted towards the 1,000-year mandala snake. The mandala snake, cunning and wise due to its 1,000-year cultivation, sensed the considerable danger emanating from Bei and, disregarding its intent to harm, released a cloud of venomous mist before turning tail and fleeing. Humph! Bei let out a soft snort, his gaze suddenly deepening as a flicker of electric light erupted from his body, dispersing the toxic mist. At that moment, his right hand, adorned with the thunder dragon claw, made a swift motion towards the air in front of him. It was then that Hui Yuhao's mental probing abilities fully manifested. It was due to his shared mental detection that Bei was able to anticipate his opponent's moves. As the mandala serpent leapt away, it fortuitously fled towards Bei's left front, and an immense gravitational pull appeared along its path, as if it were willingly delivering itself into Bei's grasp. The powerful suction instantly neutralized the serpent's momentum, drawing it inexorably towards Bei. Faced with the threat of death, the mandala serpent erupted in a burst of intense pink light emanating from its head, accompanied by a piercing hiss. The floral protrusion atop its head suddenly exploded, unleashing a stream of pink blood that shot directly towards Bei. However, Bei, once again, had anticipated this response. At the very instant the floral protrusion detonated, his thunder dragon claw struck with ferocity, colliding with the serpent just as the explosion occurred. The pink blood arrow had only traveled a few inches before it was dissipated in the ensuing blast. Yet Bei was drenched in cold sweat as he realized that the moment his claw made contact with the pink blood, it too had been tainted and transformed into a similar hue. Had he not been able to foresee the attack, the consequences could have been dire. In a flash, Bei surged forward. This time the Millennium Mandala Serpent had no means of resistance left. His right claw accurately seized the serpent at its vulnerable point. Yet it attempted to entangle Bei with its body. However, Bei unleashed a devastating surge of lightning that rendered it unconscious. Renowned for its formidable physique and lightning-fast speed, the Millennium Mandala Serpent found its defenses utterly insignificant in the presence of Bei's powerful martial spirit. In a state of thunder fury, Bei exerted his strength through his dragon claw, eliciting a series of cracking sounds from the serpent's head, as if its bones would shatter at any moment. Xiaoya! Bei called out sharply. Tangya, seizing the opportunity, swiftly approached the mandala serpent alongside Hui Yuhao. A dagger, approximately half a foot in length, materialized in her hand, and she plunged it directly into the open mouth of the serpent that Bei had gripped, thereby ending the life of the Millennium Mandala Serpent. As the brilliance of the lightning receded, Bei finally exhaled in relief, while a circle of purple soul rings began to coalesce around the serpent's head. Tangya gazed at Bei with excitement, and he nodded in response, urging her to begin promptly. It was unexpected to encounter a millennium soul beast even in the fringes of the Star-Do forest. The quality of soul beast in this region was indeed on the rise. Tang had chuckled. I didn't anticipate it would go so smoothly. Please protect me. As she spoke, she swiftly settled into a cross-legged position beside the mandala serpent. A shimmering blue light emanated from her right hand. And with a gentle lift of her delicate fingers, she touched the purple soul ring hovering above the serpent. Instantly, the purple soul ring was drawn towards her, merging with her essence through the captivating blue glow. The smile on Tang's face faded as she focused intently on absorbing the soul ring. It was then that Hui Yuhao realized that Tang had also reached the threshold of the 30th level. Her and Bei's journey to the Star-Do forest must have been to find a suitable third soul ring for her. But what was teacher Xiaoya's martial soul? Blue vines? Xiaoya's martial soul is blue silver grass, Bei remarked, seemingly perceiving the confusion in Hui Yuhao's heart. Blue silver grass? Is it akin to that legendary figure from the Tang Sect? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. Bei nodded and explained, a millennium ago, the first-generation leader of the Tang Sect forged its illustrious legacy through the blue-silver grass martial soul. He ascended to godhood but left no descendants within the Tang Sect. In his honor, the successors of the Tang Sect have persistently chosen leaders with blue-silver grass, striving to cultivate soul masters possessing this martial soul. Regrettably, it has been proven that not everyone can unleash its formidable powers. Ever since that legendary figure departed, no one with the blue-silver grass martial soul has been able to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Nevertheless, this tradition has endured, unchanged by time. Xiaoya's aptitude with the blue-silver grass is already quite commendable. One can only hope she achieves a breakthrough. Hui Yuhao inquired with a hint of curiosity, senior brother. If the Tang Sect was indeed as formidable as the legends suggest, why then did it succumb to decline? Bei responded with a gentle smile. You will gradually comprehend this question once you arrive at Shrek Academy. There are numerous intrinsic and extrinsic factors at play. Currently, only a handful of us remain in the Tang Sect, yet this may not be entirely detrimental. At least some of the constraints that once bound us have become increasingly ineffective. As for you, dear junior brother, you have truly astonished me. Hui Yuhao naturally understood that Bei was referring to the soul skill he had just employed, and he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. I was merely experimenting. It would be best if it proved effective. Bei, with a serious demeanor, responded, it is not merely effective. I have no confidence in confronting a 1,000-year soul beast. Had it not been for your extraordinary mental prowess assisting me, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to retreat unscathed moments ago. Previously, during his confrontation with the mandala serpent, at the critical juncture, Bei relied on Hui Yuhao's mental detection to accurately anticipate the serpent's movements each time. Moreover, the most crucial moment occurred when the mandala serpent unleashed its crown. At that instant, within the realm of mental detection, Bei distinctly sensed a luminous quality emanating from the serpent's crown, a perception entirely invisible to his eyes, derived solely from the dimensional experience of Hui Yuhao's mental detection. This enabled him to instinctively react in the nick of time. Otherwise, even the slightest contact with that venomous blood could have prevented his escape. This realization dawned upon Bei regarding the immense significance of the skill Hui Yuhao had just demonstrated in battle. He conservatively estimated that, when facing adversaries, the assistance of Hui Yuhao's skill could elevate his strength by at least 20 to 30%. Such an enhancement is truly remarkable. And this is merely the first skill that Hui Yuhao has displayed. Hui Yuhao, still shaken, remarked, that snake was truly formidable. Senior brother, what kind of soul beast is it? Bei replied, it is known as the mandala snake, renowned for its potent venom, which not only induces paralysis but also inflicts severe damage to the nervous system. It is one of the most terrifying entities among poison attribute soul beasts. Its body is incredibly resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, with only its mouth and eyes serving as vulnerabilities. However, the mandala snake is exceptionally adept at safeguarding these two critical areas, coupled with its astonishing speed. Its most frightening aspect is its aggressiveness. Once it locks onto a target, it seldom relinquishes its pursuit. Chapter 5. A glimpse of the path. Due to its inherent strength and toxicity, the mandala snake has few natural enemies. Before reaching a millennium of cultivation, its body is a deep green, growing a meter every century. As it nears a millennium, its length can approach 10 meters. Upon surpassing the 1,000-year mark, its power condenses, and it undergoes successive molts. Not only does its coloration shift from deep green to pink, but its length retracts to 1 meter, only to grow again at the rate of 1 meter every century. After 2,000 years of cultivation, The pink hue deepens as it continues to shrink. Judging by the color and length of the mandala snake we just encountered, it appears to have over 1,300 years of cultivation. Without your assistance, I would have likely paid a price to slay it. However, Bei did not mention that. Had Hui Yuhao not been present, defeating the mandala snake in conjunction with Tang Yi would not have been overly difficult, or else they would not have ventured into the Stardow forest. As Bei narrated, Hui Yuhao's knowledge expanded. He realized how extraordinary the mandala snake truly was. If it were to reach 10,000 years of cultivation, would it undergo yet another transformation? Bei nodded, saying a 10,000-year mandala snake would turn yellow. And that would indeed be a terrifying entity. Even a Soul King at level 50 would hesitate to provoke a 10,000-year mandala snake. Only a Soul Emperor at level 60 could confidently prevail. Junior brother, while Xiaya absorbs the Soul Ring, tell me about your soul skills. What is the name of the skill you just used, and how long can you maintain it? This is very important. Hui Yuhao had previously received a warning from the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, understanding the necessity of keeping its matters confidential. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Senior brother. The skill I just demonstrated is called Mental Detection Sharing. As you have sensed, it currently operates within a diameter of approximately 30 meters. As my soul power increases in the future, I believe this range will expand. I am uncertain how long I can maintain this ability, but it seems that the consumption of soul power is rather minimal. What? Bei stared at him in astonishment. A skill with such significant capabilities consumes so little soul power? Your spiritual martial soul appears to be extraordinarily potent. And your soul ring is derived from a 10-year soul beast, the wind baboon. This is indeed perplexing. Our Dolua continent has researched martial souls for over 10 millennia. Yet I have never encountered a case such as yours in any of the texts I have perused. It is truly unimaginable. Hui Yuhao lowered his head and said, I am unsure of the situation. After pondering for a moment, Bei smiled and remarked, Little junior brother, there is no need for you to overthink it. The strength of your soul skill is ultimately a positive development. With this foundational soul skill, it is likely that any soul master would be eager to collaborate with you in the future. However, little junior brother, as a spiritual attribute soul master, are you planning to pursue the path of an auxiliary soul master or that of a control-type battle soul master? Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. Uncertain of how to respond, Bei remarked, choosing the path of your cultivation is of paramount importance, as it directly impacts your future selection of soul rings and the inclination of your skills. Although you have only just acquired your first soul ring, your spiritual attribute has already demonstrated immense potential. To limit yourself solely to auxiliary roles would be a regrettable waste. While I cannot predict what spiritual skills you may acquire in the future, I am inclined to guide you towards becoming a control-type battle soul master, focusing on mental manipulation. If all goes well, you might very well become the cornerstone of a team someday. Team. Must a soul master always have a team? Hui Yuhao inquired with curiosity. Throughout his life, he had relied solely on himself for cultivation, navigating his journey without any guidance. Now that he had joined Tang Sect, this senior brother was of utmost significance to him, proving to be even more essential than a teacher. In less than half a day, he had imparted a wealth of knowledge. Bei patiently explained, our profession as soul masters has evolved over countless years, and the concept of teamwork was fully realized through the legendary prowess of our Tang Sect's founder millennia ago. At that time, he and his companions were known as the Shrek Seven Monsters, 7 individuals each possessing formidable abilities, whose combined strength could unleash exponentially greater combat prowess. Since then, the synergy among soul masters has become an indispensable path for development, for the power of an individual is invariably limited. For instance, our recent collaboration significantly eased my efforts in battle. Similarly, Xiaya and I also share various cooperative strategies. Generally, a soul master team comprises no more than 10 members, including defensive battle soul masters, offensive assault-type battle soul masters, and control-type battle soul masters who command the battlefield. These 3 roles are the most pivotal within the team. Additionally, there are auxiliary equipment soul masters, food-type auxiliary soul masters, swift attack-type soul masters, and others, each fulfilling distinct functions within the collective. Hui Yuhao pondered, so, does this mean that you, senior brother, are an assault-type soul master? Bei smiled and nodded, saying, my martial soul is the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which is considered quite formidable among beast martial souls. I specialize in powerful assaults. As for Xiaoya, her martial soul is the blue silver grass, which aligns her with the legendary ancestors of the Tang Sect as a control-type soul master. However, her control primarily manifests through the blue-silver grass. If you were to become a control-type soul master as well, your mental manipulation abilities combined with Xiaoya's blue-silver grass could create a formidable duo. With this dual control, there would be no need for a support-type soul master to lead a powerful team of soul masters. Hui Yuhao nodded earnestly. Senior brother, I will heed your advice. I shall strive towards becoming a control system soul master. However, my innate talent is rather lacking, and my cultivation progresses slowly. At this, he could not help but lower his head. Compared to Bei and Tangya, he was already 11 years old yet had only just attained a first-ring soul. His talent seemed considerably inferior. Bei gently patted Hui Yuhao's head and smiled. Talent is merely one facet of success. It is likely that you have not had proper guidance in your cultivation, and without suitable techniques, your advancement to this point through sheer effort is commendable. Furthermore, your martial spirit is quite exceptional, and its potential for future development is equally promising. Therefore, there is no need for self-pity. Rather, you should dedicate this time to further cultivation. If you can break through to level 30 or above before the age of 20, there is hope for you to become a formidable soul master. Both Tangya and I will do our utmost to assist you. Thank you, senior brother. Hui Yuhao's face was awash with gratitude. Bei kindly patted his shoulder. Meeting you may indeed be a stroke of luck for both Tangya and me. We have swiftly resolved her advancement issue, and once she has absorbed her soul ring, we can return to the academy. This place is not conducive to cultivation. You might first reflect on the cultivation methods of the Xiantian skill that I shared with you. Once we are in a safe location, you can commence your practice. Understood. Hui Yuhao responded respectfully. In his heart, he regarded Bei as a teacher, perhaps even more so than Tangya. Oh, by the way, junior brother, did you not mention that you are unclear about the duration of your skills? Let us conduct an experiment. This pertains to our future cooperation in battle and will help you better understand your abilities and familiarize yourself with your newly acquired skills. Upon Bei's suggestion, Hui Yuhao once again activated the mental detection sharing. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes, and a three-dimensional image within a 30-meter radius reappeared in the minds of both him and Bei. The mental detection was all-encompassing, capable of discerning even the minutest changes with clarity. As Hui Yuhao delved into the intricacies of his two skills, Bei equally felt the benefits derived from the mental amplification. The more he comprehended, the more astonished he became. This mental detection sharing was not merely a supplementary detection, but akin to granting him an additional brain for judgment. Within a 30-meter diameter, every detail was visible, with no blind spots. With this skill, it was as if he possessed countless eyes observing from myriad angles with the utmost scrutiny. What astonished him even further was yet to come. As Hui Yuhao exhibited his soul skill, he appeared remarkably at ease, showing no signs of exhaustion. Through their shared mental probing, they could even perceive the subtle changes in Tangya's body as she integrated her soul rings. Tangya's figure seemed to elongate slightly, her aura rapidly growing stronger, her skin acquiring a newfound luster, and her vitality becoming increasingly robust. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed, and Hui Yuhao's complexion was only slightly pale. Bei silently admired him. Such an extended period of mental probing was already sufficient for a battle. Moreover, Hui Yuhao's ability to mentally probe was not limited to combat. It possessed many other applications, such as searching for soul beasts during their adventures, making it an invaluable skill. If he could indeed extend the range of his probing with his cultivation, it would truly be a remarkable ability. Finally, as he continued to wield his skill for nearly half an hour, Hui Yuhao could no longer sustain it. His body swayed, and he concluded the mental sharing. A sharp pain surged through his brain, and a powerful dizziness nearly caused him to collapse. He quickly sat cross-legged to meditate, striving to restore his depleted soul power and mental energy. This was the first time Hui Yuhao experienced the agony of mental exhaustion. The sensation of his mind being blank was far from pleasant. Bei had been observing him quietly, and when he saw Hui Yuhao, despite his fatigue, managed to sit down and begin meditating, a smile emerged on his face, and he nodded appreciatively. He valued temperament over innate talent. Undoubtedly, this young junior had passed his test in his heart. The absorption of a millennium soul ring requires considerable time. Bei scattered some herbs he carried to ward off soul beasts around them, and fortune favored them. During Tangya's cultivation, only a few 10-year and 100-year soul beasts appeared, all of which Bei successfully drove away. They did not encounter any millennium-level beings, thus navigating the situation without incident. Taking a deep breath, Tangya slowly opened her eyes, her bright gaze sparkling with vitality. reflecting a significant enhancement in her overall spirit. In the journey of a soul master, reaching the 30th level is a crucial milestone. To surpass this threshold and enter the realm of a soul respect is to become a true powerhouse among soul masters, with boundless potential ahead. Conversely, many soul masters with lesser talent spend their entire lives without breaking through the 30th level barrier. She succeeded, Tanya exclaimed with excitement, leaping from the ground. With the activation of her soul power, her 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rapidly ascended from beneath her feet. The most striking was the millennium level purple soul ring, radiating a noble aura. From that moment onward, Tanya's strength had entirely ascended to a new echelon. Bei smiled and said, "Shaya, congratulations." Tanya cheered, suddenly throwing herself into his arms for a heartfelt embrace, exclaiming, Bei, thank you." Bei embraced her delicate form, a smile on her face infused with a touch of affection. "I promise to help you realize your dreams, and I will certainly fulfill that promise." Tanya leaned against Bei's embrace, but inadvertently caught sight of a pair of wide eyes staring at her in astonishment. Suddenly reminded of the presence of others, she hastily extricated herself from Bei's arms and, feeling a bit flustered, addressed the sparkling-eyed Hui Yuhao. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a teacher-student romance before?" Hui Yuhao candidly admitted, "I have never seen it before." As he observed Bei and Tanya embracing each other, an inexplicable sense of envy welled up within him, though he felt no trace of jealousy. Indeed, the elder brother and teacher Xieya appeared to be a perfect match. Bei cleared his throat and said, "All right. Since you have completed the absorption of your soul rings, let us hasten our departure." Over the years, incidents involving soul masters venturing into the Stardow Forest have become increasingly frequent, with thousand-year soul beasts lurking even in the outskirts. "It is best that we leave as soon as possible." Tanya nodded in agreement. "Let us go." By this time, dusk had descended. Yet camping in the Stardow Forest was evidently ill-advised. The 3 of them, disregarding their weariness, swiftly made their exit. With his energy restored, Hui Yuhao activated his mental detection sharing once more, providing them with an added layer of security during their departure from the Stardow Forest, even allowing them to circumvent a thousand-year soul beast that was not particularly aggressive. After an hour of rapid travel, they finally returned to the brook where they had previously enjoyed grilled fish. This location was now several dozen miles away from the Stardow Forest, and the immediate threat had receded significantly. Hui Yuhao, once again conscripted, found himself once more in the role of a fish-grilling chef at Tanya's earnest insistence. However, this time, he was not tasked with catching the fish. Bei merely dipped his right hand into the stream, and with a flash of blue and purple electricity, several stunned catfish floated to the surface, which he then summoned to the bank using his skillful technique. They swiftly acquired their meal. Tanya also produced some food carried by her soul guide device, and the 3 of them gathered to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. In high spirits, Tanya indulged a bit too much and, after satiating her hunger, leaned against a large tree by the campfire and drifted into sleep. In contrast, the more fortunate Hui Yuhao resisted the urge to succumb to slumber despite his physical and mental fatigue, requesting Bei to guide him in the initiation of his first cultivation of the Xiantian Gong. Bei held a deep admiration for Hui Yuhao's diligence. After removing his outer garment to cover Tanya, he proceeded to elucidate some key points regarding the Xiantian Gong cultivation, assisting him in entering a meditative state. The pathways for the Xiantian Gong were significantly more intricate than Hui Yuhao's foundational meditation techniques, involving at least 10 times the meridians he had previously encountered. Many of these channels had never before experienced the flow of soul power. To ensure Hui Yuhao's safety during this practice, Bei settled cross-legged behind him, gently placing his hands against Hui Yuhao's back, gradually infusing his own soul power into him to facilitate the initial circulation of his soul energy. However, as the guidance commenced, Bei's expression grew serious. Hui Yuhao possessed remarkable comprehension and intelligence, yet he undeniably lacked physical aptitude. Upon the entry of Bei's soul power, he discerned that Hui Yuhao's meridians were exceedingly narrow, with some areas alarmingly thin, making it imperative to avoid forceful manipulation. In fact, signs of disorder manifested where multiple meridians converged. At that moment, Bei realized the arduous journey Hui Yuhao had undertaken to reach his current level. Possessing a first soul ring despite the frailty of his meridians, it was evident that his physical constitution was rather poor, comparable even to ordinary individuals who had never awakened their soul power. Contemplating the sheer willpower required to cultivate soul power to level 10, and become a soul master was daunting. Bei, possessing a calm demeanor, found no disappointment in the discovery. Rather, he felt an increased sense of respect. For someone of Hui Yuhao's age to possess such unwavering determination, despite his lesser innate gifts, suggested that he might still achieve greatness in the future. Through his observations of Hui Yuhao's physical condition, Bei speculated that the formidable abilities of Hui Yuhao's spirit and martial soul were likely linked to its mutation. While the mutated martial soul was indeed powerful, it had inflicted considerable harm on Hui Yuhao's body during his childhood. Without proper nurturing, his innate gifts had manifested in their current fragile state. Had he received adequate treatment immediately after birth, perhaps this junior brother of his would have emerged as a prodigy. Bei's conjecture was only partially correct. Hui Yuhao's physical weakness stemmed from the deficiencies caused by the mutation of his martial soul, compounded by a lack of sufficient care thereafter. The formidable prowess of the Lingmu skill is primarily derived from the extraordinary attributes of the Tianming Ice Silkworm, a soul ring of 1,000,000 years' wisdom. As the dark sky gradually transformed into a deep azure, the distant eastern horizon began to reveal a hint of pearly white. Only then did Bei slowly retract his hands. Exhaling deeply, his pale visage betraying an undeniable fatigue. He had devoted an entire night to assisting Hui Yuhao in clearing the meridians within his body, guiding him through the inaugural cycle of the Xiantian Gong. This endeavor proved to be exceedingly arduous, yet it bestowed tremendous benefits upon Hui Yuhao. With a violent expulsion, a mouthful of stagnant blood erupted from Hui Yuhao's lips, and he subsequently opened his eyes. In that moment, Hui Yuhao felt as though all 36,000 pores in his body had unfurled, an unprecedented wave of relief coursing through him. The expelled blood signified the impurities of stagnant qi and blood within his meridians, which, after Bei's relentless efforts throughout the night, were finally rendered unobstructed. While these meridians remained delicate and frail, they were now capable of allowing soul power to circulate, thereby nourishing his cultivation in the future. It could be said that this experience had, to a certain degree, transformed his constitution. Despite Bei being a paragon among his peers and a formidable soul master, he too felt the weight of exhaustion after guiding Hui Yuhao. Little junior brother, rise and gaze towards the east. Follow my lead and concentrate your energy, Bei urged. His voice strained yet firm, pressing his hands upon Hui Yuhao's shoulders. At that moment, Tangya, who had been in deep slumber, suddenly awoke, springing to Bei's side. The trio's eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the eastern horizon, where the gradually brightening pearly white was interspersed with a fleeting wisp of purple aura. Such a subtle phenomenon would have gone unnoticed without extraordinary vision and unwavering focus. The emergence of the purple aura galvanized the trio's spirits, compelling them to hold their breaths, inhaling gently and steadily, their gazes fixated upon the ephemeral violet flicker. The purple aura did not linger long. As the pearly white in the east was enveloped by the rising sun's brilliance, the purple hue vanished entirely. Only then did the three gradually close their eyes, exhaling a prolonged breath of stagnant air. Bei and Tangya each expelled a torrent of white energy resembling silk, which, after several cycles of inhalation and exhalation, slowly dissipated. Though Hui Yuhao's cultivation fell short compared to that of his esteemed teacher, Xiaoya, and his elder brother, the moment he experienced was overwhelmingly profound. As he beheld the distant hint of purple in the eastern horizon, a wave of warmth seemed to cascade into his mind through his spiritual eyes, bestowing upon them an unprecedented clarity. Everything appeared remarkably distinct, as if his perspective had expanded instantaneously. When he closed his eyes, the purple hue gradually permeated his eyelids, and his spiritual eyes instinctively harmonized with this ethereal essence, merging his inner soul power with the purple energy. The initial warmth transformed into a subtle, refreshing coolness, an indescribable comfort enveloping him. This was the purple extreme demon eye, precisely what his teacher, Xiaoya, had described as the most suitable cultivation technique for him. Astonishingly, this was merely the first attempt at cultivation, yet it yielded such remarkable results. Hui Yuhao found that the soul power he had painstakingly cultivated over the months paled in comparison to the effects of this fleeting eastern purple energy. After a full quarter of an hour, the refreshing sensation gradually dissipated. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered a faint, elusive hint of purple within the depths of his clear, deep blue irises. It appeared the results were indeed promising. Tangya observed Hui Yuhao with evident satisfaction. Hui Yuhao hastily rose to his feet, expressing his gratitude with utmost respect. "Thank you, master. Thank you, senior brother." The purple hue in Bei's eyes gradually faded, yet his complexion remained pale. He patted Hui Yuhao on the shoulder and said, "From now on, we are family. There is no need for thanks. I require a moment's rest. It seems we will be delayed in our departure." He turned to teacher Tangya. "Please prepare some food." To his junior brother, he advised, "Practice the Xiantian skill once more to solidify last night's memories." Understood. Hui Yuhao's reverence for his senior brother deepened, and he promptly sat down to channel his soul power according to the technique of the Xiantian skill. With the profound recollection from the previous night and Bei's guidance, he found it significantly easier to mobilize his soul power. The soul power, initially acquired through meditation, began to transform into a gentle white hue as it coursed along the refined pathways of the Xiantian skill, visibly purifying itself of impurities in the process. An hour later, Bei was the first to awaken from his cultivation, his formidable prowess dispelling any fatigue. Tangya handed him some provisions and quietly inquired, "How is it?" Bei smiled slightly and replied, "This time, you were correct. Junior brother possesses great potential. Although his physical condition is subpar, his comprehension is commendable. He is resilient and possesses a calm disposition, truly a promising candidate. Furthermore, the Xiantian skill inherently offers health benefits. Prolonged practice will aid in mending his internal meridians, making it the most suitable technique for him. As for future advancements, it ultimately depends on his own diligence and fate. What we can provide him is merely an open door. How far he can go relies on his own efforts." Tangya softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Bei chuckled. "What has come over you? You seldom thank me. Is it because of junior brother? I hope I won't end up training a rival." Tangya playfully punched him, responding, "You know exactly what I'm thanking you for, so stop pretending." Bei stretched his arms and embraced Tangya, saying, "I confess. My initial agreement to join the Tang Sect was because I developed feelings for you. It was love at first sight. Yet, as I delved deeper into the Tang Sect's profound heritage through our techniques, I realized that despite its decline, if we could revitalize it through our own strength, it would be an intriguing endeavor. Thus, my commitment to the Tang Sect is no longer solely for you. It is also for the sect itself." Tangya blinked her large eyes and queried, "Does this mean that even if I no longer harbor feelings for you, you would still strive for the future of the Tang Sect?" Bei's expression shifted dramatically, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Act normal." "Hee." Tangya laughed. "I simply enjoy seeing your true colors. You usually present yourself with such false decorum. Don't you ever tire of it?" Bei playfully flicked her forehead, retorting, "That's called refinement. Not everyone can wear their emotions on their sleeve like you." Tangya grasped his hand, feigning a pout. "You mustn't flick my forehead again. That is disrespectful to our master. By the way, do you think Xiao Yuhao will be able to persevere in the academy?" Bei shook his head and remarked, "It is difficult to say. It ultimately depends on him. I can only assert that if he truly perseveres and remains in the academy for a full 12 years, his future achievements may even surpass mine." Tangya was taken aback, not expecting such high praise for him. Bei smiled gently and continued, "The uniqueness of his mutated martial soul is remarkable. Allow me to illustrate. The difference between his first and second use of mental detection sharing was evident. This indicates that while he has not yet mastered this skill, it has already provided us with significant enhancements. Moreover, as he mentioned, this skill appears to possess the potential for evolution. If each of his future soul skills can reach this caliber, he is destined to become a top-tier spirit control battle soul master." Tangya replied, "But his self-defense capabilities are somewhat lacking. At least until he reaches a certain level of cultivation." Bei countered, "No, you are mistaken. He does not require self-defense, for even with the soul skill he currently possesses, it ensures he will never lack for companions." Hui Yuhao's cultivation period was even longer than Tangya and Bei had anticipated. This time, his training astonishingly continued until noon. During this interval, Bei checked the operation route of his Xiantian gong several times, without a single error. It can be said that Hui Yuhao had truly made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Upon awakening from his training and consuming a modest meal, the trio set forth on their journey, heading westward. The majority of the Star-Do forest lies within the territory of the Star-Luo Empire, with only a small portion extending into the Heaven-Do Empire. Shrek Academy is situated to the northwest of the Star-Do forest, not too far from its borders. Tangya and Bei chose to enter the Star-Do forest from the south, as this direction harbors relatively fewer formidable soul beasts, rendering it safer. In contrast, the soul beasts in the direction of Shrek Academy are the most powerful. This is due to the frequent excursions of Shrek Academy students into the Star-Do forest to hunt soul beasts. which has led to intense animosity from the powerful soul beast residing within, even resulting in significant incidents where large numbers of soul beasts surged out of the forest to launch a beast tide against Shrek Academy. Consequently, within the academy, any soul master below the rank of Soul King is prohibited from entering the Star-Do forest directly. Even Soul Kings must be accompanied by a mentor to gain entry. Hui Yuhao and his companions made their way towards Shrek Academy, their pace not particularly swift, as they needed to circumvent the Star-Do forest, resulting in a journey nearing 1,000 miles. Along the way, Tang and Bei imparted the profound secrets of the Tang Sect to him. Among them, Hui Yuhao grasped the essence of the Xiantian Gong and the purple extreme demonized the most, while he merely scratched the surface of the crane control and dragon capturing techniques, the ghostly shadow steps, and the Xinyu hand. Hui Yuhao's diligence profoundly astonished Tang and Bei. At merely 11 years of age, he remained committed to his cultivation even amidst their travels. After listening to Bei explain how the continuous use of soul skills could subtly enhance soul power, he resolved to persist in utilizing mental detection for shared insights as long as he could endure. Whenever they paused, he would immediately commence his practice of the Xiantian Gong. While on the road, he simultaneously released skills and contemplated techniques such as Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, and Xinyu hand. It was precisely due to Hui Yuhao's frequent prolonged meditative states during his practice of Xiantian Gong that their journey to Shrek Academy was hindered. However, Bei and Tang did not urge him to hasten. Rather, under his influence, they even extended their own training hours. Xiaoya, if you could exhibit even half of the effort that our junior brother does, with your innate talent, you would likely surpass me by now, Bei remarked. Observing Hui Yuhao, who was seated cross-legged beneath a grand tree, wholly engrossed in his training, Tang rolled her eyes and retorted, "Are you truly working hard?" As if you could ever compare to Hui Yuhao. Yet, she sensed that he harbored some internal conflict, driven by emotions that compelled his relentless effort. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Bei smiled and said, "Having a goal is never a bad thing, especially since he is still young. Under our subtle influence, his inner turmoil will eventually resolve. The most crucial thing for him now is to break through the 30th level before he turns 20. At that moment, Hui Yuhao emerged from his meditation, a faint white aura swirling around his mouth and nose. As he opened his eyes, a brilliant golden light flickered within his clear gaze, his spiritual eyes appearing even more perceptive. Hui Yuhao's diligent cultivation is undoubtedly aimed at achieving prominence. Yet the more significant aspect lies in the remarkable transformation of his physique following the mastery of the Xiantian Gong. With the assistance of Bei and Tang, his physical condition has seen considerable improvement. The Xiantian Gong is indeed an exceptional martial art. They have been traveling for 4 days, during which Hui Yuhao has also diligently practiced the Xiantian Gong. Over these 4 days, his soul power has been entirely converted into the soul power utilized for the cultivation of Xiantian Gong. Throughout this transformation, his previously chaotic and impure soul power has gradually become refined. After each session of cultivation, a warm sensation envelopes his entire being, providing an indescribable comfort that surpasses even the restorative effects of sleep. Although the overall increase in soul power is modest, the complete replacement with the pure soul power of Xiantian Gong allows Hui Yuhao to distinctly perceive enhancements in his bodily functions and the endurance of his soul power. Such palpable progress is unprecedented in his cultivation journey, so how could he not strive with all his might? Little Yuhao, you cannot remain so tense all the time. You must take a moment to rest, Tang admonished earnestly. Otherwise, if this continues for too long, you will surely become nothing more than a wooden puppet. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, "Yes, teacher Tang." Tang chuckled softly. "Do not be so earnest and obedient. It is rather dull. Come now. We are almost at the academy. You have been engrossed in your training these past few days, and I have not had the chance to share some important information regarding the academy. It is perfect timing for you to take a moment to relax and allow your mind to refresh while I impart some insights." Chapter 6. The First Academy of Dolua Continent O. Hui Yuhao had initially intended to continue pondering the grappling techniques that Bei had taught him yesterday, but Tang Yi's words momentarily distracted him. The three of them rose and set off, with Tang Yi providing Hui Yuhao an introduction to the history of Shrek Academy as they walked. Founded over 10,000 years ago, Shrek, derived from ancient language, signifies monster. Thus, the original founders of Shrek Academy aimed to establish a school for extraordinary beings. The Academy's earliest motto declared its ambition to cultivate only monsters, not ordinary individuals. Referring to genius talents. Even the founder of the continent's premier sect, Tang Sect, was an alumnus of Shrek Academy. It was during his generation that the academy first achieved its remarkable glory, with only 7 students, collectively known in the annals of Shrek's history as the Shrek Seven Monsters. The tale of the Shrek Seven Monsters has long been celebrated across the continent, with the most renowned among them being the husband and wife duo who led the Tang Sect. Although the Tang Sect eventually waned, Shrek Academy remained steadfast, evolving alongside the times to become the foremost academy on the continent. Today, Shrek Academy holds a position of paramount importance, a status fundamentally rooted in the continental war that ensued over 4,000 years ago following the collision of the Sun and Moon continent with Doloa continent. Initially, the 3 great empires of Doloa continent, divided in purpose, found themselves at a disadvantage during the war's onset, with the armies of the Sun and Moon continent even breaching deep into Doloa continent. At this critical juncture, the Academy's dean rallied the forces, calling forth nearly 60 titled dual-level superpowers from across the continent, who temporarily assumed command of the 3 armies. This formidable coalition decisively vanquished the forces of the Sun and Moon Empire, ultimately securing victory in the war and unifying the continent under the name Doloa continent. The Sun and Moon Empire, forced to cede territory and pay reparations, barely retained its existence. Its military might significantly diminished. No longer capable of contending with the coalition of the 3 great empires, reduced to the strength of merely 1. This battle catapulted Shrek Academy to fame, not only for amassing 60 titled duos but also because the Academy's dean became the supreme commander of the 3 armies. Under his compelling leadership, the royal families of the 3 empires were astonished to discover that nearly all commanding generals hailed from Shrek Academy. With the dean's unified command, the coalition of the 3 great empires experienced an unprecedented era of harmony. It is precisely due to the complete unification of the powers of the 3 great empires that remarkable achievements were attained. Since that time, Shrek Academy has existed independently, no longer belonging to any single nation. The Academy has produced a succession of exceptionally wise deans, although it holds a prestigious status on the continent. It does not seek glory for itself and maintains an impartial stance towards all nations. It does not possess private armies, and the number of faculty members is kept within certain limits. Consequently, Shrek Academy has always remained a true institution of learning, instilling no sense of crisis in any nation. Thus, not only has it endured, but its esteemed position on the continent is one that no nation can easily shake. Shrek Academy is situated in the southeastern region of the Heavenly Soul Empire, with the Star Do Forest to its southeast, the Do Ling Empire to the east, and the Xing Luo Empire to the south. It can be described as being at the very heart of the confluence of the 3 great empires. Tang Yi informed Huiyu how that Shrek Academy is divided into 2 parts, the outer court and the inner court. Each year, approximately 1,000 new students are admitted. Yet the total number of students has never exceeded 5,000. The journey from entering Shrek Academy to graduating in all subjects takes a full 12 years, indicating that the annual attrition rate is exceedingly high. Those who fail to pass the Academy's assessments are ruthlessly expelled. However, those who do manage to graduate from Shrek Academy are all exceptional talents, making it a veritable cradle of the strong. The Heavenly Soul Empire, the Do Ling Empire, and the Xing Luo Empire often elevate the number of admissions to Shrek Academy to a matter of political significance, highlighting the renown of this illustrious institution. Conversely, the Sun Moon Empire, perhaps due to its animosity towards Shrek Academy, has never sought to send representatives to study there. The Sun Moon Empire also boasts several prestigious academies that have developed significantly over the millennia. However, its military strength remains constrained by earlier agreements, preventing substantial expansion. And on the surface, the Sun Moon Empire continues to maintain a low profile. Yuhao, once you enter the academy, you will begin your training in the outer court. The outer court is divided into various departments. For now, you should focus on the control department while also taking courses in the soul guidance department. What do you think? Tang Yi remarked, having provided a brief overview of Shrek Academy. Teacher Shaya, what is the soul guidance department? Huiyu Hao inquired. Tang Yi explained. The soul guidance department focuses on the manufacture of soul guidance weapons. There was a hint of bitterness in her voice when she mentioned soul guidance weapons. Soul guidance weapons? Huiyu Hao still appeared perplexed, given that Shrek Academy is currently the foremost institution on the continent. It was understandable that his sheltered upbringing had limited his exposure to such knowledge. seeing Tang Ye's discomfort. Bei interjected to clarify for Hui Yuhao. As for soul guidance devices, they are closely related to our Tang Sect. In a sense, soul guidance devices are weapons powered by soul energy. The higher the quality of these devices, the greater their destructive capability. In other words, even if one is merely a soul master, possessing a formidable soul-guiding device can bestow a considerable degree of offensive capability. The evolution of soul-guiding devices is fundamentally responsible for the decline of our Tang Sect. Over 4,000 years ago, our sect flourished immensely. The collision between the Sun and Moon continent is the primary cause of our downfall. Tang Ye spoke with bitterness, lamenting that our Tang Sect was renowned for its hidden weapons, which also served as our main economic source. Historically, nearly every nation would procure a certain quantity of our concealed armaments, including various sections. After the collision between the Sun and Moon continent and our Daloa continent over 4,000 years ago, war ensued swiftly. The armies of the three great empires, equipped with our Tang Sect's crafted hidden weapons, clashed with those of the Sun and Moon Empire. Although the Sun and Moon Empire lacked strength in terms of soul masters, they possessed unique research and soul-guiding devices. Those devices, powered by soul energy, surpassed our hidden weapons in overall potency and attack range. Consequently, the initial stages of the war saw our Daloa continent's three great empires suffer heavy losses. Although victory was ultimately achieved, the efficacy of our Tang Sect's hidden weapons came under immense scrutiny. Following this, nations drastically reduced their procurement of our crafted weapons. While our Tang Sect had amassed considerable wealth, the first generation of masters decided that a significant portion of the income be donated to improve the living conditions of impoverished regions and to construct schools and other public facilities. Thus, we found ourselves with little surplus. At that time, the Tang Sect boasted thousands of members. The speed of our decline was astonishingly rapid. Within merely 2 centuries, the once preeminent sect of the continent became a shadow of its former self. By the time it reached my generation, only my parents and I remained. Tragically, during a conflict while hunting spirit beasts, my parents departed from my life, leaving me as the sole remaining descendant of the Tang Sect. As she recounted this sorrowful tale, tears streamed down Tang Ye's smooth and delicate face, her fist clenched tightly in anguish. Hui Yuhao murmured, "Teacher Tang Ye, does our Tang Sect's hidden weapons truly pale in comparison to those soul guidance devices?" Tang Ye sighed and replied, "In certain respects, it can indeed be said so. The Sun and Moon continent has not only brought forth soul guidance devices but also an abundance of rich mineral resources. These precious minerals serve as excellent conduits for soul power, making them particularly suitable for the crafting of soul guidance devices. Consequently, over the ensuing millennia, the rapid advancement of soul guidance devices has rendered our Tang Sect's hidden weapons increasingly obsolete. However, when it comes to intricacy and ingenious design, our hidden weapons undoubtedly surpass those of the soul guidance devices, especially the top-tier ones. The crafting of such hidden weapons, though, is remarkably complex." Bei patted Tang Ye's head and remarked, "The development of soul guidance devices has indeed posed a significant challenge to our Tang Sect's hidden weapons. When I first met Xiaoya, she stubbornly believed that hidden weapons were inherently superior to soul guidance devices. Yet, the reality is that the capability of soul guidance devices to replace our Tang Sect's hidden weapons as the weapon of choice for various factions is quite justified. Primarily, this is due to their widespread acceptance, particularly for those soul masters who lack offensive capabilities. The advent of soul guidance devices has almost instantaneously transformed them into battle soul masters, requiring nothing more than the expenditure of soul power. Therefore, after discussions with Xiaoya, we have resolved that for our Tang Sect to flourish, we cannot remain stagnant as we once did, ensconced in our own world. If we aspire to restore the former glory of our Tang Sect, we must not only comprehend the essence of soul guidance devices, but also integrate the craftsmanship of our hidden weapons with those devices, creating even more formidable soul guidance devices. Only through such means can our Tang Sect uncover opportunities for advancement. Thus, every disciple of our Tang Sect must, in addition to cultivating their own martial souls, also study the art of soul guidance devices." Hui Yuhao remarked, "Teacher Xiaoya, senior brother, given the formidable nature of soul guiding devices, how did the Sun-Moon Empire initially succumb to our Three Kingdoms alliance?" Bei responded with a calm smile, "That is because, while the soul guiding devices were indeed powerful at the time, even the mightiest among them could not rival the strength of a titled Dalaw. However, over the course of several thousand years, particularly potent soul-guiding devices have begun to emerge, some of which even pose a threat to tidal duos. Yet, there exists an inherent limitation. The more formidable the soul-guiding device, the greater the soul master required to wield it. Without sufficient soul power, the device's effectiveness is severely constrained. Consequently, after the unification of our two continents, an intriguing phenomenon has arisen. We have endeavored to learn the craft of soul-guiding device creation, while the Sun-Moon Empire has focused on nurturing powerful soul masters. After millennia, it seems a certain equilibrium has been achieved. With waned.A and Tang Sect's introductions, Hui Yuhao finally formed a preliminary impression of Shrek Academy. After Tang Sect wiped away her tears with waned.A's sleeve, she turned to Hui Yuhao and said, "Little Yuhao, what is most crucial for you now is to remain at Shrek Academy. waned.A and I are already third-year students, having obtained a 1,000-year soul ring. I should have no trouble advancing to the fourth year alongside him. Once we enter the fourth year, the elimination rate becomes considerably lower. In a few years, we will all have the opportunity to study in the inner court. However, your situation is different. You have just entered the academy as a first-year student, where competition is at its fiercest. The academy conducts a new student assessment every 3 months, and only those who pass will be allowed to stay. Although our Tang Sect has a quota for exemption from entrance exams, your continued presence at the academy hinges solely on your own abilities. This is something no one can assist you with. Do you understand?" Hui Yuhao nodded earnestly and said, "Teacher Tang Sect, I will exert myself to the utmost. However, given your and senior brother's remarkable abilities, why are you not yet students of the Inner Academy?" Tang Sect replied, "It is not an easy feat to gain admission to the Inner Academy of Shrek Academy. The Academy's motto has remained unchanged throughout its history. The Outer Academy was established later, in response to the demands of the 3 great empires, to cultivate more talents. However, only those who enter the Inner Academy are, in a certain sense, the true students of Shrek Academy. All of them are undoubtedly geniuses, eccentric talents, or even monsters. Outer Academy students face an examination upon reaching the 6th grade. Those who pass are eligible for graduation. Only a select few of the most outstanding individuals have the opportunity to undergo another assessment for the Inner Academy, and only upon passing that can they gain entry. The study within the Inner Academy lasts for 6 years. It is said that those who graduate from the Inner Academy are at least Soul Emperor level. They receive the most prestigious offers from all nations, including the Sun-Moon Empire." How impressive! Hui Yuhao felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Secretly pondering that if one day he could become a graduate of the Inner Academy, he would return to the Duke's mansion to retrieve his mother's remains, and she would find peace. As he entertained this thought, his fist clenched tightly. waned.A spoke earnestly, "It is beyond impressive. I once met a senior from the Inner Academy who entered the Star-Do Forest alone and defeated 3 10,000-year soul beasts with bare hands without harming them, bringing them back to the Academy. It was reportedly his task for the 10th grade assessment." Tang Sect added, "I have also heard of a 12th grade senior who, upon graduation, had already reached the Soul Sage level above level 70 and possessed a red 100,000-year soul ring. That senior was later retained in the Academy to be groomed as the next dean." Listening to their accounts, Hui Yuhao felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. His time spent with Tang Sect and waned.A had made him acutely aware of the immense benefit a good teacher could provide in his cultivation. Undoubtedly, Shrek Academy was the finest choice. He silently vowed that no matter how great the effort required, he would strive to remain in the Outer Academy and eventually gain admission to the Inner Academy of Shrek. With such thoughts in mind, Hui Yuhao could not help but ponder the various Tang Sect secret arts as he walked. The introduction to Shrek Academy by Tang Sect and waned.A had completely ignited the flames of ambition within him. Seeing Hui Yuhao's expression, Tang Sect and waned.A exchanged knowing smiles. Had they not been in a similar state of excitement when they first entered Shrek Academy? Several hours later, Hui Yuhao finally beheld the location of Shrek Academy. Rather than a mere academy, it resembled a grand city. Emerging from a thicket along the main road, he saw towering city walls stretching across the horizon on the vast plain. Shrek Academy was established atop the Limai Plain, occupying an expansive area, and was indeed a city in its own right, known as Shrek City. In the realm of Doloa continent, Shrek City stands as one of the foremost metropolises, home to over 2 million inhabitants. The Shrek Academy holds exclusive governance over this city, exempt from taxation by any nation, a privilege unmatched by other academies, including those of the Sun-Moon Empire. Notably, Shrek Academy is not situated in the heart of Shrek City, but rather in its eastern expanse, facing the direction of the Star-Do Forest. Shrek City boasts extensive transportation networks in all cardinal directions. rendering it a pivotal commercial hub at the intersection of the three great empires of Dolua continent. The presence of Shrek Academy ensures exceptional public safety, fostering an environment where trade is not only equitable but also instills a sense of security among merchants. Consequently, traders from the three empires often prefer to conduct their international dealings within Shrek City. The southern, western, and northern gates of Shrek City permit free entry and exit, while the eastern gate is exclusively reserved for Shrek Academy. Under the guidance of Bei and Tangya, Huiyuhao arrived at the eastern city gate. Despite the fact that this gate is exclusively utilized by Shrek Academy, it was bustling with activity at that moment. Outside the eastern city gate, a crowd of over 5,000 had gathered, creating an atmosphere far more vibrant than that within the city itself. Numerous vendors had already taken action, suggesting that the scene outside the city was far more lively than inside. Little junior brother, you have arrived just in time for the Academy's recruitment of new students, and you will smoothly join this year's freshman cohort, 3 years below me and Xiaoyu. These ordinary freshmen must not only pass an assessment but also possess recommendation letters from at least a main city level in the three great empires. This time of year is always the most bustling period in our Shrek City. Huiyuhao inquired softly, Senior brother, is the assessment exceedingly challenging? Bei hesitated momentarily, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Tangya. With refreshing candor, Tangya responded, he will inevitably discover the truth in due time. This knowledge will serve as his motivation for future endeavors. It's best to inform him. She continued, Little Yuhao. There are 2 prerequisites for admission to the outer court of Shrek Academy. First, one must not exceed the age of 12, and second, one's soul power must be no less than level 15. From the perspective of the assessment alone, you do not meet the criteria. She refrained from adding further encouragement for Huiyuhao to exert himself more, as he was already striving diligently enough. Huiyuhao solemnly inquired, will the first assessment 3 months hence also evaluate soul power? Given his constitution, it would be utterly impossible for him to elevate his soul power from level 11 to level 15 within that time frame. Bei shook his head and replied, no. The assessments at Shrek Academy are always grounded in practical combat. A teacher once remarked that any data pales in comparison to the reality of actual combat. Huiyuhao nodded vigorously. Teacher Xiaoyu, senior brother, perhaps I may not measure up to the majority of the new students who have enrolled, but I am determined to surpass most of them in the future. His tone exuded a tranquility beyond his years, while his bright eyes shone with an unwavering resolve. Bei, towering over Huiyuhao, wrapped an arm around his shoulder and said, let us proceed. If you can endure the next 3 months, I believe you will reach the end. Bei and Tangya guided Huiyuhao through the throngs of people, arriving at the East City Gate. At the East City Gate stood a group of young men and women, all approximately their age, clad in yellow attire adorned with a green emblem on their chests. These were the uniforms of the 2nd and 3rd year students from the outer court of Shrek Academy. Upon spotting Bei, the young scholars immediately stood in reverence. Senior brother Bei, you have returned. Bei greeted each of them with a smile and exchanged a few words with the leader of the group. The student glanced at Huiyuhao and nodded affirmatively. There was no room for doubt regarding senior brother Bei's words. You may take this young brother inside to register. Bei smiled and gave a thumbs up, expressing gratitude. Let us treat the brothers to a good meal. The individual responded jovially. That's settled then. We won't miss the chance to enjoy a feast. Bei exchanged a high five with him, assuring, you won't be disappointed. With that, he and Tangya led Huiyuhao through the East City Gate, a symbol of Shrek Academy's entrance. Not far away, a newly enrolled student who had just completed the registration assessment inquired of the senior student overseeing his assessment. Senior, who was that senior just now? That was senior brother Bei, known as Bei, affectionately nicknamed Thunderous Bei. He possesses the outstanding Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul and is exceptionally gifted. By the age of 13, he had already surpassed the 30th level, and it is said that he is now close to the 40th level of cultivation, poised to break through to the Soul Master rank within the next year or 2. He is undoubtedly one of the strongest in our outer court. If it weren't for his companionship with junior sister Tangya, his formidable strength would have allowed him to take the 5th year assessment long ago. Should he reach the 40th level, even the 6th year assessment would pose little challenge for him. Not only is senior brother Bei powerful, but he is also exceptionally amiable. He is regarded as the most well-liked individual in our outer court. Moreover, he is a prince charming in the hearts of many female students. However, his affections are devoted solely to junior sister Tangya, having turned down countless confessions from admirers. It is rumored that even senior students from the inner court have feelings for him. Everyone predicts that within 2 years, senior brother Bei will surely enter the inner court. As Bei and Tang escorted Hui Yuhao into Shrek Academy, the environment was strikingly different from the grand and solemn imagery he had envisioned. The academy boasted a picturesque setting, adorned with a rich variety of flourishing vegetation. As they strolled along the broad avenue, no matter which direction they gazed, they could see no less than 10 different types of meticulously pruned plants. After walking 200 meters, several enormous statues came into view, obstructing their line of sight. The statues number no less than 10, each standing at a towering height of 10 meters, meticulously carved from the most resilient granite. In the front row, 3 statues are prominently displayed, with the central figure depicting an elderly man, adorned with spectacles, his face radiating warmth and cheerfulness. He possesses a medium build, slightly plump, embodying the essence of a genial gentleman. Bei turned to Hui Yuhao and said, "The gentleman in the center is none other than the founder of our Shrek Academy, the first Dean, Flander. To his left stands one of my ancestors, Yu Shaojiang, renowned as the master, who established the foundational teachings of the various departments within the academy, as well as the 10 core competencies of the spirit world. My mother is a direct descendant of his. The woman to his right is also an ancestor, Lu Erlong, the wife of the master. Together with Dean Flander, they are known as the Golden Triangle. If Dean Flander is credited with the creation of Shrek Academy, then the master is its true soul, having personally nurtured the legendary Shrek 7 monsters that followed. The statue of the master portrays a somewhat gaunt middle-aged man, while Lu Erlong is depicted as an elegant middle-aged woman. Behind them, 7 additional statues stand. When Hui Yuhao's gaze fell upon the foremost statue, he involuntarily shuddered. It represented a tall, handsome man, notable for his strikingly unusual eyes. An emblem resembling a king's insignia adorned his forehead, and despite being merely a statue, it exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Behind the Golden Triangle, the 7 statues commemorate the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters of yore. Leading the ranks is the White Tiger Dolua, Dai Mubai, followed by the Sausage Dolua, Oscar, and third is our Tang Sect's ancestor, the Thousand-Hand Dolua, Tang San. Among the 7, Tang San is the most strikingly handsome. His long blue hair cascading behind him, clad in simple yet sturdy attire, with tendrils of blue vines entwining his statue, emblematic of his blue-silver, grass martial spirit. A subtle smile graces his lips as his gaze is vividly directed toward the 5th figure, a woman with scorpion braids. The 4th statue is the evil Phoenix Dolua, Ma Hongjun, and the 5th represents our Tang Sect ancestor's wife, the soft-boned Dolua, Xiao Wu, said to have once been a soul beast of 100,000 years that transformed into human form. Further back stands the 9 treasures Dolua, Ning Rongrong, acclaimed as the strongest support spirit master, who is the wife of the Sausage Dolua, while the last figure, the Ghost Dolua, Zhu Qing, is the spouse of the White Tiger Dolua Dai Mubai. The 7 statues of the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters are diverse in form, and their status as titled Doluos alone attests to their remarkable strength. Tang's gaze remained fixed on the statue of the Thousand-Hand Dolua, Tang San. The Golden Triangle and the first generation of the Shrek 7 monsters laid the foundation of Shrek Academy. Over the millennia, the Academy has produced countless talented individuals and formidable champions, yet these statues remain fixed in number, never increasing beyond 10. Bei then informed Hui Yuhao, "From here, we must part ways. To the left lies the Martial Soul Department, while to the right is the Soul Guidance Department. These are the 2 major divisions of Shrek Academy, both external faculties. Comparatively, the Martial Soul Department is larger, while the Soul Guidance Department is more compact, with numerous subdivisions within the Martial Soul Department. First, we shall proceed to enroll in the Martial Soul Academy, for one must first pass the initial assessment for new students to qualify for registration in the Soul Guidance Division." Hui Yuhao's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the 10 statues, and he found himself reflecting on the legendary tales his mother had once recounted. A profound sense of awe coursing through him. Proceeding left from the statues, the path remained wide enough to accommodate 4 or 5 horse-drawn carriages side by side, with a signpost indicating the lakeside path. Beyond the verdant shade of the trees on his right, a vast expanse of water could be faintly discerned. This indicated that behind the 10 statues of the Golden Iron Triangle and the Shrek 7 monsters lay a magnificent lake. Tangya noticed Hui Yuhao's admiration and couldn't help but express her pride. That artificial lake, named the Sea God Lake, was constructed in honor of our Tang Sect ancestor, the Thousand-Handed Dolua Tang San. According to legend, our ancestor Tang San inherited the divine essence of the sea god. The Sea God Lake is extensive, fed by underground springs. Our Shrek Academy's inner courtyard is situated on the island at the heart of the lake. All outer courtyard disciples take great pride in being able to set foot on the island. Bei cast a deep glance toward the sea god lake, his eyes shimmering with steadfast determination. Indeed, the sea god lake was vast. Following the lakeside path southward, they walked for nearly a quarter of an hour before veering westward. After another lengthy stroll, the path began to narrow, revealing a spacious rectangular plaza before them. A sign marked the area as Shrek Plaza. Behind it stood towering teaching buildings, each adorned in different hues, primarily white, yellow, purple, and black. Gazing further northward from Shrek Plaza, he noticed a cluster of gray teaching buildings. Bei pointed toward the teaching buildings on the opposite side of the plaza, explaining, the colors of the buildings signified different grades, distinguished by the colors of soul rings. White represents the freshman building, akin to the lowest tier of a 10-year soul ring. Yellow is designated for the second and third-year outer courtyard students, while purple is for the fourth and fifth-year classes. The black building is reserved for sixth-year students. Those who emerge from the black building are already eligible to receive their outer courtyard graduation certificates. The distant gray buildings belong to the Soul Guidance Department, which occupied roughly one-third of the main teaching area, while the Martial Spirit Department comprised the remaining two-thirds. Beyond the foremost teaching buildings, numerous specialized facilities could be found, such as battle arenas, assessment zones, dormitories, and faculty offices. The white freshman building was located at the southernmost point, closest to the lakeside path. As Hui Yuhao and his companions traversed the southern side of Shrek Plaza, they entered this teaching building. Given that it was the enrollment period for new students, the freshman building buzzed with activity, as several newly admitted students who had successfully passed their assessments were registering, with Bei and Tanya guiding him. Hui Yuhao's enrollment process proceeded smoothly. The tuition fee was covered by Bei, amounting to a staggering 10 gold soul coins for a single academic year, excluding meal expenses. Should one be unable to continue their studies due to failing assessments, the tuition fees shall not be refunded. After receiving the dormitory key, 2 sets of school uniforms, and a white freshman badge, Hui Yuhao followed Tanya and Bei out of the freshman teaching building. Tanya remarked, "Little Yuhao, the dormitory is just behind the teaching building. That largest structure in the academy, is it? You can make your way there by yourself shortly. The new academic year commences in 3 days, so you may take this time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. We have covered your tuition for the first year, but from then on, it will be up to you." The academy hosts various competitions, all of which offer monetary rewards. Additionally, as you are now a soul master, upon registering at the academy, you will receive a monthly stipend issued by the 3 great empires. If you budget wisely, it should suffice for your meals. Hui Yuhao committed Tang Ya's words to memory as he prepared to bid farewell to teacher Xiaoya and his senior brother. Meanwhile, Bei furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at a notice in the nearby bulletin board. Hui Yuhao did not need to step forward. A slight manipulation of his soul power activated the formidable visual acuity of his spiritual eye, enabling him to read the words on the notice with clarity. His mother had taught him to recognize characters from a young age, and although he had never formally attended school, Yuhao's literacy was commendable. The notice stated that the head teacher for the freshman class was Zhou, while the head teacher for the second freshman class was also Zhou. Zhou? It seems I am indeed in the first freshman class. Due to his early registration, Hui Yuhao was directly assigned to the first freshman class. Tang Yao also noticed what Bei was focused on and exclaimed in a hushed voice, "Ah? How could it be that Zhou, that eccentric old lady? Isn't she supposed to be teaching the 3rd grade? Why has she been assigned to the freshmen?" Bei responded with a bitter smile. "I heard that teacher Zhou was excessively strict while teaching the 3rd grade students, resulting in only 1 out of 10 in her class advancing to the 4th grade. Moreover, she was reported multiple times by students to the academy, which led to her demotion to the freshman class. Junior brother, you must exercise caution. Although there are few monstrous students in Shrek Academy South Outer Court, there are many formidable teachers, with this teacher Zhou being the most notable." Chapter 7. Freshman enrollment. Listening to Bei's introduction of the teacher who would soon instruct him, Hui Yuhao was taken aback. "Elder brother, does the academy not intervene in such conduct?" Bei replied softly, "Though teacher Zhou is stern, she is genuinely a good teacher. Every student who has successfully advanced in her class has spoken highly of her. Her strictness primarily manifests in her high expectations and rigorous teaching methods. However, nearly a quarter of the students who have been taught by teacher Zhou and advanced have entered the inner court. This statistic ranks among the highest in the entire academy. The commotion surrounding her was so significant that she was demoted to the freshman grade. Yet, as long as you are diligent and exceptional, there are only advantages to be gained under Teacher Zhou's guidance. Hu Yuhao exhaled in relief and said, I see. Teacher Xiaoya, senior brother. You may continue with your tasks. I shall return to my dormitory first. Bei smiled faintly and replied, Very well. Teacher Xiaoya and I must also proceed to our upgrade assessments. If we succeed in the evaluations, we shall advance to the 4th year. I reside in dormitory 316. So feel free to find me there should you need anything. Indeed, Bei and Tang Yu had a multitude of matters to attend to. Tang Yu was particularly eager to obtain her 3rd spirit ring in order to successfully navigate the 4th year advancement examinations. After their promotion, even more responsibilities awaited them. Hu Yuhao had ventured alone into the Star-Do forest and acquired a spirit ring, demonstrating his formidable ability to care for himself, thus alleviating any concerns they might have had. As he traversed the expanse between the pristine white freshman teaching building and the yellow structures designated for the 2nd and 3rd years, Hu Yuhao soon beheld the dormitory building. The dormitory sprawled across a vast area. Although it was a single structure, it was adorned with hues of white, yellow, purple, and black, clearly representing the living quarters for students of different grades from the 4 teaching buildings. It stood an impressive 6 stories tall. Hu Yuhao arrived at the entrance of the white building, where an elderly man, seemingly advanced in years, sat. The man was clad in a gray cloth robe, and the wrinkles on his face appeared capable of simultaneously crushing more than a dozen flies. His eyes were a dull yellow, with drooping eyelids, presenting a visage of a life nearing its twilight. The sunlight filtering through the buildings cascaded perfectly upon him, and his half-reclining chair seemed quite comfortable. Hu Yuhao stepped forward respectfully and said, Greetings, esteemed elder. I'm a new student here to check into my dormitory. Do you need to inspect my student badge? Without raising his head, the elderly man extended his trembling right hand, and a hoarse, subdued voice emerged. Please show me your badge and dormitory key. Hu Yuhao hurriedly handed it over. The elderly man waved it before his eyes and then returned it to him, instructing him to go. Dormitory 108 is the 3rd room on the left on the 1st floor. The 4th floor is designated for female students, and entry is strictly prohibited. Any violation will result in expulsion. Thank you, sir. Hu Yuhao bowed deeply to the old man once more before making his way into the dormitory building. The old man remained in his original position, murmuring, a rare polite child. As he spoke, a few more freshmen passed by, seemingly oblivious to the elderly figure by the entrance, entering the building without a second glance. The old man did not hinder them but sat there, drowsy and indifferent. Under the guidance of the elder, Hu Yuhao swiftly located his dormitory. The student accommodations were arranged in a long corridor of a tube building, with dormitory doors lining both sides, each marked with a number. It was evident that the interior of the dormitory building had aged, having been in use for many years. At each end of the corridor, there was a communal restroom. When he unlocked the door, a wave of stale air rushed out, prompting Hu Yuhao to step aside hastily. After a moment, he took a deep breath and rushed inside, flinging open the window. The room had evidently been unoccupied for over a month, as a layer of dust coated every surface. While the window aired out the space, Hu Yuhao took a moment to survey the dormitory's arrangement. The room was modest, roughly 10 square meters, with 2 beds occupying most of the area. Aside from that, there was merely a table and 2 metal wardrobes. A single light fixture hung from the ceiling, and several metallic protrusions adorned the walls. Bei had informed him that the light was a simple soul guide device, requiring the infusion of soul power to illuminate. Those metallic protrusions served as the points for infusing soul power. After a brief ventilation, the once murky air in the dormitory finally cleared, and as Hu Yuhao gazed around the small space, an indescribable excitement welled within him. From this day forth, this would be his residence for the coming year. It appeared he would also have a roommate. He decided to tidy up first. As the saying goes, a poor child must mature early. Despite his noble lineage, Hu Yuhao had lived a life less fortunate than many commoners. With the little money he had, he purchased a basin and a used rag from the student supply store outside the dormitory and immediately commenced his cleaning endeavor. In just half an hour, through his meticulous effort, he had eradicated all the dust and grime from every corner, leaving the space spotless. Although the dormitory remained stark in its simplicity, it now exuded a refreshing atmosphere. Hu Yuhao had no intention of purchasing bedding. The wooden bed sufficed for someone devoted to diligent cultivation. Feeling a pang of hunger, he ventured out to inquire about the location of the cafeteria. He then bought the cheapest meal container from the student supply store before heading to the dining hall. Each grade had its designated cafeteria, located just behind the dormitory area. Upon entering the freshman cafeteria, Hui Yuhao was taken aback. The hall was quite sparse. Devoid of tables and chairs, resembling an open space with only a side area for washing hands and utensils. The inner side featured windows for purchasing meals, each marked with prices. There were a total of 8 windows, each offering different dishes, with prices escalating from right to left. Was it truly the case that there was nowhere to sit while dining? The entrance bore a notice stating that no food was permitted to be taken outside. After a brief moment of astonishment, Hui Yuhao approached the farthest and most affordable window to purchase a meal, stir-fried greens and white rice. Surprisingly, even the cheapest meal tasted delightful. Having something to eat was already a blessing. Moreover, it was quite economical, costing only 2 copper coins. With a monthly allowance of 1 gold coin, he could manage to save a bit while ensuring he had enough for meals. As he ate, Hui Yuhao observed the cafeteria and noted that the most expensive window priced its offerings in gold soul coins. Yet, it was a thought he scarcely dared to entertain. After hastily finishing his meal, Hui Yuhao returned directly to his dormitory. As the saying goes, a slow bird must take flight early to enter the forest. He was acutely aware of the gap between himself and his fellow students, and thus could not afford to squander a single moment. Seated cross-legged upon the hard wooden bed, Hui Yuhao swiftly entered a meditative state to commence his cultivation of the Xiantian skill. Although his pace of advancement paled in comparison to Bei and Tang, he nevertheless recognized a significant improvement in himself. Since altering his focus to the Xiantian skill, he was at least able to perceive daily progress, which was a considerable enhancement from before. Moreover, during the past few days of cultivation, his previously mixed and impure soul power had been entirely transformed into the essence of the Xiantian skill. This newly refined soul power bore a particular effectiveness for him, as the Xiantian skill, in its operation, nourished his meridians autonomously. Though the benefits were not yet overtly apparent, Bei had assured him that with sustained effort over time, it would undoubtedly contribute to the enhancement of his physical constitution. Hui Yuhao had meticulously arranged his daily schedule, dedicating each morning to the cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye. He allocated an hour to practice the control crane and capture dragon technique, the ghostly shadow step, the Xianyu hand, and various grappling techniques taught by Bei. The remainder of his time, aside from meals, was devoted entirely to perfecting the Xiantian gong. Soul power forms the foundation of a soul master, and he knew he must invest greater effort into mastering the Xiantian gong. This technique is truly remarkable and quite suitable for your current state. You humans are indeed capable. As Hui Yuhao entered a meditative state, a sudden whiteness enveloped him, and the voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm resonated, transporting him to his spiritual sea. Brother Tianming, Hui Yuhao exclaimed in surprise. The languid voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm replied, "Your physical condition has improved significantly over the past few days. This marks a positive beginning. Your body's endurance is gradually strengthening. Excellent, excellent. The abilities you are cultivating are quite fitting for you, especially the meditation technique and the method for training your eyes. You have sensed the 4 skills I imparted to you, haven't you? Practice them regularly, particularly the last skill, as it should synergize well with your eye training method, yielding impressive results and providing you with a foundational offensive soul skill. It exceeds my initial expectations. Brother Tianming, I will exert myself in my training." The reassurance of hearing the heavenly dream eye silkworm's voice once more solidified Hui Yuhao's belief that his fusion with the million-year soul beast was not merely a fantasy. The heavenly dream eye silkworm continued, "I am feeling fatigued and shall rest for a while. Proceed with your cultivation as you have been. When you reach the stage requiring your second soul ring, I shall awaken naturally. At that time, the ice attribute martial soul I bestow upon you will attain the status of your primary martial soul, facilitating a qualitative leap in your capabilities." Hui Yuhao inquired, "Will I still be able to find you?" The dream eye silkworm responded, "If you encounter an unavoidable danger, I will certainly assist you. Rest assured. For as long as you live, I too shall exist." With that, Hui Yuhao drifted into slumber. As the white light faded, he emerged from his meditation, astonished to find that night had completely enveloped the sky. He had been cultivating for at least 3 hours, and it seemed that his Xiantian skill had made a slight advancement. Now that it was evening and hunger began to gnaw at him, he realized that the dining hall had likely closed for the day. Fortunately, a few pieces of dry food remained in his pack, which he consumed with a bit of water to quell his hunger before resuming his practice. As dawn broke, infused with the extraordinary energy brought by the rising purple aura, Hui Yuhao returned to his room to practice several Tang Sect secret techniques. He could only describe his understanding of these techniques as superficial, as his primary focus lay elsewhere. Thus, he engaged in only a modest amount of training. Once he completed this, the light of day had fully emerged. After refreshing himself, Hui Yuhao made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. Upon arrival, a frown creased his brow. Since beginning his cultivation of the Xiantian skill, his appetite had significantly increased, and strengthening his physique required ample nutrition. Yet, he found himself short on funds. His tuition had already been paid by his senior brother, and he felt hesitant to approach Bei for more assistance. Fortunately, breakfast options were limited and inexpensive. Hui Yuhao purchased a few eggs and a bowl of porridge, reluctantly spending 3 copper coins. At last, he had managed to replenish some of his nutrients. What had seemed a bargain yesterday now struck him as rather costly compared to prices outside Shrek Academy. Junior brother, you cannot skimp on meals. Insufficient nutrition is unacceptable. There are some jobs available within the academy that you could take on as a source of income, Bei advised, having appeared beside Hui Yuhao. Senior brother, Hui Yuhao exclaimed in delight, for thus far at Shrek Academy, he had only acquainted himself with Tangya and Bei. Bei, with a hint of regret, explained. Not giving you money directly is intended to encourage your self-sufficiency. Combat prowess is merely one facet of strength. A person's capabilities encompass a myriad of competencies, the most vital of which is the ability to survive in any circumstance. Do you understand? Senior brother, you have already assisted me greatly. I comprehend. I still possess a few silver coins. Once classes commence, I will seek some work to undertake, Hui Yuhao replied. Bei patted his head gently. I must take my leave now. Remember, money can be earned again, but do not skimp on your food. You require nourishment. Hui Yuhao emerged from the dining hall alongside Bei, resolved to heed his senior brother's counsel and indulge himself with a more sumptuous meal at midday. As he made his way back to the dormitory building, he was taken aback to find the door to his room ajar. A moment of surprise quickly transformed into the realization that his roommate must have arrived. Just then, a young lad exited the room and paused upon seeing Hui Yuhao. The youth possessed an exquisite countenance, his complexion fair, and his strikingly large eyes bore a rare pale blue hue. His neatly cropped hair mirrored the same shade, and his handsome features seemed to surpass even those of Bei, marking him as the most attractive peer Hui Yuhao had ever encountered. They appeared to be of similar height and age. Who are you? Hui Yuhao instinctively inquired. The boy shot him a haughty glance and stepped aside. Oh. Hui Yuhao quickly moved aside, allowing the boy to pass. However, after taking a few steps, the youth halted and turned back to address him. You must be from this dormitory as well. Given the meticulous way you've kept our room, I shall permit you to reside here temporarily. But heed my rules. First, no bringing guests into the dormitory. Second, no wandering about in the nude. Third, no snoring during the night. Fourth, do not disturb me. And fifth, you shall be responsible for the cleanliness of the dormitory, but do not touch my bed. Do you understand? Observing the boy's condescending demeanor, Hui Yuhao felt a surge of indignation. Why should I listen to you? The youth scoffed. If you refuse to comply, I will have no choice but to throw you out. Go ahead, test me. From a young age, Hui Yuhao endured oppression within the Duke's mansion, particularly detesting the haughty demeanor of those around him. Coldly, he declared, let us see what you've got. We shall go outside. Observing his unyielding stance, the young man merely smiled, his smile undeniably charming. Yet, the disdain and contempt it conveyed only served to further ignite the flames of anger within Hui Yuhao. I still don't even know your name, the young man inquired dismissively. Hui Yuhao spoke in a low voice. Before inquiring about another's name, should one not first introduce oneself? The youth responded nonchalantly, I am waned.A. I am Hui Yuhao, he replied. waned.A offered a faint smile, suddenly drawing closer to Hui Yuhao. Very well. I believe your name shall soon fade from the annals of Shrek Academy. With that, he turned and strode out first. Hui Yuhao clenched his fists tightly and strode forward. Despite being aware of his limited combat prowess, he would never allow himself to be bullied, especially by someone who would be his roommate for at least the coming year. Chapter 8. The monster teacher Shrek Academy sprawls across a vast expanse, with considerable open spaces separating its various buildings. Upon exiting the dormitory, Hui Yuhao and waned.A found themselves in the courtyard, where waned.A turned to Hui Yuhao and beckoned him with a flick of his finger. Rage burned fiercely within him, yet Hui Yuhao refrained from charging forward. Having endured life and death trials in the Stardow Forest, he had learned the importance of remaining calm. At the entrance to the dormitory, an elderly man reclining in a chair lifted his head slightly, curiosity flickering in his dim golden eyes as he observed Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong with keen interest. A faint golden light sparkled in Hui Yuhao's eyes as a white soul ring rose from beneath his feet, awakening his spirit, the spiritual eye. Upon seeing his decade-old soul ring, Wang Dong chuckled softly, expressing his curiosity about how Hui Yuhao had gained admission, questioning the audacity to challenge him with such meager abilities. "I need not even employ my martial soul to deal with you," he remarked. As he spoke, Wang Dong's left foot tapped the ground, propelling his body forward like an arrow. His speed was remarkable, and he appeared exceedingly agile, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. He lifted his right leg, aiming a direct kick at Hui Yuhao's chest. As he raised his leg, Hui Yuhao noticed that Wang Dong possessed legs that were disproportionately long. Just as that foot approached him, Hui Yuhao sprang into action, swiftly stepping to the right, while simultaneously striking at Wang Dong's ankle with his left hand. Wang Dong, clearly taken aback by Hui Yuhao's ability to evade his rapid kick, immediately retracted his right foot, avoiding Hui Yuhao's left hand, and then launched another kick, this time aimed at Hui Yuhao's neck. Hui Yuhao seemed to have foreseen his opponent's movements. As soon as Wang Dong launched his leg, Hui Yuhao had already crouched down, and in the blink of an eye, he sprang upward, his right shoulder colliding with the lower part of Wang Dong's thigh. Their actions were executed with remarkable speed. To an onlooker, it would appear as though Wang Dong had deliberately raised his leg for Hui Yuhao to shoulder. It must be said that Wang Dong possessed exceptional physical prowess. While his thigh was thrust upward, causing most individuals to lose their balance, he maintained his composure, raising his right leg high above his head, achieving a perfect standing split, while his left foot remained firmly planted on the ground. Hui Yuhao felt a sensation of softness and elasticity pressing against his shoulder, which was nestled against Wang Dong's thigh. Seizing the moment, he propelled himself forward, aiming to collide with Wang Dong, hoping to exploit his single-leg stance to topple him. However, in response to the oncoming Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong executed a remarkable maneuver. His raised right leg continued to arch backward in conjunction with his upper body, while his left foot sprang up to deliver a kick towards Hui Yuhao. At that moment, the extent to which his legs were spread far exceeded the realm of what one could ordinarily conceive. Although Hui Yuhao had accurately grasped Wang Dong's previous assaults through the spiritual detection ability of his spirit eye, this time, despite sensing Wang Dong's movements, he had already committed himself forward, leaving no time to retract. Anticipating his opponent's actions undoubtedly conferred a certain advantage. As Wang Dong's left foot rose to strike his chin, Hui Yuhao simultaneously pressed both hands downward, colliding with the incoming kick. The impact was astonishing, as Wang Dong's strength carried an indescribable force of shock, sending a tingling sensation through Hui Yuhao's palms, prompting an instinctive activation of the power of his Xianyu hand. Nevertheless, he was still jolted back, staggering in retreat. Wang Dong executed a backflip, lightly tapping the ground with his right foot, while his left foot descended once more, propelling him back around. His right leg struck down like a whip, whistling through the air, aimed directly at Hui Yuhao's shoulder. It was evident that Wang Dong was incensed by Hui Yuhao's earlier resistance against his thigh. In the midst of retreating, Hui Yuhao reacted the instant Wang Dong's right foot connected with the ground, his step suddenly becoming nimble, swiftly dodging to the left. With a resounding thud, Wang Dong's descending right foot crashed into the ground, leaving a shallow imprint on the hard stone surface, a testament to the sheer force behind it. Immediately afterward, he spun towards Hui Yuhao like a windmill, his legs striking out like two steel whips, launching a tempestuous barrage of attacks. After the earlier exchanges, Hui Yuhao had surprisingly found a sense of calm. He fully activated his spiritual detection ability, coolly anticipating each of Wang Dong's assaults, employing the ghost shadow misty steps with a finesse that allowed him to maneuver like a small boat amidst a raging storm, never capsizing despite the relentless onslaught. Wang Dong, increasingly alarmed, sensed that Hui Yuhao's strength was considerably inferior to his own, both in speed and power. He was vastly outmatched. Yet, his attacks failed to connect. For Hui Yuhao, though not particularly swift, could consistently predict his movements and evade effectively. Wang Dong had attempted to employ feints, yet still found himself unable to deceive his adversary. Proud and stubborn by nature, Wang Dong resolved not to utilize his martial soul, despite the escalating intensity of his attacks. He was determined to test Hui Yuhao's endurance. Indeed, Hui Yuhao was beginning to feel the strain. Wang Dong's dual-legged onslaught was both forceful and rapid, And while he managed to hold his ground through sheer concentration and spiritual detection, the disparity in their physical capabilities gradually became evident over time. Hui Yuhao endured a challenging childhood marked by hardship and malnutrition, and the nourishing effects of the Xiantian Gong had only just begun to manifest. In comparison to the deeply rooted Wang Dong, he still fell significantly short in terms of physical prowess. Although he had now summoned his martial soul, Wang Dong had yet to engage his own. Nonetheless, the essence of soul power's nourishment was inherently profound. As the battle wore on, Hui Yuhao inevitably began to exhibit subtle mistakes, suffering several sharp strikes from the edges of Wang Dong's feet, leaving him with a searing pain coursing through his body. His still awkward ghost shadow misty steps became increasingly erratic, rendering him more and more reactive. This could not continue. Defeat was imminent. Hui Yuhao retreated at an accelerating pace, on the verge of being unable to evade Wang Dong's relentless assault. Suddenly, he raised his head with fervor, prompting an instinctive glance from Wang Dong towards his face. In that moment, Wang Dong clearly perceived a flash of purple radiance in Hui Yuhao's faint golden eyes, and almost instantaneously, a piercing pain seized his mind, leaving him engulfed in overwhelming agony and devoid of thought. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Hui Yuhao lunged forward with great urgency, leaping into action and securing a firm grip around Wang Dong's arms while entangling his legs around Wang Dong's waist, forcefully bringing him crashing to the ground. Wang Dong had been relying on his legs for offense, and in this desperate maneuver, Hui Yuhao's legs wrapped tightly around his waist rendered Wang Dong powerless to exert any force. The sole goal was to subdue him. The stabbing pain in Wang Dong's head caused him to furrow his brow intensely, yet this only lasted a fleeting 2 seconds before clarity returned. However, by then, his body had already been thrown to the ground by Hui Yuhao's forceful impact. With Hui Yuhao's legs constricting his waist and his arms firmly embraced, their faces were a mere inch apart, their breaths palpable in the charged atmosphere. Hui Yuhao gasped heavily as he growled, "Do you yield? Yield to you, you big-headed ghost? Release me." Wang Dong retorted angrily, struggling fiercely. Yet, Hui Yuhao summoned every ounce of strength within him, drawing upon his soul power. It was no simple task to break free without employing his martial soul. "Are you refusing to admit your defeat? If I had used a blade just now, you would have perished," Hui Yuhao roared defiantly. In that moment, their bodies were in close contact, and he was somewhat astonished to discover that Wang Dong's physique was not only exceptionally flexible and resilient, but also exuded a gentle warmth. To his surprise, the boy emanated a faint, refreshing fragrance that was remarkably pleasant. Upon hearing Hui Yuhao's words, Wang Dong momentarily froze, his resistance wavering. Indeed, though his mind had throbbed painfully and he felt dizzy for only a brief moment, their proximity allowed Hui Yuhao ample time to inflict harm if he so desired. "I concede. Just get up quickly," Wang Dong said in a furious tone, his eyes filled with indignation and resentment. However, Hui Yuhao did not release his grip. Instead, he spoke coldly, "The 5 conditions you mentioned earlier are not beyond my capabilities. However, this is not due to your threats, but rather out of respect for my roommate. I am aware that your strength surpasses mine, and should you employ your martial soul, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. Nevertheless, remember this. If you dare to insult me again, even if it results in my demise at your hands, I shall at least take a piece of flesh from you." As Hui Yuhao's demeanor grew increasingly fierce, his eyes taking on a bloodthirsty glint reminiscent of a soul beast, Wang Dong's hatred dissipated, replaced by a flicker of fear. Although his opponent was evidently much weaker, in terms of presence, he found himself utterly overpowered. Hui Yuhao slowly released Wang Dong and stood up, stepping back a few paces before turning to walk towards the dormitory. Wang Dong sat on the ground for a moment, then rose and ambled toward the dormitory. Upon reaching the entrance, a venerable voice resonated beside him. "Indeed, you have lost, not merely in the fight, but in spirit as well. Why?" Wang Dong abruptly turned to face the elder, a look of defiance etched on his face. "I am clearly stronger than he is. If I wished to confront him, he wouldn't even come close. How could he possibly defeat me?" The elder gestured to his own heart. "It is because of this. He possesses a fearless heart, while you do not. Not everyone can embrace death so readily." Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he bowed deeply to the elder. "Thank you for your enlightenment, old sir." With that, he strode decisively towards the dormitory. Upon returning, Wang Dong found Hui Yuhao meditating on his wooden bed. He wished to say something but ultimately refrained, letting out a huff as he arranged his own bedding. In stark contrast to Hui Yuhao's sparse setup, Wang Dong's bed was adorned with a thick fur blanket, seemingly made from the hide of some soul beast, appearing both plush and soft. He also had a cozy cotton quilt. His belongings had already filled his side of the cabinet, with various items scattered across the table. Yet, waned.A seemed disinclined to tidy up further, burying himself under the quilt in a sulky manner. For the next 2 days, neither Huiyuhao nor waned.A acknowledged each other, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Waned.A was somewhat astonished to observe that, aside from mealtimes, Huiyuhao remained in a constant state of cultivation. He could vaguely sense the intensity of Huiyuhao's soul power, yet the more he sensed, the more incredulous he became. How could someone of such strength have bested me? Finally, the new academic year's enrollment concluded, and the freshman dormitory buzzed with life. Although each room was modest in size, the arrangement of 2 students per room fostered a lively atmosphere. Outside was bustling, yet the dormitory was well insulated from noise. In recent days, Huiyuhao has been relentlessly honing his skills. His battle with waned.A proved to be a significant revelation. His triumph over the opponent was primarily attributed to a technique awakened by the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Although the ice silkworm is not a formidable soul beast, the 4 abilities it bestows upon Huiyuhao after a million years of evolution, namely mental detection, mental sharing, mental interference, and soul impact, are not inherently powerful. Huiyuhao has become quite adept with the first 2 abilities, having validated their remarkable efficacy alongside prevails.A. Mental interference, a radius-based skill, can disrupt any life form with mental fluctuations within a 30-meter diameter centered around Huiyuhao's body. However, the intensity of this interference is limited. At his current level of cultivation, it can merely induce a fleeting moment of mental disorientation. Furthermore, he can only sustain this skill for less than 3 seconds, and its soul power consumption is significantly greater than that of the preceding 2 abilities. Soul Impact stands out as the sole offensive capability among these 4 skills. Being a single target skill, it possesses a greater striking force compared to the area-based mental interference, albeit not by a substantial margin. Huiyuhao's success against waned.A was largely due to the integration of the abilities of the purple extreme demon eye within Soul Impact, yielding results that exceeded expectations. Of course, this was also facilitated by waned.A's lack of preparedness. Had he been ready, the effectiveness of the Soul Impact would have been greatly diminished. Nevertheless, Huiyuhao has, through these 4 mental attributes, begun to shape the rudiments of a control-type soul master. However, his elder brother once advised him that during the first year of their new life, one should not be confined to any specific category. All must endure the trials of the inaugural year first. Hey, class is starting today. Are you still just sitting there? waned.A's voice jolted Huiyuhao from his reverie. He had just returned from breakfast and was preparing for another session of practice. Is class starting now? Huiyuhao instinctively inquired, marking their first exchange since their earlier confrontation. waned.A, without sparing him a glance, replied coolly, in about half an hour. Oh, Huiyuhao responded, then closed his eyes to commence meditation. After days of diligent effort, he had become increasingly proficient with the Xiantian skill. Half an hour would suffice for him to circulate the Xiantian skill for a complete cycle, allowing for a slight enhancement in his soul power. Not hearing any further response, waned.A turned to look at Huiyuhao, who had once again begun to meditate, and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What a lunatic." With that, he exited the dormitory without looking back. For 2 days, he had never seen Huiyuhao lie down to sleep. The doors of the white teaching building swung open, and the freshmen, clad in white uniforms, streamed in, each adorned with a green monster emblem on the left side of their chests, symbolizing Shrek Academy. Students from different grades donned uniforms of varying colors, mirroring the hues of their respective teaching buildings. As Huiyuhao hurriedly arrived at the freshman teaching building, he was just in time to hear the bell ring. He dashed inside, and, upon spotting a sign indicating the first classroom on the left side of the first floor, entered without hesitation. At that moment, the spacious classroom was already filled with students. Being the last to arrive, Huiyuhao found only a few vacant seats remaining. After a diligent search, he finally settled into an empty spot beside a remarkably beautiful girl. However, this girl bore a slight resemblance to waned.A from their first encounter, displaying an air of arrogance as she held her head high, not sparing him a glance. Once seated, Huiyuhao took a moment to observe his surroundings. The classroom was quite large, accommodating nearly 100 students from his class. Considering the scale of 1,000 new students, it was likely that there were about 10 classes for the newcomers. It didn't take long for him to spot waned.A, her striking appearance making her stand out. Surrounding her were girls seated in front, behind, and on either side, each equally as captivating as the girl beside Huiyuhao. Just then, an elderly woman entered through the classroom door. She was frail and gray-haired, with her white hair intricately arranged atop her head. Dressed in a long white robe and of average stature. What was particularly striking about her was her pair of remarkably bright eyes, radiating brilliance from her black irises. Hui Yuhao possessed the martial soul known as the spirit eye, rendering him particularly attuned to the gazes of others. From the aged woman's eyes, he sensed an overwhelming mental pressure. Despite her advanced years, she stood tall and straight, swiftly making her way to the podium. Undoubtedly, she was the teacher of this new class. As she entered, the previously chaotic classroom fell into an immediate silence, all eyes drawn to the front. The woman's gaze swept calmly from left to right, and in that moment, each student felt as though they were under her scrutiny, an invisible weight settling upon their hearts. "I am Zhou Yi, your homeroom teacher," she declared. "I cannot ascertain how many of you will walk alongside me in the coming year. However, I must convey that within my class, no mediocrity shall pass my assessment. I aim to cultivate monsters, not fools." Her voice was a harsh rasp, akin to a gong struck too forcefully. Upon hearing her words, many students displayed expressions of indignation, having successfully passed the rigorous evaluations to become students of Shrek Academy. They had been meticulously selected from across the continent, undeniably deserving of the title elite among their peers. Yet, in the mouth of this teacher Zhou, they were reduced to mere refuse and imbeciles. Hui Yuhao remained remarkably composed. Upon first encountering teacher Zhou, he recalled the words of his senior brother and teacher Xiaya. This teacher Zhou would be quite strict, with a fiery temper, yet undeniably capable. "Those who have engaged in fights, please stand." Zhou Yi's next statement stunned the entire class. These students had only recently been admitted. Who would dare to fight within the academy? Even if a scuffle occurred, who would admit to it? Amidst the silence that enveloped the classroom, one student rose, Hui Yuhao. His motivation for standing was not honesty, but rather a subtle intuition that this teacher Zhou would not adhere to conventional norms. Seeing Hui Yuhao rise, Wang Dong snorted, unwilling to be outdone, and stood as well. Out of the 100 students in the class, only the 2 of them had taken a stand, instantly becoming the focal point, akin to cranes among chickens. Just 2. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "Are you all so blind to the fact that avoiding trouble is a mark of mediocrity? Everyone else, leave and run 100 laps around the Shrek Plaza. Anyone who cannot complete the task will be expelled." The room erupted in an uproar. It was only the first day of classes, and they had yet to even begin. Yet, they were to be punished for not having fought? One student stood defiantly. "Teacher, I object. Why should we be punished for refraining from fighting?" Zhou Yi replied coolly. "Because I said so. If you disagree, you may leave. As the homeroom teacher, I possess the authority to expel any student. You have 1 minute. If I do not see you running laps around the Shrek Plaza within that time, all of you will be expelled." As she spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from her. An overwhelming pressure that rendered every student breathless. Soul rings began to rise from beneath Zhou Yi's feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, totaling 6 rings, exuding an indescribable force. This teacher Zhou was indeed a soul emperor, equipped with 2 10,000-year soul rings. It was no exaggeration to say that if she wished, handling these 100 novice students would be effortless. These students, mere newcomers, were left with no courage to resist under such immense pressure. And they shuffled out of the classroom, heads hung low. Zhou Yi retracted her soul rings, expressionless as she watched them depart. "Let me remind you, you have only 1 hour. After 1 hour, anyone who has not completed 100 laps will be deemed unqualified. This is your first assessment of students. Those who do not meet the standard will be expelled." Upon hearing this, the students hastened their movements, quickly making their way to the playground. Wang Dong cast a surprised glance at Hui Yuhao. Only the 2 of them remained in the classroom. Zhou Yi's expression seemed to soften considerably as she beckoned them over. Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao approached together. Observing the 2, Zhou Yi nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Well done. At least there are 2 students with some spirit. Do tell, with whom did you engage in conflict, and what was the cause of this altercation?" Just as Wang Dong was about to respond, Hui Yuhao interjected, "Report, teacher. We are roommates, and a trivial matter led to our disagreement." Zhou Yi appeared intrigued, exclaiming, "Oh, roommates indeed. How splendid. Conflicts among roommates are the best, for they foster competition and mutual advancement." Before Zhou Yi, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat trickling down. This teacher was indeed formidable, and her unconventional approach was evident. Truly, she was the so-called monster teacher spoken of by the senior brother. A grimace, more disconcerting than a frown, flashed across Zhou Yi's aged face, as she remarked, "While fighting is beneficial, I do not particularly relish the idea of my students squabbling amongst themselves. Remember, should you engage in combat, aim for other classes. The rules at Shrek Academy have always been lenient, designed to promote individuality among students. We generally turn a blind eye to brawls, yet there are certain limitations, which I shall elucidate. Upperclassmen are strictly prohibited from instigating or attacking underclassmen. Any transgression will result in immediate expulsion. Conversely, underclassmen may challenge upperclassmen, provided a teacher is present to ensure that there is no bullying involved. As for fights between peers in the same year, feel free to engage as long as no one is gravely harmed. The Academy does not interfere. Combat is one of the most effective means of self-improvement. Should you ascend to the second year, you will have the opportunity to compete in the soul fighting zone. Victorious participants may even receive rewards from the Academy. However, for now, you may commence your running exercises." Wang Dong was taken aback. "Teacher, did you not say we possess spirit?" Zhou Yi maintained her smile, "But I never claimed you need not run. Engaging in a fight with your roommate right at the start of the semester is quite the achievement, since you are so accomplished. The assessment difficulty will naturally be slightly elevated. Furthermore, you must endure the same trials as your peers. Your running time for 100 laps will be equivalent to that of the others." "Oh dear, it seems time has slipped away from us." Wang Dong wished to protest further, but Hui Yuhao grasped his arm and promptly turned to flee. Although Wang Dong felt a surge of frustration, he followed suit, asking, "Why are you pulling me along? This teacher Zhou is utterly mad." Hui Yuhao, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Can you truly surpass her in words? Can you defeat her in combat? If you cannot, and you wish to remain at Shrek Academy, then you have no choice but to heed her instructions. Run swiftly." I firmly believe her statement that those who do not complete 100 laps will be expelled is entirely truthful. Upon exiting the freshman teaching building, they arrived at Shrek Square. The square was not particularly vast, measuring approximately 300 meters around. For an ordinary person, completing 100 laps around the square would be quite a formidable task. However, for these young students, each possessing the foundation of soul masters, it was not overly challenging. With earnest effort, they could undoubtedly finish within the span of an hour. Upon joining the ranks of runners, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were met with a chorus of schadenfreude. However, they paid little heed to such remarks, for they were already a quarter of an hour behind and needed to hasten their pace. As they ran, Wang Dong suddenly inquired of Hui Yuhao, "What skill did you employ to defeat me that day? To this moment, I have yet to decipher it. Could it be that your martial soul possesses a spiritual attribute?" Hui Yuhao nodded. Wang Dong was taken aback. Indeed, it was a spiritual attribute. "No wonder I couldn't discern your martial soul after you utilized the soul ring that day. At least my defeat wasn't entirely unjust." Hui Yuhao remarked with a hint of exasperation, "You are exceedingly arrogant. If you were to wield a martial soul, I would undoubtedly stand no chance against you. I can sense that your soul power is considerably more formidable than my own." Wang Dong responded with a touch of pride. "That is undoubtedly the case. Among the new students this year, only a select few possess strength that can rival mine. With merely a decade's worth of soul rings, you are naturally no match for me." Hui Yuhao could not tolerate his lofty demeanor, reminding him that he had recently suffered defeat against a decade-old soul ring. Wang Dong, somewhat irritated, replied, "Enough of this. Considering how you defended me before that peculiar teacher, let us put the past behind us. From now on, I shall shield you. Should anyone dare to bully you, I will ensure your protection." Hui Yuhao was rendered speechless, declaring, "I do not require your protection." As he spoke, he quickened his pace and sprinted ahead. Wang Dong also accelerated, his physical prowess significantly superior to Hui Yuhao's, allowing him to effortlessly keep up. "You truly lack compassion," Wang Dong remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Hui Yuhao cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "If you treated me as an equal classmate, you wouldn't feel this way." Wang Dong curled his lips, asserting that throughout his life, there had truly been no peers he could regard as equals. Hui Yuhao let out a huff, turning his gaze away, as the conversation had grown stale. Wang Dong, too, fell silent, suddenly accelerating and surpassing Hui Yuhao, dashing around the Shrek Square with astonishing speed. It must be said that despite his arrogance, Wang Dong possessed extraordinary cultivation and remarkable physical prowess. With his burst of speed, not a single member of the freshman class could keep up with him. At that moment, Zhou Yi had already arrived beside Shrek Square. Standing quietly as she observed the running students, her attention was soon drawn to Wang Dong, her expression shifting slightly before returning to normal. Time flew by, and as the laps increased, The breath of the runners became increasingly labored. At this juncture, physical fitness and cultivation began to reveal their significance. Zhou Yi had not prohibited the use of soul power for assistance. Thus, everyone was utilizing their soul energy to recover stamina during the long run. Leading the pack were a dozen or so students, all maintaining a brisk pace, with waned.A at the forefront. Although he had started later, he closed the gap with the frontrunners in just half an hour, even surpassing them. Remarkably, he showed little sign of fatigue, maintaining his speed without any decline. Trailing behind the leading group was the main body of students, over 70 of them, running at a steady pace, not appearing overly strained. At their current speed, completing 100 laps within an hour posed no significant challenge. At the back of the pack were a dozen students, including Hui Yuhao. In a bid to catch up with his peers, Hui Yuhao had started off swiftly, but after 20 laps, his stamina began to deplete significantly. Not only was he in last place, but he also lagged behind several laps due to starting 15 minutes late. With more than half the time elapsed, Zhou Yi's voice suddenly resonated in each student's ear. Accelerate, with my position as the finish line. Just as she spoke, waned.A zipped past her, the first to complete 100 laps. Upon finishing the 100 laps at breakneck speed, a flush graced waned.A's handsome face as he slowed his pace, panting slightly. After completing another lap around the track, he finally came to a halt. Gradually, other students began to finish their 100 laps as well. With a quarter of an hour remaining before the hour was up, after stopping, waned.A's gaze quickly found Hui Yuhao, who was still at the back, causing his brow to furrow as he murmured, "How could I possibly lose to him? The speed of Hui Yuhao has diminished compared to the beginning. His uniform is thoroughly drenched in sweat. His martial soul is of the spiritual attribute, which, relatively speaking, offers minimal assistance to his physical condition. Were it not for his practice of the Xiantian Gong, he would be in an even more dire state. Completing 100 laps within an hour is a daunting challenge." However, after being delayed by Zhou Yi, he finds himself in a precarious situation. The deliberate acceleration of his pace has significantly drained his stamina. At this moment, he trails behind several fellow students by 3 laps, with 20 laps still remaining. Running 20 laps in a quarter of an hour is nearly an impossible feat. Chapter 9, The Goddess of Light Butterfly. No, I must persevere. I cannot allow myself to be eliminated. Hui Yuhao clenches his teeth and quickens his pace once more. In an effort to sharpen his weary mind, he even channels his soul power to unleash a soul shock upon himself. The intense pain in his brain invigorates his bodily functions, allowing him to increase his speed, surpassing the last few individuals in his vicinity. Zhou Yi stands quietly, her attention not on those who have completed their laps, but rather focused on those who have yet to finish. Among the students, the one displaying the greatest fatigue is undoubtedly Hui Yuhao, his uniform unmistakably soaked in sweat. Yet, he grits his teeth and endures. Time flies swiftly. Hui Yuhao pushes through to complete 8 more laps, leaving only 5 minutes until the hour concludes. Alongside him, 7 others also remain unfinished. Yet their remaining laps range from 3 to 5, and they have begun to exert every ounce of their strength to speed up. There remains a glimmer of hope for them to finish. In stark contrast, Hui Yuhao is still lagging behind by a daunting 12 laps. At that moment, a figure suddenly bursts forth from the Shrek Square, swiftly closing the distance to Hui Yuhao. In mere strides, this individual catches up to him. And then an astonishing spectacle unfolds. From behind the person who has overtaken Hui Yuhao, a pair of azure butterfly wings unfurl in an instant. The colors at the tips of the front wings shift from deep blue to azure to light blue, creating a breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of the sky adorned with a series of brilliant halos, forming a V shape that brings light to the world. Its shape and color are unparalleled, an exquisite beauty beyond reproach. The sudden emergence of such resplendent wings evokes an overwhelming sense of awe, eliciting gasps from nearly all the students, regardless of gender. Those wings are simply breathtaking. The entire wing surface resembles white waves surging upon a vast blue ocean, adorned with a magnificent array of purple and blue hues. The wings appear as if the blue sky is embellished with a radiant string of halos, shifting from deep blue to azure, and then to a lighter blue. The white patterns on the wings glimmer like embedded jewels, captivating all who behold them. Though these wings are merely ethereal shadows, under the sun's radiant glow, they induce a sense of dazzle and enchantment in everyone, including the teacher, Zhou Yi. As the butterfly wings unfurl, a figure swiftly approaches Hui Yuhao from behind, slipping their arms beneath his armpits. With a powerful flap of the wings, they remarkably lift him off the ground. Hui Yuhao is taken aback, instinctively turning his head to behold the handsome visage of waned.A. "What are you hesitating for?" Hurry and channel your soul power to lighten your body. As Wang Dong spoke, he unfurled his magnificent wings and accelerated abruptly, spiraling around Shrek Square at high speed with Hui Yuhao in tow. Hui Yuhao was captivated by the wings behind Wang Dong, a sight of such exquisite beauty that it was almost ethereal. Could this be his martial soul? Hui Yuhao could even sense the V-shaped luminescent patterns on Wang Dong's wings absorbing the warmth of the sun. Setting aside other considerations, the mere ability to soar through the skies marked a formidable presence. Moreover, there exists a legend in nature that the more beautiful a creature, the mightier it is. In Zhou Yi's eyes, a glimmer of astonished satisfaction appeared as she murmured to herself, the goddess of light butterfly? The most beautiful butterfly martial soul on the continent. Excellent. Splendid. At least you haven't entirely disappointed me. Wang Dong's flying speed was astonishing, completing 12 laps in just 5 minutes, a feat that was no longer deemed impossible. As he and Hui Yuhao finished their final lap and descended simultaneously, they both stumbled slightly upon landing. Hui Yuhao quickly turned to support Wang Dong's shoulder, only to find himself falling backward. Wang Dong landed directly on top of him. Although Wang Dong's cultivation was relatively strong among his peers, he was still just a child. After flying over 3,000 meters with Hui Yuhao, he found his soul power somewhat depleted. As soon as they touched the ground, the magnificent wings folded back, and his complexion turned pale. Hui Yuhao found himself pinned beneath him, yet a faint smile graced his face. Thank you. Last time I had you pinned, and now you've returned the favor. Wang Dong, with a look of disdain, climbed to his feet. You reek. Do you think I would willingly pin you down? Hui Yuhao, undeterred, rose to his feet, breathing heavily, and flashed a thumbs up at Wang Dong. Wang Dong paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement and reciprocating the gesture. A hint of a smile crept onto both their faces, and the previous tension between them dissipated in that instant. All the students had successfully completed 100 laps within the designated time, now standing relaxed in Shrek Square. Zhou Yi, with an impassive expression, turned to the students and stated flatly, "Those whose names I call, step forward. Cheng Cheng, Xiao Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shengwan Shintan, Lin Ziyu, Zhuge Yun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, Yin Xiaopiao." A total of 9 individuals were summoned by her. The students were clearly taken aback. They had not introduced themselves. Yet Zhou effortlessly recited the names of 9 among them. The called students stepped forward with a sense of resignation. Zhou continued, "You 9 may return to pack your belongings and leave the academy. From this moment onward, you are no longer students of Shrek Academy." The 9 fatigued students, still recovering from their exertion, were instantly astonished, while the rest of the students erupted in uproar. "Teacher, why?" Tai Long, a tall youth, stepped forward with an expression of anger. Among those who had just completed the laps, he had been among the first to finish. Zhou replied coldly, "Shrek Academy has no need for opportunistic students. Those with strength but lacking a sound and righteous mindset, once cultivated, will bring only disaster to any nation rather than assistance." Tai Long, "Did you complete 100 laps?" Tai Long retorted, "Of course I did." Zhou smiled sarcastically, "Completed, you say?" "If my memory serves me correctly, at the outset of the run. Since I had not yet arrived at Shrek Square, you meandered through 2 laps. You only began to keep pace when the leaders were on their 5th lap. Therefore, you did not run 100 laps, but rather 97. I believe several observed your initial laziness." Tai Long's face flushed a deep crimson. He could hardly fathom that Zhou, who had not been present at the track, could accurately describe his slothful behavior. Yet, he protested, "Even if I ran a few laps less, you cannot expel me for that." Zhou scoffed, "My reasoning has already been stated. You are unworthy of being a student at Shrek Academy. Pack your things and leave." Tai Long stood dumbfounded. With his prowess, completing 100 laps was no challenge, and he was among the top in his class. He never anticipated being eliminated in such a manner. Zhou then addressed the remaining students, stating, "Though I possess a temper, I am a woman of my word. The 9 individuals I have pointed out all engaged in deceit during the run and did not complete 100 laps. If any of you are dissatisfied, feel free to lodge a complaint with the academic office, but for now, you may leave." "Teacher Zhou, I refuse to accept this. Just moments ago, he had not completed 100 laps. It was only through the assistance of others that he managed to do so. Why was he not disqualified?" Another eliminated student, named Lin Ziyu, exclaimed in indignation, pointing directly at Hui Yuhao. Zhou chuckled, "Are you feeling unjust? His name is Hui Yuhao. If he too had failed to run the complete 100 laps, he would have found himself among your ranks. What I have stated will not waver. However, he accomplished the full 100 laps. I have never declared that assistance is prohibited. waned.A aided him of his own volition. Should anyone wish to assist you during the run, they are free to do so. But did anyone extend such help to you? I do not concern myself with the process. I only regard the outcome. The result is that Huiyuhao completed 100 laps, while you did not. Depart at once. Provoke me further, and I shall render your martial souls useless. Under the formidable presence of Zhou Yi, the 9 pointed-out students slinked away, not to gather their belongings, but rather to hasten to the academic affairs office to file a complaint. It was merely the first day of school. How could they possibly accept this? The perspiration upon Huiyuhao's brow intensified as he witnessed Zhou Yi's unwavering and impartial dismissal of 9 students. It was only natural for anxiety to grip his heart. Had it not been for Wang Dong's assistance, he might very well have been among those dismissed. With this thought, he cast a grateful glance towards Wang Dong. The expressions of the remaining students had shifted dramatically, their faces displaying a mixture of fear and respect, as they dared not even breathe in Zhou Yi's presence. Within the span of merely an hour, Zhou Yi had established her absolute authority over class 1 of the first year. Return to your dormitories to change, and then proceed to the classroom. I shall grant you 15 minutes, Zhou Yi declared before turning and striding back to the teaching building. This time, no one dared to delay even a moment. A cacophony of footsteps echoed as students rushed back to their dorms with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. This old lady is exceedingly ruthless, Wang Dong remarked as he and Huiyuhao hurriedly made their way back to the dormitory. Huiyuhao said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have struggled." Wang Dong scoffed and replied, "No need for gratitude. Had it not been for our sparring, you would have accomplished it on your own. Go ahead and change. I haven't broken much of a sweat." Huiyuhao was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you going to hurry and join me?" Wang Dong replied, "Have you forgotten the 5 points I mentioned that day? I have no fondness for observing others' bodies, fearing the emergence of needle marks. So do hasten." Huiyuhao, unable to utter another word, hurried back to his room, shedding his sweat-soaked garments. After wiping his body with a clean cloth, he donned a fresh school uniform, leaving the soiled attire to be washed after classes concluded. Exiting his room, he saw Wang Dong returning to change clothes, and Huiyuhao still felt slightly breathless. The vision of the magnificent pair of wings on Wang Dong's back resurfaced in his mind, truly breathtaking. What kind of martial soul could that be? While others may have overlooked the wings, Huiyuhao distinctly noted the 2 soul rings that appeared when Wang Dong unleashed his martial soul. Astonishingly, there were 2, one yellow and one purple. This signified that his second soul ring was of the millennium rank, surpassing the common knowledge of soul masters. It was no wonder Wang Dong carried himself with such pride. He indeed had the foundation to be arrogant. In terms of strength, Huiyuhao recognized that he fell far short of Wang Dong. As he pondered, Wang Dong emerged, now dressed. The 2 wasted no time and swiftly made their way back to the classroom. Although Zhou Yi had allotted them 15 minutes to change, in reality, within 10 minutes, all the students were already seated in the classroom. The vacant seats of the 9 students still evoked a lingering sense of fear in their eyes. They had all heard the adage that entering Shrek Academy was easy, but exiting was a daunting challenge. Only when faced with this reality did they truly feel the looming threat, and no one dared to entertain any thoughts of taking shortcuts. When the allotted 15 minutes elapsed, Zhou Yi arrived punctually in the classroom. Noticing that all 91 students were present, she nodded and announced, "We shall commence our lesson. The recent assessment has largely met my expectations. The majority completed the simple running test." Huiyuhao, stand up. "Yes, teacher," Huiyuhao responded promptly, rising with his back straightened. Zhou Yi coldly instructed, "State your soul power level." "Yes, my soul power is level 11, Huiyuhao replied respectfully. From Zhou Yi's earlier call of their names, he understood that she appeared stern but was quite familiar with them. It was unlikely that he could conceal his cultivation level from her. Upon hearing the words level 11, a wave of skepticism washed over the other students. Wang Dong even raised a hand to shield his eyes in embarrassment. How humiliating it was to be outdone by someone with merely level 11. Wait, how could he only possess level 11 soul power? Was he the admission criterion for Shrek Academy level 15? With this thought, Wang Dong couldn't help but look up at Huiyuhao in astonishment. Indeed, Huiyuhao possesses only level 11 soul power. I know you are all curious as to why he was able to pass the Academy's assessment and become a new student. I will address this matter only once. Until he is eliminated, no one may inquire about this reason again. He is a specially invited student and did not need to undergo the assessment to enter the Academy. However, this is the sole exception for invited students. Should he fail to complete the academic tasks assigned by the academy, he too will face elimination. Now, Hui Yuhao, you may sit down. Thank you, teacher. Hui Yuhao sat down once more, yet he could not help but feel astonished. Teacher Zhou's words were evidently in his defense. She clarified the situation regarding his admission despite his insufficient soul power level, ensuring that no one would use this as a point of contention in the future. Zhou seemed entirely indifferent to the students' reactions, turning to the blackboard to inscribe two significant characters, attack and defense. After completing this, she faced the students again, stating, I am aware that the majority of you are quite dissatisfied with my decision to have you run laps and to expel 9 individuals. However, you merely refrain from expressing your discontent due to the pressure I exert. I see no necessity to explain myself to you. Those with insight will naturally comprehend in due course, while the dim-witted may remain perplexed. We shall commence our lesson now. The 2 characters I have written on the blackboard should be familiar to you, attack and defense. In today's inaugural lesson, I shall elucidate the principles of offense and defense for soul masters. Since time immemorial, we soul masters have been categorized into various systems based on the unique capabilities of our martial souls, including the strong attack system, agile attack system, support system, food system, control system, and defense system, among others. Some soul masters pursue extreme development in a single direction, while others opt for a balanced approach. Thus, the methodologies of cultivation are manifold. waned.A, please respond. Among the various systems of soul masters, who excels in offense, and who should lean towards defense and support? This question was exceedingly simple. waned.A rose without hesitation and replied, naturally, the strong attack, agile attack, and control systems are more inclined towards offense, while the support, food, and defense systems are more suited for defense. Zhou, without reservation, remarked, that is a response befitting a fool. waned.A was taken aback. Teacher Zhou. My answer, sit down, Zhou interrupted, waving her hand. A powerful surge of soul power enveloped him, stifling his subsequent words and compelling him to return to his seat. Had this been over 4,000 years ago, before the collision of the Sun-Moon continent with our Dolua continent, waned.A's answer would have been accurate. Yet in contemporary times, his response was utterly misguided. Hui Yuhao, enlighten me as to why that is. In his heart, Hui Yuhao mused that teacher Zhou had indeed taken a stance against him, and waned.A today, fortunately, expulsion was not the outcome. As his thoughts raced, he arrived at an answer and stood up to say, it is due to the soul guide. The sternness on Zhou's face softened a fraction, acknowledging, you are not entirely foolish. It is no wonder you have been chosen as a special student. Indeed, it is the emergence of soul guides that has blurred the lines between offense and defense, which is the topic of today's lecture. Please take your seats. I trust everyone is aware that over the past few millennia, the rapid development of soul guides has transformed the landscape. Initially introduced to the Sun and Moon continent, they brought forth a wealth of rare materials and fundamental crafting techniques for soul guides. Through the passage of time, the craftsmanship of soul guides has become increasingly sophisticated, and their potency has escalated correspondingly. This evolution has led to a situation wherein even a food-type soul master wielding a sufficiently powerful soul guide can unleash an attack comparable to that of a formidable assault-type soul master, and in some cases, even surpass it. Conversely, if a speed-type soul master possesses a robust defensive soul guide, they can temporarily assume the role of a defensive soul master. It can be stated that the advent of soul guides has profoundly altered the trajectory and reality of soul master cultivation. In truth, the efficacy of soul rings has been diminished. With ample soul power, one can rely on soul guides to compensate for the shortcomings of soul rings. This has caused many to overlook the significance of soul rings, resulting in the current trend among the 4 great empires where soul masters predominantly pursue soul power as their cultivation method. Undoubtedly, this approach proves effective in the short term, particularly for soul masters below the 50th level, where the results are markedly evident. However, I must inform you that our Shrek Academy does not cultivate such soul masters. For those who surpass the 50th level are rendered ineffective. You may not comprehend this yet. Allow me to illustrate with an example. Suppose you are a weapon-type soul master who has reached level 50, while I am a speed-type soul master, also at level 50. You possess a soul guide capable of threatening my life, whereas I have none. In this confrontation, who is destined to triumph? The answer is straightforward. I will undoubtedly prevail. Why? Because with my speed, you would have no opportunity to strike me with your soul guide. Even if you wield the finest soul guides, I can outlast you until your soul power is depleted. The more powerful the soul guide, the greater the consumption of soul power. Thus, while defensive, auxiliary, and food-type soul masters can utilize soul guides to achieve attack power akin to that of assault-type soul masters. They do not possess the combat prowess of true assault-type soul masters. It is imperative that you grasp this distinction. Therefore, although soul guides greatly enhance the capabilities of defensive, auxiliary, and food-type soul masters, if your physical constitution is lacking, you will invariably be among the first to fall on the battlefield. Your adversaries will not spare you simply because you are not an assault-type soul master. Rather, they will seek to exploit your vulnerabilities. Similarly, if my physical attributes are exceptionally robust, granting me formidable combat strength, then possessing a powerful soul guide would only serve to amplify my advantages. This is the essence of true strength. In the realm of offensive and defensive obfuscation, any member of a soul master team can assume the role of an attacker. However, it is imperative to enhance one's own qualities to maximize survival capabilities on the battlefield. Unless one day the soul guiding devices evolve to the extent of completely replacing the human body, the cultivation of physical fitness and the selection of soul rings will remain paramount in your future training endeavors. Unbeknownst to Zhou-Yi, a millennium later, soul guiding devices indeed advanced to the level she had described, capable of supplanting the body itself. In the forthcoming 3 months, my primary focus and training will be on physical conditioning, regardless of who you are, your background, or the extent of your talent. If you cannot pass my assessment after these 3 months, you shall be dismissed, just as the previous 9 individuals were. This morning's class concludes here. I recommend that you have a substantial lunch, as we shall commence physical training in the afternoon. Class dismissed. Hui Yuhao, please accompany me to the office. With this directive, Zhou-Yi departed without hesitation, even though the dismissal bell had yet to ring. Until Zhou-Yi exited the classroom, a serene atmosphere enveloped the room, with the majority of students still engrossed in her earlier discourse. Despite her unconventional approach, they could not help but acknowledge the validity of Zhou-Yi's insights. Hui Yuhao rose and followed Zhou-Yi outside. In addition to the office buildings situated behind the purple and black teaching buildings, each teaching building contains a modest office. Hui Yuhao followed Zhou-Yi into the office adjacent to the classroom. Zhou-Yi gestured for him to close the door, then took a seat behind the desk. Despite her advancing years, her movements betrayed none of the frailty associated with age. Hui Yuhao, she stated with a firmness that left no room for ambiguity. I am not one for superfluous conversation. Wang Dong's martial soul astonished me, yet yours piques my curiosity even more. I cannot discern its nature through my experience. And now I demand to know the answer. The assertiveness in Zhou-Yi's words was unmistakable. With no reason to conceal his martial soul from a teacher, Hui Yuhao replied, My martial soul is the spirit eye, a spiritual attribute. Upon hearing his words, Zhou-Yi was visibly taken aback. A flicker of surprise danced in her bright eyes, which were strikingly vibrant against her aged visage. A primary martial soul with a spiritual attribute? And I? Hui Yuhao nodded lightly. Zhou-Yi, with her eyes slightly closed, seemed to be pondering something. After a moment, she inquired of Hui Yuhao, could you tell me what your first soul skill is? It is quite common for a teacher to ask students about their martial souls, yet the soul skills are the most vital abilities and secrets for every soul master. Even Zhou-Yi, with her formidable presence, adopted a tone of inquiry. While others might hesitate, Hui Yuhao had no such reservations. His first soul ring possessed 4 skills, and revealing a couple was entirely reasonable. Without directly responding to Zhou-Yi, Hui Yuhao's pristine first soul ring gradually ascended, and his gaze was veiled by a faint golden hue. Immediately, Zhou-Yi sensed a wave of mental energy manifesting before her. Unlike Bei and Tangya, Zhou-Yi was a soul emperor, boasting a level above 60. Though she was not a soul master of the mental attribute, her cultivation granted her considerable mental strength. Rejecting Hui Yuhao's mental skill, despite his mere 11th level status, would be exceedingly simple. Yet, she chose to embrace it without hesitation. As she accepted, Zhou-Yi's pupils dilated in surprise. The mental detection shared with her appeared vividly in her vision, transforming her perception of the surroundings. Everything took on a newfound clarity. Akin to emerging from a fog, all aspects became distinct, ordered, and could be described with data. This precision, akin to possessing a second brain, shifted seamlessly with her line of sight. After approximately a minute, Hui Yuhao withdrew his skill, standing obediently before Zhou-Yi. After a brief moment of astonishment, she murmured, What an extraordinary skill. No wonder the Tang Sect chose you as a special student. With this one ability, that little girl, Tangya, certainly made the right choice. I wondered why such a seemingly unremarkable yet intelligent girl would select someone of merely 11th level cultivation and average physicality. It turns out there is this hidden depth. Huiyuhao. Follow me, she commanded, swiftly rising and leading him out of the office with purposeful strides. At this moment, Huiyuhao found himself utterly bewildered. He could sense a significant emotional upheaval in Zhou Yi upon learning about his martial soul and soul skills. Yet he remained uncertain whether this was a positive or negative development, and he was even more perplexed about Zhou Yi's intentions for him. Upon exiting the new student teaching building, Zhou Yi led Huiyuhao toward the rear of the academy, persistently heading westward. After a short distance, Zhou Yi furrowed her brow and remarked, "This is too slow. Allow me to assist you for a while." As she spoke, she swiftly appeared beside Huiyuhao, grasping his shoulder with her right hand. In the next instant, Huiyuhao experienced a sensation akin to soaring through the clouds. The scenery around him blurred past at an astonishing speed, while a seemingly invisible barrier enveloped his body, rendering the surroundings indistinct. Undoubtedly, Zhou Yi was the most formidable soul master Huiyuhao had ever encountered. What incredible velocity this was! He hurriedly released his mental probe, which allowed him to vaguely discern the direction in which Zhou Yi was heading. After heading west for some time, Zhou Yi shifted to a northern trajectory, and Huiyuhao sensed that they had left the outer courtyard's martial soul department, entering the realm of the soul engineering department. At such a breakneck pace, it was several minutes before Zhou Yi finally came to a halt, bringing Huiyuhao before a colossal structure. While the previous teaching building was quite expansive, it paled in comparison to the rectangular gray edifice that loomed before them. The total area of this building was likely comparable to that of the dormitories in the Martial Soul District. The gray structure appeared impressively solid, constructed not only from stone but also adorned with numerous metallic gleams. Within, a constant low rumble resonated, even causing a subtle tremor beneath Huiyuhao's feet. A nearby sign revealed to him the nature of this place, the Soul Engineering Device Testing Zone. Huiyuhao was filled with confusion, pondering why teacher Zhou had brought him to the Soul Guidance Device Experimentation Zone. What could her intentions be? Naturally, Zhou Yi would not elucidate the matter to him. She released her grip on his shoulder and proceeded into the experimentation area. Upon entering, Huiyuhao was struck by the realization that the entire space was constructed from a metallic structure he had never encountered before, displaying a deep brown hue. The entrance opened into a long horizontal corridor that bore some resemblance to the dormitory area, yet there were doors on one side at intervals of 30 meters, labeled with designations such as Experimentation Zone 1 and Experimentation Zone 2. Zhou Yi, appearing quite familiar with the surroundings, guided Huiyuhao along the corridor toward the north, stopping before a door marked Experimentation Zone 12. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a hexagonal silver token and pressed it against the door of Experimentation Zone 12. A miraculous scene unfolded as a notch appeared in the door, perfectly accommodating the token. Huiyuhao sensed a fleeting fluctuation of soul power, after which the token was ejected from the notch. Following that, with a sound of grinding metal, the door to Experimentation Zone 12 swung open horizontally. Huiyuhao was astonished to discover that this door, entirely made of metal, was an impressive 2 feet thick. Tracks ran along the floor and the ceiling, facilitating its slow movement. Once the door was fully opened, Zhou Yi gestured for Huiyuhao to enter. As soon as Huiyuhao stepped inside, a thunderous noise startled him, and a powerful wave of kinetic energy combined with air currents surged toward him, causing his school uniform to flutter wildly. Zhou Yi, seemingly unperturbed, continued onward. Upon entering Experimentation Zone 12, Huiyuhao realized it was a hidden treasure, partitioned by heavy metal panels into various sections, resembling numerous metallic boxes. Under Zhou Yi's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the largest area, an expansive space of approximately 2,000 square meters, standing more than 10 meters high. At the edge of the area, several individuals were manipulating peculiar devices. "Fanyu," Zhou Yi called out, instantly drawing the attention of a group nearby. One tall, middle-aged man, his brow furrowed, strode purposefully toward them. Standing around 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and clad in simple cloth attire, his muscular arms, reminiscent of granite, were exposed. His facial features were sharply defined, and his gaze was heavy and profound, giving him a presence akin to that of a mountain. "Zhou Yi, what brings you here?" It was evident that this middle-aged man was Fanyu, the very individual Zhou Yi had summoned. "Do you recall what you told me last time?" Zhou Yi asked, her excitement palpable. Fanyu's expression betrayed a hint of resigned amusement as he replied, "I've said many things to you. How can I possibly remember which one you mean? If there's nothing urgent, you should head back. I still have several experiments to conduct." Chapter 10. The initial encounter with soul guidance devices before the students. The formidable teacher. Joey appeared to exude authority. Yet, in the presence of the middle-aged man named Fanyu, she seemed to relinquish her dominance and spoke amiably. I refer to what you mentioned last time regarding the use of soul guidance devices by spirit attribute soul masters. Upon hearing this, Fanyu's eyes gleamed with interest, instinctively shifting his gaze towards Huiyuhao. Did he possess a spiritual martial soul? Joey nodded and replied, indeed. His name is Huiyuhao, a freshman this year. His primary martial soul is the spirit eye, belonging to the spiritual attribute. After scrutinizing Huiyuhao, Fanyu shook his head and remarked, no, his physique and soul power are far too weak. He likely cannot even lift the least powerful fixed soul guidance device. Moreover, his talent appears to be quite ordinary, falling short of my expectations. Joey scoffed and countered, are you underestimating my judgment? It is true that Huiyuhao's current strength is limited, yet his soul skills are quite extraordinary. They are the most practical spiritual attribute skills I have ever encountered. Huiyuhao, allow him to experience it. As a student, Huiyuhao could only observe at this moment. He promptly unleashed his spiritual detection sharing towards the middle-aged man. To his astonishment, he nearly lost his composure. The instant his spiritual detection shared connected with Fanyu, the latter's brow furrowed slightly. In that fleeting moment, Huiyuhao felt as though a terrifying beast had suddenly opened its enormous jaws before him, seemingly poised to devour him whole. This sensation even roused the dormant dream ice silkworm within him. A refreshing aura emerged in his sea of spirit, dissipating the shock that had gripped his heart. The overwhelming presence emanating from Fanyu vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, allowing Huiyuhao's spiritual detection sharing to establish a connection. Oh, in mere moments, Fanyu discerned the nuances of Huiyuhao's spiritual detection sharing, and his previously tranquil gaze rippled with intrigue. Such a spiritual attribute skill exists? How could it be a soul skill from a 10-year soul beast? Fanyu regarded the white soul rings adorning Huiyuhao with a look of confusion, which quickly morphed into delight. Certainly, Huiyuhao would not disclose the matter of the heavenly dream eye silkworm, and once again, the wind baboon served as the pretext. A decade of wind baboon? Fanyu and Joey exchanged silent glances. Joey turned to Fanyu and inquired, could it be that the soul skill has undergone a mutation? Fanyu nodded thoughtfully and replied, it is possible. This little fellow possesses both a physical and a spiritual martial soul, which inherently makes it an anomaly. Moreover, the soul beast soul ring he has chosen is entirely incompatible with the attributes of his martial soul, thus triggering a rare mutation. The miracle of a spiritual martial soul absorbing a wind attribute soul ring without backlash is already astounding. And to think such a mutation would arise is likely an unparalleled marvel that cannot be replicated. Kaitu, come here. Fanyu beckoned to a group of individuals nearby. Instantly, one of the youths approached briskly. Upon seeing the boy, Huiyuhao was taken aback, judging by his facial features. He seemed to be of similar age to Bei, yet he was exceptionally tall, standing over 2 meters with shoulders broader than Fanyu's. His bare torso revealed dark, muscular skin, and he was completely bald, appearing much darker than an average person, with an honest expression adorning his face. Teacher, the youth respectfully saluted Fanyu. Fanyu pointed at Huiyuhao and instructed, you shall fire a fixed position soul cannon, and let this young man assist you in targeting a moving target. Understood. The robust youth inquired nothing further, grinning at Huiyuhao. Little brother, follow me. Joey remarked, Huiyuhao, you simply need to assist him with your skills. All right. Huiyuhao began to grasp Joey's purpose for bringing him here and swiftly followed the sturdy youth. Hello, little brother. My name is Kaitu. But everyone calls me Kaitu. You can call me that as well. The robust youth smiled broadly. Huiyuhao said, hello, big brother. My name is Huiyuhao. Upon hearing this simple address, Kaitu was momentarily taken aback, but soon he gave a thumbs up and replied, young brother, you are quite impressive. Even historians of later generations would remain oblivious to the fact that the friendship between the Eye of Shura, Huiyuhao, and the Source of Destruction, Kaitu, commenced with such a straightforward salutation. The two approached the edge of the testing ground, where Kaitu skillfully patted the dark belt at his waist. In an instant, a peculiar object appeared in his hand. It was a black metallic tube, approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a cross-sectional diameter of around 15 centimeters. The rear being even thicker, adorned with numerous strange engravings. Kaitu expertly grasped it, pressing twice at the rear of the tube with his right hand, causing a lid to spring open, revealing an opening about 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. With remarkable speed, he tapped his waist again, producing a shuttle-shaped piece of metal, which he carefully placed into the opening of the tube before sealing it once more. Raising his right hand, the metallic tube rested upon his broad shoulder. In that instant, the previously amiable Hikaitu transformed completely, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Wuyuhao, whose martial soul was of the spiritual attribute, sensed a profound danger emanating from Hikaitu. Wuyuhao, let us commence, Hikaita's voice resonated. In Hoyuho's eyes, a brilliant light shimmered as his mental probe accurately focused on Hikaitu. A flicker of surprise flashed in Hikaita's gaze as he excitedly shouted into the distance. Moving target, fire. On the other side, it seemed someone was in control. With a swift whoosh, a disc-like object shot forth from a distant corner, hurtling towards Hoyuho and Hikaitu. At that very moment, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from Hikaitu, manifesting 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The metallic tube resting on his shoulder trembled slightly, enveloped in a dense black aura that swirled around its surface. Hikaita's body shifted gently as the metallic tube aimed directly at the high-speed flying disc. A deafening roar erupted as a blinding black light burst forth from within the metallic tube. The sudden onslaught of air pressure nearly caused Hoyuho to stumble. However, the black light failed to strike the approaching disc, grazing past it before soaring into the distance. After traversing 100 meters, it collided violently with a distant metal panel, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The immense air pressure rebounded, prompting Hikaitu to swiftly shield Hoyuho behind him. The force of the air continued for several seconds before gradually stabilizing, while the previously launched disc landed not far from them, remaining within the confines of the testing area. With a glum expression, Hikaitu remarked, "Still not good enough." Fan Yu and Zhou Yi approached. Zhou Yi's face displayed visible displeasure, while Fan Yu seemed to have an epiphany and turned to Hoyuho, inquiring, "Hoyuho, what is the range of your mental probe?" Wuyuhao remarked, "It is approximately 30 meters in diameter." Fan Yu, realizing this, responded, "That explains it. After all, this is merely a soul ring skill from a decade ago. Being able to detect such intricacies over a certain distance is quite remarkable. We cannot ask for too much. It is just a pity." Huiyuhao suddenly remarked, "Teacher Fan Yu, my spiritual detection sharing expands its range with the enhancement of my soul power." Fan Yu was taken aback. It was inconceivable that a soul skill could evolve. Huiyuhao spoke earnestly, "It is indeed possible. Since I acquired this skill, the detection range has expanded by a meter. However, I am still unable to fully control this ability. Perhaps in the future, I could reduce the detection range while extending the distance." As Zhou guided him here, and during their subsequent conversation, Wuyuhao keenly sensed that this might represent an opportunity for him, even though he was uncertain about the nature of this opportunity. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that one should seize opportunities, he articulated his previous remarks. Fan Yu glanced at Zhou Yi, who nodded slightly in response. Fan Yu then stated, "Very well, if one day your spiritual detection can extend beyond 100 meters in one direction, come find me. I shall teach you how to create soul-guiding devices." "Yes. Thank you, teacher," Wuyuhao quickly replied with a respectful bow. Fan Yu waved his hand and instructed, "Kaitu, take him aside and explain to him what a fixed soul-guiding device is." "Understood." Kaitu, having a favorable impression of Wuyuhao, beckoned him and walked to the side. Observing their gradually receding figures, Fan Yu turned to Zhou Yi and inquired, "What do you think of this child? His skill is undoubtedly impressive, and his role within the team is unquestionable. Am I being too demanding of him?" "Indeed. To have him utilize this skill in conjunction with a fixed soul-guiding device will require a distance of at least 100 meters. I dare say, if one day his spiritual detection can reach a straight-line distance of 1,000 meters, he will become the most formidable support soul master on the continent," Zhou Yi replied. "I have only recently come into contact with this child, so it is premature to form a judgment. However, you should have noticed that despite his limited cultivation and weaker physique, his temperament is more mature than that of his peers. Other students might not have articulated such thoughts." Zhou Yi continued, "I will keep an eye on him for you. However, if he does not pass the assessments for new students this year, I will have no choice but to expel him. Rules cannot be ignored." Fan Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Please observe him closely for me. Even if he fails the assessments in the martial soul department, as long as his spiritual detection continues to improve, I could specially recruit him to the soul guiding department. I have devoted over a decade to the research of fixed soul guiding devices, and after combining the experiences of predecessors, I have finally developed this most formidable device. What I lack now are users. Joey sighed softly and remarked, "Do not become too fixated. You must understand that aside from the lack of users, the exorbitant cost of fixed soul-guiding devices is also a fatal flaw, making them unsuitable for widespread use." Fan Yu replied proudly. The soul-guiding device is inherently a powerful weapon that only a select few exceptionally talented soul masters can wield. I have never intended for fixed soul-guiding devices to be popularized among soul masters, as long as a mere handful of soul masters can utilize them. These devices will become our Academy's true trump card. Brother, what exactly is a fixed soul-guiding device? Hui Yuhao inquired curiously of Hikaitu. Hikaitu chuckled lightly and replied, "The classification of soul guidance devices is extensive and cannot be succinctly described. Primarily, they are divided into close-range and long-range soul guidance devices. Close-range devices are akin to the weapons we typically employ. When energized by soul power, they unleash greater strength. Comparatively, within a certain range, close-range soul guidance devices possess superior potency. In contrast, long-range soul guidance devices operate by channeling soul power to execute distant attacks. The more formidable the device, the greater the soul power required for activation. Thus, the higher the cultivation of a soul master, the more advanced the tier of soul guidance devices they can wield. The fixed installation soul guidance device is a unique creation, derived from the wisdom of predecessors through meticulous research by teachers. It facilitates long-range attacks without necessitating excessive soul power infusion. As you witnessed earlier, in essence, it divides the soul guidance device and the weapon into two components. The soul guidance device merely serves to launch and detonate. The fixed installation soul guidance cannon I employed simply propelled the projectile. The primary advantage of the fixed installation soul guidance device lies in its minimal soul power consumption, allowing it to be utilized without requiring immense cultivation. However, its drawback is the difficulty in targeting, particularly against mobile objectives, making it especially challenging to hit. Conversely, it proves tremendously powerful against stationary targets. Yet, the creation of the projectiles is quite intricate, demanding numerous precious materials, which is why my teacher seldom permits me to fire it indiscriminately. My teacher has stated that theoretically, a fixed installation soul guidance device can amplify a soul master's attack power tenfold. Nonetheless, its potency has limitations, as it is inevitably influenced by the materials involved. Thus, it can only be equipped by a select few suitable soul masters. While Hikaitu's explanation may not have been particularly captivating or entirely clear, it nonetheless served as the inaugural introduction for Hui Yuhao into the realm of soul guidance devices, granting him a preliminary understanding. He faintly perceived that the esteemed teacher Fan Yu must possess remarkable achievements in the field of soul guidance devices. Teacher Xiaoyu had mentioned her intention to study the crafting of soul guidance devices, and if she could become a disciple of Fan Yu, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable choice. "Hui Yuhao, we must be on our way," came the voice of Shoei at that moment. Hui Yuhao turned to Hikaitu and said, "Brother He, I shall take my leave now. It has been a pleasure to meet you." Hikaitu chuckled softly and replied, "You must be the new student this year. Do your best. It would be wonderful if you could become my junior brother in the future. The teachers seldom allow me to leave this place. It can be quite stifling." After exiting the soul guidance device experimental area, Joey accompanied Hui Yuhao back to the dormitory. "Hui Yuhao," she stated, "you heard what teacher Fan Yu said earlier. I can only inform you that he is a master in the art of crafting soul guidance devices at our academy. If you could become his disciple, your future would be boundless. However, you must first ensure your place in the academy. Let us go and have a meal." As Joey departed, Hui Yuhao headed straight towards the cafeteria, where students from other classes had already finished their lessons, and the entrance was bustling with activity. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path, startling Hui Yuhao. Upon looking up, he found it was Tang Ye. "Teacher Tang?" he inquired, surprised. Tang Ye wore a somewhat enigmatic smile as she pulled Hui Yuhao aside and whispered, "Little Yuhao, you don't have much money, do you?" Hui Yuhao nodded. "Indeed. My senior brother informed me that there are various tasks available at the academy. I plan to explore those opportunities after classes. The annual tuition fee amounts to 10 gold soul coins, not to mention the daily expenses." Although Hui Yuhao would prefer to devote all his energy to cultivation, he must also consider his livelihood. Tang Ye chuckled softly and said, "As a disciple of our Tang Sect, the teachers ought to look after you. I have devised a plan. I am acquainted with the lady in charge of food procurement at the cafeteria. I will ask her to reserve 20 extra fish for you each day. Additionally, I have arranged for a grill and some charcoal to be made for you. I've also prepared some seasonings. After school, you can sell grilled fish at the academy entrance. With your culinary skills, I am certain you will sell out." The cost of our fish is approximately 1 copper coin, and selling them for 5 copper coins should pose no problem. Thus, you will be able to earn some money. Hu Yuhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher Xiaoya, what a splendid idea. I possess the spirit eye, which allows me to master the cooking process with astonishing precision. Shall I give it a try tonight? Tang nodded fervently, finally revealing her ulterior motive. Well, I've gathered these items for you. But remember to serve me first when you cook the fish. Don't worry, I shall compensate you for it. As for future ingredients, you'll have to procure them yourself. Ever since she had tasted the grilled fish prepared by Hu Yuhao, she had been unable to forget it. After passing her assessment, she had finally devised this mutually beneficial plan yesterday, all while keeping it a secret from Bei. Seeing the gluttonous expression on Tangya's face, Hu Yuhao understood her intentions and smiled knowingly. All right, Teacher Xiaoya, shall we meet here again tonight? Yes. I must return now. By the way, I have good news. I, along with Bei, have advanced to the 4th grade. Tangya waved goodbye to him, her excitement palpable as she dashed away. After a simple lunch, Hu Yuhao returned to his dormitory. waned.A was absent, his whereabouts unknown. As Zhou Yi had mentioned, they were to practice in the afternoon. Seizing the opportunity during the midday break, he entered a meditative state, diligently cultivating while also striving to regain his stamina. This session of cultivation brought Hu Yuhao considerable delight. After an intense morning of running, he discovered that his practice of the Xian Tian Gong during lunch had resulted in a slightly greater enhancement of his soul power than usual. Though it was merely a minor increase, he felt profoundly satisfied. He mused to himself that extreme physical training indeed seemed to foster the growth of soul power. Given that his physical condition was rather average, such training was mutually beneficial, a fortuitous cycle. As Hu Yuhao emerged from his meditation, the moment he opened his eyes, he was startled to find waned.A seated on the opposite bed, gazing at him intently. You're back? Isn't it time for class? As he spoke, Hu Yuhao leaped off his bed and slipped on his shoes. Following the events of the morning, the dynamic between him and waned.A had noticeably softened. waned.A lowered his voice. Hu Yuhao, I've always been curious about your martial soul. You saw mine today? Would you be willing to share what yours is? After donning his shoes and standing upright, Hu Yuhao declared, My martial soul is none other than my own eyes, which I refer to as the spirit gaze, a manifestation of mental attributes. I understand your curiosity. My soul skill is mental detection. The reason you were unable to strike me that day was due to my ability to anticipate your movements through this skill. waned.A suddenly realized, so that's it. I had expected that you possess a true martial soul. He continued, Let us not linger any longer. I just ventured out to gather some information, and I learned that our instructor, known by the moniker the perverse old hag, has reportedly expelled a number of students equivalent to the cumulative total of at least 10 other teachers. With such a homeroom teacher, our fortunes do seem rather bleak. Hu Yuhao shook his head with a smile, remarking that it would not be entirely accurate to say so. Teacher Zhou is merely a bit more stringent. We must hold ourselves to the same rigorous standards to meet her expectations. By the way, I have seen your martial soul, yet I am still unaware of its name. I noticed your soul rings, one yellow and one purple. How is it that your second soul ring can be a millennium old? waned.A chuckled and replied, The fact that my second soul ring can be a millennium old is a secret I cannot divulge. He continued, My martial soul is the radiant goddess butterfly, the most exquisite butterfly on the continent, now nearly extinct. Possessing it as a martial soul is even rarer than your original martial soul. In time, you shall witness its formidable power. By the way, what did Teacher Zhou summon you for today? As they conversed, they had already exited the dormitory and were making their way to the teaching building. Not only them, but it seemed that no student in the freshman class dared to arrive late. Hu Yuhao did not conceal the fact that Teacher Zhou had taken him to meet Teacher Fanyu. There was nothing to keep secret, and he relayed everything to waned.A in full detail. What? Your spiritual detection can be shared? Let me try it. waned.A, driven by youthful curiosity, eagerly insisted. Reluctantly, Hu Yuhao released his spiritual detection for sharing, allowing waned.A to experience it as well. Suddenly, everything within a 30-meter radius became vividly clear, accompanied by a data-like feedback that left waned.A momentarily stunned. It was akin to a blind person suddenly gaining sight. Such profound shock is a sensation every soul master experiences upon their first encounter with Hu Yuhao's shared spiritual detection. Moreover, with continuous use, Hu Yuhao's skill in sharing his spiritual detection grew increasingly adept, while allowing waned.A to feel it. He recalled Fan Yu's words and instinctively directed his spiritual detection towards a specific direction, striving to extend its reach as far as possible. In this concentrated state, Hui Yuhao was unaware that the pale golden hue in his eyes had intensified, and the released spiritual fluctuations had become significantly stronger. As his all-encompassing spiritual detection gradually focused forward, Wang Dong sensed the shift in the spiritual detection. He noted that the three-dimensional imagery to his sides and behind him had vanished, leaving only the three-dimensional view directly ahead, which was steadily extending its range. For Hui Yuhao, a few seconds felt longer than the usual 15 minutes of spiritual detection he would typically release. He felt his soul power transforming into spiritual energy at an astonishing rate and dissipating. Within this brief moment, waves of weakness began to wash over him. As his body swayed, he grasped Wang Dong's arm to steady himself, and the shared spiritual detection came to an end. Hui Yuhao, what's wrong? Wang Dong quickly supported him. Hui Yuhao's complexion was ashen, and beads of cold sweat had formed on his forehead, presenting an appearance of profound weakness. Hui Yuhao waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, though he felt a significant drain on his mental energy. Wang Dong, when you looked straight ahead just now, how far could my mental detection reach? After a moment of recollection, Wang Dong replied, I didn't pay much attention, but it seemed to be around 50 or 60 meters. In other directions, the mental detection ceased. It was only forward that the distance increased by more than twice. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao felt invigorated, and his fatigue diminished considerably. This was indeed promising, although the consumption of mental energy was rather substantial. By altering the range of his mental detection to a single direction and extending the distance, his mental energy expenditure was nearly tenfold compared to normal. This was why, after such a brief period, he experienced symptoms of excessive mental fatigue. However, Hui Yuhao believed that this was merely due to it being his first attempt, and with more practice, he would surely see further improvement. Teacher Fan Yu had stated that once his mental detection reached 100 meters, he could become his student. After witnessing the formidable power of the soul-guiding devices and hearing the introduction from Hikaitu, he was filled with intrigue for this extraordinary phenomenon. In the classroom of Class 1 for new students, 10 minutes before the afternoon bell rang, every seat was filled, and an unusual silence enveloped the room, with no student daring to speak loudly. Thus, it is said that sometimes a teacher's stern demeanor can be beneficial, fostering a more earnest learning atmosphere among the students. Due to the absence of assigned seating, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao found themselves sitting together. Despite their tender age of 11, both children bore expressions of deep contemplation. Hui Yuhao was naturally reflecting on the gains and losses from adjusting the direction of his mental detection, while Wang Dong's thoughts remained a mystery. When Zhou Yi gracefully entered the classroom, the atmosphere in Class 1 shifted to one of tension, jolting Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong from their musings. Although only a short time had passed, Hui Yuhao, with his relatively low soul power, had already regained a substantial portion of his mental and soul energy, enough to dispel any sense of weakness. All rise, gather in the square, Zhou Yi commanded. Surprisingly, she only uttered this phrase before turning and exiting the room. No one dared to linger. The students swiftly followed her out, marching in an orderly and silent manner to Shrek Square. Unbeknownst to them, a hint of amusement flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. This seemingly excessively strict teacher was contemplating that teaching new students had its advantages, as these newcomers exhibited less rebelliousness and were easier to manage, unlike those in higher grades, whose accomplishments fostered a stronger sense of pride and defiance. At some point, a pile of iron chains had been amassed in Shrek Square. Under Zhou Yi's command, the students stood in formation. Wang Dong, Zhou Yi called out. Here. Wang Dong stepped forward. Zhou Yi addressed all the students. I have reviewed your entrance examination results, along with this morning's test. Thus far, Wang Dong's cultivation level surpasses that of all of you. Therefore, I hereby declare that he shall be the class leader of the new student group. The position of class leader is subject to change. Whoever possesses the capability to defeat him may take his place. Is that understood? The response was affirmative. Among the students, several male students who regarded their own strength as considerable cast sharp glances at Wang Dong, while the female students looked at him with a gentler demeanor. Zhou Yi pointed to the iron chains before her, explaining, these are iron garments, specifically designed to enhance physical fitness. Each of you will wear one. Once donned, you will begin to run laps around the square. This will continue until the end of class, marked by the ringing of the bell. You may use your soul power, but soul skills are prohibited. Rankings will be determined by the number of laps completed. The student finishing last will be expelled from the new student group. I must emphasize once more, in my class, elimination is not reserved solely for assessments. It It can occur at any moment. Today, the number of students will diminish from 91 to 90. As she spoke, Zoe deftly flicked her toes, and an iron garment composed entirely of thick chains appeared before waned.A. He promptly accepted it and donned it. Upon wearing the iron garment, his expression shifted slightly. Its weight was no less than 30 pounds. Upon hearing of the last place elimination, the students dared not delay, hastily putting on the iron garments. The male students fared slightly better, while most of the female students appeared pale after donning the heavy attire. Zoe coldly stated, "I am aware that many of you wish to express that this is unfair, as there are inherent physical differences between males and females, and variances in physical fitness among weapon soul masters, beast soul masters, and battle soul masters. However, I must inform you that in my class, all are treated equally. Consider this. On the battlefield, would the enemy spare you because you are a woman or because you are a weapon soul master? Now, commence your laps." Regardless of the indignation brewing within them, the students refrained from voicing their protests. Under waned.A's leadership, they collectively surged towards the running track at the edge of the square, burdened by the weight of the iron garments. None wished to be eliminated. And from the very start, their spirit and vigor while running were markedly different from the morning's test. Waned.A led the pack, excelling among his peers in both martial spirit and soul power. Despite the iron garment, his speed remained largely unaffected. The female students eager to compete with him swiftly surged forward, closely trailing behind. Huiyuhao refrained from accelerating, fully aware of his own physical condition. Zoe had mentioned that he needed to keep running until the school bell rang. The afternoon classes would last a full 2 hours. This was merely the beginning. He had set himself the most reasonable goal of persisting in his run until the moment the bell signaled the end, rather than competing in speed with others. Consequently, when he commenced his run, his pace was noticeably slower than that of his peers as he watched them swiftly overtake him. Yet, Huiyuhao remained calm and unperturbed, maintaining a steady, albeit somewhat sluggish, rhythm as he advanced. After merely 2 laps, he found himself in last place, even being surpassed by the female students. However, he remained unfazed. By the 4th lap, waned.A, who was leading, had already lapped him once. As he passed by, waned.A cast a look of astonishment in his direction. Huiyuhao, however, responded with a nonchalant smile. Zoe stood expressionless in the square, observing the students as they ran, with no one knowing what thoughts occupied her mind. Chapter 11. The weakest class leader as Huiyuhao, drenched in sweat, completed his 10th lap. Waned.A, who led the race, had already surpassed him by 3 laps, with the other students having at least 1 lap on him as well. Many cast scornful glances in his direction, for they all were aware that Huiyuhao possessed the weakest soul power among them. However, at this juncture, the leading students began to slow their pace. The longer the duration, the more the weight of the iron armor became apparent. Even waned.A was drenched in perspiration. The few male students who initially trailed behind waned.A had now fallen behind, some even being overtaken by those from behind. Drops of sweat began to soak the surface of the track. When the time reached more than half an hour, a frail female student suddenly collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise but unable to do so. Just then, waned.A ran alongside her, helping her to her feet and offering a questioning glance. The female student shook her head, sitting down on the square, utterly refusing to get back up. She was even rendered speechless. With the first student falling, the second followed suit. Perhaps it was due to Huiyuhao's presence at the rear that, despite their efforts to persevere, the students' willpower ultimately proved insufficient. Carrying the heavy iron armor while running was indeed a tremendous burden, especially since everyone had initially sprinted at full speed, quickly exhausting their soul power. Relying solely on their bodies to bear the weight of the iron armor was quite a daunting task for individuals of their age. As an hour passed, at least half of the students had collapsed to the ground. Zoe remained there, her expression unchanged, offering no encouragement for them to continue. Huiyuhao was nearing his limits. Although he had maintained a steady pace, minimizing his physical exertion, his soul power was indeed the weakest among them, and his stamina was lacking. To have persevered this long was no small feat in terms of laps completed. He was no longer in last place due to his prolonged endurance. A wave of darkness clouded his vision, and it felt as though a flame was burning within his chest. His mouth was parched, and he was drenched in sweat, feeling uncomfortably sticky. The heavy iron garments chafed against his skin, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. "I can't go on any longer," a voice echoed in his mind. With great effort, Huiyuhao summoned the remaining soul power within him and infused it into his spirit eye. A refreshing coolness emanated from the spirit eye, granting him a momentary clarity. He thought to himself, "No, I cannot succumb like this. I must endure. Observing the many fellow students still running ahead, he recalled the accelerated enhancement he had experienced during his morning training despite his considerable fatigue. With a sudden bite of his tongue, he roused his spirits and continued to run. At that moment, he felt a warm sensation emanating from his lower abdomen, though his soul power was nearly exhausted. This warmth slowly flowed through his limbs, alleviating some of the muscle soreness. Is this the power of the Xiantian Gong? Hui Yuhao quickly recognized the source of the warm current. After practicing the Xiantian Gong, the energy ultimately converged in his lower abdomen. Although his experience with the Xiantian Gong was relatively brief, his prior foundation and soul power allowed him to transform his original soul energy into the Xiantian Gong, thereby mastering the first level of this technique. Both his elder brother and the heavenly dream-eye silkworm had remarked that the Xiantian Gong was particularly well-suited for him, capable of nourishing his meridians. Was it now that it was manifesting its effects? As such thoughts occupied his mind, Hui Yuhao's consciousness naturally followed the trajectory of the Xiantian Gong, and to his surprise, the warm sensation within his abdomen began to circulate through his meridians alongside his awareness. Hui Yuhao observed a faint trace of Xiantian Gong's soul power, which gradually diffused through his meridians as it circulated. This phenomenon was the source of the warmth he felt. Even more astonishing was the discovery that his meridians were effortlessly absorbing this soul power, which explained the comforting sensation that alleviated his fatigue. Hui Yuhao was born with a frail constitution, yet he possessed remarkable intelligence. The Xiantian skill could be absorbed by him even when his body had reached its limits, signifying that he could operate the Xiantian skill while in motion, rather than solely through meditation. In this context, the operation differed from his usual practice. The enhancement of soul power was gradual, yet it became more intimately intertwined with his physical being. Upon this realization, Hui Yuhao swiftly focused his mind, deliberately slowing his pace while subtly activating the Xiantian skill. The Xiantian skill, originally brought to this world by the first-generation sect master Tang Sect, was, in a sense, not native to the Dolua continent, yet it undeniably represented a supreme technique, offering immense benefits for health and longevity. By a stroke of serendipity, Hui Yuhao inadvertently devised a method for the operation of the Xiantian skill in a non-meditative state. Throughout this process, the primary effect of the Xiantian skill transformed into nourishing the body, with soul power enriching the meridians. As the Xiantian skill gradually restored itself during its operation, a wondrous cycle emerged within him. It can be described as a form of cultivation in action. Hui Yuhao remained unaware that even Tang Sect, the first-generation leader of the Tang Sect, had not achieved such a feat, for only he possessed an unparalleled advantage. His cultivation was still weak, placing him at the brink of physical limits. Yet his mental strength was formidable. The possession of a spiritual martial soul enabled him to perceive this extraordinary phenomenon and manipulate it effectively. The Tang Sect had produced numerous powerful individuals, but none possessed the unique conditions that Hui Yuhao experienced at this moment. After reaching their peak, they would neither easily find themselves in a state of extremity nor would they meticulously sense the faint warmth emanating from their dantian. It could be said that the Xiantian skill had undergone evolution within Hui Yuhao's being. With the tempering of this warmth, Hui Yuhao's body, which had reached its limits, found a measure of relief, fortifying his willpower and allowing him to devote more energy to guiding this warmth. The warmth circulated according to the pathways of the Xiantian skill. When it finally completed a cycle, that slender thread of warmth seemed on the verge of depletion. However, at that moment of completion, the warmth appeared to swell slightly. Continuing its journey, though his body grew increasingly fatigued, Hui Yuhao's spirit soared ever higher. The nurturing of his meridians by the Xiantian skill in this state was precisely what he needed. Some delicate meridians, which had required utmost caution in the past, became more resilient under the influence of this warmth, even slightly expanding. Wherever the warmth flowed, an unprecedented sensation of smoothness assured Hui Yuhao that his actions were entirely correct. Around the Shrek Square, the number of fallen students increased, and even those who had been leading gradually succumbed. The sound of iron armor striking the ground echoed intermittently. Waned.A passed by Hui Yuhao once again, struggling to keep his footing. To his astonishment, he noticed Hui Yuhao's eyes were partially closed, revealing only a narrow slit through which a faint golden light flickered. His steps were slow, yet he continued to advance steadily. Many students with far greater cultivation had collapsed, but he persisted valiantly. Each step he took left a watermark of sweat upon the ground. Don't force yourself if you can't go on, Waned.A murmured before continuing his own arduous path. He was far ahead in the total lapse run, yet his physical state was also nearing its limits. An hour and a half had passed, and the ringing of the class bell drew nearer. Only 9 students remained running in the outer circle of Shrek Square, and surprisingly, Hui Yuhao, who had started at the bottom, was among them. Zhou Yi had been observing Hui Yuhao, and when an hour had elapsed, her astonishment grew. Based on her calculations of his stamina and soul power, he should have reached his limit by now. Yet, he continued to endure. Although he gained some advantage by maintaining a steady pace, his cultivation and physical condition spoke volumes. Could a person's willpower truly be this formidable? And at such a tender age, no less. With a thud, 2 more students fell. Their collapse resembled the cascading fall of a line of dominoes. As several students succumbed in rapid succession, one of them inadvertently brushed against waned.A, causing him to stumble. His already weary legs could no longer withstand the strain, and he too sank to the ground, his resolve crumbling in that instant. Having completed the most laps, it was impossible for anyone to surpass him now. Only 3 remained, including Hui Yuhao. 5 minutes later, the other 2 students fell one after another, leaving Hui Yuhao, the weakest among the freshmen, standing alone on the field. Though his steps were unsteady and his pace barely quicker than a walk, he persisted while all others had fallen, causing astonishment in the eyes of many onlookers. Indeed, Hui Yuhao had reached his limit. The warmth bestowed by the Xiantian gong could nourish his body and alleviate fatigue to some extent, yet it could not truly empower him. Time and again, he reached the brink, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Hui Yuhao understood all too well that among the freshmen, he was the weakest. To endure, he had to exert 200 or even 300% of the effort required by others. Remarkably, this grueling physical trial was expanding his meridians and enhancing his soul power. He resolved to hold on for as long as possible. Persist, hold on. He incessantly urged himself within. He had even depleted his soul power, leaving him unable to use his spiritual eye to sharpen his focus. Gradually, a mantra formed in his throat. Mother, for your wishes, so that one day I can honorably retrieve your remains from that place, to cleanse the shame and seek vengeance. No matter what, I must endure. Thud, thud, Hui Yuhao's footsteps were heavy, his legs and body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he refused to fall, mechanically lifting his feet, placing them down, and repeating the motion. Gradually, the mocking glimmers faded from the eyes of those who had already collapsed. The power of a role model is immense. One by one, they began to rise, staring in awe at Hui Yuhao's unwavering determination. After a moment of daze, waned.A was the first to rush forward, falling in line behind Hui Yuhao, yet this time, he did not surpass him. With waned.A leading the way, a second and third student followed suit. And soon the entire class of freshmen gritted their teeth, lifting their stiffened legs and awkwardly returning to the track. Zhou Yi was moved. As a teacher, she had seldom been touched by the performances of her students, but this time, she was genuinely affected. It was not merely a physical trial for them, but a profound test of their spirits. In the faces of these children, merely 11 or 12 years of age, Zhou Yi perceived a resolute determination amidst their fatigue. This lesson exceeded her expectations by leaps and bounds. The sharp ring of the bell finally resounded, signaling the end of class, with a cacophony reminiscent of toppled dominoes. The jarring chime of the bell overwhelmed a multitude of students. The clash of iron gear against the ground produced a series of sounds, as the newly fallen first-year students stirred up a cloud of dust. At the forefront, Hui Yuhao succumbed to the bell's call, finally liberated from the relentless persistence that had resided within him. However, he did not crash directly to the ground. As he fell, waned.A grasped his iron gear, and together they tumbled to the earth, gasping for breath. Gazing skyward, Hui Yuhao's vision blurred momentarily, yet his entire being radiated warmth, an indescribable comfort enveloping him. His soul power had been entirely depleted, and his physical stamina was utterly exhausted, yet his meridians offered him a sense of ease. He sensed that, following this experience, he had likely achieved considerable progress in various aspects. Waned.A fell beside Hui Yuhao. His physical condition and cultivation were significantly superior. Although he too was weary, he was not incapacitated to the same extent as Hui Yuhao. It was truly a mystery what force had sustained him to this point. A soul master with merely 10 years of soul rings had astonishingly endured longer than this seasoned soul master. What an enigma he was. Hui Yuhao chuckled foolishly a couple of times, yet found himself devoid of the strength to speak. Zhou Yi took a slow, deep breath and waved her hand towards the distance. A man clad in white floated gracefully towards her, seemingly reaching her side with just a few light touches upon the ground. After nodding at her, he turned his attention to the group of students. Vibrant soul rings ascended in circles from beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, amounting to an impressive 7 in total. A soul sage. He was indeed a formidable presence, exceeding the level of 70. Among soul masters, he was nearing the pinnacle of power. Remarkably, he appeared to be in his early 30s, though the depth of his gaze belied his youthful exterior. As he raised his hands, a gentle green hue began to emanate from his palms. His 7th soul ring radiated with dark light, and in a mere flicker, he vanished. In an instant, the powerful being transformed into a towering tree. A gentle breeze swept through, and a cascade of emerald leaves floated gracefully from the expansive canopy, precisely 91 leaves, which landed delicately upon the 91 first-year students. Each individual felt an overwhelming sense of soothing coolness. The refreshing sensation coursed through their bodies, rapidly alleviating the soreness of their muscles and healing the wounds inflicted by their iron armor. Even their stamina gradually replenished, although their soul power remained unaltered. Untouched by the verdant leaves, waned.A, the most adept among them, was the first to recover fully. He swiftly turned and sat up, his gaze fixed intently upon the majestic tree, taken aback by its grandeur. This was one of the pinnacle existences among plant-type martial souls, the Tree of Life martial soul. At level 70, the true form of the martial soul. Teacher Zhou had indeed summoned a plant-type soul sage of over 70 levels to aid us in our recovery and healing. As the luminous green aura dissipated, the towering tree rapidly retracted, transforming back into the white-clad man who nodded at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, in turn, bowed respectfully before him. The man departed as swiftly as he had arrived, like a fleeting gust of wind. Throughout the encounter, he had not exchanged a single word with Zhou Yi. One by one, the students rose from the ground. Although fatigue still lingered, they experienced an exhilarating sense of breakthrough after pushing their limits. Hui Yuhao gradually emerged from his semi-conscious state, rejuvenated by the miraculous soul technique he had just experienced. The refreshing sensation eradicated the fatigue in his muscles, while his meridians remained enveloped in the warm, comforting aura bestowed by the Xiantian skill. It was a stark contrast of extremes. Since the awakening of his martial soul at the tender age of 6, and embarking on his cultivation journey, he had never felt such unparalleled comfort. As he mustered the strength to rise, his body was already covered in grime, yet his soulful eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Instinctively, he began to channel his soul power along the pathways of the Xiantian skill, and to his delight, it proved effective, subtly nourishing his meridians. Furthermore, with the cessation of consumption, the internal energy of the Xiantian skill not only flowed through his meridians, but also returned to his dantian, completing the cycle and preparing for renewed circulation. Zhou Yi observed the students as they stood up one by one and remarked, "I must express my astonishment. Today, no one will be eliminated." Upon hearing this, the students erupted in cheers, particularly those who had lagged behind in the lapse, as a wave of relief washed over them. Zhou Yi continued, "You ought to extend your gratitude to Hui Yuhao. Initially, I had prepared a punishment for you. The task was to run until the bell rang before counting your laps. However, aside from Hui Yuhao, none of you managed to run the entire course. Yet, considering that you were able to ignite some spirit under his influence, I shall forego the punishment." waned.A, step forward. Teacher, waned.A took a step forward. Zhou Yi calmly stated, "As the class leader, you prioritized your own performance and failed to set a commendable example. Henceforth, I am stripping you of your position as class leader. Hui Yuhao will take over. Until the next physical education class, Hui Yuhao will serve as the class leader. And if anyone wishes to challenge him, waned.A, you shall be responsible for the duel." waned.A stood momentarily stunned by Zhou Yi's words. "What's the matter? Do you have any objections?" Zhou Yi's tone turned frosty. Realizing the gravity of the situation, waned.A vigorously shook his head, replying, "No, Teacher Zhou, I wholeheartedly accept." Zhou Yi nodded, dismissed. "Everyone, return your iron uniforms. Tomorrow, another teacher will conduct a theory class. I suggest you meditate thoroughly and digest the enhancements and significance gained from today's physical training. The day after tomorrow, I will conduct my class again. By then, I hope to see no one remaining a waste." Understood, the students replied in unison. However, rather than dispersing, they surged towards Hui Yuhao, hoisting him into the air. For these young souls, excitement and joy were palpable. Thanks to Hui Yuhao, no one faced elimination, and the threat of punishment was averted. In that moment, he was their hero. Moreover, following the arduous and painful physical training, Teacher Zhou summoned a remarkable plant-type soul master to collectively restore and heal them, allowing them to keenly perceive the formidable power of high-ranking soul masters. The physical pain had dissipated, and the group's aversion towards teacher Zhou had subtly diminished. They had spent a considerable time of over 10 minutes in commotion, only pausing when students from other classes had finished their day and returned to their dormitories to tend to their disheveled appearances, unbeknownst to the 91 students. It was precisely due to this lesson that a sense of collective honor had begun to blossom within their hearts. It had only been a day since the class was established, and despite not yet knowing each other's names, a sense of unity had emerged, undoubtedly a testament to Zhou Yi's effective guidance. Coupled with the fortunate performance of Hui Yuhao, Class 1 had already forged ahead, with Hui Yuhao assuming the role of the most unassuming class leader. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong donned their iron garments and returned to their room, where they were required to cleanse themselves in the restrooms located on either side of the corridor. Wang Dong urged Hui Yuhao to go ahead, while he himself filled a basin with water to wash in their dormitory. At this moment, Hui Yuhao's mind remained deeply immersed in his unique comprehension of the Xiantian skill, and without much thought, he proceeded to cleanse his body. Throughout this process, the Xiantian skill continued to operate within him. However, he soon noticed that the warm current that had previously surged within him was beginning to diminish. Why is this? Is it because my physical strength has been restored? Hui Yuhao felt perplexed, and only after finishing his cleansing did he begin to form a vague understanding. That warmth seemed to manifest only when his soul power was nearly depleted and his body was exceedingly fatigued. Now, with his body having recovered significantly due to treatment and his soul power gradually replenishing, that warm current would naturally cease to emerge. Had he known that foregoing treatment would have been advantageous, Hui Yuhao mused with a hint of helplessness. Perhaps in that case, his meridians could have derived even greater benefits. Nonetheless, his teacher had left the iron garment for them, and he could always attempt it again later. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Just then, a voice called out to him, pulling him from his reverie of excitement. Hui Yuhao silently cursed himself for forgetting her and hurriedly called out in the hallway, "Teacher Xiaya, I'll be right out." He swiftly dashed back to his dormitory, intending to change into a fresh school uniform before heading out. In his anxious state, he neglected to knock, pushing the door open with haste. Upon entering, he was instantly taken aback by the sight before him. Before him stood a delicate figure, her back turned, revealing smooth and gently rounded shoulders that gracefully tapered downwards, curving softly at the waist. The silhouette of her hips rose subtly, leading to long and slender thighs that appeared slightly elongated, all in proportion to her youth. Yet, the pristine skin glistening with droplets of water emanated a crystalline allure, creating an overwhelming visual impact. A sharp gasp escaped his lips, and in that moment, the white backdrop transformed into a dazzling blue. A pair of magnificent wings suddenly unfurled, and he beheld a V-shaped pattern formed by golden rings illuminating upon the wings. The royal blue feathers shifted to a deep violet, as a powerful surge of soul energy erupted, seemingly ready to engulf him. Fortunately, that tidal wave of soul power eventually subsided. "What are you doing? Why didn't you knock?" Wang Dong's voice rang out, filled with indignation, as the blue light receded. Hui Yuhao noticed Wang Dong had donned his school uniform and rushed toward him, yet he refrained from any aggressive action. Hui Yuhao, having just bathed, was clad only in his undergarments, his skin impeccably clean. However, compared to Wang Dong's fair complexion, his bronzed skin, while radiating health, paled in comparison to the striking whiteness of Wang Dong's. "I heard someone calling me outside. I was in a hurry. I'm sorry." Hui Yuhao, inexplicably flustered, hastily slipped into another clean school uniform at his bedside before turning to flee. Wang Dong stood there, momentarily stunned, and did not attempt to stop him. It wasn't until Hui Yuhao closed the door behind him that he regained his composure, his face flushing with a mixture of embarrassment and confusion. As Hui Yuhao rushed out of the dormitory, his heart gradually settled, though the earlier vision lingered in his mind, particularly the sight of her subtly rounded hips. What am I even thinking? He berated himself inwardly, quickly redirecting his thoughts to the contemplation of Xiantian Gong. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his ear, prompting him to yelp in surprise. "Are you finally coming out?" Tang Ya's playful voice chimed. "I've been waiting for ages." Hui Yuhao lamented, "Teacher Tang Ya, please let go of me. We just exerted ourselves considerably during physical training, and I merely stepped out after washing up in the dormitory." Tang Ya then released her grip. Observing Hui Yuhao's somewhat pallid complexion with a slight furrow of concern across her brow, "Has that dreadful old hag Zhou been giving you a hard time? You must be cautious. She is notoriously rigid and unforgiving. Those who fall under her scrutiny may not perish but will certainly endure significant hardship. How do you feel? If you're unwell, we can postpone matters until tomorrow. Hui Yuhao hastily shook his head and replied, Teacher Xiaya, I'm perfectly fine. Let's go. Today's physical training had further illuminated the necessity of nourishment for him, and abundance of it. The warmth brought by the mysterious heavenly skill within him had dissipated. Yet a profound hunger had arisen. Without money, how could he procure sustenance? Tang chuckled softly and said, I've prepared 20 grilled fish for you. It won't take up too much of your time, certainly less than the hours wasted working for the academy. Teacher Xiaya, where shall we sell them? Hui Yuhao inquired. Tang, clearly having contemplated this in advance, responded, at the entrance of the academy. The gate of Shrek Academy is the eastern gate of Shrek City, which is always bustling with numerous vendors, including students from our academy. We shall go there. With your grilling skills, I have no doubt they will sell. Even if they do not sell, we can simply enjoy them ourselves. As Hui Yuhao followed Tang out of the academy, he was taken aback upon stepping outside. The enrollment period had long since ended, yet the streets flanking the east gate were bustling with numerous vendors. A veritable cornucopia of goods was on display, with an abundance of food stalls in particular, their calls ringing out incessantly. It was evident that these merchants had gathered in hopes of catering to the students of Shrek Academy. Tang, displaying a sense of eagerness, had already set up near the city gate, even encroaching slightly onto the thoroughfare as she unveiled her preparations. Indeed, she was well equipped. Having commissioned a craftsman to create a metallic grill, along with an iron rack, an assortment of spices, and freshly caught, cleaned green fish, she swiftly laid out her items, even procuring a small table to accommodate her supplies. Hui Yuhao set up the grill for her. Unable to suppress a chuckle at how easily teacher Tang succumbed to the allure of culinary delights, Tang retrieved the charcoal, placing it on the ground, and said, All right, my task is complete. Now it's your turn. I'm off to procure some other food items. Remember, there are 2 fish that belong to me among these. They're priced at 5 copper coins each. In the future, when you need to purchase ingredients, you can simply approach Aunt Lin at your canteen. With that, she dashed away, brimming with excitement. Hui Yuhao first inspected the seasonings before commencing the preparation of the bluefish. Indeed, there were quite a few condiments. And Tang had shown thoughtfulness by even procuring some perilla leaves. Hui Yuhao tore the perilla into fragments, blending it with various other ingredients, which he then stuffed into the fish's belly, securing it all with bamboo skewers. The physical training session earlier had imparted him with numerous insights. And eager to return to his cultivation, he was naturally reluctant to linger here for too long. Lighting a fire was a trivial task for him, and in no time, several glowing coals had been placed into the grill. The grill was spacious enough to accommodate 4 fish simultaneously, and he began to roast them without delay. It must be said that Hui Yuhao's skill in grilling fish was truly remarkable. In just a short while, a rich aroma wafted through the air, far more effective than any advertisement. Not only did fellow students from the academy cast curious glances in his direction, but even the surrounding vendors were drawn to the enticing scent. Hey, brother, how much are you selling your grilled fish for? Inquired a male student clad in a yellow uniform as he approached. Hui Yuhao politely remarked, Senior, the grilled fish costs 5 copper coins per piece. The student, equally straightforward, responded, It smells delightful. I'll have one to taste. As he spoke, he handed Hui Yuhao 5 copper soul coins. This marked Hui Yuhao's first successful transaction, filling him with a sense of exhilaration. After accepting the coins, he became increasingly diligent in his grilling. He even harnessed a portion of his recently restored soul power to gauge the fish's cooking progress through mental detection. With the first inquiry made, naturally, others began to gather around. However, as it was Hui Yuhao's inaugural appearance at this location, the quality of his offerings remained a mystery to the onlookers. The majority of those who approached were students from Shrek Academy, just released from their classes. Upon handing a perfectly grilled fish to the student in yellow, the attention of the crowd shifted towards him. The golden brown fish glistened with a light drizzle of oil, releasing an enticing aroma from its belly. As the student's teeth sank into the fish, a subtle crackling sound emerged. The skin was impeccably crisp without a hint of char. Beneath the crunchy exterior lay tender, juicy meat that was thoroughly infused with flavor. With just one bite, the student's eyes widened in delight, and he quickly devoured the fish, barely pausing to express his admiration. The other students, who had been observing closely, instantly grasped the situation. The 3 additional grilled fish that Hui Yuhao had prepared were swiftly snatched up, propelling his sales to a remarkable 20 copper soul coins, equivalent to 2 silver soul coins. Within a brief span, the 4 grilled fish earned Hui Yuhao an outstanding reputation. Situated at the academy's entrance, where foot traffic was abundant, his modest stall soon became a bustling hub. It's incredibly delicious, truly exceptional. The first buyer, the student in yellow, finally managed to squeeze back in, exclaiming, "Junior, give me 3 more. I shall have my dinner here tonight." A nearby student in purple, slightly older, coldly interjected, "Please wait your turn." Hui Yuhao never anticipated that his grilled fish business would flourish so remarkably. Apologetically addressing the students gathered around the grill, he said, "Dear seniors, today marks my inaugural venture into commerce. I can only sell 18 grilled fish. I have already sold 4, leaving 14. According to the principle of first come, first served. Those who did not get in line are kindly requested to return tomorrow." As he spoke, he collected payment from the students at the front of the queue, placing the coins into his belt adorned with the motif of the 24 bridges under the moonlight. Selling all 18 fish yielded a revenue of 9 silver soul coins. And after deducting costs and tomorrow's supply expenses, he had enough left over to comfortably sustain himself. Hui Yuhao was not at all greedy. He understood that, at this stage, cultivating his abilities was of paramount importance, and earning just enough money sufficed. One by one, the grilled fish emerged from the grill, and Hui Yuhao approached the task with utmost seriousness, refusing to compromise on quality despite the crowd. Each student who received a grilled fish was immensely satisfied, with some even inquiring about pre-ordering for the next day. After weighing his options, Hui Yuhao decided to adhere to the queue system, reasoning that the fish tasted best when freshly grilled, and any delay would detract from the experience. At that moment, several female students clad in violet uniforms emerged from the gates of Shrek Academy. The foremost among them instantly captivated countless gazes. She appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, with a slender and graceful figure. Her golden hair cascaded down her back in large waves. Her skin is white as snow, and her eyes resembled clear pools of water, exuding an air of elegance and refinement, like the soft glow of a crescent moon. For snow-laden blossoms, she possessed an exquisite beauty that rendered her surroundings dim in comparison. "Nanjia, what a delightful aroma! What is that scent?" A fellow student beside the enchanting girl inquired in astonishment. Though her appearance was also remarkable, she paled in comparison to the radiant beauty beside her. Clearly, the captivating girl had caught a whiff of the enticing fragrance, prompting the other girls to turn their attention toward Hui Yuhao's stall. Perhaps it was the striking presence of the leading girl that caused those initially gathered around Hui Yuhao's stall to part, allowing her and her companions to approach the grill directly. Noticing the spontaneous courtesy extended to her, the stunning girl did not exhibit any arrogance. Instead, she smiled warmly, graciously nodding in acknowledgement to the students who had made way for her. Every student who caught sight of her smile felt their cheeks flush with excitement. Hui Yuhao, too, was momentarily entranced by her beauty. Until now, the most exquisite woman he had encountered was Tangya. Yet the girl in the violet attire not only matched Tangya in looks, but also possessed an additional warmth and gentleness that was truly enchanting. Moreover, the hint of lingering sorrow in her expression evoked a sense of sympathy. In contrast, Tangya radiated a lively and cheerful disposition, rendering any comparison of their appearances a matter of personal preference. "Junior, how much do you sell your grilled fish for?" the breathtaking girl inquired softly. At that moment, Hui Yuhao had just completed the transactions for all 18 grilled fish, leaving only 2 remaining on the grill, reserved for Tangya. "Senior, 5 copper soul coins for each," he replied. The stunning young woman furrowed her brow and remarked, "It seems a bit overpriced. Considering the costs and your craftsmanship, 3 copper soul coins at most would suffice, allowing you to still profit." Hui Yuhao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a stunning young lady would attempt to negotiate a price with him. No student had ever done so before. "I'm afraid my grilled fish is not subject to negotiation, and besides, today's supply has already been sold out." Hui Yuhao replied calmly. The price had been set by Tangya, and he was unwilling to alter it lightly, especially since this income was crucial for him and was perfectly adequate. The striking young woman paused for a moment and then apologized. "I'm sorry. I was merely calculating casually. If there's a chance in the future, I shall certainly give it a try." With that, she turned and walked away. Hui Yuhao distinctly sensed that the atmosphere around him was somewhat off. Many of the students who had previously gazed at him with eager expressions were now glaring at him with hostility. "You dare not sell?" A deep, resonant voice filled with fury suddenly rang out, followed closely by a streak of golden light that shot straight towards Hui Yuhao's stall. The golden light precisely struck the grill, embedding itself perfectly within it. It was, in fact, a golden soul coin. In the next moment, a figure strode forward, swiftly bypassing the stunning young woman to reach Hui Yuhao's stall. With a swift motion, The individual reached for the two grilled fish atop his grill. As grilling fish requires precise control of heat, Hui Yuhao had kept his spiritual eye open. When the deep voice echoed, he felt an immense sense of pressure, instinctively releasing his mental probing. Though the hand lunging for the fish was swift, Hui Yuhao, through his spiritual perception, was able to anticipate the attack and deftly withdrew the two grilled fish, stepping back a few paces. These were meant for Tangya. He could not allow them to be taken by another. The large hand missed the fish, but instead grasped a handful of charcoal from the grill. At that moment, Hui Yuhao finally discerned the appearance of the newcomer. Dressed in a black school uniform, the individual was a sixth-year student, seemingly of similar age to Bei. Tall and robust, comparable to Kaitu. With thick brows and sharp eyes, a straight nose and square jaw, he possessed a commanding presence. His fair skin flushed slightly with anger, and his somewhat cherubic face exuded an intimidating aura. "Kid, are you seeking death?" The youth in black bellowed, crushing the charcoal in his hand, sparks flying, yet he appeared impervious to the heat. With a swift kick, Hui Yuhao's grill was sent tumbling aside, and he lunged forward. His large hand aimed straight at Hui Yuhao's chest. Within Hui Yuhao's mental probing, it became evident that this black-clad youth was not merely brimming with menace. His seemingly simple grasp was a myriad of transformations. Although Hui Yuhao could identify some weaknesses, his cultivation was too feeble to evade, and he was caught by the youth's powerful grip. "Hey!" the youth exclaimed, raising his right hand and lifting Hui Yuhao into the air, while his left hand snatched the two grilled fish from Hui Yuhao's grasp. The entire sequence, from the appearance of the black-clad youth to his actions, transpired with astonishing speed. So much so that it was only at this moment that the surrounding onlookers began to comprehend what had occurred. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. "What are you doing? Stop!" The speaker is none other than the stunning young lady, her face now a canvas of astonishment and fury. Meanwhile, the other party has already dashed forward with the swiftness of lightning, launching a palm strike towards the young man clad in black, clearly taken aback by the unexpected assault. The black-clad youth finds himself momentarily unprepared. With one hand grasping Hui Yuhao and the other holding a roasted fish, he realizes that to defend against this attack, he must relinquish one of his holds. He opts to forsake Hui Yuhao. With a flick of his wrist, Hui Yuhao is sent hurtling sideways, his right hand raised to block as he collides with the incoming palm. Both individuals stagger back a step, neither gaining the upper hand. The assailant is none other than Bei, the senior brother of the Tang Sect. As Hui Yuhao spins through the air, a graceful figure appears beneath him, arms outstretched to catch him securely. It is, of course, Tangya, her delicate visage now etched with ire. "Su Sanshur, you dare to bully my people? I shall not let this go unchallenged," she declares, raising her right hand as a glimmer of golden light streaks towards the black-clad youth. The youth swings his right hand, summoning a fierce black light intended to engulf the golden beam. However, a surprising turn of events unfolds. The golden light suddenly radiates brilliantly, piercing through the dense black soul power and vanishing into the body of the black-clad youth. His body convulses violently, his gaze abruptly freezing, eyes ablaze with fury. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, ascend from beneath him, while his previously fair complexion darkens, muscles swelling as he expands in size, most remarkably in his right hand. He now wields a black tortoise-shell shield, approximately 1.5 meters in diameter. Hui Yuhao activated his spiritual detection, acutely sensing that the young man in black, upon unleashing his martial soul, exuded an aura that was no less formidable than that of Bei when he released his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. "Tangya, do not think that just because Bei is protecting you, I am powerless against you." With a low growl, the young man's eyes blazed with intensity. Tangya let out a cold laugh. "Come on, do you think I fear you?" Bei, with a calm demeanor, interjected, "Su Sanshur, you are bullying my junior brother. You must provide an explanation for today's events, or we shall settle this in the soul-fighting area." Su Sanshur was momentarily taken aback, pointing at Hui Yuhao. "He is your junior brother?" Bei nodded expressionlessly. Su Sanshur responded coldly, "And what of it? If he disrespects Jiang Nan, he disrespects me as well. It's merely 2 grilled fish. I've already paid." Tangya retorted angrily. "Those were left for Yuhao." Bei, taken aback by Tangya's mischievous words, felt his facial muscles twitch involuntarily. Su Sanshur smirked, addressing Bei. "Your little ya is still as unpredictable as ever. It's been a while since we sparred. Shall we head to the soul-fighting area? Let us go." He turned and strode away without hesitation, quickly approaching the captivating girl named Jiang Nan. Despite his previous fury, his demeanor softened instantly as he extended the 2 grilled fish towards her, speaking gently. Nan, please eat this. I will return shortly. However, Jiang Nan remained ungrateful. Despite her kindness towards others, she treated Su Sanshi with an icy demeanor, stating coldly, Su Sanshi, I have told you before, there is no possibility between us. Please do not bother me again. With that, she turned and walked away. Su Sanshi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, straightened up, and glared at the onlookers. What are you staring at? Disperse. He then commanded Bei, let us go. With that, he made his way back into the academy, tossing the grilled fish directly towards Hui Yuhao. Tang Ye swiftly intercepted the fish before Hui Yuhao could react, her movements graceful yet natural. Without hesitation, she took a bite and pulled Hui Yuhao along, saying, let us go and see the excitement. The soul fighting area is a significant location within Shrek Academy, situated in the northwest corner of the Martial Soul Department, not far from the Soul Guidance Device testing area that Hui Yuhao had previously visited. It is a place frequently frequented by many senior students. Here, various competitions can be held, overseen by dedicated instructors who serve as judges, ensuring fair outcomes, protecting students, and providing medical assistance when necessary. Of course, these services require payment. To partake in a soul fighting match, both parties must contribute at least 10 gold soul coins as venue fees. Nevertheless, many students find great enjoyment in these contests. In this arena, there are no restrictions on engaging in combat, and one need not fear overstepping boundaries, as the supervising instructors are adept at maintaining control over the situation. Simultaneously, victory in the soul arena matches will earn students a certain number of credits, which will contribute to their grades during annual examinations. Once they reach the 4th grade, advancing to the next level necessitates obtaining soul arena credits. For instance, to progress from 4th to 5th grade, one must have triumphed in at least 10 matches against peers within the same grade. The requirement increases for the transition from 5th to 6th grade. After 6th grade, the importance of these credits escalates significantly for those aspiring to enter the inner academy. The matches in the soul arena are open to all students, albeit with an admission fee, which amounts to 1 silver soul coin. Hui Yuhao was greatly astonished to find that the one-on-one duel between Bei and Su Sanshi had captivated the attention of numerous students. Previously, at the academy entrance, he had observed a lively crowd of students of various grades, most of whom chose to follow along to witness the spectacle. Teacher Tang Ye, the academy certainly knows how to generate revenue. Hui Yuhao remarked after Tang Ye provided a brief overview of the soul arena. Tang Ye responded, this is only to be expected. The academy is vast, and its expenses are substantial. If we do not devise ways to earn more, how can we sustain ourselves? However, Shrek City also contributes a significant amount in taxes. Our academy is, after all, the wealthiest institution on the continent. She continued, by the way, Xiao Yuhao, your skills in grilling fish have noticeably improved. Or perhaps my seasoning is simply exceptional. It tastes delightful. Before they even reached the soul arena, Tang Yu had already finished her 2 grilled fish. Hui Yuhao, who had been hungry for some time, seized the opportunity to purchase dinner while passing the cafeteria. By the time he and Tang Yu arrived at the soul arena, a considerable number of spectators had already gathered, with more students continuously arriving as word spread. Tang Yu paid 2 silver soul coins and led Hui Yuhao into the arena. The soul arena was hexagonal, nearly the same size as Shrek Square, with a large open area at its center, clearly designated for student competitions. Surrounding this central space were tiered seats, capable of accommodating around 3,000 spectators simultaneously. At that moment, approximately 200 to 300 individuals were already seated along the edges of the arena, and since Hui Yuhao and Tang Ye had arrived relatively early, they found seats in the front row, closest to the competition area. The arena itself, however, remained empty. It was unclear where Bei and Su Sanshi had gone. Recognizing that Hui Yuhao was unfamiliar with the rules of the soul arena, Tang Ye took the time to explain, the soul arena opens every day after school and remains accessible until midnight. Students wishing to compete must first pay and register. If either competitor is a well-known student within the academy, the institution will broadcast the match across various dormitory areas using soul-guiding amplifiers, enticing more spectators to attend. The academy retains half of the ticket revenue, while the other half goes to the winner of the match. Your senior brother has already earned a considerable sum here. Moreover, Su Sanshi is a 5th grade student, while Bei has only recently ascended to 4th grade, making this a significant challenge across grade levels. Therefore, if Su Sanshi loses, he will have to forfeit an additional 10 gold soul coins. Both your senior brother and Su Sanshur are quite renowned in our outer academy, celebrated as prodigies. It is likely that the number of spectators today will surpass 500. Hui Yuhao inquired, "Who was that Jiang Nan just now?" Tanya raised her hand and gave Hui Yuhao a light tap on the head, exclaiming, "At such a young age, you should not be distracted by beauty." Humph. Hui Yuhao winced in pain, refraining from inquiring further. He opened his lunchbox and began to eat his dinner. Tanya, observing his earnest demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, since you asked, I shall enlighten you. Jiang Nan is reputed to be the most beautiful girl in the outer academy. She hails from a humble background, possesses a kind disposition, and has garnered quite a following within the institution. Do you think she is more attractive than I?" Hui Yuhao hurriedly shook his head. Tanya, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Indeed, I do not believe she surpasses me in any regard." Humph. That Su Sanshur possesses a remarkably potent mutated martial soul known as the Xianming Turtle, which embodies both water and earth attributes, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Reputed to be as impregnable as a fortress. His cultivation is comparable to Beibei's, both wielding top-tier beast martial souls. Rest assured, I have already avenged you, moments ago. I delivered a dragon whisker needle to him, which should suffice. He may pursue Jiang Nan, but anyone who crosses my path shall not go unscathed. Strangely, Jiang Nan seems to have some peculiarities regarding her orientation. Many outstanding male students in the academy have pursued her. Yet I have never heard of her showing inclination towards anyone. While others tend to refuse gently, she has been particularly cold towards Su Sanshur, raising the question of whether he has taken advantage of her in some way. The spectators here are truly innocent. They are only aware that Beibei and Su Sanshur are renowned for having the strongest offensive and defensive martial souls in the outer academy, respectively. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that these two are already acquainted. I suspect they have colluded to earn some profit, which is why they have ventured into the soul-fighting arena. Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior brother is acquainted with Su Sanshur?" Tang Yin nodded and reassured him. "Rest assured, little Yuhao, while they may know each other, your senior brother will not let him bully you without a fight." In the soul-fighting zone, in the lounge, Beibei remarked, "Your little Yi is rather ruthless. Just look at Su Sanshur. He has lifted his shirt to reveal a large lump the size of an infant's fist on his right side, yet he still maintains his martial spirit. His skin appearing as hard as iron." Beibei scoffed and said, "Serves him right for bullying our little junior brother. Enough chatter, hand me a Xian Shui Dan, and I shall assist you in removing this dragon whisker needle. Otherwise, prepare to carve out a piece of your own flesh." This dragon whisker needle, a relic from the first generation of our Tang Sect's ancestors, is only passed down to the successive sect masters. Little Yi is genuinely furious this time. Su Sanshur responded, "Was that brat really one of your Tang Sect members? I couldn't discern any notable abilities. Forget the Xian Shui Dan. I can't keep maintaining my martial spirit. This dragon whisker needle is vicious. It's excruciatingly painful and specifically targets soul power." Caught off guard, I fell into Tang Yi's trap. How frustrating. Beibei looked up at the sky and said, "Do as you wish. It's your choice to give or not. You struck our little junior brother and destroyed his stall. Endure the dragon whisker needle as torment. The contest is about to commence. I do not believe you can contend with me while bearing that needle." Su Sanshur huffed in anger. "Fine, Beibei, just wait. I'll show you how I'll deal with you in the soul-fighting arena. I won't show any mercy." Beibei smiled gently and replied, "Do I need your mercy?" As he spoke, he gestured towards Su Sanshur with his right hand. Reluctantly, Su Sanshur retrieved a small white jade porcelain bottle from his pocket and tossed it to Beibei. Catching it, Beibei said, "Thank you. Now, retract your martial spirit, and I'll help you extract the dragon whisker needle." Su Sanshur then slowly withdrew his martial spirit. Freed from its constraints, an intense, piercing pain surged from the side of the needle, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably despite his cultivation and willpower. Beibei swiftly pressed several points around the injury, then moved his hands in unison, channeling gentle soul power into the coiled muscles. His movements were exceptionally rapid, and each flick of his fingers infused different degrees of soul energy. In a short time, a slender golden thread finer than a hair emerged from Su Sanshur's muscles. With a gentle tug, Beibei extracted the golden thread, which quickly shrank into a tiny golden grain the size of a millet. With a flick of his wrist, he stored it away. Su Sanshur exhaled a sigh of relief, yet his face remained contorted with anger. "Beibei, you take advantage of my misfortune. You know just how precious the Xian Shui Dan is. How about we wager? If I win this battle, you return the Xian Shui Dan." Beibei chuckled easily. "And if you lose?" Su Sanshur retorted. Then I shall give you 1,000 gold soul coins. Bei shook his head and replied, no, the Xianshui Dan is surely worth more than 1,000 gold soul coins. I will not engage in an unfair wager. Su Sanshur retorted angrily. This is all the money I have. If you refuse, I might just lose my temper. With a gentle sigh, Bei responded, do you think I lack money? Very well. I shall give you a chance. I know you possess another Xianshui Dan. Just bring it forth for the bet. A flicker of doubt crossed Su Sanchi's eyes. Why do I feel as though I am falling into your trap? It seems you are quite confident in your ability to defeat me. Bei maintained his warm smile, saying, you are the one who proposed this wager, not I. You have the option to decline. Moreover, should you lose, do not whine about it. Su Sanchi scoffed. Will I lose? Although victory is not guaranteed for me, it won't be easy for you to triumph over me either. What if we end up in a tie? Bei, unfazed, replied, in that case, we simply return to our respective corners. Hurry up, don't dawdle like a woman. With a determined grit of his teeth, Su Sanchi declared. Fine, I will accept your wager. You may not be stronger than me, but your cunning is undeniable. I'll likely have fallen for your ploy again. If I am deceived, so be it. At worst, I can discuss it with my father when I return home. Bei's smile remained intact, even as Su Sanchi scrutinized his expressions to no avail. You are not foolish, yet whenever it involves Nan, you seem to lose your wits. I cannot help but wonder if you two are destined rivals from a past life. While Nan is indeed beautiful, there are plenty of commendable female students among us. Why must you fixate on just one? Su Sanchi, irked, replied, do not stand there spouting nonsense. If you have the ability, why not give Tangya to me? Bei rose, stating, you should quickly adjust your mindset, lest you feel disgruntled if you lose later. I shall take my leave now. As he spoke, he began to walk toward the door. Just as Tangya had predicted, the number of students gathering in the Soul Duel area was increasing, visibly surpassing 400. And it was certain that 500 would eventually assemble. Huiyuhao. A voice filled with resentment startled Huiyuhao, causing him to turn around just in time to see Wang Dong striding towards him, fully equipped and exuding an intimidating presence. What brings you here? Huiyuhao asked, feeling a bit guilty. The sight of Wang Dong instantly reminded him of the earlier incident. Wang Dong's face shifted between red and white as he plopped down beside Huiyuhao and whispered, speak, what have you seen? Huiyuhao was momentarily taken aback and replied, huh, I didn't see anything. Wang Dong snorted in anger. Next time you fail to knock, I shall have no choice but to end you. Huiyuhao, aware of his own shortcomings, continued to mumble, we're all men. If you've seen it, you've seen it. It's not like you've lost anything. What did you say? Wang Dong exclaimed angrily, raising his hand to grab Huiyuhao. A long hand reached out and swatted away Wang Dong's hand. As Tangya's voice resounded, little Yuhao, you haven't introduced me yet. Only then did Wang Dong notice Tangya's presence. Upon seeing her stunning beauty, he momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure, scoffing and straightening up, choosing to ignore Huiyuhao. It turned out that after Huiyuhao had fled, Wang Dong hastily dressed but could not locate him. He attempted to meditate but found it impossible to calm his mind. At that moment, he heard the dormitory broadcast and decided to take a stroll, only to unexpectedly encounter Huiyuhao and Tangya here. Huiyuhao said, Teacher Xiaoya, this is my roommate Wang Dong. Wang Dong, this is Tangya, our senior. That was the extent of his introduction. Wang Dong nodded toward Tangya, who smiled and remarked, what a charming little boy. I like him. Why don't you persuade him to join our Tang Sect? Upon hearing the words Tang Sect, Wang Dong's body trembled slightly, and he exclaimed in astonishment, you are members of the Tang Sect? Tangya nodded repeatedly, saying, indeed. It is just the three of us now. I am the current leader of the Tang Sect. Surprised, are we? Come, the Tang Sect welcomes you. Her words were rather casual. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, anyone who underestimated her would eventually find themselves at a disadvantage. She had already discerned Wang Dong's extraordinary nature. His essence was restrained, and his soul power was solid. His cultivation level was evidently far superior to Huiyuhao's. However, to Tangya's surprise, after a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Dong nodded at her and said, all right. I have long heard of the wonders of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Sect leader, I wish to join the Tang Sect. Please accept me. Ah? You truly wish to join us? Tangya asked in astonishment, her eyes filled with confusion as she regarded Wang Dong. Wang Dong earnestly nodded, saying, I hope to join the Tang Sect and learn about hidden weapons. Tangya's expression grew serious as she replied, I will consider this matter and have Yuhao convey my response to you later. While they were conversing, Bei had already entered the arena from the lounge. The moment he appeared, some of the observing students began to chant his name. Pili Bei. Pili Bei. Bei smiled and waved to the spectators. Though his gaze was scanning the stands, Tang stood up and waved to him. Only then did Bei notice their presence, given the distance. He obviously couldn't hear their conversation, so he gestured to Tang. Having spent considerable time together, Tang quickly returned a few gestures to indicate her understanding before sitting down again. Xiao Yuhao, what is the maximum range of your spiritual detection sharing? Tang whispered to Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao remarked, if it's merely a single direction, the range is approximately 50 meters. He had just tested the limits of singular directional spiritual detection with waned.A. Under normal circumstances, the effective radius of his spiritual sensing was limited to 30 meters, meaning the actual detection distance in any direction was merely 15 meters. However, reaching 50 meters was already over 3 times the limit, necessitating a substantial expenditure of Hui Yuhao's soul power. Tang immediately raised her right hand, gesturing towards Bei, who nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Su Sanshur had already entered the battle arena, accompanied by a teacher in his 40s. Once inside the arena, Su Sanshur and Bei adopted a stern demeanor. This was not their first competition in the battle arena. In previous contests, the two had exchanged victories, though draws were the most common outcome. Through these battles, they had indeed earned a considerable amount of money, and thus could not easily reveal the close nature of their relationship. The referee approached the center of the arena and announced in a deep voice, 4th year Bei challenges 5th year Su Sanshur. Should Su Sanshur lose the match, he must pay an additional 10 gold soul coins. You have both privately agreed on the terms of your wager. Are you prepared? Both Bei and Su Sanshur nodded in unison. Chapter 13. Xian Shui Pill. The match commenced. With the referee's declaration, he swiftly retreated. At the same moment, Bei and Su Sanshur unleashed their martial spirits. The previously noisy battle area fell into an instant hush, as all eyes were riveted on the two contestants. As prominent figures from Shrek Academy's outer court, Bei and Su Sanshur's every battle was a breathtaking spectacle, drawing the keen interest of their fellow students. In private, many students had even placed clandestine bets. With a surge of blue electricity, Bei's right arm expanded rapidly, enveloped in swirling blue light, as he summoned his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. On the other side, Su Sanshur was equally unyielding, his body swelling as his school uniform tightened, revealing the massive turtle shell shield in his right hand. They both began to step sideways slowly, their piercing gazes locked onto one another. As their potent soul power surged, one a vibrant blue, the other a deep black, clearly delineating their energies within the arena. On the surface, they appeared evenly matched, both being soul masters above the 30th level with 3 soul rings each, embodying the rank of battle soul masters. However, the nature of their martial spirits suggested that Bei was evidently an offensive-type battle soul master, while Su Sanshur, wielding a shield, likely belonged to the defensive category. With Bei's formidable offensive martial spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, facing off against Su Sanshur's mutated and powerful defensive martial spirit, the Xianming turtle. It was truly difficult to ascertain who would gain the upper hand. Wang Dong seemed to have forgotten his own matters with Hui Yuhao, intently watching the two in the arena, remaining silent. Hui Yuhao felt a similar surge of emotion, mirroring the intensity of the two soul lords competing in the arena. Upon unleashing his martial soul, Bei's gentle demeanor transformed into one of fierce determination, while Su San's demeanor evolved from impulsive to a steadfast calmness akin to a mountain solidity. As Su San gradually maneuvered closer to the spectator area, where Hui Yuhao and his companions sat, Bei suddenly shouted, charging towards Su San like a bolt of blue lightning. Su San was momentarily taken aback. He had not revealed any vulnerabilities, and this was hardly an opportune moment. When had Bei become so reckless? Though these thoughts crossed his mind, he dared not relax, fully aware of Bei's formidable explosive power during an attack. As Bei lunged forward, closing the distance to approximately 5 meters from Su San, he leaped, his powerful, scaled right arm descending towards Su San's head. The dragon claw crackled with blue and purple lightning, poised to unleash a soul technique at any moment. Yet, Su San remained unperturbed. He took a half step back with his left foot, slightly crouching, while raising his heavy shield to protect himself entirely. Simultaneously, a surge of dark soul power erupted from the turtle shell shield, subtly forming a black light barrier that enveloped him securely. With a resounding crash, Beibei's dragon claw struck forcefully against the thick black turtle shell shield, causing both combatants to recoil. Beibei paused momentarily before descending to the ground, while Su San slid back a meter. The first of Su San's 3 soul rings, a century-old yellow ring, illuminated, causing the black light on his turtle shield to intensify dramatically. A powerful black aura radiated from the shield, spreading over an area of several square meters, akin to a colossal force field pushing outward, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound. This was Su San's first soul skill, Shimming Shock. It was an area effect skill designed to repel foes, possessing a certain stunning effect as well. If the enemy's cultivation is inferior to his own, they will not only be knocked back but also left momentarily dazed, creating at least a brief distance between them. However, Su San was taken aback by Beibei's unwavering determination. Just as he unleashed his first soul skill, Beibei's second and third soul rings shimmered almost simultaneously. The first to shine was the Millennium level third soul ring, radiating a vibrant purple light. A deep rumble erupted from Beibei, who was enveloped in a fierce blue-purple electric aura. The scales on his right arm rapidly spread across his body, covering his right chest, causing his presence to surge dramatically. The Wrath of Thunder. Following this, the second soul ring illuminated, unleashing thick bolts of lightning that burst outward from Beibei's form. Combining the second and third soul skills, he boldly clashed with Su San's first soul skill, the Shimming Shock. Even though Su San was renowned for his defenses, his Shimming Shock could not possibly repel Beibei. The black energy shield was forcefully torn open, and disregarding the black current's impact, Beibei surged through the opening. Despite his astonishment, Su San's movements did not falter. His second and third soul rings glimmered in succession. He was acutely aware of Beibei's capabilities and held great confidence in his own defenses. While he might not necessarily triumph over Beibei, he was certain that if he stood his ground resolutely, Beibei could not claim victory over him either. However, in the very moment he activated his second and third soul skills, a sudden jolt of clarity struck his mind, causing his consciousness to blur for an instant. His 2 soul skills momentarily stalled, failing to be released at the first opportunity. Beibei's form became ethereal, employing the Tang Sect's ghost shadow perplexing steps. Lowering his body slightly, he glided almost along the ground, his right claw seizing the edge of Su San's tortoise-shell shield, allowing him to sweep around to its rear. Su San found it too late to release his soul skills. Allowing Beibei to maneuver behind the shield sealed his tragic fate. Beibei's right foot propelled against Su San's shin. The thunderous energy amplified by the Wrath of Thunder surged forth in an instant. The next moment, Su San's body trembled in place, while Beibei's immense dragon claw grasped his shoulder. The outcome was clear. The match concluded more swiftly than anyone had anticipated, with many spectators failing to grasp the full course of the duel before Beibei had already circumvented Su San's tortoise-shell shield and secured victory over his opponent. Beibei triumphed. The referee's announcement did not deter Beibei from forcefully throwing Su San to the ground. As the lightning receded, Su San's physical resilience proved formidable, and his trembling ceased immediately. However, he spoke with a stammer, "Why you cheated?" Though he could not fathom the means by which Beibei had achieved his advantage. He was certain that his delay in executing his soul skills had not been of his own making. Moreover, under his comprehensive defense, Beibei astonishingly discovered the most vulnerable point, leaving him utterly baffled. Deceive you? Nonsense. Accept the wager and face the consequences. Bring forth the Xin Shui Dan, Beibei declared with a smile, channeling a surge of lightning soul power into Su San, causing his towering figure to tremble uncontrollably. Little did Su San know that, in order to aid Beibei in overcoming him, someone in the stands had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Indeed, when Su San attempted to unleash his second and third soul skills, the piercing agony in his mind stemmed from Hui Yuhao's purple extreme magic I combined with soul shock. Despite Hui Yuhao's relatively modest cultivation, the synergy of the 2 skills generated an instantaneous force that caught Su San, enveloped in soul power, off guard. The distance between Hui Yuhao and Su San was approximately 30 meters, perfectly within the coverage range of his soul shock skill. Furthermore, prior to employing this technique, Hui Yuhao had utilized the spirit detection and spirit sharing skills to pinpoint Su San's flaw for Beibei. One could assert that that fleeting moment epitomized Hui Yuhao's peak performance since becoming a soul master. Rewinding time to just before the match commenced, the gestures exchanged between Beibei and Tangya were a silent plea for assistance to Hui Yuhao. Upon learning of the range of Hui Yuhao's spirit detection sharing, It became clear why Bei launched an attack on Su Sanshi at what seemed like an impossible moment. This victory rightfully belonged to the duo of Bei and Hui Yuhao. Besides Tang Ye and Bei present in the arena, only Wang Dong sensed the unfolding events. Although Hui Yuhao deliberately controlled the appearance of his soul rings at his feet without allowing them to ascend, the fluctuations of soul power could not escape Wang Dong's notice. Wang Dong observed as Hui Yuhao's eyes first shimmered with a faint golden hue, which rapidly intensified, culminating in a flash of purple light from his depths. In the next instant, Hui Yuhao collapsed, tilting toward Wang Dong. Instinctively, Wang Dong caught him, just as the match concluded. "What has happened to him?" Wang Dong inquired, astonished. Seeing Hui Yuhao fall, Tang Ye was equally startled, hastily assessing his condition, and subsequently sighed in relief. "Soul power exhaustion, he is fine. We should leave. It is best to depart quickly after causing trouble." Additionally, Tang Ye pondered in her heart, could it be that Hui Yuhao's spirit detection sharing possesses such immense significance? Bei merely intended for him to assist in seizing the initiative. Bei and Su Sanshi were evenly matched. Whoever gained the upper hand would have a significantly higher chance of victory, yet the outcome turned out to be a decisive blow. Hui Yuhao was indeed utterly fatigued. After a day of rigorous physical training and the repeated exertion of his spiritual abilities, this instance of soul power and mental exhaustion rendered him completely unconscious, and it would take some time before he could awaken. This was a manifestation of the body's self-protective mechanism. Tang Ye and Wang Dong assisted in carrying Hui Yuhao back to the dormitory, and as they reached the entrance, Bei hurriedly caught up with them. Utilizing his soul power, he helped to restore Hui Yuhao's body momentarily, then produced a porcelain vial, from which he poured a pill into Hui Yuhao's mouth. "Little brother, I implore you to take good care of him," he said. Senior students were prohibited from entering the dormitories of junior students, as per school regulations. Thus, Bei had no choice but to rely on Wang Dong. Wang Dong, momentarily dazed, was well acquainted with the world due to his prestigious upbringing. He had clearly observed the pill Bei had dispensed. It was a deep blue pill, about the size of a cherry, adorned with numerous white patterns. After being extracted from the vial, a faint mist enveloped the pill, and a refreshing aroma lingered in the air, invigorating to the senses. "Is that the Xian Shui Dan?" "Impossible." Wang Dong was taken aback. Not only him, but even the elderly man, who had been lazily reclining at the dormitory entrance, slightly opened his eyes before returning to his previous state. Tang Ye turned to Wang Dong and said, "Little Zhentai, once little Yuhao awakens, please remind him not to forget to sell fish tomorrow. I'll prepare a portion of today's provisions for him later." Bei retorted, "All you think about is eating. Today, you nearly caused trouble for our junior brother." Tang Ye scoffed, "Don't give me that. I see you've been lurking behind Su Sanshi, plotting mischief. That guy is rather foolish and, as expected, fell for it, allowing you to seize the opportunity." Bei feigned innocence, saying, "Just when I was about to sleep, someone brought me a pillow. What was I to do? I can only say our junior brother is fortunate." He then added, "Let us go back to cultivating. I recall someone said that if I beat Su Sanshi, I'd be rewarded with a kiss." Words must hold weight. Tang Ye stuck out her tongue at him. "I meant to incapacitate him to the point of being unable to care for himself. Have you done that? Cultivate, cultivate." Suddenly, Wang Dong interjected, "Senior Tang Ye, please consider my request. I genuinely wish to join the Tang Sect." Tang Ye nodded, waved her hand, while Bei wore a contemplative expression, smiling at Wang Dong as he pulled Tang Ye away. Wang Dong supported Hui Yuhao back to the dormitory, laying him gently on the bed. The image of the pill Bei had given Hui Yuhao lingered in his mind. Shaking his head lightly, he shot Hui Yuhao an irate glare, muttering, "You gaze upon what you ought not, and you fear not the consequences. You deserve to sleep on a hard plank bed." As he spoke, he leapt onto his own bed, adopting a meditative posture. Today's physical training had been equally effective for him. Hui Yuhao slept exceptionally soundly this time. Since joining Tangmen, he had been diligently cultivating the Xiantian skill, and this was the first time he truly enjoyed a restful slumber. In his dreams, he felt as though he were immersed in a refreshing pool of water, the invigorating sensation almost compelling him to moan in delight. After a brief period of meditation with his eyes closed, Wang Dong opened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Hui Yuhao in the opposite bed. He had been awakened by the palpable fluctuations of soul power in the air. Indeed, the rich aura emanated from Hui Yuhao himself. It was nighttime, and the faint blue glow radiating from him was particularly striking. It appeared as if a delicate mist hovered around his body, exuding a subtle fragrance. Wang Dong leapt from his bed and quietly crouched beside Hui Yuhao to observe him closely. He noticed that Hui Yuhao's skin seemed to be gently undulating, releasing fine streams of energy through his pores. This was the soul power he had sensed. The pale blue mist continuously flowed in and out through his pores. As time passed, the color of the mist deepened, while the fragrance gradually faded. The Xian Shui Dan. It truly was the invaluable Xian Shui Dan. How could Senior Bebe have casually given him such a precious elixir? Was it a mistake? Wang Dong muttered in astonishment. After a brief moment of surprise, just as he was about to return to bed, something struck him. With a resigned sigh, he approached Hui Yuhao's bedside, made a fist gesture, and huffed. I can't even sleep in my own bed because of you. Just wait. As he spoke, he rolled up his bedding and stored it in his portable soul guide, quietly leaving the dormitory to find somewhere else to rest. Shortly after Wang Dong departed, the scent emanating from the mist surrounding Hui Yuhao began to shift from fragrant to foul, and its color grew increasingly darker. While Hui Yuhao's breathing became more and more tranquil, he had indulged in an exceptionally sweet and refreshing sleep. However, he was roused by an unpleasant, sticky sensation. As his consciousness returned, he could not help but sneeze robustly. What a terrible smell! What is that? Hui Yuhao exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, instinctively thinking that Wang Dong was playing a prank. Yet, when he opened his eyes and looked towards the opposite bed, he found it utterly vacant. Wang Dong was nowhere to be seen in the dormitory. Outside, the sky remained dark, but Hui Yuhao quickly sensed something was amiss. For everything in the dormitory was vividly clear, untouched by the darkness. This level of vision was something he had previously achieved only by activating his soul power and unleashing his spiritual and martial soul. Yet now, he had not invoked his martial soul at all. As he lowered his gaze, he discovered that the uniform he wore had turned pitch black, and the foul odor emanated from it. In the areas not covered by the uniform, his skin was coated with an additional layer of dark grime, giving the impression that he had fallen into a mire and was unceremoniously discarded here. Surely, Wang Dong could not harbor such animosity towards him? Hui Yuhao gazed at his body in bewilderment, and upon rising, he noticed that his wooden bed was also uniformly covered in black filth. What on earth was happening? The stench from his body and the bed was overwhelmingly unpleasant. Without pausing to ponder, Hui Yuhao rolled out of bed, flung open the dormitory window, and hurriedly dashed out of the door, making his way to the restroom at the end of the corridor. The grime on his body had a greasy texture, and after scrubbing the bed and washing his clothes, he spent a considerable half-hour rectifying the situation. When he finally settled back onto the bed, his expression was one of utter confusion. Never mind, he would inquire with Wang Dong tomorrow and everything would be clarified. Having wasted a significant portion of the night, it was time to hasten his meditation and cultivation. As he contemplated, he seated himself cross-legged and began to channel his soul power according to the prescribed route of the Xiantian Gong. 3 seconds into his meditation, Hui Yuhao abruptly opened his eyes, his spirit orbs wide with astonishment, filled with disbelief. Am I dreaming? He was momentarily stunned before hastily closing his eyes again. Another 3 seconds passed, and when he opened his eyes once more, his face was alight with elation. Indeed, something truly incredible had transpired. As he entered a meditative state and activated his soul power, he experienced an unprecedented sensation. If his previous soul power operation had been akin to a snail's crawl, now it felt as though he were moving at the speed of a spider. The velocity of his soul power had increased by at least 3 to 5 times, and its potency had significantly augmented, flowing with remarkable fluidity. During the operation of his soul power, an unparalleled sense of strength coursed through his entire being, as if all his meridians had opened up. The sensation was exquisite, akin to the tingling feeling of regeneration coursing through his limbs and bones. Hui Yuhao, filled with anticipation, promptly closed his eyes once more, channeling his soul power into motion. It became evident that everything was indeed authentic. Typically, the soul power following the cultivation route of the Xiantian Gong would require at least half an hour to complete a full circuit. However, this time, Hui Yuhao achieved it in less than a quarter of that duration. Moreover, the increase in his internal soul power was several times greater than before. No longer a gradual accumulation, but rather a profound evolution. Simultaneously, through meditative practice, Hui Yuhao discovered that the meridians throughout his body had become remarkably unobstructed. Previously narrow and constricted areas had been considerably widened and thickened, endowing the meridians with a newfound pliability. The influx of soul power surged against them, posing no threat whatsoever. Could it be that he had undergone a complete transformation overnight? At that moment, he was reluctant to dwell on thoughts too deeply. Since he began his cultivation at the tender age of 6, he had never experienced such an immediate sense of advancement. Having finally grasped this sensation, he was unwilling to relinquish it. He continued to propel his soul power, and astonishingly, the speed of the Xiantian Gong's operation seemed to subtly increase. While the warmth and comfort began to envelop his meridians once again, nourished by the essence of the Xiantian Gong, Hu Yuhao remained oblivious to the number of cycles his soul power had traversed, until the dawn gradually illuminated the sky and a hint of pale white emerged on the distant horizon. It was then that he awakened from his meditative state. Sitting cross-legged for half the night, his legs showed no signs of stiffness or numbness. With a slight movement, he found himself at the window, gazing at the ethereal purple aura that began to materialize in the eastern sky. Naturally, his soul power flowed into his spiritual eyes, initiating the cultivation of the purple extreme demon eyes. The transformation of his body and the enhancement of his soul power seemed to render everything profoundly different. As his spiritual eyes focused on the rising purple aura, he distinctly sensed something within his mind breaking free. An invisible pull emanated from his spiritual eyes, drawing in the fleeting hint of purple within the pale dawn, akin to a great whale siphoning water. The surface of his eyes radiated warmth, while their depths remained refreshingly cool. Hu Yuhao felt his mental strength extend outward, swiftly surpassing his previous limits, and only halted when it expanded to a diameter of approximately 40 meters. The purple essence within his gaze deepened significantly, and his skin took on a lustrous sheen. The vitality, spirit, and essence of his being had transformed entirely compared to the previous day. Exhaling a long breath to expel the stagnant energy within, he completed the cultivation of the purple extreme demon eyes, and everything around him became increasingly vivid. With a mere thought, his soul power was retracted, and his spiritual eyes returned to their normal state, though his deep blue irises gleamed even more brightly. He sensed that something significant had occurred within him. Otherwise, such a substantial enhancement in merely one night would be inconceivable, even after 6 months of cultivation. Just as confusion filled his mind, the door to his dormitory swung open. Wang Dong peeked in, sniffing the air to confirm the absence of any unpleasant odors. Satisfied, he sauntered in, carrying his bedding, and tossed it onto the bed. Irritably, he addressed Hu Yuhao, who stood nearby, saying, "You've undergone a complete transformation, yet you've rendered my home unwelcoming. Humph, you're treating me to breakfast today." Hu Yuhao looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Wang Dong, what on earth has happened? Why did I awaken covered in dirt? And how has my cultivation improved so significantly? It truly feels, as you mentioned, like a complete transformation." Wang Dong's wrist adorned with an ancient golden bracelet shimmered, and a circular metallic sphere appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Hu Yuhao. "First, let us ascertain the extent of your soul power enhancement. This testing soul guide can measure soul power from levels 10 to 30. Just infuse your soul power into it." "Ah," Hu Yuhao replied, grasping the metallic sphere and gradually channeling his soul power into it. Initially, the sphere emitted a faint yellow glow, which gradually expanded outward, and a number emerged on its surface. It settled at 11 before swiftly jumping to 12. As the yellow light continued to radiate outward, the number 12 began to tremble. But Hu Yuhao, having exerted all his strength, ultimately could not provoke it further. Wang Dong's expression mirrored his astonishment. "Truly remarkable. The Xianshui Dan has indeed elevated your soul power by nearly 2 levels overnight. You have now reached the pinnacle of level 12, and you are but a step away from level 13. Hu Yuhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious? What is the Xianshui Dan?" Wang Dong snatched the testing soul guide from Hu Yuhao's hands, snorting, "This device is remarkably accurate. Deceiving you serves no purpose for me. You should actually express gratitude to Senior Beibei. What is your connection with him? How could he so casually bestow upon you a Xianshui Dan worth its weight in gold? I suspect he might have mistaken the elixir." Observing Hu Yuhao's puzzled expression, Wang Dong elucidated, "The Xianshui Dan is an extraordinary elixir, purportedly unique to a water-attributed martial soul sect. However, I am uncertain which sect it is. The process of refining the Xianshui Dan requires the essence of numerous water-attribute soul beasts and a variety of aquatic plants, meticulously blended to achieve completion. Water serves a purifying purpose. The Xianshui Dan not only provides substantial nourishment and enhances soul power, but its medicinal properties are exceptionally gentle, allowing it to be absorbed effectively by soul masters of any rank. For soul masters below the 20th rank, it can elevate their soul power by at least 1 level. Yet, its most precious attribute lies in its ability to cleanse the marrow and invigorate the sinews. While bathing removes surface impurities, the Xianshui Dan purges internal toxins. This elixir is beneficial for everyone. For exceptionally gifted soul masters, it merely amplifies their abilities. However, for those of average talent, it is akin to a timely boon. By cleansing bodily impurities and nourishing the meridians, one waned.A can significantly enhance the potential of an ordinary soul master, equivalent to an increase of one innate soul power level. In other words, if your martial soul awakens with an innate soul power of level 1, consuming a waned would elevate it to level 2. This represents a transformation in both talent and constitution. Unbeknownst to Wang Dong, his analogy struck a chord. Hui Yuhao's innate soul power was indeed level 1. Yet, Hui Yuhao could distinctly sense that the transformative experience brought about by the waned transcended merely increasing his innate soul power by 1 level. His cultivation speed had effectively quadrupled, although he could not yet compare to the prodigious talents of Wang Dong and Bei Bei. He was now on par with an ordinary soul master, no longer struggling as he had before. Hui Yuhao's eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture. It was his elder brother who had bestowed upon him the invaluable waned. This profound bond of friendship was etched deeply in his heart. Hui Yuhao's fortune is indeed remarkable. Wang Dong's description of the waned pill is flawless. Under ordinary circumstances, the enhancement provided by the waned pill aligns perfectly with his assertions. However, Hui Yuhao's opportunity to consume the waned pill has arrived at an opportune moment. After a day of arduous training, his body has undergone a rigorous refinement, akin to having completed a comprehensive warm-up prior to taking the pill. Furthermore, his profound understanding of the Shantian skill has allowed the technique to permeate his meridians, nurturing them into a state of optimal vitality. In a state of extreme mental exhaustion, Hui Yuhao consumed the waned pill while teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Consequently, he did not exert conscious control, allowing the pill's effects to be evenly distributed throughout his body, which resulted in an exquisite assimilation of its nourishing properties. Of even greater significance is the fact that the waned pill is a water attribute elixir, and the second martial soul bestowed upon Hui Yuhao by the heavenly dream ice silkworm is ice, a solid form of water, thus facilitating his absorption of the waned pill. As the waned pill transformed his body, the first of the 10 colossal sources of power sealed within Hui Yuhao by the heavenly dream ice silkworm finally opened a fissure, allowing a portion of its energy to merge with his own. Therefore, in comparison to the enhancement of his soul power, the amplification of his spiritual power was significantly more profound. This explains why his spiritual perception expanded from 30 meters to 40 meters. It can be said that this singular waned pill catalyzed a comprehensive enhancement of Hui Yuhao's physique, leading to such a remarkable transformation, which will greatly benefit his future cultivation. Even the purple extreme demon eye has undergone evolution. The purple extreme demon eye possesses 4 realms: observation, subtlety, mustard seed, and vastness. Hui Yuhao's cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye through the spiritual eye is inherently efficient. As the waned pill elevated his capabilities, it simultaneously activated the source power of the heavenly dream eye silkworm. During his prior cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye, this source power exerted a tremendous attraction towards the celestial purple aura, propelling Hui Yuhao's purple extreme demon eye directly from the observation realm into the subtlety realm. It can be asserted that he is the fastest individual in history to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye, even surpassing Tang Sect, the founder of the Tang Sect. At this moment, Hui Yuhao remains unaware that the advancement of the purple extreme magic eye has significantly enhanced his control over all mental attribute skills. Consequently, when he wields his soul abilities, the consumption of soul power will notably diminish. Observing Hui Yuhao's eyes, which are now a striking crimson, and his somewhat dazed demeanor, Wang Dong gently pats his shoulder and says, "Come on, let us go have breakfast. I intend to indulge in double portions today." Hui Yuhao chuckled. "All right. I can eat 4 servings." Wang Dong shot him a glare. "You're the one who is piggish." As the words escaped, both erupted into hearty laughter, dissipating the awkwardness of the previous night. In their innocent youth, they still harbored pure hearts. Chapter 14. The dream of one finger having made a profit from grilling fish yesterday. Hui Yuhao had not forgotten to extract a golden soul coin from the oven before heading to watch Bei Bei and Su Sanshur compete with Tanya. By the time he and Wang Dong reached the cafeteria, they felt a hint of extravagance. Their breakfast was particularly sumptuous, significantly replenishing their physical needs. They arrived at the cafeteria early, and by the time they finished their meal, very few students had shown up. "There's still some time before class. Let us head back to the dormitory," Hui Yuhao said, patting his satisfied belly and stretching his body, a look of contentment on his face. Since arriving at Shrek Academy, his spirits had gradually lifted. Here, he finally had friends, as well as the caring presence of his teacher Xiaoya and his senior Bei. A stark contrast to the cold atmosphere he had experienced at the Duke's mansion. Wang Dong replied, "Take it easy. You're going back to cultivate again. If the string is pulled too tight, it will snap. You need to relax sometimes." He suggested, "Let us take a stroll by the sea god lake to unwind. The Xin Shui Dan has already enhanced your cultivation significantly. A brief respite won't tea hurt." "All right," Wei Yuhao readily agreed. Having been at the academy for a few days, he had yet to visit the sea god lake, and it was indeed not far from their class location, so a walk would be pleasant. The two exited the cafeteria, circumvented the new students' teaching building, and headed east along the southern edge of Shrek Square, soon arriving at the lakeside path. As they passed through the woods adjacent to the path, the shimmering sea god lake unfolded before them. A gentle mist mingled with the fresh air, and although the lake was artificial, its waters were remarkably clear. The azure surface was pure, profound, and elegantly serene, rippling gently like the sparkling gaze of a young maiden, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and the shaded greenery along the shore. How beautiful! Wang Dong couldn't help but take a deep breath, stretching his body vigorously. As he did so, his shirt inevitably rose, revealing his rounded, pert backside. Wei Yuhao did not intentionally gaze in that direction, yet a fleeting glance inadvertently reminded him of the sight from yesterday. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he turned his gaze away towards the distant expanse of Sea God Lake, which sprawled widely, likely surpassing the main campus of Shrek Academy to the west. A thin veil of mist lingered upon the water's surface in the distance. Upon the evolution of Wei Yuhao's purple extreme magic eyes, the perception of his spiritual gaze underwent a significant enhancement. Even without channeling soul power into the spiritual eyes, he could still perceive distant objects with remarkable clarity. He faintly discerned, through the mist hovering above the lake's surface, what appeared to be structures resembling houses. Recalling the descriptions provided by Xiaoya and Bei, he couldn't help but ponder that this must be the inner courtyard. If even the exceptionally talented senior brother could only study in the outer courtyard, to what formidable heights would the seniors of the inner courtyard ascend? Suddenly, as Wei Yuhao was lost in thought, he noticed a red dot emerging amidst the lake's mist. What happened? Wang Dong inquired, puzzled. Wei Yuhao pointed in the direction he had observed, exclaiming, "Look, there appears to be a red dot over there." Wang Dong, following Wei Yuhao's gesture, gazed into the distance but could only discern a veil of mist. "Where?" He questioned Wei Yuhao's assertion. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. He too perceived it. That was no mere dot, but rather a vivid red figure racing across the water's surface with astonishing speed, and astonishingly, it seemed to be hurtling directly towards them. Wei Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged a glance, both exclaiming in astonishment, "A senior from the inner courtyard?" The speed of that crimson figure was truly astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had already surged to the center of the lake. Each time his toes grazed the water's surface, ripples sprang forth, yet he merely utilized that slight buoyancy to accelerate further, resembling a swift red cloud drifting through the air. As he drew nearer, Wei Yuhao could discern more clearly that the figure was not only clad in red attire, but also possessed blood-red hair. Tall and slender, he emanated an aura of chilling ferocity, akin to a fearsome soul beast. Adorning his face was a mask of the same crimson hue, with eyes that glowed a deep scarlet. The air surrounding him shimmered slightly, and wherever he passed, wisps of mist danced upon the surface of the water. This senior appears exceptionally formidable. Look, he hasn't even unleashed his martial soul, yet he can run upon the lake's surface, Wang Dong eagerly analyzed to Wei Yuhao. Although Wei Yuhao's cultivation was inferior, his perception was significantly sharper. "Wang Dong, something feels amiss." The crimson figure approached with alarming speed, closing in within 100 meters as they conversed. An overwhelming wave of searing heat surged forth, and both Wei Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously displayed expressions of shock. They sensed an indescribable aura of madness emanating from their senior, one that no ordinary person should possess. With a swift motion, azure wings unfurled behind Wang Dong, and he grasped Wei Yuhao tightly, intending to ascend into the sky. However, even as he attempted this maneuver, the red figure had already drawn near. The terrifying heat erupted instantly, enveloping the two as if they were engulfed in a sea of flames. In a heartbeat, Wang Dong's wings twisted, rendering flight impossible, and both fell to the ground. The vegetation within several dozen meters was instantaneously charred to a yellow ash. The disparity in cultivation levels was insurmountable. Wang Dong attempted to unleash his soul skill, But as soon as he stirred his soul power, he was met with the crushing force of the intense heat. With a muffled groan, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Although Hui Yuhao's cultivation is inferior to that of Wang Dong, one must not overlook the fact that he possesses an unformed martial soul of ice. Stimulated intensely by the surrounding high temperatures, this ice attribute martial soul was immediately awakened. However, Hui Yuhao's peak soul power at the 12th level was swiftly depleted within a mere second by the external scorching heat. Moreover, a large hand from the crimson figure was brazenly descending upon him. The temperature surrounding his body was already exceedingly terrifying. Should he be struck directly, it would surely result in a most tragic demise. In the end, all that Hui Yuhao could do was initiate a soul shock. However, the disparity between the two was insurmountable. His soul shock dissipated in the searing heat without even breaching the overwhelming aura of fire. As he faced imminent annihilation beneath the scorching giant palm, a sudden blankness enveloped his vision, and everything around him became a blur. Was he to perish? Was death upon him? In that moment of impending doom, he felt not resentment, for this was all too abrupt. Instead, he was filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, the scene sharpened into focus, revealing an extraordinary sight. He saw himself. If Wang Dong were awake at that moment, he would undoubtedly witness an astonishing spectacle. Just as Hui Yuhao was about to be engulfed by the fiery palm, the hue of his soulful eyes transformed dramatically. The deep blue irises, glimmering with a faint golden light, instantaneously turned white, resembling the purest ice of ages past. An intense chill surged forth from Hui Yuhao, ruthlessly dispersing all the surrounding heat, causing the fiery figure to emit a muffled grunt as it was forced to retreat and tumble away. As Hui Yuhao unleashed his spiritual eye, a white soul ring materialized beneath him, which suddenly transformed into a brilliant golden hue. The dazzling golden light radiated as if a resplendent sun were rising from his feet. Centered around Hui Yuhao's form, a realm of ice and snow instantaneously enveloped a 100-meter radius. Even the sea god lake ahead succumbed to the freezing grasp. The crimson figure seemed to tremble violently, while an oppressive force coalesced in the air. Hui Yuhao's right arm slowly ascended, his index finger inexplicably turning an icy blue. And a luminous white gleam flickered in his eyes. A somber voice resonated through the atmosphere. Dare to disturb my chosen one. Dare to awaken me from slumber. Perish. With a pointed gesture, a beam of icy blue light shot forth, swiftly vanishing into the air, racing towards the crimson figure. Under the influence of Hui Yuhao's profound chill, the temperature surrounding the red figure plummeted. Perhaps sensing the imminent peril, it suddenly convulsed, followed by a resounding cry of a phoenix. From its back emerged a colossal fire phoenix, soaring into the air, accompanied by 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, indicating a soul emperor-level prowess. Among the 6 rings, the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th began to glow simultaneously. The flames behind it morphed into a deep crimson hue. A slender line of fire, akin to a finger, erupted from the phoenix's mouth, colliding with the icy blue beam emitted from Hui Yuhao's index finger. A series of peculiar hissing sounds erupted as the fire line swiftly disintegrated, and the enormous fire phoenix lunged forward, positioning its vast form in front of the crimson figure. Amidst the tumultuous roar, the fiery figure was thrust backward, enveloped in a layer of icy blue, and plummeted into the distant sea god lake. Instantly, a thick mist of white vapor ascended from the lake's surface. As Hui Yuhao prepared to pursue, he hesitated for a moment. The previously heard sound echoed once more. Much to his annoyance, more individuals were arriving. Ah, this little fellow's physical prowess has improved remarkably. It seems he can be granted a bit more strength. I shall retreat. The golden halo swiftly faded, transforming into white before vanishing entirely, and the surrounding chill dissipated in an instant, restoring the lake to its normal state. Hui Yuhao's intensely cold white eyes reverted to their usual hue, and his body softened, collapsing to the ground. Moments ago, the shores of the sea god lake were rife with terrifying soul power fluctuations, yet now, tranquility had returned. On the bank, only Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong lay unconscious on the ground. In the distance, from the depths of the sea god lake, a dozen figures approached with astonishing speed, reaching the shore in just a few blinks. This is bad. An external academy student has been harmed. Leading them was an elderly man clad in white, who suddenly stepped forward as if traversing through space, arriving beside Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. With a gesture of his hands, the 2 young men were instantly lifted into the air. Fortunately, they merely fainted and were not gravely injured. Teacher Li, please attend to them, he instructed. Yes. Another middle-aged man in white hurried forward to take over Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Had they been conscious, They would have recognized this teacher Li as the soul sage who had utilized the Tree of Life martial spirit to restore their class just the day prior. Soul rings blossomed, and a series of green halos enveloped Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, quietly permeating their bodies. A miraculous scene unfolded as the surrounding withered plants began to revive at an astonishing pace, faintly. One could see the vast vegetation by the sea god lake emanating a soft green glow, flowing towards Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, gradually infusing into their beings. Xiaotao is here. With a splash, a figure clad in white emerged from the water, retrieving the red-clad individual who had previously fallen into the sea god lake. Soaked through, the figure revealed a graceful form. It was a woman. The elderly man in white approached her, placing his right hand on her shoulder. And one could observe a rich white soul power surging into the red-clad woman at an incredible speed. How peculiar. The elderly man furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by something. Teacher Li, how are the two external academy students? He inquired of the teacher attending to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. The teacher responded, there is no issue. They will awaken shortly. The elderly man sighed in relief, saying, fortunately, a grave mistake has been averted. It appears that Xiaotao has retained some semblance of consciousness. Teacher Li, please escort these two students back and instruct them to forget what they witnessed earlier. If this information leaks, they shall be expelled. Provide them with ample compensation. We shall return. The final 4 words were directed towards the others present. He lifted the woman clad in red, his form flickering before transforming into a radiant beam of white light that surged into the depths of the sea god lake. At the moment when Hui Yuhao collapsed to the ground, his consciousness was rendered unable to perceive the world outside, leaving him oblivious to the events that ensued. How bothersome to awaken my brother so soon. The voice of the dreaming ice silkworm echoed within the sea of consciousness. Hui Yuhao, in a state of bewilderment, inquired, Brother Tianqiu, was it you who intervened just now? The Tianqiu ice silkworm replied, of course it was me, or else you would have been charred to a crisp. That individual possessed an exceedingly formidable fire attribute, indeed bearing a trace of the divine beast Phoenix's bloodline. Had it not been so, my mere finger could have obliterated her. Nevertheless, it appears she has lost her senses. Her flames were rather sinister, yet after consuming the everlasting ice essence for so many years, I am far from defenseless against her. Little Yuhao, your cultivation has progressed smoothly. Your physical constitution has improved significantly. Among the 10 seals I left within you, the first has partially activated. Is that true? Hui Yuhao exclaimed with elation. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, he had increasingly recognized his own insignificance, having encountered numerous formidable beings. His desire for strength grew ever more intense. However, due to his lack of innate talent, he could only strive quietly. Now, even the Tianqiu Ice Silkworm praised him. How could he not feel overjoyed? The Tianqiu Ice Silkworm, somewhat disheartened, continued, however, I just utilized my primordial power. This is my source spirit, which, in a certain sense, is akin to the wisdom affixed to your soul rings. It was only through this means that I could first protect your body before employing my strength. Furthermore, following the recent impact on your physique, you shall not be able to bear my power for at least a year. Exercise utmost caution. Should you encounter another adversary whom you cannot withstand, we shall both be finished. Now, I shall take my leave to rest. You must strive diligently. Once you reach the second ring, you will no longer need to trouble your brother. Each time the Tianqiu Ice Silkworm appeared, it was always in such haste. Hui Yuhao had intended to inquire further about controlling soul skills, but it had already succumbed to slumber, and the surroundings dimmed. Wang Dong was the first to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in white. Before he could utter a word, Hui Yuhao, beside him, also groaned softly and slowly opened his eyes. Unlike Hui Yuhao, who had a general understanding of the situation, Wang Dong's mind was shrouded in confusion as he angrily demanded, what on earth is happening? What was that monstrous creature? The middle-aged man in white calmly replied, you are both unharmed. Please forget what you have just witnessed. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the academy. Here are 2 items for you, as compensation. I trust you are both intelligent individuals. As he spoke, he tossed a green object to each of them. They instinctively raised their hands to catch it. The middle-aged man then soared into the air, heading towards the sea god lake. Go to class now. Remember, forget everything you have seen. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged bewildered glances, remaining in a state of dazed silence for a while. Hui Yuhao, what do you suppose is happening? Wang Dong inquired softly. Hui Yuhao shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. It seemed we had encountered a madman. Wang Dong glanced at the green object in his hand, momentarily taken aback, and then his face lit up with joy. Wow. We have struck it rich. It's actually a soul elevation pill. Hui Yuhao gazed curiously at the green object in his hand, a pill the size of a walnut, emanating a faint yet refreshing fragrance. Its surface was a deep emerald hue, with a subtle luminescence swirling within, crystalline and vibrant with the essence of life. What is the Shahun pill? Is it akin to the Xianshui pill, another form of elixir? Hui Yuhao inquired. Wang Dong replied, indeed. Moreover, it belongs to the same category of pills. In comparison, the Xianshui pill is somewhat more precious due to its ability to cleanse the marrow and refine the essence. However, for soul masters who have surpassed the 30th level and have already solidified their forms, the Shahun pill is considered superior to the Xianshui pill. Hence, the value of the Shahun pill is comparable to that of the Xianshui pill. You should keep it safe. It is said that the refinement of this pill is exceedingly challenging, and I was astounded by the generous sum the teacher provided us as a sealing fee earlier. I have decided to regard the previous incident as if it never occurred. Hui Yuhao inquired, could you please clarify? What is the true purpose of the soul ascension pill? Wang Dong chuckled mischievously and replied, I won't tell you. You'll have to beg me. With that, he turned and dashed towards the direction of the freshman teaching building. Hui Yuhao, rendered speechless, carefully stowed the ascension soul pill within the confines of the 24 bridges under the moonlight before hastening after Wang Dong. As he ran, he called out, if you don't tell me, I shall inquire with the eldest senior brother. He must be in the know. Reveal it to me now, and I shall treat you to a splendid lunch. Wang Dong slowed his pace, waiting for him to catch up, remarking, in that case, I shall desire something exquisite. Hui Yuhao withdrew all his assets and said, after all, I am a homeless orphan. This is all I possess. Do as you see fit. Wang Dong was taken aback for a moment. You are an orphan? Hui Yuhao nodded. Wang Dong continued. The lack of bedding on your dormitory bed is not due to your dedication to rigorous training, but rather an unwillingness to spend money on bedding, isn't it? Hui Yuhao remarked, I believe it is more important to save money for meals. The food in the cafeteria is rather expensive. Wang Dong, lost in thought, unconsciously came to a halt, prompting Hui Yuhao to stop as well. What are you doing? We need to hurry. Class is about to start. Wang Dong pressed his lips together and fixed his gaze on Hui Yuhao, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. What is the matter with you? Did that guy earlier mess with your head? Wang Dong took a deep breath through his nose and slowly exhaled. Hui Yuhao, I am truly sorry. I was unaware of your circumstances as an orphan, and I should not have bullied you. Hui Yuhao chuckled softly and replied, have you not also failed to bully me? Wang Dong, slightly annoyed, smacked his shoulder and said, could you refrain from interrupting me when I'm feeling sentimental? Now, let us proceed to class. From now on, I shall cover your meal expenses. Hui Yuhao shook his head and said, there is no need for that. Teacher Xiaoya has devised a plan for me. Every day after school, I will sell grilled fish for a while, which will suffice for my living expenses. Later, I will treat you to some grilled fish. As they spoke, the two resumed their journey towards the teaching building. Along the way, Wang Dong informed him about the effects of the Ascension Soul Pill. The primary function of the Ascension Soul Pill is to enhance soul power. It is crafted from various rare herbs and treasures as medicinal catalysts. Each soul master may consume only one throughout their lifetime, and the increase in soul power is approximately equivalent to the leap from level 30 to 31. An elevation of one level in soul power is indeed a rare treasure. However, excessive consumption may adversely affect future cultivation potential. Moreover, the Ascension Soul Pill shares similarities with the Xianshui pill, as it primarily focuses on stimulating potential and providing additional nourishment, thus possessing a relatively mild potency. Any soul master with a cultivation level above 10 can safely consume it. Should I consume it? How much soul power would I gain? Hui Yuhao inquired tentatively. Wang Dong shook his head and replied, I do not know. I have yet to hear of anyone who would be willing to consume the Ascension Soul Pill at such a low level. This item is highly valued at any level auction, and it is seldom sold. It is said that only a handful of plant-type soul masters possess the ability to produce it, with an annual output of no more than 20 pills. We truly have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune this time. It seems the Academy is fair, that individual threatened our lives yet bestowed such a precious item upon us. Unlike Wang Dong's admiration, Hui Yuhao felt little joy, for he understood that had it not been for the presence of the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, both he and Wang Dong would have likely been reduced to ashes, rendering any pill futile. When do you think would be the most opportune time to consume it? Hui Yuhao asked once more. Wang Dong replied, certainly, it should be consumed tonight upon our return. Such a valuable item should not be kept for long. Moreover, enhancing our cultivation sooner will enable us to reach level 30 more quickly. If I can obtain a third soul ring today, I will at least not be so passive. And it will be effortless to carry you aloft. Hui Yuhao pondered for a moment and resolved to consume the soul elevation pill that very night. The stronger the power of the Xian Tian Gong, the more beneficial its nurturing effects would be on his internal meridians. Thus, an enhancement in soul power was undoubtedly advantageous. He wondered just how much his soul power could be elevated by this singular pill. Advancing from level 30 to 31 would likely grant him an increase of at least 2 or 3 levels. If that were the case, his cultivation would be nearly at level 15, aligning perfectly with the entrance requirements of Shrek Academy. The thought ignited a fervor within his heart. Although he did not harbor feelings of inferiority, he was nonetheless enveloped in a sense of urgency. Given his previous talent, passing the first assessment after 3 months as a newcomer seemed a daunting challenge. However, the rapid progress he had made in recent days instilled a glimmer of hope within him. Regardless, he was determined to remain. In stark contrast to the previous day's curriculum led by Zhou, today's classes were remarkably lenient for the students. The morning and afternoon were filled with theoretical lessons. The morning session focused on the classification of martial souls, while the afternoon delved into identifying the age of soul beasts. Many students, owing to their familial backgrounds, did not place much importance on these subjects. However, Hui Yuhao approached them with utmost seriousness. His deficiencies lay not only in talent and cultivation, but equally in knowledge. As anticipated, Wang Dong treated him to a sumptuous meal at noon. And as soon as the afternoon classes concluded, Tang arrived. "Let us go, little Yuhao. I have prepared another surprise for you. Worry not. Today teacher Xiaya will be by your side to protect you. Let us see who dares to bully you." She then handed him a porcelain vial. Wang Dong, observing from the side, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had just seen such a vial yesterday. It was identical to the one Bei Bei had used to administer the Xian Shui pill to Hui Yuhao. "Is this the second Xian Shui pill?" he exclaimed. Unlike the soul elevation pill, the Xian Shui pill did not have consumption limitations, yet the first one yielded the most significant effects, with subsequent ones providing diminishing returns. After all, the impurities within each person's body are finite, and the increase in soul power was not as substantial as that provided by the soul elevation pill. "Teacher Xiaya, have you considered my request?" Wang Dong inquired eagerly of Tang Yu. She chuckled softly, replying, "I discussed it with Bei Bei. He mentioned that if you secure first place in the first assessment for newcomers, we will welcome you to join our Tang Sect." "All right, it's a deal." Wang Dong replied without hesitation, for the benefits of the Tang Sect were simply too enticing. Hui Yuhao had already received 2 Xian Shui pills. Although he considered himself exceptionally gifted and believed the Xian Shui pills to be of little use to him, one could never tell what treasures the Tang Sect might possess. Moreover, his primary motivation for joining the Tang Sect did not solely rest on the allure of its benefits. Hui Yuhao took the porcelain bottle and placed it into the enchanting scene of the night under the 24 bridges, without asking further questions. He followed Tangya as they made their way out of the academy. Wang Dong hurriedly caught up, saying, "I shall accompany you as well. After all, we are roommates. I will first take care of your affairs and buy 2 grilled fish." With a chuckle, Hui Yuhao said, "Allow me to treat you." Wang Dong shook his head and replied, "That's not appropriate. Friends are friends, and business is business. I want to let you pay. I'll buy it myself." As he spoke, he produced a silver coin and firmly pressed it into Hui Yuhao's hand. Initially, he believed he was helping Hui Yuhao. But once the 3 of them exited the academy gates, Wang Dong realized that he had inadvertently benefited instead. Outside the academy, over 30 individuals awaited Hui Yuhao's arrival to purchase grilled fish, among whom the most conspicuous was Su Sanshi, who had lost to Bei Bei in the soul fighting competition the previous day. Upon seeing Su Sanshi, Hui Yuhao paused momentarily, but Tangya quickly stepped forward, asking, "What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? How about a match in the soul fighting area today?" Su Sanshi retorted irritably, "You? Spare me, I don't fight women. I'm here to buy grilled fish, not to cause trouble. Can't you see I'm first in line?" Hearing this, Tangya's expression softened slightly as she asked, "Buying for Jiang Nanan?" "Indeed," Su Sanshi nodded. Tangya teased, "I didn't realize you were so infatuated. Too bad she doesn't fancy you." Su Sanshi snapped back, "Tangya, don't provoke me. Your Bei Bei tricked me terribly yesterday, and I haven't even sought retribution yet." Tangya stuck out her tongue and turned to Hui Yuhao, saying, "Let us get started, little Yuhao. Given that someone provided some excellent items yesterday, I'll sell him 2 today." Setting up the grill, Hui Yuhao commenced selling his grilled fish for the second time outside Shrek Academy. However, the first two were not given to Su Sancher. He held no fondness for the person who had attacked him the previous day, and since Wang Dong had paid first, the initial two grilled fish were handed to him. The third and fourth went to Tang. Only when Su Sanchi's expression darkened further did he finally receive the fifth and sixth grilled fish. He then tossed down the money and turned to leave. Delicious, truly delightful, Wang Dong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he savored the grilled fish, his enjoyment rivaling that of Tang Yu. After consuming two fish, his face and hands were already greasy. Meanwhile, as Hui Yuhao continued selling grilled fish. Within a secret chamber on the central island of the Sea God's Lake at Shrek Academy, a woman gradually awoke from her stupor. The woman in red stirred slightly, instinctively covering her chest with her right hand, murmuring, "So hot, so uncomfortable. I feel terrible." Gradually, she opened her eyes, revealing faintly pink irises. The previous flush of color having faded, her gaze reflecting a hint of confusion. Strange, why is it no longer hot? Suddenly, she flipped over to sit up, instinctively glancing down at herself. Her once drenched clothing had completely dried. She leaped off the bed, swiftly removing the mask from her face, revealing a slightly pale oval visage. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her facial features somewhat austere, yet they could not diminish her captivating beauty. Standing upright, her figure exuded a mesmerizing fullness, reminiscent of a ripe peach. "You are awake," an aged voice resonated, followed by a long sigh. "Xiao Tao, you nearly made a grave mistake this time." It was uncertain whether it was mere coincidence, but a surge of external icy energy flowed into your body, calming the malevolent fire within you. Do you remember what transpired after you emerged from the Sea God Lake? Chapter 15. 3 months. The woman in red within the secret chamber was the very soul master of the fire element, a sixth-ring soul emperor, who had almost brought calamity upon Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. If she truly appeared to be in her 20s, her talent could not merely be described as extraordinary. A 20-year-old soul emperor ranks among the elite throughout the history of soul masters on the Dola continent, even comparable to the original Shrek Seven Monsters of Shrek Academy. The aged voice belonged to the white-clad elder who had brought her back here. Upon hearing his inquiry, the red-clad woman, referred to as Xiao Tao, shook her head in confusion. "I do not remember," she replied. "I only recall a sea of red, followed by what seemed like a lethal threat. I fought back. And then, I found myself back here, in this moment." The white-clad elder furrowed his brow as he approached her, speaking in a grave tone. "How could you not inform me that you were unable to suppress the malevolent fire within you? Do you understand the calamity that nearly unfolded? 2 external academy students almost perished due to your malevolent fire." Xiao Tao was taken aback. I had no idea it would escalate to such severity. I believed I could manage it. But, the elder sighed deeply, stating, "The longer you suppress it, the more violent the eruption will be. Xiao Tao, from this moment on, you must cease your cultivation. Although you are the most gifted genius Shrek Academy has seen in centuries, you must not sacrifice yourself for the Academy. If the malevolent fire were to obliterate your consciousness next time, I would regret it for the rest of my days." Xiao Tao replied defiantly, "No, master. I must continue my cultivation. I assure you, it will not happen again. I can feel that the malevolent fire's aberration and heat have been completely suppressed. There should be no issues for the time being. But what force could possibly contain my Phoenix malevolent fire?" The elder pondered. "It is an exceedingly potent ice attribute. The power of absolute cold. Its purity far surpasses that of your Phoenix malevolent fire, akin to the breath of absolute ice from an ancient ice dragon. This is what has thoroughly restrained the influence of the Phoenix malevolent fire on your body, even more effectively than any methods we have previously employed." Xiao Tao questioned. "But it is impossible for an ancient ice dragon to exist. It certainly would not appear in our academy. Could someone have infiltrated the academy?" The elder shook his head. "I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Initially, I suspected that the 2 students had guardians sent by their families. However, further inquiry revealed that this is not the case. One student is named Wang Dong, and the other, Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao is a specially admitted student of Tang Sect. I inquired with Bei, who informed me that he was encountered and brought back by Tangya in the Stardow Forest. His innate talent is mediocre, and he is an orphan. Surely, no formidable protector would accompany him. As for Wang Dong, he possesses a substantial background. However, his lineage does not align with the ice attribute martial soul. Regarding the academy, I have investigated numerous times and found many teachers and students with ice attribute martial souls, yet I have never encountered one with such an exceptional ice attribute martial soul. It is indeed perplexing." Xiao Tao remarked, "Teacher, let it be. There is no need for further investigation." The elderly man in white replied, This concerns your future. How could I remain unconcerned? If we could locate a male possessor of an exceptional ice-attribute martial soul and have him become your suitable match, it would alleviate the negative effects of the evil fire Phoenix martial soul within you. Only then could you truly soar to great heights in the future. As it stands, you are entirely constrained. Your cultivation speed has plummeted, and your life is even at risk. Xiao Tao's cheeks flushed. I have no intention of marrying, and certainly not to someone I do not love for the sake of a martial soul. The elderly man sighed. The issue is that the evil fire cannot be suppressed. Xiao Tao huffed. I will manage it. I simply refuse to marry. The elderly man retorted with anger. Ma Xiao Tao, if you continue to be willful, I shall no longer recognize you as my disciple. Seeing the elderly man enraged, Xiao Tao quickly subdued her rebellious spirit and said, But, teacher. The elderly man gently patted her head. Silly girl, love can be cultivated, but life is singular. Moreover, you are exceedingly remarkable. Regardless, I will ensure you find a good destiny. Nan, I have brought you the roasted fish from that young man yesterday. Rest assured, I did not resort to any coercive means. I waited in line to purchase it. Su Sancher said with earnestness, blocking Jiang Nanan's path as she headed to the cafeteria. Jiang Nanan shook her head. No, thank you. Su Sancher tentatively asked, do you think I was too forceful yesterday? I am not usually like this. It was only for you. Nanan, I understand you harbor reservations due to past events. However, our reunion at Shrek Academy is also a form of fate, is it not? I have genuinely developed feelings for you, and I assure you of my unwavering commitment. Jiang Nanan replied coolly, I recall stating that after our last meeting, we should each pursue our own paths. There is no possibility for any intersection between us. Su Sancher, you are a lofty noble. Why trouble a mere girl like me? I have nothing to offer you. Please refrain from disturbing my life henceforth, or I shall report you to the academy. Also, do not bully other students in my name. Having uttered those words, she turned to leave, only to be blocked by Su Sancher, who exclaimed angrily, Me bully other students? You are unaware of how terribly I have been treated by Bei. That roasted fish yesterday was from his junior disciple, who took the opportunity to swindle me out of 2 xianshui pills. Tang Yi bestowed upon me a dragon whisker needle, leaving a considerable bruise on my waist. What flaws do I possess? You simply refuse to grant me a single chance. Jiang Nanan retorted coldly. At such a tender age, you have ventured into such places. What merits do you possess? With that, she pivoted and departed, this time launching herself into the air, her 3 yellow soul rings shimmering. I could faintly discern that her ears seemed to elongate and sharpen, while her figure appeared even more elongated. With a mere hint of exertion, her long legs propelled her 10 meters away in a flash, as she hastily vanished without a backward glance, gazing at her retreating silhouette. Su Sancher lingered in a daze for a moment before fiercely biting into the roasted fish in his hand. Su Sancher, you truly lack ambition. What is there to be proud of? I shall feast alone. Yet, to his surprise, the roasted fish was delectably exquisite. Po Yu Hao, I never anticipated your culinary skills with fish to be so exceptional. How about this? From now on, every evening after dinner, I shall treat you, and you shall indulge me with roasted fish. What say you? Wang Dong exclaimed with excitement, savoring the rich and savory aroma of the fish. Wei Yu Hao chuckled. Surely you cannot indulge in grilled fish every night? Even the most delectable dishes become tiresome with frequent consumption. Wang Dong replied, It matters not. I am unperturbed. I shall relish it to my heart's content first. It is settled then. Tomorrow evening, I will feast on 4 fish, for 2 simply will not suffice. Moreover, look at the throng still queuing today. I believe you ought to prepare a few more. It won't take much time anyway. Otherwise, before you know it, they will all be consumed internally. At this moment, after selling grilled fish, the 2 had closed their stall and returned to the dormitory area. After dining in the cafeteria, they made their way back to their room. The senior brother handed Hui Yuhao a mystical water pill. Wang Dong, do you think I should consume this first, or the soul ascension pill? Hui Yuhao inquired, pulling out the mystical water pill and the soul ascension pill, seeking Wang Dong's counsel. Wang Dong, clearly more knowledgeable about medicinal pills, pondered for a moment before responding. I would advise against consuming either just yet, he said. Why is that? Hui Yuhao asked, his expression one of confusion. Wang Dong explained, consider this. You just ingested a mystical water pill yesterday, and much of the impurities in your body have already been expelled. The effects of the mystical water pill will linger within you for a while, accompanying your meditation as it is digested. If you take additional pills at this juncture, while the results may still be commendable, some potency will inevitably be wasted. Both the mystical water pill and the soul ascension pill are treasures of nature. Such precious elixirs must be utilized to their fullest potential. I suggest you practice for about 10 days first. Once your body has fully absorbed the effects of the first mystical water pill, then you may take the second one, further enhancing your physique and increasing your soul power. After both mystical water pills have been completely absorbed, you will experience significant improvements in your physique and meridians. Once your body is unimpeded, consuming the soul ascension pill will yield optimal benefits. Upon hearing waned.A's analysis, Hui Yuhao felt it was indeed sound advice. Thank you. I am grateful you enlightened me. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding the proper consumption. And what of you? Will you take yours today? waned.A nodded, stating, I am already at level 21, and my physique and meridians are in excellent condition. Thus, it is the perfect time to absorb the soul ascension pill. I shall take it now. A night is sufficient for digestion. Tomorrow I shall at least be at level 22, perhaps even level 23. Did not senior sister Xiaoyao mention that once I achieve first place in the annual first assessment of the new students, I would be invited to join the Tang Sect? After consuming this soul ascension pill, my chances will increase significantly. Well then, I shall commence now. You may continue your cultivation. As he spoke, he retrieved a soul-enhancing pill the size of a walnut and brought it to his lips, gently biting into it. Instantly, an exceptionally rich and refreshing fragrance emanated from the elixir. waned.A inhaled deeply, and a surge of verdant liquid was drawn into his abdomen through the fissure. Leaving no part of the pill's exterior untouched, he savored it briefly before swallowing it whole. At that moment, the dormitory was enveloped in a nature-inspired aroma reminiscent of a blooming garden. Hui Yuhao felt a clarity wash over his mind, as if all 36,000 pores in his body had opened wide, inundated by an indescribable exhilaration. He did not dare to hesitate. Quickly adopting a cross-legged position to seize the opportunity presented by the complete mobilization of his soul power for cultivation. After the transformative effects of the Xian Shui pill, Hui Yuhao found that this phase of cultivation was nothing short of a delight. Soon, he entered a meditative state, allowing the Xian Tian Gong to flow effortlessly within him, nourishing his body while gradually elevating his abilities. A faint azure glow began to emanate from waned.A, and the intense, fresh aroma continued to linger in the room. Partially absorbed by Hui Yuhao, yet predominantly inhaled with waned.A's own rhythmic breaths. Under the stimulation of the soul-enhancing pill, his soul power surged at an astonishing pace. Following a couple of tumultuous days before the semester commenced, Hui Yuhao's academic life had begun to stabilize, gradually garnering a modest reputation. His renown, however, was not derived from his strength, but rather from his exceptional skill in grilling fish. Nearly every student and teacher who had tasted Hui Yuhao's grilled fish sang his praises. Hui Yuhao's grilled fish, initially limited to 20 servings a day, has now increased to 30. Yet it still falls woefully short of satisfying the demands of both students and instructors. Reluctant to further expand production, he chooses instead to devote more time to his cultivation. In their eagerness to savor a piece of grilled fish, many students rush out immediately after classes to queue, and due to the scarcity of the delicacy, a limit of 1 serving per person has been instituted. Nevertheless, Hui Yuhao has steadfastly refrained from raising prices, earning him widespread acclaim from his peers and allowing him to forge numerous friendships. Jiang Nandan, the most beautiful girl in the outer academy, finally managed to taste the grilled fish for herself after standing in line. Intriguingly, although Su Sancher failed to win her favor with the grilled fish, he nonetheless developed a fondness for its flavor, becoming a loyal customer of Hui Yuhao. As the initial 3 months of the new student studies have swiftly passed, under the exceptionally rigorous guidance of Zhou Yi, Class 1 has undergone a remarkable transformation. Surprisingly, the Academy's higher-ups were taken aback to discover that, after 3 months of intense training, Class 1, under Zhou Yi's supervision, still boasted a remarkable 67 students remaining, a stark contrast to the Academy's prediction of merely 1/3 surviving. If one were to identify the student who has undergone the most significant change over these 3 months, it would undoubtedly be Hui Yuhao. Upon his enrollment, his spiritual power was a mere level 11, and he had only recently acquired his spirit ring, placing him at the very bottom of the Academy's rankings. However, today, 3 months later, Hui Yuhao has transformed entirely. Since assuming the role of class leader, he has faced no competition for this position. This is not due to his overwhelming strength, which no one could surpass, but rather because his spirit and determination have garnered genuine respect from all members of Class 1. This respect is a crucial factor in why 2/3 of the students have persevered under Zhou Yi's stringent tutelage. Huiyuhao is undeniably diligent. Nearly every instructor who has taught in the freshman class is aware of his presence, regardless of the time, morning or afternoon, or the subject being taught. There is always a pair of eyes intently fixed on the teacher, listening with rapt attention. His innate talent may not be exceptional, and his abilities are not particularly formidable. Yet, he is perpetually the most earnest participant. Zhou Yi's strictness is unparalleled within the academy. However, even she is unable to find any fault in Huiyuhao. Her grueling physical training sessions are torturous for peers of his age. Yet Huiyuhao not only endures to the very end each time, but also practices extra diligently every night. It was during one such evening that Zhou Yi made a startling discovery. Having been out for an errand, she returned to the academy in the dead of night. As she passed by the Shrek Square in front of the teaching building, she was astonished to see a figure moving slowly along the track, faintly accompanied by the sound of clinking chains. Upon closer inspection, she discerned a bare-chested, sweat-drenched silhouette. His iron attire was completely soaked. Each step he took seemed laborious. And Zhou even noticed a trail of moisture left upon the track. This figure, not particularly tall yet steadfast and determined, was none other than Huiyuhao. In that moment, Zhou Yi was deeply moved. He was training intensively in the middle of the night. Zhou Yi called out to Huiyuhao, inquiring about his actions. He simply replied, "Teacher, my talent is lacking, so I must exert myself more than others. After physical training, I meditate, as it seems to expedite my soul power enhancement." At first, Zhou Yi suspected that Huiyuhao had noticed her absence that day and was deliberately putting on a show for her. However, soon she dismissed that thought. For regardless of the weather, whether it be windy or rainy, each night, a solitary figure would quietly emerge in the Shrek Academy Square, running for over 2 hours. Moreover, his iron attire gradually transformed from one piece into two. Despite not announcing it to anyone, Huiyuhao's classmates were aware of his nocturnal endeavors. Other students had attempted to join him in his midnight runs, yet none could endure beyond 3 days. The daytime was already filled with intense learning. Continuing to train late at night was not merely rigorous physical training. It was a tormenting trial for the body. Yet, it was this very torment that Huiyuhao persevered through. His ability to achieve what others could not garnered him the admiration and respect of all his classmates. Under Zhou Yi's stringent expectations, Huiyuhao managed to persist for 3 months, becoming one of the 67 remaining students in the freshman class. The phrase hard work can overcome shortcomings is simple, yet how many can truly embody it? Huiyuhao has achieved remarkable progress, thus reaping the rewards of his efforts. Indeed, the acquisition of 2 Xian Shui pills and 1 Xing Hun pill has significantly contributed to his substantial enhancement and cultivation over the past 3 months. However, his growth transcends mere soul power. It encompasses a holistic transformation. In terms of knowledge and various skills, he has undergone a metamorphosis that is nothing short of extraordinary. He has grown to a height comparable to waned.A's, and his physique has notably become more robust. While he does not possess exaggerated muscles, his upper body, when revealed, showcases a well-proportioned figure, with each muscle seemingly imbued with latent explosive strength. More crucially, Huiyuhao's physical constitution has experienced a profound transformation during these 3 months. A change that is both internal and external, and cannot be attributed solely to the effects of the 2 Xian Shui pills. Following a unique enlightenment regarding the Xian Tian Gong, Huiyuhao shared his insights with Tang and Bei. However, despite their attempts, they were unable to harness the same invigorating power within their meridians as he had. Huiyuhao diligently practices his physical conditioning late into the night, for it is only when both his physical stamina and soul power are completely exhausted that the nourishing effects of the Xian Tian Gong manifest. Each subtle infusion of energy expands his meridian slightly, and as time progresses, this sensation has grown increasingly faint. Remarkably, his rate of cultivation has experienced a substantial enhancement. After consuming the second Xian Shui pill, Huiyuhao's cultivation speed has escalated to 7 times its initial rate, with further expulsion of impurities from his body. Following 3 months of rigorous training, his meridians have continuously widened and become more resilient, now approximating 10 times his original cultivation speed. What a remarkable improvement this is! Upon taking the second Xian Shui pill, Huiyuhao's soul power ascended by an entire level, from the pinnacle of level 12 to that of level 13. After a period of adjustment, he subsequently consumed a soul elevation pill. Indeed, the soul elevation pill yielded even more significant enhancements to his soul power. Huiyuhao shattered 3 levels and transcended a bottleneck, stabilizing at level 17. Thus, his cultivation has now reached the average standard of his classmates. More impressively, due to his relentless training, his soul power has continued to rise, reaching the pinnacle of level 17 today, on the verge of breaking into level 18. This is still a result of the need to stabilize his foundation after a rapid advancement through medication. It can be said that his innate talent has transformed from that of a mere novice upon entering Shrek Academy. Today, the physical training class has been suspended. Zhou-Yi stands at the podium, her aged visage maintaining a demeanor of indifferent authority. Yet, every student in her class sits upright, none daring to make a move. 3 months have elapsed since the commencement of the semester, and you are about to face your first assessment at Shrek Academy. Only by passing this assessment can you officially become a first-year student and truly be a part of Shrek Academy. If all goes well, you should be able to continue your cultivation within the academy until at least the graduation examination for first-year students. The assessment begins tomorrow and today. I will outline the key points for you. It is rare for Zhou-Yi's voice to be so calm. Her gaze sweeps over the 67 students below, her heart brimming with satisfaction. This batch of students may not possess superior qualities compared to previous cohorts, but after 3 months of training, their willpower undoubtedly surpasses that of any class Zhou-Yi has taught. This is a delightful surprise for her, and Hui Yuhao, as the class leader, has played a pivotal role in this development. Hui Yuhao stepped forward. In an instant, Hui Yuhao rises, responding with utmost respect. Over the past 3 months, his reverence for Zhou-Yi has been genuine, not merely a response to her formidable presence. Zhou-Yi often employs unconventional teaching methods, and at times, her methods may leave the students feeling as if they are enduring a fate worse than death. However, it must be acknowledged that her teaching prowess is exceptional, and the effectiveness of her unique approaches far exceeds their expectations. It is precisely for this reason that the new class has undergone a remarkable transformation in both spirit and demeanor. Today, 3 months later, the remaining 67 students exude an aura of unwavering tenacity akin to that of solid rock. Hui Yuhao observed the students from other classes, but did not perceive the same temperament among them. As Bebe remarked, although Zhou-Yi is strict, those who endure under her guidance are bound to become exceptional students and may even evolve into formidable powerhouses in the future. Zhou-Yi waved her hand at Hui Yuhao, who promptly approached the podium to accept the stack of papers she offered. Without needing further instruction from her, he swiftly distributed them to each classmate. Zhou-Yi stated, "Once the freshman assessment concludes, we will tailor our teaching to your individual needs. Please write down the direction of your future cultivation and submit it to me shortly." The direction she referred to encompasses classifications such as assault, defense, control, and support for soul masters. During the initial 3 months of instruction, everyone can study together. However, as the true first-year curriculum commences, distinctions will be necessary, for the cultivation inclinations of different categories of soul masters vary significantly. Hui Yuhao returned to his seat, being the last to inscribe his aspirations. Naturally, he pinned down his ambition to become a control system soul master, followed by his signature. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Dong glanced at his written content before commencing to articulate his own preferences. Zhou-Yi remarked, "You are all my students. Although you will be reclassified after the freshman assessment, I hope you little rascals do not forget the lessons I have imparted. Please submit the papers in your hands after class. Now, let me elucidate the key points of the freshman assessment." As she spoke, Zhou-Yi turned towards the blackboard, sketching a few simple lines and inscribing the word battle prominently at the center. Indeed, the freshman assessment revolves around battle, and it is imperative that each of you participates. I understand that among you are weapon soul masters, particularly those specializing in support and food systems, who may wonder why you two must engage in combat. I assure you, you are indeed required to appear on the battlefield, just like the battle soul masters. While Shrek Academy cultivates versatile talents, the crux remains the ability to perform in combat. On the first day of school, I mentioned that with the advent of soul-guiding devices, the classifications of soul masters have become blurred. Even if you are a support or food system weapon soul master, you can unleash formidable combat prowess through these devices. However, where will your combat instincts originate? Can a soul master merely wield a soul-guiding device and naively step onto the battlefield and hope to survive? Certainly not. Combat proficiency must be derived from experience in battle. Therefore, each of you must undergo a combat assessment. Rest assured, the Academy will not pit support system weapon soul masters against formidable attack system battle soul masters, as that would be unjust. Thus, the freshman assessment will take the form of team battles. The team size will not be excessive. It has been determined that each team will comprise 3 members, a high standard for your age group capable of fostering some degree of coordination. During team formation, There can be no more than one attack system battle soul master per team. The other two members may be chosen freely. Initially, those from the same dormitory will form a team, while the rest will be allowed to combine freely. Those who cannot form a team will be assigned randomly. Shortly, I will provide you with a reasonable plan for team formation. The freshman assessment will be conducted uniformly across the entire grade. Given the significant number of students at our academy in recent years, nearly 300 teams will participate in this assessment, yet only half will advance. Specifically, the top 150 teams. This ranking will be based on the points accrued during your combat matches. The matches will be drawn at random, and each team must engage in a minimum of 10 battles. Ultimately, rankings will be determined by the number of victories. The top 64 teams will proceed to the knockout rounds, with distinct rewards for the top 4 teams in the elimination phase. The championship team will receive an exceedingly rare prize. Every student listened intently, for the freshman assessment represented the pivotal moment determining their future at the academy. Once eliminated, one could only return to select a lesser academy, and it is feared that they may never ascend to the rank of the elite in the Doloa continent. They have exerted themselves for 3 months, and no one desires to face elimination at this juncture. Zhou calmly stated, our class currently comprises 67 students, allowing for the formation of 22 groups, with one individual remaining ungrouped. I have categorized you according to the traits of your respective martial souls, and after meticulous analysis, I have completed the group assignments. Should anyone find dissatisfaction with this arrangement, you may alter it upon your return. However, when I submit the final roster tomorrow morning, should no objections be raised, strict adherence to my arrangement will be mandated. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Song Qinghan, Zhou pronounced in a grave tone. A diminutive student promptly stood up, having remained largely unnoticed in class, clearly unprepared for Zhou to call upon him first. Zhou continued. Each homeroom teacher of the new student cohort may nominate one candidate for direct admission, bypassing the assessments. The individual I have selected is you. Based on my observations, I believe you are better suited to continue your training in the Soul Guidance Department. Do you have any objections? You now face 2 choices, either join the Soul Guidance Department or take your leave. Such assertiveness was indeed remarkable. All students turned their gazes in unison towards Song Qinghan. I am willing. Thank you, Teacher Zhou, he replied, exhibiting no resistance to her commanding presence, nearly leaping with excitement. His aspiration for attending Shrek Academy was precisely to enter the Soul Guidance Department. Zhou gestured for him to take a seat, and the grouping commenced. First group, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong rose almost simultaneously. Initially, they had intended to be in a group together. But upon hearing Zhou explicitly assign them as a pair, they exchanged a glance, both revealing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Alongside them stood a female student seated in the front row. This young lady was petite and appeared quite delicate, much like Song Qinghan from before. She was not particularly outstanding among her peers, seemingly possessing abilities that hovered around the average. Though not strikingly beautiful, she bore a refreshing charm that was quite pleasing to the eye. A hint of shyness adorned her face as she turned to glance backward. However, her gaze inadvertently bypassed Hui Yuhao and landed upon the increasingly handsome Wang Dong, causing her cheeks to flush as she quickly lowered her head. In the second group were Zi Hao, Ma Qingxuang, and Lang Lang. The third group, under Zhou Yi's seemingly assertive demeanor, surprisingly left each student with a sense of relief as her group assignments were announced. Hui Yuhao observed with a cold gaze, inwardly expressing admiration. Despite Teacher Zhou's usual stern demeanor, it was evident that she possessed a profound understanding of each student, as her grouping was evidently well thought out. Chapter 16. Freshman Assessment. All right, that's enough. If there are any objections, voice them quickly. You will have a day to contemplate this upon your return. Other classes are also forming groups, but none are proceeding as swiftly as we are. Let them dawdle. Submit any papers you have, and then you may leave for the day. Rest well and refrain from any frivolous activities. Starting tomorrow, during the freshman assessment, my ultimate expectation is that all 22 of your groups advance. Should anyone be eliminated, not only will you be required to pack your belongings and depart, but I shall also ensure you retain some rather vivid memories. As Zhou Yi's gaze turned suddenly icy, each student involuntarily shivered with trepidation. Undoubtedly, the memories she referred to would likely be akin to nightmares. In that moment, the entire class of freshmen exuded an air of fierce determination. Even if it were solely to avoid the torment of this formidable teacher Zhou, they were resolute in their efforts to excel in the assessment. Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao stay behind. The other students, having submitted their papers detailing their future cultivation orientations, departed the classroom for their dormitories, leaving only the trio behind. Meanwhile, other classes were still fervently discussing their groupings for the freshman assessment. Hand them over to me. Wang Dong, why are you hiding? Zhou Yi demanded the papers from Hui Yuhao's group. Wang Dong immediately lowered his head and stealthily retreated behind Hui Yuhao. Zhou Yi examined the 3 white papers in her hand, her eyelid twitching slightly as she raised her gaze to Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Under her piercing stare, they felt as though their bodies were being penetrated. Very well. You 3 are deliberately attempting to intimidate me, aren't you? She slammed one of the papers onto the desk with a resounding thud. Bang! The trio jolted in unison. Control system, Zhou Yi stated coldly. She then took the second white paper and forcefully slapped it down onto the desk. Control system. Her voice rose noticeably. Hui Yuhao glanced in surprise at Wang Dong, as it was clear that this second paper belonged to him. Bang! Zhou Yi's final slap nearly shattered the podium. This time, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were taken aback, their gazes shifting to the downcast Xiao Xiao, who was fiddling with the hem of her clothing. In their recollection, Xiao Xiao was supposed to be an auxiliary system soul master. How had she transitioned to a control system? Zhou Yi's lips twitched in irritation. You little rascals are doing this on purpose, aren't you? The freshman assessment restricts each group to one offense system. Yet it also mandates that the 3 of you cannot share the same orientation. Yet here you are, all presenting as control systems. Was this a deliberate ploy? If it weren't for tomorrow's competition, I would have you all run for 5 hours to clear your heads. Hui Yuhao, pray tell, what is the matter with you? Your spiritual martial soul is most aptly suited for the support category. What do you mean by opting for a control type instead? Hui Yuhao hurriedly said, Teacher Zhou. I have always aspired to become a control-type soul master. My mental detection allows me to survey the entire battlefield, and certainly, the soul rings my spirit I will absorb in the future will include offensive soul skills. Therefore, I do not wish to merely become a support type. The control type aligns more suitably with my future development. Zhou Yi nodded slowly, acknowledging, there is some truth to that. The control type indeed holds greater prospects than the support type. Your choice is not without merit. You have passed this stage. Wang Dong, what are you hiding? Come out. While Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao have some justification in their selection of control type, what about you? As a formidable attack-type soul master, are you deliberately causing trouble by choosing control? Wang Dong cautiously stepped out from behind Hui Yuhao, wearing an awkward smile as he replied, Teacher Zhou, please don't be angry. I believe my abilities could also allow me to serve as a control-type soul master. After all, if I can dominate the battlefield with my offensive power, I ascend that control in itself. Moreover, I can both fly and launch ranged attacks. Controlling the field is certainly within my capabilities. Zhou Yi nearly laughed in exasperation, shooting him a knowing glance. Don't think I'm unaware. You simply do not wish to be separated from Hui Yuhao. You may be foolish, yet you are the most skilled in the class and can be considered a genius. Conversely, at times, your foolishness is utterly perplexing. When have you ever seen a strong attack-type soul master and a control-type soul master separated? While they may be divided into classes, strong attack-type and control-type soul masters are always grouped together. You fool, change it. As she spoke, she tossed the white paper in her hand towards Wang Dong. Coughing slightly, Wang Dong, despite being called a fool, wore a jubilant expression as he swiftly changed his designation from control-type to attack-type, presenting it respectfully to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi huffed in annoyance, her gaze finally shifting to Xiao Xiao. What about you, Xiao Xiao? If I recall correctly, your martial soul is the rare and formidable Jinhuanding, considered a top-tier martial soul. This Jinhuanding primarily serves a supportive function. Why have you also chosen control? Xiao Xiao glanced at Wang Dong and softly replied, Teacher Zhou, my Jinhuanding is not like the ordinary ones. It embodies both offensive and supportive capabilities, and it can even serve a defensive role, qualifying it as a mutated Jinhuanding, known as the Sanxing Jinhuanding. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xiao, are you not aware that if your inclinations are too scattered, it could hinder your future development? I suggest you focus on one direction for your growth. Even for a mutated martial soul, it is crucial to maintain a clear inclination when augmenting with soul rings. Xiao Xiao nodded, I understand. Which is why I primarily focus on offense and defense with the capabilities of the Sanxing Jinhuanding. Zhou Yi furrowed her brow. Yet that has nothing to do with control. It was evident that she held considerable patience for this girl named Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao whispered, but I possess another martial soul, which can provide support and control. This revelation not only shocked Zhou Yi, but also widened the eyes of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong in astonishment. Wang Dong was profoundly shaken. He had always believed himself to be unparalleled within the ranks of the new students, only to discover the existence of such a remarkable individual among them. Twin martial souls? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exclaimed in unison. Xiao Xiao shyly lowered her head. Zhou Yi's expression shifted repeatedly, as it was the first time that a situation beyond her control had arisen in Class 1. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Very well. Let it be a control system. It will facilitate your collaboration in the future." Though the new student assessment was merely your initial evaluation at Shrek Academy, it holds significant importance for your future cultivation journey. Achieving a commendable ranking in this assessment is crucial for your names to appear in the Academy's training roster. Among our class, I have the utmost confidence in the three of you. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao are self-evident. Both possess talents and strengths that surpass those of your peers. As for Hui Yuhao, although your cultivation level may be modest and your innate talent average, you possess an indomitable will and a unique spiritual attribute martial soul that others cannot hope to attain. The abilities of the three of you, disregarding Xiao Xiao's second martial soul, exhibit a certain degree of complementarity. I assign you a task. In the new student assessment, your singular objective is to secure the championship. Should you fail to attain the title, Xiao Xiao may be excused, but the two of you will have to endure a continuous regimen of training under my guidance. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, Teacher Zhou, even if I were to win the championship, I would still wish to follow you in my cultivation. Zhou Yi was taken aback, thinking, this foolish boy, do you not realize how strict I can be? I am well aware of what they call me in private. There is no need for you to flatter me. Hui Yuhao shook his head earnestly and said, No, Teacher Zhou, I truly wish to continue learning from you. Although you may be somewhat stern, it is only under your guidance that I can acquire more valuable knowledge. I have occasionally observed the students from other classes, and at least during these 3 months of being newcomers, their progress does not compare to that of our class. A hint of a smile finally graced Zhou Yi's aged face. Though her smile was not particularly pleasing, Hui Yuhao felt a warmth emanating from her for the first time. All right, the three of you may go back and rest. Remember, achieving the championship is imperative. Moreover, I can tell you in advance that our Shrek Academy is not lacking in resources. The rewards for the champions of the freshman assessments and the external graduation assessments are extraordinarily generous. As for what they entail, you will know once you attain the championship. Go now and adjust your state. I believe in your capabilities. Yes, the three responded in unison as they exited the classroom. As soon as they stepped outside, Xiao Xiao, seemingly mustering her courage, said, Wang Dong, may I have a word with you? Wang Dong waved his hand dismissively and replied, No need. I need to prepare for tomorrow's competition. Xiao Xiao, we shall see the prowess of your twin martial souls once the assessment begins. With that, he grasped Hui Yuhao's shoulder and walked away. Noticing the disappointment in Xiao Xiao's eyes, Hui Yuhao smiled at her. She managed a faint smile in return. Being young, they were both somewhat oblivious to the subtle feelings that arose from appearances. Although Wang Dong's rejection left Xiao Xiao feeling a bit disheartened, she did not dwell on it, thinking to herself, what is so great about it? Once the assessment begins, you will witness my abilities. Humph. Her pride was always concealed in the depths of her heart. Doesn't he realize that someone has feelings for him? There's no need to be so obvious in his rejection, Hui Yuhao teased Wang Dong. Over the past 3 months, they had become quite familiar with each other. And the rigorous training life at the academy had not only strengthened Hui Yuhao's body, but had also relaxed his spirit like never before. Here, every student was treated equally, devoid of the hierarchical atmosphere found in the Duke's residence. With his mind at ease, his personality had become much more cheerful, no longer resembling the shy and reticent boy he had been upon arrival. Wang Dong scoffed and said with a nonchalant air, There are plenty of girls who like me. Do you expect me to respond to each one? Besides, we are still young. Academics should take precedence over any other thoughts. He added with an exaggerated wisdom, Hui Yuhao, your mindset is rather unhealthy. I must concede to you, you've won this round. Hui Yuhao replied. Wang Dong grinned and said, Let us go. Class has ended early today. Let us grab some grilled fish to eat. Tomorrow we officially register, and the assessments will likely commence the day after. Their moment to showcase their talents was approaching. Hui Yuhao replied with some irritation, Aren't you tired of eating grilled fish every day? Moreover, the assessment is approaching. Isn't it better to prepare at the last moment? Wang Dong scoffed and said, You stubborn fool, all you know is to practice and practice. Aren't you afraid of becoming foolish from overexertion? Hui Yuhao chuckled lightly and said, My talent is rather lacking. I am but a dull bird that must take flight early to enter the woods. As you know, my spirit power has only reached the 17th level largely due to the influence of potions. At least I now have a glimmer of hope to pass the assessment. Teacher Zhou has placed me in a group with you, and Xiao Xiao, clearly showing his consideration for me. If I do not strive harder, would I not be forsaking Teacher Zhou's kindness? Wang Dong shrugged and replied, your talent may not be remarkable, but your martial soul is quite commendable. Fear not. With a genius like me around, not only will we handle a few freshmen with ease, but even second-year students may not be able to best me. When the time comes, all you need to do is utilize your spiritual detection sharing and observe from the sidelines. With a genius like me in action, victory will undoubtedly be within our grasp. Hu Yuhao reminded, our Shrek Academy is renowned as the foremost institution in the world, teeming with hidden talents. Do not underestimate it. However, I must say that Xiao Xiao possesses commendable strength. You two should coordinate effectively when the time comes. He had 4 primary spiritual abilities. Yet Wang Dong was only aware of the spiritual detection sharing. Concerning direct combat prowess, although Hu Yuhao had established a foundation after practicing Tang Sect's secret arts, relying solely on these arts and the formidable soul master abilities was insufficient. As Wang Dong had articulated during their assessment, his most significant contribution was indeed the spiritual detection sharing. Wang Dong could verbally contend with Hu Yuhao, yet he could not bend his stubbornness. Upon returning to their dormitory, they ultimately engaged in their respective meditative practices. Nevertheless, Hu Yuhao assured Wang Dong that he would prepare an ample amount of grilled fish for him to relish that evening. With a soul power of 17th rank, he could already gather a white stream of energy within him, traversing according to the route of the Xiantian skill, allowing his entire body to feel permeated and warmed, yielding both comfort and marked progress. After 3 months of arduous training, Hu Yuhao sensed that, under the nurturing effects of 2 Xianshui pills and the profound essence of the Xiantian skill he had discovered, his meridians had significantly broadened, exhibiting remarkable elasticity and resilience. In terms of physical constitution, he no longer lagged behind any of his peers. However, having embarked on his path relatively late, catching up to Wang Dong seemed improbable. They could only progress together. At this pace, Hu Yuhao was confident that he would achieve a rank of 20th by the end of his first year, thus acquiring his second soul ring. His elder brother, Tianming, had once mentioned that attaining a second soul ring would lead to a substantial leap in his strength, particularly as his ice martial soul would finally manifest its true potential. Hu Yuhao eagerly anticipated that moment, envisioning himself fighting alongside Wang Dong, where he could offer even greater assistance. Time and meditation always seemed to pass swiftly, and soon evening approached. As usual, Hu Yuhao headed to the cafeteria to procure some freshly prepared grass carp, making his way towards the academy's entrance. Today, the flow of people at the entrance appeared markedly diminished, perhaps due to the impending new student assessments. The majority of newcomers were engulfed in their intense training within the dormitories. However, Hu Yuhao's business remained unaffected. By the time he arrived, a queue had formed, with Su Sanshi standing prominently at the front. With a flick of his hand, Su Sanshi tossed a silver coin to Hu Yuhao, stating, "No need for change. Just give me a large one." Hu Yuhao chuckled softly and remarked, "Brother Su, you truly are undeterred by any storm." The earlier discord between the two had long faded. Their daily encounters had fostered a sense of camaraderie. As their friendship deepened, Hu Yuhao discerned that although Su Sanshi was not as gentle as Bei and possessed a somewhat fiery temperament, his passionate nature was complemented by a heart of gold. Su Sanshi grinned and replied, "What can I say? I have developed quite a fondness for your cooking. I cannot enjoy my dinner without savoring your delicious creations each night. I have had my fair share of grilled fish, yet none have matched your exquisite control over the cooking process. Even Jiang Nan has praised your grilling skills. By the way, I heard that you are preparing for the new student assessment?" Hu Yuhao nodded and replied, "Indeed." Su Sanshi said, "You must put in your utmost effort. You cannot afford to be eliminated. Otherwise, I shall have nowhere to indulge in grilled fish." To this day, he remained unaware that behind Bei's victory over him stood Hu Yuhao, believing instead that Hu Yuhao's talent was merely mediocre and that his prowess lay solely in the deliciousness of his grilled fish. In truth, Hu Yuhao's reputation for grilling fish at Shrek Academy far surpassed his actual strength. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Su Sanshi shivered, and in Hu Yuhao's eyes, he discerned a hint of fear, though more prominently, an air of resignation. The other patrons, positioned behind Su Sanshi, fell silent, their demeanor shifting to one of trepidation. A woman emerged from the academy's gates, approaching with measured grace, and the crowd instinctively parted to create a passage for her. Not daring to meet her gaze, each bowing their heads, this effect clearly surpassed even that of Jiang Nanan's entrance. As Hui Yuhao glanced up, he beheld a woman clad in red. She possessed a tall and proportionate figure, with her exaggerated curves immediately capturing attention, yet her waist was remarkably slender, expanding only at the hips. Her legs were straight, exuding an undeniable aura of youthful vitality. However, her visage was obscured by a crimson veil. Though the outline of her brows hinted at her beauty, her pale pink eyes had an enchanting allure, capable of captivating one's soul. Fortunately, her cold gaze somewhat tempered the bewitching intensity of her eyes. Su Sancher clearly recognized her. He turned with a stiff demeanor, avoiding her gaze, and slightly lowered his head, saying, "Sister Xiaotao." This revelation left Hui Yuhao even more astonished. Su Sancher, fiery and unruly in nature, held a status among the fifth-year students that even surpassed Bei's in the outer academy. His formidable talent commanded a degree of respect from many sixth-year students, and even teachers would not provoke such a demeanor from him. Who, then, was this woman in red? For some inexplicable reason, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong found her somewhat familiar upon sight. The woman in red glanced at Hui Yuhao's roasting oven and gracefully approached Su Sancher, inquiring, "Xiao Su, are you here to enjoy roasted fish?" Su Sancher nodded and replied, "Indeed. The roasted fish made by Yuhao is exceptional and incredibly delicious." A hint of curiosity flickered in the woman's eyes as she turned to Hui Yuhao, saying, "Please prepare one for me to taste." She was no ethereal being detached from the world. Rather, she spent her days in cultivation and was naturally intrigued by novel experiences. Hui Yuhao instinctively said, "I apologize, but I can only sell 30 fish a day, and there are already enough people in line for today. Please come early tomorrow." He had uttered these words countless times before. However, this time, as soon as he finished speaking, nearly everyone in line abruptly lifted their heads, gazing at him with expressions of sheer terror, including Su Sancher. To Hui Yuhao's astonishment, those who had been standing behind Su Sancher dispersed in a tumultuous rush, vanishing in an instant. The woman in red smiled and remarked, "Well, now that the line is gone, I believe I can finally have my meal." Su Sancher kept casting furtive glances at Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao, being a reasonable person, nodded and continued to focus on grilling the fish. Meanwhile, Wang Dong, unable to contain himself, indignantly exclaimed, "Who are you to disrupt our business?" The woman in red raised her right hand, revealing fingers as delicate as spring onions. On her right index finger, there rested a magnificent ruby, a vibrant crimson reminiscent of pigeon blood, exuding an exquisite brilliance. In a flash, a golden soul coin materialized in her hand, which she then presented to Wang Dong, declaring, "Today's grilled fish is on me." Wang Dong, without hesitation, accepted the golden soul coin and fell silent. Though the woman in red had frightened away many with her imposing demeanor, she seemed to possess a sense of reason. Yet, he felt an inexplicable unease and a tinge of fear towards her. Hui Yuhao, ever honest, stated, "That amount is unnecessary. My grilled fish cost 5 copper soul coins each." The woman in red appeared disinclined to engage further, coolly saying, "Consider it a deposit with you. Whenever I wish to dine, you need not charge me." "Very well." Hui Yuhao nodded in agreement while meticulously grilling the fish. Initially, the woman seemed to be looking for Su Sancher, but now she paid him no mind, instead focusing intently on Hui Yuhao's grilling technique. After a moment, she let out a soft gasp, "Your control over the heat is impeccable. Are you a fire attribute soul master?" Being an expert in pyromancy herself, she could easily discern Hui Yuhao's adeptness in adjusting the positioning of the fish to masterfully manage the flames. Hui Yuhao shook his head. Moments later, the first batch of 4 grilled fish was completed. With no one else around today, he handed 2 fish each to the woman in red and Su Sancher. In truth, he had purchased more than 30 mackerels, with the surplus intended for Tang Ye and Wang Dong. Su Sancher appeared noticeably unsettled upon seeing the woman in red. His enthusiasm for the grilled fish diminished compared to his usual fervor. Conversely, the woman in red slowly lifted her veil, revealing her exquisite visage, and began to eat with deliberate grace. Her movements were elegant. Yet what astonished Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong was the bizarre disappearance of the fish bones in her hands after consumption, leaving no trace behind. Although she was eating with her hands, they remained impeccably clean, devoid of any grease. What kind of ability is this? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock that lingered in the other's eyes. The 2 grilled fish were swiftly devoured, and the woman in red nodded at Hui Yuhao, saying, Your grilled fish is delightful, flavorful, and carries a sense of earnestness. Allow me to see your martial soul." Her words bore an undeniable insistence. Following the eruption of flames within her body, she had been suppressed by that peculiar ice attribute, freeing her from the torment of her own martial soul's malevolent energy for 3 months. However, as time passed, the icy essence gradually melded with her own phoenix flames, and the backlash began to resurface. She sought Su Sanshur because his Xianming turtle martial soul was currently the finest water attribute martial soul among the students, enabling her to harness some power to help suppress the malevolent fire within her. This process was akin to tempering steel for Su Sanshur, yielding only benefits, albeit through a profoundly painful ordeal. This was precisely why Su Sanshur wore a pained expression upon seeing her. He had endured such torment more than once or twice. Hui Yuhao furrowed his brow, while Wang Dong beside him seethed with indignation, yet he was restrained by Hui Yuhao's raised hand. Gradually, Hui Yuhao lifted his gaze towards the woman in red, a soft golden light igniting within his eyes. As this faint golden glow emerged, a hint of purple rippled through his deep blue irises. Among the profound skills of the Tang Sect, Hui Yuhao's most rapid progress was achieved with the purple extreme demon eye. Each morning, as he absorbed the eastern purple qi, his spiritual eye naturally experienced a sensation akin to siphoning. A day of his cultivation yielded results surpassing those of Bei Bei and Tang Ye's 10 days of effort, resulting in the swift advancement of the purple extreme demon eye. The long lashes of the woman in red fluttered slightly as she sensed Hui Yuhao's remarkable mental probing and sharing. With the elevation of his cultivation, the power of Hui Yuhao's soul rings gradually intensified. As the heavenly dream eye silkworm had mentioned, the magnitude of Hui Yuhao's endurance directly correlated to the potency of the first soul ring it manifested. Initially, this first soul ring, though imbued with 4 skills, possessed effects equivalent to that of a soul ring of approximately 400 years. Now, however, its power had escalated to that of nearly 600 years. The range of mental probing and interference had expanded to a diameter of 50 meters, with an even greater degree of intricacy. The first seal of the heavenly dream eye silkworm within Hui Yuhao's body had partially activated. Its formidable spiritual essence would naturally enhance the might of the first soul ring whenever Hui Yuhao achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, an aspiration that other soul masters could scarcely contemplate. As Hui Yuhao's cultivation progressed, the potential of his first soul ring would only grow more formidable. The heavenly dream eye silkworm could not bestow Hui Yuhao an overwhelming power instantaneously, yet it offered him a future that was nothing short of extraordinary. The mental probing and sharing lasted merely around 10 seconds before Hui Yuhao retracted it. The woman in red appeared momentarily stunned before she nodded at Hui Yuhao, casting a profound glance at the white soul ring that had risen from beneath his feet, stating, "This is the most powerful 10-year soul ring I have ever encountered." Hui Yuhao replied with a natural ease, "No matter how powerful, it remains a decade soul ring." The woman in red chuckled softly and said, "My name is Ma Xiaotao. It is a pleasure to meet you. I shall return to savor your grilled fish when the opportunity arises." Turning to Su, she added, "Let us depart." Su Sanshur, wearing a bitter expression, remarked, "Sister Xiaotao, could you perhaps take it easy today?" Ma Xiaotao cast a fleeting glance at him, prompting Su Sanshur to quickly amend his words, "No problem at all. I have no objections." As he spoke, he hastened to walk ahead, gesturing for Ma Xiaotao to follow. It was only when they entered the academy that Wang Dong whispered, "Her name is rather pedestrian." Hui Yuhao inquired, "What can a name truly signify? Do you not find her somewhat familiar?" Wang Dong was suddenly taken aback. Could she be the individual they encountered that one time? Clad in red, could she possibly be a disciple of the inner courtyard? Hui Yuhao shrugged his shoulders, indicating his lack of clarity. As Ma Xiaotao and Su Sanshur departed, individuals promptly rushed to form a queue once more. The foremost among them, a 4th-year student from the outer academy, had fortuitously overheard their conversation and immediately lowered his voice, saying, "Dear junior brothers, please keep your voices down. It is inappropriate for inner academy disciples to discuss matters carelessly, especially concerning senior sister Xiaotao." Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it truly from the inner courtyard?" The senior replied, "Indeed, it is. In Shrek Academy, those clad in red attire are all esteemed seniors from the inner courtyard. I am uncertain of the exact number of individuals within the inner courtyard, but it is a fact that the seniors seldom emerge from there. There are rankings within the inner courtyard, and the competition is quite fierce. This senior sister Xiao Tao holds a position among the top 10, and her prowess is certainly beyond our reach." Senior Susan sure seems to share a close rapport with senior sister Xiao Tao. Perhaps she may recommend him for entry into the inner courtyard in the future. Wang Dong, curious, inquired, is a recommendation necessary for entry into the inner courtyard? The senior affirmed, absolutely. However, I am not entirely familiar with the specifics of the procedure. It is said that every outer courtyard student wishing to enter the inner courtyard must secure a recommendation from an inner courtyard student. The grilled fish was selling remarkably well. And as the evening drew to a close, Bei and Tang arrived together. Hui Yuhao presented them with the prepared stock of grilled fish. Junior brother, the new student assessment begins tomorrow. I have received reliable information that registration will take place in the morning, followed by the assessment in the afternoon. You must be prepared. Bei remarked, his demeanor as gentle as ever. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, Senior brother, I will certainly strive to pass the assessment. Bei smiled and beside him. Tang remarked, Little Yuhao, I cannot indulge in your grilled fish without offering something in return. Here, take this. It may prove useful in the future. As she spoke, she handed Hui Yuhao an item resembling a treasure pouch. When you return, categorize it under the night of the bright moon on the 24th bridge. Use it wisely and aim carefully. Do not strike at vital points. Additionally, after the new student assessment, you will begin your elective in soul tool crafting, and I shall teach you some exceptional techniques then. Thank you, Teacher Xiaya. Hui Yuhao accepted the treasure pouch, having an inkling of its contents. Wang Dong, with a curious expression, inquired, Teacher Xiaya, is it permissible to use soul tools during the new student assessment? Tang retorted, what soul tools? Are you unaware of what Tang Sect is renowned for? When Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong returned to their dormitory and opened the treasure pouch, they were taken aback. It was filled with hidden weapons, throwing knives, flying needles, penetrating bone nails, and more, with each type numbering in the hundreds. This treasure pouch could indeed be considered a cache of concealed weaponry. It was evident that Tang had prepared these for Hui Yuhao due to the lack of offensive capabilities in his martial soul. Over the past 3 months, Hui Yuhao had made progress in the Tang Sect's unique skills and had begun to delve into the art of hidden weapons. He was intelligent and eager to learn, now mastering 2 or 3 techniques, making the accurate use of hidden weapons a trivial matter. For newcomers like them, possessing only 1 or 2 soul rings, these weapons posed a significant threat. After observing Hui Yuhao's array of hidden weapons, Wang Dong could not help but smirk and said, Your teacher Xiaya clearly looks down on me. With me around, there is no need for you to take action. Chapter 17, The First Cooperation, Dual Control of the Field. Hui Yuhao expressed his bemusement, remarking, Pride leads to stagnation. One should adopt a more modest demeanor. Wang Dong scoffed. Do you truly believe my martial soul could ever be understated? Indeed, the resplendent radiant goddess butterfly, his martial soul, never failed to captivate the entire assembly whenever it manifested, making it quite challenging to remain inconspicuous. A night passed in silence, devoted to cultivation. The following morning, after partaking in breakfast, the two made their way to the lecture hall. Upon entering the classroom, they were immediately enveloped by a fervent atmosphere. Following the grouping orchestrated by Zhou the previous day, the students had congregated in clusters of 3, engaged in hushed discussions. Xiao Xiao had arrived earlier than them and was already awaiting their arrival, eagerly waving to greet them. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong approached, and Xiao Xiao remarked, The afternoon assessment is about to officially commence. Let us deliberate on our tactics. Wang Dong, with a casual demeanor, replied, There is nothing to deliberate. We'll simply fight our way through. Xiao Xiao gently shook her head, stating, It is not that simple. I have heard that each class has a select group of exceptionally talented students who form elite teams, all vying for the championship. They are not easy to contend with. We must coordinate seamlessly to have a chance. Wang Dong intended to retort, but Hui Yuhao interjected, Wang Dong, adopt a serious attitude. Otherwise, I shall request a team change with Teacher Zhou. Unbeknownst to Xiao Xiao, her annoyance from being rejected by Wang Dong the previous day lingered, and she quickly echoed, Indeed. Excessive confidence borders on arrogance. Wang Dong huffed, but fell silent. Hui Yuhao draped an arm around his shoulder and said, All right, don't be upset. If we collaborate effectively, it will be much easier to triumph over our opponents during the assessment. Let us first discuss the abilities in which we excel. Although we have shared the same classroom for 3 months, our studies have been solitary endeavors, and we remain largely unaware of each other's martial souls. Hui Yuhao began. Allow me to speak first. My martial soul is of the spiritual attribute, specializing in mental detection and sharing. I can provide you with detailed awareness of any movements within a 50-meter radius during combat, which also grants us a certain advantage in anticipating the enemy's actions. Wang Dong interjected, I am a powerful assault-type soul master, capable of both ranged and melee attacks, and I can also fly. While he may exude a sense of arrogance, he indeed possesses the credentials to do so. In terms of soul power cultivation, martial soul, and soul skills, he stands out among his peers. The mere fact that his second soul ring is of the 1,000-year level is unparalleled within the entire academy. Xiao Xiao nodded and added, my primary martial soul is the 3 Lives Town Soul Cauldron, which embodies both offense and defense, allowing for a degree of battlefield control. It primarily focuses on striking enemies and instilling fear. Upon impact, it causes disorientation in the opponent while also delivering an attacking effect. My secondary martial soul is the Xiao, the 9 Phoenixes appearing flute, which is primarily for auxiliary control. Currently, my second martial soul possesses only a century-old soul ring, capable of slowing down opponents during battle. Wang Dong expressed his surprise, saying, isn't your auxiliary martial soul meant to amplify our allies? Xiao Xiao replied with a hint of pride, not necessarily. At times, weakening the opponent proves to be more advantageous than enhancing our own capabilities. You will understand when the time comes. However, I will not easily deploy my second martial soul. Let us conceal some of our strength and proceed gradually. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong both realized a pressing issue. Xiao Xiao was likely far more formidable than they had initially presumed. What they were yet unaware of was that when Hu Yuhao and Xiao Xiao formed a dual control field, they would unleash an astonishing level of control. A series of sharp knocks echoed bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the entire classroom fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zoe stood at the doorway, her right hand just lowered. It was she who had struck the classroom door moments ago. She paced slowly to the podium, maintaining her characteristic icy demeanor. I have submitted the names of the participating teams. The competition officially commences this afternoon. During the 10 rounds of the league, you will not encounter one another, only students from other classes. My sole piece of advice is this. If anyone obstructs your progress through the assessment, give them a thorough beating. That is all. You are dismissed. Assemble in the assessment area this afternoon. With that, the elderly lady coolly turned on her heel and departed. Wang Dong whispered to Hu Yuhao, do you not think that Elder Zhou is becoming increasingly charismatic? Hu Yuhao cast a glance at him and remarked, it is not merely handsomeness, but rather an overwhelming presence. At that moment, Xiao Xiao ambled over, chuckling softly, and said, Teacher Zhou, this is what we call charisma. Come, let us find a place to practice for a while. Otherwise, how shall we coordinate this afternoon? Without waiting for Wang Dong to speak, Hu Yuhao immediately nodded in agreement. Wang Dong, if you wish to savor grilled fish in the future, I require you to heed my commands throughout the freshman assessment. Do you concur? Wang Dong gazed into Hu Yuhao's resolute eyes, a look of indignation etched across his face. Hu Yuhao, you are taking advantage of the situation. Hu Yuhao, with an air of confidence, remarked, you have the option to abstain from eating. Wang Dong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed, saying, I shall endure. I will heed your words. However, henceforth, the responsibility for maintaining cleanliness in our dormitory shall rest upon you. Hu Yuhao regarded him with a disdainful expression and remarked, have you really been cleaning for the past 3 months? Wang Dong, taken aback, could only respond, you certainly have a point. At this moment, Xiao Xiao appeared to have fully aligned herself with Hu Yuhao, stifling a laugh as she chimed in, laziness is indeed a vice. Suddenly, Wang Dong blurted out a comment that caused Xiao Xiao's cheeks to flush crimson. Xiao Xiao, your capacity for infatuation seems remarkably swift. Enraged, Xiao Xiao pointed an accusing finger at Wang Dong, her expression a mixture of anger and indignation. All right. Didn't we agree to practice? She said. Let us hasten our departure. I propose we venture outside the academy, where the abundance of trees will shield us from interruptions. Wang Dong stuck out his tongue at Xiao Xiao and dashed away. After offering a few comforting words to Xiao Xiao, Hu Yuhao succeeded in coaxing a smile from her. And the two pursued Wang Dong, making their way along the lakeside path out of the academy. Finding a tranquil spot outside Shrek Academy was a simple task. Although the area was crisscrossed by numerous thoroughfares, the roads were flanked by lush vegetation, both naturally occurring and cultivated. The trio discovered a relatively flat clearing amidst the woods, where Wang Dong inquired, how shall we conduct our practice? Should we each showcase our soul skills? Xiao Xiao immediately responded, that would be rather mundane. The essence of practice lies in its competitive nature. She continued, you are a powerful assault-type soul master. Thus, You shall take one side while the class leader and I take the other. Let us engage in a confrontation. You two wish to challenge me? waned.A raised his right hand, shaking his index finger with a smirk. You stand no chance whatsoever. Xiao retorted with a cold smile. How can you ascertain our capabilities without giving it a try? However, as an assault-type soul master, it would be unwise to engage us at close quarters. We must maintain a distance. I suggest we begin 30 meters apart. Hui Yuhao listened intently as the two engaged in a witty exchange, increasingly recognizing the brilliance of Xiao. His mental detection range extended to a diameter of 50 meters, and Xiao instructed waned.A to position himself 30 meters away, effectively ensuring that the moment waned.A made a move, he would enter Hui Yuhao's mental detection zone. Without hesitation, waned.A agreed. Xiao continued, you can fly. While we cannot. This is a practice session, so do not run away if you lose. waned.A casually replied. As long as I stay grounded and do not exceed 5 meters, it should be fine. All right, I'll head over now. Just signal me to start. As he spoke, he stepped back. Xiao immediately turned to Hui Yuhao and said, Class leader, we will be flying kites shortly. Just use your mental detection to assist me. Let us ensure that arrogant fellow faces a challenge. Had it been before their arrival at Shrek Academy, Hui Yuhao would have been entirely unaware of the term flying kites. Yet now he understood it as a tactical maneuver of engaging and retreating. Hui Yuhao nodded and replied, All right, I shall cooperate with you. He was eager to observe the true extent of Xiao and waned.A's abilities. It had been 3 months since he had witnessed waned.A unleash his martial soul in combat. Yet, he understood that although waned.A possessed a certain pride, it stemmed from confidence rather than arrogance. This confidence was rooted in strength. The distance between them quickly widened as waned.A languidly leaned against a large tree. Watching Hui Yuhao and Xiao from 30 meters away, even increasing the space between them, he raised his hand, waving at Hui Yuhao and Xiao, signaling that he was ready. Standing side by side, Xiao and Hui Yuhao prepared themselves. She was petite, among the shortest in the class, earning her the title of a pocket-sized beauty. Turning to Hui Yuhao, she nodded and said, Class leader, help me. All right, he responded. Xiao then turned to waned.A and called out, Begin. As she spoke, she swiftly unleashed her martial soul. Beneath her feet, 2 circles of yellow light simultaneously illuminated and soared into the air. To Hui Yuhao's astonishment, she was indeed a soul master of over level 20. With 2 soul rings rising beneath her, there was no change in her physical form. Instead, a black silhouette rapidly coalesced above her head. The silhouette distinctly resembled a tripod, approximately 1 meter in diameter, with 3 legs and 2 ears. This was Xiao's primary martial soul, the 3-life soul-settling tripod. As Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing was activated, a circle of white soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. Xiao couldn't help but feel it appeared somewhat insubstantial. Pondering internally why the squad leader was so fervently dedicated to his training, for indeed, his innate talent seemed lacking. However, she was soon astounded by the extraordinary sights bestowed upon her by the mental detection sharing. Everything within a 50-meter radius of their bodies instantly transformed into a 3-dimensional representation within her mind, requiring no contemplation, as a myriad of information surged forth rapidly. Even the flora and fauna within the vicinity were vividly discernible. This panoramic, 3-dimensional map functioned as an auxiliary intellect, aiding her thought process. Xiao cast a shocked glance at Hui Yuhao, while on the other side, waned.A was already in motion. Though he feigned disdain for Hui Yuhao and Xiao, he was far from careless. Having experienced Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing firsthand, he was acutely aware of its formidable capacity for anticipating an opponent's moves. Brilliant blue wings unfurled instantaneously from his back, enveloping him in a mesmerizing hue that shifted between blue and purple. On those vast wings, golden orbs ignited, forming a V shape. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, ascended, signaling the release of his bright goddess butterfly martial soul. In a flash, waned.A surged forward with incredible speed. The soul power emanated from the golden orbs on his wings, propelling him to astonishing velocities. This was not a soul skill, but rather an instinct of his bright goddess butterfly martial soul, underscoring its potency. In a sudden burst of acceleration, waned.A dashed more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye, swiftly approaching Hui Yuhao and Xiao. One could imagine the inevitable outcome when a powerful assault-type spirit master closed in on 2 control-type spirit masters who possessed no close combat means. Just as Wang Dong closed within 25 meters of Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, data regarding his movements rapidly materialized in Xiao Xiao's mind, encompassing his trajectory, bodily transformations, alterations in his martial soul, and even the faint flow of soul power within his meridians. Xiao Xiao appeared entirely unfazed. The mere fact that Hui Yuhao's white 10-year soul ring had granted her such a significant surprise fortified her composure. As Wang Dong approached in an instant, she too sprang into action. Pointing her right hand at Wang Dong, the shadow of a massive cauldron, 1 meter in diameter, surged forth towards him. The cauldron shadow did not collide directly with Wang Dong, but rather struck his inevitable path. Similarly, she too relied on the instinct of her weapon martial soul. Refraining from immediately invoking a soul skill, Wang Dong found himself in a rather awkward predicament, for the trajectory of the black cauldron aligned perfectly with his path of advance. Undoubtedly, this exemplified the ingenious utility of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao would have been forced to rely solely on her vision and soul power fluctuations to make judgments, which would not have allowed her to position herself with such precision. Reluctantly, Wang Dong slightly retracted his left wing, angling his body in midair to alter his course of action. Yet what troubled him even more was that the massive black cauldron had swiftly shifted, still obstructing his path. Anticipating the enemy's moves, Xiao Xiao instinctively glanced at her companion, Hui Yuhao, whose eyes shimmered with golden light. Thanks to their shared mental perception, she no longer needed to visually track Wang Dong. She could simply follow Hui Yuhao's mental guidance to execute her assault. It was an exceedingly straightforward task. However, Wang Dong remained obstinate, flapping his wings with acrobatic agility and accelerating multiple times. Yet, Hui Yuhao's mental probe could detect even the fluctuations of his soul power, allowing him to remain one step ahead. It was unrealistic for Wang Dong to evade Xiao Xiao's freely maneuvering Sanxingzhen Hunding in the air. His frustration was palpable as he exclaimed, "Hui Yuhao, do you have any humanity?" Accepting that evasion was futile, he declared, "If I can't dodge, I'll force my way through." As he spoke, the first soul ring on his body suddenly glimmered, causing Hui Yuhao's eyes to shine with golden brilliance. Through his mental detection, he could distinctly sense Wang Dong's soul power surging explosively, wildly channeling into his forewings while his hind wings spread wide to maintain balance. Observers could see that his forewings had transformed into a deep azure hue, adorned with swirling golden patterns radiating outward, creating a sharp golden edge about 3 inches wide along the tips. Xiao Xiao's expression subtly shifted, through Hui Yuhao's mental connection. She could feel the astounding destructive power of Wang Dong's enhanced wings. Wang Dong raised both hands, gripping the inner sides of his forewings, and with a fierce motion, he spread them wide, aligning with the golden edges, resembling 2 massive guillotines. He abruptly swung his body, directing his right wing towards the Sanxingzhen Hunding. As he had stated, if softness would not suffice, he would resort to brute force. However, he underestimated the formidable coordination between Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. The Sanxingzhen Hunding did not confront him directly, but instead retreated 2 meters, evading the downward strike of his right wing, before charging forward and colliding with the flat surface of his wing. With a thunderous crash, Wang Dong was sent flying several meters away, while Xiao Xiao's Sanxingzhen Hunding remained suspended in the air. Wang Dong's vexation intensified. He believed his strength surpassed Xiao Xiao's. Yet against the combined might of Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao, he found himself utterly impotent, unable to unleash his true power. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. This time, rather than advancing, he retreated swiftly, evading the mental detection range of Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao by 25 meters. "Ha! Hui Yuhao, let us see how you can perceive my situation now. I possess long-range attacks," he proclaimed as his second soul ring illuminated. Hui Yuhao smiled faintly and said, "Have you forgotten that I can detect fixed directions? Currently, I can sense approximately 100 meters. If you believe your ranged attack can surpass this distance and lock onto us, feel free to try. Moreover, when your remote assault falls within my mental detection range, I can assist Xiao Xiao in defending against it in time, unless your strength can shatter Xiao Xiao's 3 lives soul-settling cauldron. Furthermore, do not forget that Xiao Xiao has yet to utilize her second martial soul." Wang Dong stood in a daze, realizing, indeed, although his second soul skill was of a millennium tier and possessed formidable power, its effectiveness would significantly diminish beyond 100 meters. Besides, Hui Yuhao truly had ample time to aid Xiao Xiao in her defense. However, he could not concede verbally, declaring, "My ranged attack is still an area attack. Your detection is futile." Xiao Xiao smiled and retorted, "Wang Dong, do not get too pleased with yourself. Remember, I have yet to employ my 2 soul skills. Are you aware of the capabilities of my 3 lives soul-settling cauldron? Frankly speaking, in a one-on-one confrontation, you may not be my match. As for your so-called ranged attack, while it may possess considerable power, all I need to do is secure enough time for myself and the class leader to evade. Just watch. As she spoke, she pointed her right hand once more at the 3 lives soul-settling cauldron. Instantly, it trembled slightly before dividing into 3, spreading above her and Hui Yuhao's heads, forming a tripod stance. Simultaneously, the first soul ring around Xiao Xiao shimmered to life. A tremendous roar echoed through the air, distorting the atmosphere within a space of approximately 10 square meters above them due to the violent tremors. The 3 cauldrons merged once more, quietly settling in front of Xiao Xiao. At this moment, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's expressions shifted dramatically. What an incredibly powerful martial soul! The division of the 3 lives soul-settling cauldron was instinctual, while the final tremor signified an attack. Through his mental detection, Hui Yuhao could distinctly perceive the terrifying force of that shockwave. Wang Dong's expression soon returned to normal. He conceded, with both of you joining forces, I truly stand no chance. However, Xiao Xiao, you will come to realize that in a one-on-one scenario, you are certainly not my equal. Yet, in circumstances where levels are similarly matched, possessing Hui Yuhao's mental detection assistance is nearly a guaranteed victory. His ability leaves no room for survival. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength to crush their opponent, they will invariably remain in a passive position. Though Xiao Xiao is unwilling to accept Wang Dong's claim of being defeated in a one-on-one encounter, she wholeheartedly agreed with his subsequent remarks, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, with the class leader's mental detection, I only need to execute my skills simply in battle. Class leader, your ability is truly formidable. The feeling of cooperating with you is extraordinary. I must apologize for having underestimated your decade-old soul ring. She was a straightforward girl, speaking her mind without hesitation, instantly earning the goodwill of both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao extended his right hand towards Xiao Xiao, who responded with a charming smile and placed her right hand upon his. Wang Dong then approached and placed his own right hand atop theirs. Hui Yuhao declared, from this moment forth, we shall be partners in a united team. We aim for victory in the freshman assessment. We shall claim the championship. The 3 of them shouted in unison, and their bond deepened instantaneously. Naturally, the happiest among them was Xiao Xiao, who finally sensed her heartfelt acceptance by both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. This exemplifies that in the realm of soul masters, the efficacy of strength remains the most straightforward and potent means of communication. The assessment area of Shrek Academy is situated in the northern central part of the Martial Soul Department, adjacent to the Soul Fighting Zone. In contrast to the latter, the assessment area spans a considerably larger expanse. For the students of the Outer Academy, this space serves as a paradise for exceptional talents to showcase their abilities. Yet it also becomes a nightmare for those with lesser skills. Each year, a significant number of students are eliminated for failing to pass the assessments, most of which take place within this very area. The assessment zone is elliptical and lacks the enclosed structure of the soul fighting zone, resembling instead an open field. Encircled by a low wall, the interior is partitioned into various sections by movable dividers, which can be rearranged at will to alter the dimensions of the zones. Historically, the freshman assessments witnessed the most extensive division of areas, not only due to the large number of new students but also because their destructive capabilities and attack ranges are limited. Thus, a smaller space suffices for them to demonstrate their skills. The entire assessment area encompasses approximately 20,000 square meters, currently divided into 50 sections, each roughly 400 square meters in size, forming squares with sides of 20 meters. This proves adequate for the predominantly first and second ring freshmen. Following a morning of intense group formations, the afternoon assessments commenced. As it was the inaugural day of evaluations, each group would only participate in one match before departing, allowing the newcomers a chance to acclimate. The Academy dispatched 50 instructors to oversee the assessment registrations in each of the 50 zones. The matchups had been decided by a draw at noon, ensuring that teams from the same class would not encounter one another in the upcoming 10 rounds of competition. Except for the first class, which consisted of only 22 groups. Other classes typically comprised over 30 groups. Generally, the instructors of the freshman class refrained from prematurely eliminating students before the assessments, unless a student has performed exceptionally poorly, thus granting them an opportunity to face the evaluation. Ultimately, 310 groups of students, totaling 930 individuals, participated in the freshman assessments. Among these groups, only 150 would remain. officially transitioning into first-year students to continue their studies, while the remainder would face elimination. The pursuit of knowledge at Shrek Academy is undoubtedly fierce and unforgiving. Yet it is precisely this intensity that compels students to strive harder and unlock their potential, thereby perpetuating the Academy's enduring legacy of triumph. The assessments unfold across 50 zones, with each zone accommodating 6 or 7 teams of participants. Not only today, but they shall also compete tomorrow in the same area against other teams assigned to this region, until all have encountered one another, after which they will be reallocated into new groups to ultimately complete 10 matches for each team. Huiyuhao and his companions were assigned to Zone 33. After sharing a modest lunch, they returned to their dormitory for a brief period of meditation before setting out together. The delineation of the zones was conspicuously marked, allowing them to swiftly locate their designated area. Other students from various classes, also here to participate in the competition, had already arrived. Some appeared anxious, while others were eager and ready for the challenge. At their tender age of 11 or 12, their emotions were transparent. A mere glance exchanged revealed palpable hostility among them. After all, it was likely that only half of them would remain. Although there were 10 competitions in total, each one bore significant implications for their futures. Attention all newcomers, attention all newcomers. Please proceed to the assessment area immediately to prepare for the freshman evaluation. There are only 10 minutes left to enter. Latecomers will be deemed to have forfeited this round. The booming announcement reverberated throughout the entire outer courtyard, reaching every corner. The expressions of the new students grew serious. Their inaugural assessment was imminent, and to claim that they were not anxious would be a falsehood. Huiyuhao unconsciously clenched his fists, occasionally brushing against the moonlit night at the 24 bridges at his waist. The assessment prohibited the use of soul-guiding devices. Yet hidden weapons merely constituted ordinary arms and were exempt from this restriction. Generally, soul masters seldom resort to weapons unless employing soul-guiding devices. However, as a disciple of the Tang Sect, Huiyuhao evidently stood as an exception. waned.A rested his left hand on Huiyuhao's shoulder, leaning slightly against him. Don't be anxious, it's merely a trivial matter. This time, Xiao refrained from commenting on waned.A's pride and similarly nodded at Huiyuhao. Although waned.A did not showcase his full prowess during their sparring today, his final, resolute statement indicated that his cultivation was at least on par with Huiyuhao's. Moreover, with the class leader's remarkable ability for spiritual detection, it was evident that few among their peers could rival them. Huiyuhao spoke softly, "We are champions." Xiao and waned.A nodded in unison, their hands once again stacked together. Though they were young, they understood that while passing the assessment might not be difficult, achieving the ultimate victory hinged upon unity. Therefore, even waned.A had subdued his pride. The significance of the freshman assessment was paramount. The Academy's reminders through the soul guide devices were of little consequence, as all the students had already arrived at their designated areas, fully prepared. A teacher, appearing to be in his 40s, approached Area 33. His demeanor was quite ordinary, lacking any imposing presence, with a smile that radiated warmth. A stark contrast to the imposing aura of Zhou. After counting the number of students, he nodded with a smile. "Excellent. We have a total of 6 groups of students here for the assessment, all present. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Yan, and I will be your instructor for the next 2 days." "Hello, Teacher Wang." The students quickly bowed in salute. Wang Yan chuckled lightly, saying, "There is no need for such formality. I prefer to regard everyone as friends. From this moment until the conclusion of the assessment, you shall all be my little friends. Therefore, I do not wish to see anyone harmed. While this assessment will determine whether you can continue your studies at Shrek Academy, I must remind you that this is an assessment, and inflicting serious injury upon opponents is unacceptable. If it occurs, I will regrettably have to ask that individual to leave and report the matter to the Academy." His words were gentle and understated, omitting any explicit mention of the consequences of harming opponents. However, the students, being astute and perceptive, understood the underlying implications and nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Yin smiled. "In that case, let us commence. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can return and refine your skills. A sense of urgency is beneficial for you young ones." As he spoke, he retrieved a folder, glanced at it, then looked up. For the first round of the first assessment, Class 1, Huiyuhao, waned.A, Xiao. Class 3, Ouyang Junyi, Chen Jufeng, Zhao Haochen. You may enter the arena now, each taking a corner. You may only unleash your martial souls once I declare the match to begin. Please proceed. The 6 groups of students prepared for 3 matches in Area 33. And Huiyuhao and his companions were surprised to find themselves the first to compete. They exchanged glances before swiftly entering the arena, taking their positions in the northwest corner. Their arrangement was deliberate. Wang Dong stood at the forefront, followed by Xiao Xiao, with Hui Yuhao occupying the farthest corner. Conversely, the three male students from Class 3 positioned themselves in the southeast corner. Among them, Ouyang Junyi was the tallest and most handsome. His stature significantly more robust than Wang Dong's, despite Wang Dong's commendable appearance. Beside him, Chen Jufeng, though not short, was notably slender. At the back, Zhao Haochen appeared as a stout little fellow, his round belly jiggling as he wore an innocent smile. As both sides took their positions, teacher Wang Yin nodded and declared, "The assessment begins." In an instant, both parties unleashed their martial spirits. Although Hui Yuhao stood in a corner, he deliberately refrained from extending his spiritual detection behind him, instead enveloping the entire arena in his awareness. Similarly, Xiao Xiao manifested her three-live soul-condensing cauldron, which swiftly took shape above her head. Wang Dong's movements were more direct. He dashed forward, and as he soared through the air, a pair of resplendent blue-purple wings unfurled, adorned with shimmering golden patterns. The beauty of his wings astonished both his opponents and teacher Wang Yin, overshadowing the presence of Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao behind him. The trio of opponents had already prepared themselves, swiftly releasing their martial spirits. Zhao Haochen, standing at the back, bellowed, "Come quickly, my big chicken leg." Surrounding him, a circle of yellow soul rings rippled into existence, and two beams of yellow light glimmered in his hands. In an instant, two roasted chicken legs materialized, which he quickly passed to the front two individuals. Ouyang Junyi and Chen Jufeng, while unleashing their martial spirits, eagerly seized the chicken legs and took hearty bites. A food-type martial spirit? This was Hui Yuhao's first encounter with such a phenomenon, though he was curious about the chicken leg's efficacy. Zhao Haochen possessed a single-century-old soul ring, likely bestowing a commendable enhancement effect. However, the sight of Ouyang Junyi and Chen Jufeng gnawing on their chicken legs was rather peculiar, prompting a chuckle from Xiao Xiao. The three-live soul-condensing cauldron hovered above her head, showing no inclination to engage. Simultaneously, Ouyang Junyi and Chen Jufeng sprang into action. One wielded a beast martial spirit while the other wielded a weapon martial spirit, both specializing in agility-based combat. Ouyang Junyi's martial spirit was the sword-billed hummingbird, and upon its release, a sharp spike rapidly emerged from the tip of his right arm. Although his martial spirit was avian, he had yet to develop wings due to insufficient cultivation. This alone illustrated the disparity in martial spirit quality between him and Wang Dong, whose luminescent goddess butterfly martial spirit inherently possessed wings, an epitome of a top-tier beast martial spirit. Chen Juanfeng's martial spirit manifested as a flexible sword. All three were first-ring soul masters, each adorned with a yellow 100-year soul ring. Among them, Ouyang Junyi was the strongest, having reached the 19th level of soul power, while Chen Jufeng stood at the 18th. Zhao Haochen, being a food-type soul master, progressed relatively slowly, only attaining the 17th level of cultivation. After savoring their chicken legs, the two agility-based combat soul masters surged toward Wang Dong like arrows, their speed so astonishing that even Wang Dong was taken aback. However, he quickly deduced that the chicken legs they had consumed likely enhanced their speed. Not only would Zhou Yi's team fragment, but teachers from other classes would do the same. With Zhao Haochen assisting Ouyang Junyi and Chen Jufeng, they would undoubtedly maximize their speed advantage, triumphing purely through velocity. Regrettably, for Hui Yuhao and his companions, the opponents they feared least were those who relied on speed, for Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection could completely counter them. A faint golden glow ignited in Hui Yuhao's eyes, as the entire competition arena materialized in Wang Dong's mind in 3 dimensions. Although Ouyang Junyi and Chen Jufeng were swift, their flight paths, the operation of their soul power, the direction of their soul skills, and any vulnerabilities were all laid bare in Wang Dong's consciousness. Wang Dong finally experienced the exhilaration he had felt during the morning's collaboration with Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao. Ouyang Junyi and Chen Juanfeng's attacks were highly targeted. Wang Dong's emergence played perfectly into their hands. With a sudden burst of speed, they had absolute confidence that Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao would be unable to intervene in time. They aimed to defeat Wang Dong first before dealing with Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, effectively dismantling their opponents one by one. Ouyang Junyi's right arm was enveloped in a layer of feathers, his body becoming extraordinarily light. As an agile attack-type soul master, he intended to reach the target before Chen Jufeng. His yellow soul ring shimmered as he transformed his spear into dozens of luminous shadows that cascaded towards Wang Dong. Though Chen Jufeng was a moment slower, He was evidently not inexperienced in cooperating with Ouyang Junyi. As he approached, his short sword was already in motion, its first soul ring glowing. A beam of sword light shot forth, cleaving directly towards Wang Dong. The golden patterns had already spread across Wang Dong's wings since their assault began, as he too employed his first soul ring. His arms and front wings converged instantaneously, revealing the winged guillotine that Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao had previously witnessed. Suspended in midair, Wang Dong held a superior position over Ouyang Junyi and Chen Zhufeng, a hint of pride gracing his features as he regarded them from his elevated stance. In response to their offensive, Wang Dong swept his left wing to intercept Ouyang Junyi's hummingbird martial spirit, while his right wing executed a downward slash, preemptively colliding with Chun Juanfeng's sword light, perfectly aligning his position. With a series of piercing sounds, Ouyang Junyi was astonished to see his hummingbird martial spirit's first soul skill, Hummingbird Flicker, strike the front wing of the radiant goddess butterfly, only to generate ripples of golden radiance. The sharpness of the hummingbird had failed to penetrate the strength of those wings. In the next moment, that massive front wing struck towards him. Ouyang Junyi, possessing some combat experience, quickly crouched, attempting to dart beneath the wing. However, he was caught off guard as Wang Dong's wing guillotine descended abruptly, as if he had inadvertently offered himself as a target. With a resounding thud, Ouyang Junyi was sent crashing to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner, the immense force nearly causing him to vomit blood. On the other side, Chen Zhufeng fared even worse. The sword light emitted by his soft sword clashed directly with the sharpness of the wing guillotine. In an instant, he perceived a flash of golden light as his sword light dissipated, followed by a violent humming from his soft sword, which shattered with a thunderous crack. He merely perceived a fleeting flash of golden blue light before his body was swept away, hurtling back at a speed surpassing that of his arrival, colliding perfectly with Zhao Haochen, who was engrossed in devouring a chicken leg, transforming them both into a rolling spectacle. Wang Dong spread his wings in midair, the iridescent blue and purple glow of the radiant goddess butterfly's wings shimmering alternately as golden patterns gradually receded, allowing his form to gently descend to the ground, his pride unwavering upon his countenance. On the sidelines, teacher Wang Yin observed with a glint of astonishment in his eyes, while several other three-member teams watched the match intently. Their expressions solemn, the atmosphere in the entire 33rd district fell into profound silence. How formidable! What a terrifyingly powerful assault-type spirit master. While assault-type spirit masters inherently possess an advantage over agility-type ones, how could the disparity be so vast among newcomers? Wang Dong, single-handedly, had vanquished two agility-type spirit masters in a single strike, despite the assistance of a food-type spirit master on the opposing side. Although a two-ring spirit master holds a significant advantage over a one-ring counterpart, the odds of 1 against 3 are telling of the overwhelming strength possessed by this radiant goddess butterfly spirit master. Moreover, there was another two-ring spirit master in the opposing team, boasting 2 members above level 20. As for Hui Yuhao, he was overlooked by all, save for teacher Wang Yan, who faintly perceived the glimmer of pale golden light in his eyes. In truth, although Ouyang Junyi's team demonstrated a considerable disparity in strength compared to Hui Yuhao's, it was evident that Wang Dong could not have achieved such a swift victory alone. Yet, one must remember, he had the advantage of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing, equivalent to 600 years of spirit rings. Mental detection sharing is not merely a single skill, but 2, both being the auxiliary abilities of 600-year spirit rings. Thus the support Wang Dong received far exceeded that of his opponents. Furthermore, with both being equipped with a 100-year spirit ring, Wang Dong's spirit power had already reached level 24, far surpassing his rivals in cultivation. With the enhancement from his second spirit ring, his first spirit ring's offensive power was considerably amplified. Coupled with the comprehensive suppression of his martial spirit, this culminated in a resounding victory. Wang Dong folded his wings and turned back to Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao, the trio exchanging celebratory high-fives. Xiao Xiao chuckled softly, the class leader is truly impressive. Wang Dong, how about letting me have my moment next time? She was confident that had she been in his place, she too could have triumphed over the adversary. The more she experienced the wonders of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing, the more she found herself captivated. Thus, her praise was directed towards Hui Yuhao rather than Wang Dong. Wang Dong chuckled in response, "Oh no, you should conserve your strength. The first 10 assessments are merely an appetizer for us. I can bask in the glory alone, but we mustn't allow others to discern our true capabilities." Hui Yuhao chuckled softly, acknowledging Wang Dong's point, remarking that Xiao Xiao is indeed their trump card. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded in agreement. The first class of Hui Yuhao's team had achieved victory. After Wang Yin announced the results, he recorded them in the document he held. Meanwhile, Ouyang Junyi and his companions had already risen, with Wang Dong showing them mercy. They were not genuinely injured but wore expressions of deep humiliation, having been so effortlessly defeated. They wished to depart without a moment's delay and hastily fled the scene. After Wang Yin registered the competition results, he cast another glance at Hui Yuhao and his companions, pondering to himself that this group was likely the ace of the first class. Indeed, the students taught by teacher Zhou Yi were remarkable. However, he remained perplexed regarding Hui Yuhao's situation. Unlike the other students, he was acutely aware of the subtleties involved in the registration of each team. The first class was referred to as Hui Yuhao's team, indicating that Hui Yuhao was the captain. Yet, in terms of cultivation, both Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao surpassed him significantly. To be more direct, Hui Yuhao possessed a soul ring that was merely 10 years old and had not yet reached the 20-level cultivation, which meant he had not even qualified to enter Shrek Academy as a freshman. Yet, he was the captain of this team, indicating that this student with seemingly only a 10-year soul ring was the core of the group. Why was this so? Wang Yin, a representative of the theoretical faction at Shrek Academy and a proponent of a gentle teaching style, possessed a solid theoretical foundation and exceptional teaching abilities. Although he was only in his 40s, he ranked among the most distinguished senior teachers in the Outer Academy. In Shrek Academy, the advancement of teachers was even more challenging and distinct than that of students. Zhou Yi was merely a mid-level teacher, which was undoubtedly related to her formidable teaching methods. Wang Yin, being a senior teacher qualified to instruct Inner Academy students, exemplified his formidable prowess in theory. Yet, he still could not comprehend the circumstances surrounding Hui Yuhao's group, nor discern what kind of soul master Hui Yuhao truly was. After the assessment concluded, Hui Yuhao and his companions did not depart but remained on the sidelines to observe the other two competitions. It was only after all 3 matches had ended that they bid farewell to Wang Yin. Wang Yin did not call out to Hui Yuhao for inquiries. He trusted that Hui Yuhao's abilities would manifest in the subsequent matches. The first round of the freshman assessment swiftly came to a close. Today's evaluations primarily aimed to acclimate the new students to this combat style assessment. However, the intensity of tomorrow's evaluations would be significantly heightened, with 2 rounds scheduled for both morning and afternoon, totaling 4 rounds. The third day promised to be even more daunting, with each team required to undergo 5 rounds of assessment. The entire freshman evaluation period spanned merely 3 days, designed not only to hone the students' practical combat skills but also to test their endurance in prolonged engagements. As the second day's evaluations commenced, the students of Class 1 began to sincerely express their gratitude to their teacher, Zhou Yi. For matches in one day posed not only a challenge in terms of soul power consumption but also severely taxed their physical stamina. However, after Zhou Yi's rigorous training, Class 1 exhibited a remarkable adaptability to this format compared to other classes. Following the first day's competitions and observations, Hui Yuhao and his team were entirely convinced that there were no threatening opponents within their group. Apart from themselves, there was only one other freshman exceeding level 20. In this intensive competition format, the other groups of freshmen were not oblivious. In pursuit of better results, they deliberately eased their efforts when facing Hui Yuhao's team. Consequently, unlike the sheer exhaustion evident in other freshman teams, Hui Yuhao and his companions triumphed effortlessly in all 4 matches on the second day, achieving an impressive record of 5 victories. With such a solid foundation, they could confidently assert that they had successfully passed the freshman assessment. And these 5 victories bolstered their self-assurance. As the assessment teacher for Area 33, Wang Yin felt somewhat disheartened. After 5 matches, the combat style employed by Hui Yuhao's team remained unchanged. Wang Dong would initiate the attack, while Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao observed, leading to swift conclusions of the battles. He still could not discern the true nature of Hui Yuhao's abilities, which left him, a teacher grounded in theory, in a state of frustration. Hui Yuhao, you 3, come here. After the second day's matches concluded, Wang Yin summoned the trio before him. Teacher Wang. Hui Yuhao stepped forward, flanked by Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao on either side. Indeed, Wang Yin mused, Hui Yuhao is undoubtedly the core of their team. You 3 have achieved an excellent record of 5 victories in the first 5 matches. Continue to strive in the upcoming competitions, aiming to secure a place among the top 64 for the ranking battles. However, tomorrow's 5 matches will not be as effortless as today's. After today's matches, there will be a redraw, and those teams with 5 losses will be directly eliminated. During the draw, Considerations will be made not only to avoid clashes within the same class, but also to account for previous performances. Tomorrow, your matches will certainly take place in Area 33. But you may very well face one or two formidable challengers. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, "Thank you, Teacher Wang. We will do our best." Wang Yin smiled faintly and replied, "That's good. Be sure to rest early." He still refrained from inquiring about Hui Yuhao's martial soul. He held on to his pride, believing that when faced with formidable opponents, Hui Yuhao and his companions would not be able to conceal it for long. What a thrill! It felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables. On their way back to the dormitory, Wang Dong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed. Today had truly been exhilarating for him. Xiao Xiao remarked, "Tomorrow, it should be my turn to take the stage." Wang Dong, I believe this. So far, you have only utilized your first soul skill. If we encounter a particularly strong opponent tomorrow, you may have to resort to your second soul skill, which is derived from a 1,000-year spirit ring and can be deemed our team's most potent offensive capability. It would be wise to keep it hidden for now. Let us save it for the ranking matches. If we do face a formidable adversary, I will join forces with you. And we should strive to rely solely on our first soul skills. Even if the opponent is powerful, I can use my second soul skill while keeping yours concealed. That way, we will possess 2 trump cards. What do you think? Wang Dong chuckled and said, "Xiao Xiao, after all that you've said, it seems you're just eager to unleash your prowess. Very well, let us follow your plan. I've had my fill of excitement. And I suppose it's only fair to let you enjoy some as well." Fortunately, their conversation was free from the ears of adults passing by. Otherwise, Wang Dong's words could easily be misconstrued. Hui Yuhao chuckled and said, "Let us go. I'll treat you to some grilled fish. I ordered extra yesterday." Just as the 3 of them stepped out of the assessment area, they unexpectedly encountered 2 individuals. Upon seeing them, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were momentarily taken aback. The newcomers were none other than Ma Xiaodao, clad in red, and Su Sanshi, whom she had taken away a few days prior. In stark contrast to his usual spirited demeanor, Su Sanshi now appeared pallid and drained, as if all vitality had been sapped from him. He looked utterly dejected. His clothes wrinkled and disheveled, embodying despondency to the fullest extent. Ma Xiaodao remained as beautiful as ever, yet an unusual flush adorned her cheeks, and her light pink eyes seemed to have deepened in hue. "Now that I've found you, Sister Xiaodao, may I leave?" Su Sanshi said with a bitter smile. After enduring days of intense suffering, he had finally managed to persevere. However, both his mental and physical energies, as well as his soul power, had been severely depleted. All he wished for now was to retreat to his dormitory and sleep soundly. Ma Xiaodao nodded and replied, "All right, you may go." Su Sanshi cast a glance at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, conveying a silent message of self-preservation before turning to leave. His ungrateful demeanor tightened the hearts of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. What could Ma Xiaodao want with them? Ma Xiaodao spoke in a calm tone. "You too. Come with me. Junior sister, you should head back first," she added. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to protest, Hui Yuhao immediately shook his head, signaling her to leave and assuring her that he and Wang Dong would be fine. It was evident that Ma Xiaodao's intentions were not benign, and he did not wish to involve Xiao Xiao in this matter. Moreover, they were on campus, and both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong believed that Ma Xiaodao would not dare to act against them. Reluctantly, Xiao Xiao departed, while Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong followed Ma Xiaodao toward the lakeside pathway. After walking for a while, they arrived at the very lakeside where they had previously faced an attack. Ma Xiaodao stopped before the sea god lake, maintaining a noticeable distance from Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, who regarded her with vigilance. Hui Yuhao, his heart racing, cautiously inquired, "Senior Ma, what do you need us for?" With her back turned to them, Ma Xiaodao remarked, "I know you must recognize me. Indeed, I am the student who fled from the inner academy and nearly harmed you. I have my reasons for acting as I did. Here, I would like to sincerely apologize to both of you." Wang Dong scoffed, thinking to himself, "Is this what an apology looks like? There is hardly any sincerity in it." After exchanging a glance with Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao spoke, "Sister Ma, what has transpired in the past is now behind us. Moreover, the academy has offered us compensation." Ma Xiaodao abruptly turned around, her pink eyes darkening with intensity, an unspoken pressure suddenly enveloping Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. "However, for me, this matter is far from resolved," Ma Xiaodao said in a solemn tone. "On that day, there should have been an ice element soul master who intervened, which is why you were not harmed. This person holds great significance for me. You must divulge everything you know about him, or reveal if he is the protector of any among you. I am determined to find him." Wang Dong, somewhat bewildered, replied, "Sister Ma, I do not comprehend what you mean. When you lunged at us that day, the intense heat emanating from you rendered us unconscious. We have no knowledge of what transpired afterward. As for any ice element soul master, that is beyond our understanding. Hui Yuhao nodded repeatedly, for he could not, under any circumstances, divulge the secret of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm. Ma Xiaotao observed the expressions of the two, sensing no deceit, yet a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. The reason she sought out Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong was that after returning home that day, she suddenly recalled why these two students seemed familiar. She had encountered their profiles within the inner courtyard. In the preceding 3 months, she had made considerable progress in her cultivation. Thanks to the chilling energy left within her by the heavenly dream ice silkworm, which had quelled the malevolent fire within her. However, once the cold energy dissipated, she found herself compelled to seek out Su Sanshi once more. Yet she soon realized that although Su Sanshi's Xinming turtle martial spirit was a top-tier beast martial spirit, it was of the water attribute rather than the ice attribute, rendering its assistance increasingly negligible. Without the ability to suppress the malevolent fire, she was forced to halt her cultivation, and the threat of an imminent outburst of the malevolent fire loomed, threatening to rob her of her sanity. After much contemplation, she resolved to approach Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. If she could locate the individual who had once utilized ice attributes to mitigate her plight, then her issues would be swiftly resolved. Do you truly not know? Ma Xiaotao inquired in a hushed tone. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong shook their heads in unison. Ma Xiaotao's expression suddenly shifted, and with a chilling tone, she declared, "Then do not blame me for being impolite." She added, "If you are unaware, I shall force him to reveal himself." As she spoke, a powerful wave of heat erupted forth, and crimson flames burst from Ma Xiaotao's form like a volcanic eruption. When Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were summoned by Ma Xiaotao, an unsettling feeling gripped them. Thus, they remained ever vigilant, especially after their previous misfortune. The moment Ma Xiaotao made her move, they instinctively reacted. They could not simply resign themselves to inaction. The wings of the goddess of light, the butterfly, erupted from Wang Dong's back, unfurling to reveal a dazzling array of golden luminescent patterns. In an instant, the blade-like edges of the wings were unleashed. The simultaneous release of Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection and soul impact unfolded with remarkable synergy. Despite the mere passage of 3 months, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong had significantly enhanced their cultivation, exhibiting a remarkable level of coordination. In a sudden burst of energy, Wang Dong grasped Hui Yuhao from behind and propelled them both into the air, swiftly retreating. Ma Xiaotao, evidently caught off guard, underestimated the situation. With her first and second rings, she could hardly be expected to take it seriously. As her martial soul manifested, the vibrant crimson feathers enveloped her form, only to witness Wang Dong swiftly ascending with Hui Yuhao behind her. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao caught sight of Hui Yuhao's eyes, shimmering with purple light. In an instant, his gaze pierced through her, akin to 2 sharp needles, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes as a wave of dizziness washed over her mind. After the advancement of the purple extreme demon eye, the potency of Hui Yuhao's soul impact had intensified, affecting even Ma Xiaotao, who was at the 6th ring level, rather than rendering her immune. Although it was but a fleeting moment, Wang Dong had already carried Hui Yuhao out of the forest and back to the lakeside path. As they returned to the teaching building, Hui Yuhao bellowed, simultaneously directing his hands towards Ma Xiaotao. A series of cold lights streaked forth, aimed directly at her, the concealed weapons gifted to him by Tang Ye. The simplest yet most efficient flicking technique unleashed the projectiles with a piercing sound of slicing air. Meanwhile, the golden patterns on Wang Dong's wings expelled a powerful gust, hastening their escape. Unwilling to let them flee, Ma Xiaotao disregarded Hui Yuhao's concealed weapons, her figure flickering as she pursued them. With a pair of colossal fiery wings unfurled behind her, all metallic projectiles that approached her were instantaneously melted, transforming into droplets that fell to the ground. The terrifying heat enveloped Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong like an enormous hand from behind. Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection shared among peers is an immensely powerful skill that can nearly alter the outcome of a battle. However, when faced with an opponent of Ma Xiaotao's caliber, it appears rather insufficient. What does it matter to make an accurate judgment? Knowing does not translate to prevention. Wang Dong exerted every ounce of his strength in flight, yet the scorching wave behind them swiftly engulfed their bodies. Aerial observation would reveal that Ma Xiaotao, in a flash, caught up with Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Her colossal fire wings surged once more, abruptly converging towards the center, enveloping Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, causing them to vanish completely. With one hand grasping each of their collars, Ma Xiaodao's terrifying soul power rendered the two utterly defenseless. Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao were astounded to witness a sea of crimson surrounding them, obscuring any view of the outside world. They were even unable to utter a word. Ma Xiaodao, with a solemn expression, awaited in silence. After a full half-minute, her brows knitted together. Could it be that the previous encounter was merely a coincidence? Her sole intention in confronting Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong was to compel the soul master who had once subdued her with ice attributes to reveal himself. Yet, contrary to her expectations, from an external perspective, it appeared as though she had entirely consumed Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, yet that soul master remained absent. As the flames receded, the surrounding crimson hues dissipated, and Ma Xiaodao returned to her normal state. She loosened her grip, pushing Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong away, causing both to stumble and fall to the ground. Ma Xiaodao remarked indifferently, "Since this matter does not concern you, let it be. I understand your discontent. If you are dissatisfied, then focus on your training. If one day you manage to enter the inner courtyard, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me." With that, she disregarded the furious gazes of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong and gracefully departed. "That lunatic!" Wang Dong exclaimed in anger. Hui Yuhao rose from the ground and then helped Wang Dong up, feeling the urge to chastise her for not returning to her training. She was not entirely incorrect. After all, who could blame them for lacking the strength she possessed? They should retreat. Hui Yuhao had witnessed the entire episode in which Ma Xiaodao was repelled by the heavenly dream eye silkworm with a mere gesture, leading him to infer her intentions. In her lucid state, it was almost impossible for Ma Xiaodao to harm them within the academy. Her aim was merely to provoke the heavenly dream eye silkworm into action. However, Hui Yuhao had already surmised her objective, and even if he had not, the heavenly dream eye silkworm remained inaccessible. Blissfully asleep and having previously declared that it could not lend its aid to Hui Yuhao for a year. The next morning, when Xiao Xiao spotted Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, a hint of surprise crossed her delicate face. "What has happened to you two? You both look rather glum. That senior sister from the inner academy did not give you any trouble, did she?" Wang Dong interjected, "Of course not. She merely had some inquiries for us. Now, let us proceed to the assessment." He found it too embarrassing to disclose the humiliating incident. Due to their exceptional performance in the previous 5 rounds, they remained in Area 33. After a reshuffle, they were placed into a new group with 5 new students for the continuation of the assessment. These newcomers were certainly not the top-ranking students from other regions, thus they were unlikely to encounter the strongest opponents in the upcoming 5 rounds. However, compared to earlier matches, the challenges ahead might not be so effortless. Teacher Wang Yin cast a meaningful glance at Hui Yuhao and his companions before announcing, "Very well, everyone is present." Given the outstanding results achieved by Hui Yuhao's team in the previous 5 rounds, they will represent the seed team for this area. According to the competition order, they shall be the first to compete. In the 6th round of Area 33, Hui Yuhao's team from Class 1 was set to face Huang Chutian's team from Class 7. As both teams entered the arena, Hui Yuhao and his companions were astonished to discover a pair of identical female students among their opponents. The 2 girls, with long blue hair and charmingly rosy faces, appeared quite adorable and seemed slightly younger than them. Twins. In front of the 2 girls stood a tall and robust male student who was evidently Huang Chutian, the leader of their trio. "I am Huang Chutian. To my left is Lan Susu, and to my right is Lan Lulu. I look forward to your guidance." Hui Yuhao replied, "I am Hui Yuhao. Along with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, we too welcome your guidance." The teams took their positions, with Wang Dong leading, Xiao Xiao in the center, and Hui Yuhao occupying the rear. On the opposing side, Huang Chutian stood at the forefront, flanked by Lan Susu and Lan Lualu. Each team could have at most 1 assault-type battle soul master, and it was clear that these twin girls were unlikely to fit that role. They were more likely to be dual support or, like Hui Yuhao's team, dual control. "Commence the assessment," Teacher Wang Yin commanded sternly. Both teams swiftly unleashed their battle souls. As Huang Chutian let out a fierce roar and struck his chest with his fists. He was undoubtedly not yet 12 years old, yet his height exceeded 1.50 meters. Upon releasing his martial spirit, his stature instantly surged to around 1.80 meters, with robust muscles straining against his school uniform, exposing skin that turned an iron-black hue. His eyes transformed from their original black to a striking yellow, with pronounced canine teeth protruding slightly from his thickened lips. His limbs appeared exceptionally sturdy, and his muscles were as solid and powerful as steel. 2 yellow soul rings rose simultaneously from beneath his feet, revealing him to be a formidable soul master of level 20 or higher. Behind Huang Chutian, The twin girls simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, which astonishingly manifested as their hair. Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu each conjured 2 yellow soul rings beneath their feet, tossing their heads to let their long blue hair cascade dramatically, swiftly unfurling into strands that extended over 10 meters long, floating gracefully in the air without touching the ground. Chapter 19. The Martial Spirit Fusion Skill, Heavenly Net. This was a team comprised entirely of students above level 20. How could they not secure first place in their original area? This was the first new team encountered by Hui Yuhao and his companions, consisting solely of 2-ring soul masters. Although the strength of Huang Chutian and his companions was formidable, they faced opponents who countered their abilities perfectly, resulting in a record of 4 victories and 1 defeat, ultimately placing them second upon arrival here. On the other side, Wang Dong sprang into action immediately, his wings unfurling. As the resplendent bright goddess butterfly emerged, the eyes of the twin girls sparkled with admiration, their gazes towards Wang Dong transforming instantaneously. Huang Chutian let out a low growl and charged towards Wang Dong, his feet thudding heavily against the ground, producing an ominous thumping sound. Just as he was 3 meters away, he leaped, his fists aimed directly at Wang Dong. Wang Dong folded his wings behind him, bracing for the impact. With a resounding crash, he was forcefully driven from the air, landing and staggering several steps back before regaining his balance. As Huang Chutian landed, he immediately leapt again in pursuit of Wang Dong. At that moment, a dark, massive cauldron appeared silently at the apex of Huang Chutian's jump, seemingly colliding with him. Huang Chutian was momentarily taken aback. With no leverage in the air, he could not alter his trajectory, and reluctantly, he redirected his fist towards the black cauldron. Strangely, as he altered his movement, the cauldron retreated 30 centimeters, perfectly evading his fist before surging forward in an instant. Huang Chutian, displaying his ferocity, thrust his head forward, daringly colliding with the 3 life soul suppressing cauldron. With a resounding bang, Huang Chutian was sent flying backward, while the 3 life soul suppressing cauldron descended, landing directly before Wang Dong. At this juncture, Xiao Xiao finally made her first move during the freshman assessment. Wang Yan, who was supervising the competition, was immediately captivated. He could certainly discern the extraordinary nature of Xiao Xiao's martial soul. What piqued his interest even further was her impeccable timing. Wang Dong turned to Xiao Xiao with a smile, saying, "I was merely testing his strength. This fellow's martial soul must be the mighty iron-armored great ape, which explains his immense power. Observe." As he spoke, he leaped into the air once more, his toes lightly touching the Sanxing Zhenhan Ding before his first spirit ring illuminated. "Huang Chutian, let us see if your iron skin can withstand my winged guillotine." With wings unfurled, he charged towards his opponent. Simultaneously, on the other side, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo withdrew their gazes from him, the twin sisters facing each other and clasping their 4 hands together. Instantly, a more potent surge of soul power erupted from them. Their previously flowing blue hair, now standing on end, formed a vast net in the air, hurtling towards Wang Dong. Utilizing a net against a butterfly was undoubtedly the most effective strategy. This net technique was the identical first spirit skill of the twin sisters, with their synchronized connection and identical abilities. As the blue net descended upon Wang Dong, it appeared, through Hui Yuhao's mental perception, to have no blind spots or weaknesses. Huang Chutian swiftly retreated, stepping into the net, yet the blue strands seemed to possess awareness, gracefully parting to avoid making contact with his body. Hui Yuhao's greatest concern had materialized. His opponent employed a formidable combination of aggressive assault and dual control tactics. Moreover, the 2 control-type soul masters opposing him were twins, naturally enhancing their synergy. At this moment, Wang Dong's winged blade revealed its tremendous might. The net originally designed to counter his butterfly martial soul was rendered ineffective as he wielded his winged blade with fervor, the sharp edges unleashing destructive force. 2 blue-golden colossal blades swung vigorously, cleaving a breach through the net and plummeting directly towards Huang Chutian, guided by Hui Yuhao's shared mental perception. Huang Chutian and the Blue Sisters were taken aback. They had not anticipated the overwhelming destructive power of Wang Dong's radiant goddess butterfly. They were further perplexed as to how he could accurately locate Huang Chutian's position despite the visual obstruction imposed by the net. With a thunderous shout, Huang Chutian activated his first soul ring, causing his fists to double in size, radiating a brilliant metallic sheen as they surged towards Wang Dong's wing blade. Simultaneously, the Blue Sisters' net swept in from behind, attempting to ensnare him. As the wing blade struck his iron fists, a resounding clash echoed, reminiscent of metal colliding. This time, it was Huang Chutian who staggered back, stumbling 5 or 6 steps. His fists were gruesomely lacerated, each sustaining a deep gash. Aghast, Huang Chutian realized that his powerful soul master, the mighty ape, known for its unyielding strength, could not withstand the onslaught of Wang Dong's wings. It was not a matter of inferior strength, but rather the terrifying sharpness imbued within those blades. Had he not retreated, his fists would have sustained grievous injuries. Having repelled Huang Chutian with a single strike, Wang Dong's momentum surged. With both wings beating in unison, he twisted and spun like a top, wielding the winged blade to shred the approaching net to pieces, unimpeded in his assault. Under Hui Yuhao's shared mental guidance, Xiao Xiao sensed Wang Dong's predicament. Thus, her 3-life, soul-binding cauldron remained still after its initial strike. Huang Chutian bellowed once more, raising his hands high above his head. His second soul ring, orbiting around him, illuminated in vibrant yellow light. His entire form radiated a dense, golden glow. His arms swelled, muscular and potent, channeling explosive strength. The yellow luminescence culminated at his fists. Force of the cannon hammer, Huang Chutian shouted, launching his fists toward Wang Dong with tremendous force. A compact sphere of solid yellow light erupted from his fists, hurtling towards Wang Dong with unrelenting speed. The luminous orb possessed a locking effect that rendered Wang Dong unable to evade despite his 3 consecutive evasive maneuvers. Just as he prepared to meet the oncoming force with his winged guillotine, a subtle smile graced his face. He chose to abandon his defensive stance and disregarded the incoming force hammer, instead pivoting downward, shattering the hairnet as he propelled himself towards Lan Su Su and Lan Luo Luo. The Sanxingzhen Hunding materialized silently behind Wang Dong, colliding fiercely with the force hammer. In the fleeting moment before their clash, a dark halo emanated from the Sanxingzhen Hunding, producing a deafening roar in midair. Upon impact with the black halo, the force hammer was significantly weakened before it struck the Sanxingzhen Hunding. Although it still possessed sufficient explosive power to send the ding flying, Huang Chutian's assault was ultimately neutralized. Meanwhile, the Lan sisters were confronted with the full brunt of Wang Dong's attack. Evidently, Lan Su Su and Lan Luo Luo had underestimated their adversaries. Despite Huang Chutian and Wang Dong finding themselves at a disadvantage, they had not succumbed to defeat. The sisters overlooked the fact that they were not facing a solitary opponent. As Wang Dong, having shattered the hairnet, lunged towards them, it became apparent that their second soul skill could no longer be deployed in time, as it required a certain distance to unleash its maximum potential. Exchanging a resolute glance, the sisters' eyes reflected unwavering determination. Simultaneously, the soul rings adorning their bodies vanished, and they released their intertwined hands, embracing one another amidst the tumult of battle. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. What were they attempting? The next instant, the Lan sisters provided him with an answer. A surge of immense soul power erupted, far surpassing their previous displays. As they embraced, a deep blue halo radiated from their forms, enveloping them in a veil that obscured their figures. Concurrently, their long hair billowed upwards, transforming into a crystalline blue. The strands remained exquisitely delicate, yet when they once again descended upon Wang Dong, the sensation they imparted was entirely transformed. The winged guillotine struck the hairnet head-on, but unlike before, it did not tear through instantly. Instead, Wang Dong felt as though he had collided with an elastic and resilient web, tightening with every struggle. In that very moment, as the expansive net enveloped him, Hui Yuhao's mental probing connection inexplicably faded away. Hui Yuhao did not cease his skill release. The answer, of course, is in the negative. This is due to the formidable soul skill that Wang Dong currently faces, which is so powerful that the immense fluctuations of soul power effectively shielded Hui Yuhao's mental detection. Regardless of the circumstances, Hui Yuhao remains merely a one-ring soul master. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dong found himself ensnared, akin to a zongzi, surrounded by shimmering blue strands. These overwhelming blue filaments did not relent. Instead, they swiftly advanced toward Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao. Woohoo infusion skill? Xiao Xiao gasped, and the 3 lives town soul cauldron immediately surged into action. The great cauldron split into 3 in midair, simultaneously crashing towards the massive net. A woohoo infusion skill is a technique executed by soul masters whose soul spirits resonate perfectly with one another, and its potency far surpasses that of any soul skill of the same rank, transcending into an entirely different realm. Such fusion skills are exceedingly rare, only achievable by a select few soul masters. Among Huang Chutian's team, his individual prowess is indeed the mightiest. Yet the true ace lies in the woohoo infusion skill of the Blue Sisters. Throughout the previous assessments, they remained patient and withheld their abilities, even refraining from employing their fusion skill despite losing a match. However, today marks the first of the final 5 rounds, and they dared not afford another loss. Just as Hui Yuhao's team is the seed team of the first class, Huang Chutian and the Blue Sisters are likewise the seed team of the new 7th class, tasked with the mission of breaking into the top 3. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo embraced one another, activating their woohoo infusion skill. The Heavenly Net. It is said that even a 2-ring Great Soul Master, let alone a 3-ring Soul Venerable, would find it impossible to escape from the Heavenly Net alone. The 3 black cauldrons were instantly engulfed by the net, and as Xiao Xiao cried out, 3 resounding booms echoed within the confines of the net. Suddenly, the Heavenly Net was jolted into slight disarray, caused by the same technique that had previously obstructed Huang Chutian's skill, which is Xiao Xiao's first soul skill, the Tremor of the Cauldron. Unlike its prior single execution, this time the tremor was unleashed by all 3 cauldrons, maximizing its destructive potential. The essence of Xiao Xiao's 3 Lives Town Soul Cauldron lies in the fact that it possesses the strongest defense when the 3 cauldrons are united, while their offensive capabilities and soul skill potency peak when separated. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Net is a woohoo infusion skill. Although Xiao Xiao's full-powered tremor is formidable, it pales in comparison to the Heavenly Net, merely causing a momentary disruption before the net surged forth once more, poised to reach Xiao Xiao. At that critical moment, Hui Yuhao suddenly shouted, "Wang Dong." The approaching Heavenly Net seemed momentarily stunned by Hui Yuhao's voice, halting abruptly, and from deep within the net, a brilliant blue-golden light erupted. Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing was perpetually activated. Although the circumstances within the heavenly web were obscured, Xiao Xiao continued to perceive the enhancements brought about by this mental sharing. At the moment Hui Yuhao bellowed, she was suddenly struck with terror as she noticed that the originally expansive mental detection had abruptly converged towards the center, transforming into a narrow beam that pierced directly into the core of the heavenly web. Furthermore, Hui Yuhao's soul power seemed to be surging rapidly, infused with a force that she could not comprehend. In the next instant, Xiao Xiao felt as though something had swept past the side of her head, leaving her with a dizzying sensation. Immediately thereafter, the overwhelming heavenly web began to disintegrate, receding like a tide. With a thud, Wang Dong collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, clearly having endured intense exertion. The Lan sisters, however, were in an even more dire state, having both succumbed and fallen unconscious. The countenance of Hui Yuhao appeared exceedingly pale, to the extent that even the shared mental detection could no longer be sustained. Although he did not gasp for breath like Wang Dong, his chest heaved incessantly. On the sidelines, Wang Yin gazed with wide eyes, filled with disbelief as he beheld the unfolding scene. When the Lan sisters unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, the Heavenly Net, his expression was already one of shock. He had initially presumed that Hui Yuhao and his team were destined to lose, yet he was taken aback by the dramatic turn of events. Just as the Heavenly Net seemed poised to secure victory, Hui Yuhao's team instantaneously reversed the situation. What frustrated Wang Yin the most was his inability to discern how Hui Yuhao's team executed their maneuver. Particularly, Hui Yuhao's pale visage and his earlier exclamation indicated that he must have intervened decisively. It was likely that the rupture of the Heavenly Net was the result of his utmost effort. However, the specifics of his actions and how he dismantled the martial soul fusion technique remained a mystery to Wang Yin. The battle was far from over. Although Huang Chutian was astonished to see the Lan sisters fall and the Heavenly Net fail to vanquish their adversaries, he quickly regained his composure. With a low shout, he lunged at Wang Dong, the nearest target. In his mind, it was undoubtedly Wang Dong who had disrupted the martial soul fusion technique. Hui Yuhao, with merely a decade-old soul ring, would not attract attention in any circumstance. At this moment, Wang Dong was nearing exhaustion. As Huang Chutian charged towards him, he barely managed to flap his wings and retreat swiftly, simultaneously calling out, "Xiao Xiao, it's up to you now. Leave it to me." Xiao Xiao responded with a huff. The 3-life soul-settling cauldron reassembled after the dispersion of the Heavenly Net. Although lacking Hui Yuhao's mental detection assistance, she could clearly perceive Huang Chutian as a substantial target. The great cauldron positioned itself horizontally, blocking Wang Dong's path and obstructing Huang Chutian's advance. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating to restore his mental strength. The exertion from the previous moment had indeed been quite substantial. Fortunately, He was no longer the novice of mere levels 11 or 12. With a significant leap in his purple extreme magic eyes, he had not depleted his mental energy. Nevertheless, the instantaneous output had left him with bouts of dizziness, rendering him incapable of simultaneously maintaining mental detection and sharing. He needed a moment to recuperate. Could Hui Yuhao's abilities truly dismantle a martial soul fusion technique? That was undoubtedly impossible, as he was merely at one ring. Although the million-year soul ring was formidable, he was still far from harnessing the full power of the million-year Dream Eye Silkworm soul ring. The ability to break the heavenly net was a confluence of multiple factors, in which Hui Yuhao indeed played a crucial role. He shouted, "Waned," and Waned immediately understood, activating his second soul skill amid the tightening of the heavenly net. However, this second soul skill was still insufficient to breach the martial soul fusion technique. However, let us not forget that Waned's second soul skill originates from a millennium soul ring, possessing formidable power. Although it cannot breach the heavenly net, it significantly accelerates the soul power consumption of the twin girls. Subsequently, Hui Yuhao's assault commenced. His mental probing was obstructed by the heavenly net. Yet he concentrated his mental detection in a singular direction, unleashing a powerful mental wave that broke through the encirclement, allowing him to complete his probe, albeit in a unilateral manner. Upon locating the Lan sisters, a soul impact surged forth, amplified by the purple extreme demon eye, marking the moment when Xiao Xiao felt a sudden dizziness in her mind, which was Hui Yuhao's full-force strike. Indeed, Hui Yuhao's efforts bore fruit. The Lan sisters' martial soul fusion skill was undeniably potent, yet not devoid of flaws. The primary shortcoming lay in their current cultivation level, rendering the execution of the martial soul fusion skill exceedingly strenuous and thus unsustainable for long. Under Waned's exhaustive efforts, Hui Yuhao's soul impact collided fiercely with their bodies, the intense mental wave shattering their skill and the backlash from the martial soul fusion skill subsequently plunging them into unconsciousness. Nevertheless, the Lan sisters, through their combined strength, managed to render both Hui Yuhao and Waned nearly incapable of fighting, showcasing the might of the martial soul fusion skill. Although Hui Yuhao appeared feeble, he wielded a million-year soul ring. Huang Chutian unleashed his fist in unison, striking violently upon the three lives soul-settling cauldron with his first soul skill, the mighty Vitra fist. The collision of the black halo and the metallic iron fists caused the cauldron to be propelled 3 meters away, yet Huang Chutian remained rooted, his body trembling violently. Xiao Xiao's cauldron tremor induced a profound dizziness, capable not only of harming foes through shockwaves but also of incapacitating all enemies within a meter radius of the three lives soul-settling cauldron. As Huang Chutian succumbed to dizziness, Xiao Xiao let out a cold snort, swiftly waving her arms, causing the three lives soul-settling cauldron to split into three, encircling Huang Chutian at the center. The dizziness was but fleeting. Huang Chutian quickly regained his senses. This time, he refrained from immediate action, pausing briefly to assess the situation. His ally, the Lan sisters, had succumbed to unconsciousness, entirely devoid of combat capability, while the opposing Waned and Hui Yuhao appeared similarly incapacitated, though still conscious, leaving the possibility of their rejoining the fray at any moment. A swift resolution was imperative to seize any chance of victory in the assessment. With this thought, Huang Chutian let out a fierce roar, stamping his feet forcefully, propelling himself upward, his fists clasped above his head. The brilliance of his second soul ring shone brightly as the power hammer was unleashed once more. Xiao Xiao, with her hands drawn inward, commanded the three cauldrons to rise and collide. The might of the power hammer was extraordinary. She could not allow her adversary to unleash an attack. Yet, Huang Chutian, with a cunning smile, executed a sudden flip mid-air, altering his position just before the three cauldrons converged, his fist thrusting forward with all his might. Instantly, a burst of yellow light shot forth, aimed directly at Xiao Xiao. An attack was essential for salvation. Huang Chutian was unconvinced that Xiao Xiao would willingly engage in mutual destruction. He believed that as long as she could control the three lives solding to mount a counterattack, he would have a chance to close the distance, thus creating an opportunity for victory. Indeed, Huang Chutian had calculated meticulously. Xiao Xiao's resistance against his force hammer would require the unification of the three ding. In such a scenario, he would have ample time to approach. Regardless of whom he targeted among the three, they would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand his assault. However, just as Huang Chutian was about to strike, he suddenly felt as though his vision had blurred momentarily. Although he unleashed the force hammer, it veered off course. The yellow sphere of light soared askew, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that shattered the partition used to demarcate the examination area, startling the students in the adjacent zone. who turned their astonished gazes toward the commotion. At that moment, the outcome between the teams of Hui Yuhao and Huang Chutian had already been determined. Xiao Xiao had prepared to counter with the unified ding. But just as the colossal ding flew back a few meters after merging, it abruptly swung back and collided forcefully with Huang Chutian. The second soul ring on Xiao Xiao's body shimmered, and enveloped in a shroud of black light, Huang Chutian was propelled out of the arena, only to be caught by Wang Yin, preventing him from being launched even farther. The black light continued to swirl around him for over 3 seconds before Huang Chutian regained his ability to move. This was the second soul skill of Xiao Xiao's 3 live solding martial soul, known as Ding Swing, targeting a single opponent. It not only inflicted collision damage but also disoriented the adversary, serving as a form of control skill. With these 2 skills at her disposal, her self-identification as a control-type soul master was indeed justified. Xiao Xiao could not have foreseen the deviation of her opponent's attack. She shifted from defense to offense as she had regained support from Hui Yuhao. Yet, she was unaware that Hui Yuhao had simultaneously unleashed 3 skills in that fleeting moment, which ultimately drained his soul power entirely. Among these skills, the first to be employed in combat was Mental Disturbance, a wide-ranging area effect skill. Compared to Soul Impact, the potency of Mental Disturbance appeared significantly weaker, yet it was a zone skill, and its effects were subtle, often impacting the opponent before they even realized it. Otherwise, how could Huang Chutian's clearly targeted force hammer have gone astray? Wang Yin declared, "Victory goes to Hui Yuhao's team." As he spoke, he gently set the bewildered Huang Chutian down and walked with him to the side of the Blue Sisters, using his soul power to help awaken them. Upon regaining consciousness, the Blue Sisters felt an excruciating headache, as if countless steel needles were piercing their skulls. Hui Yuhao's soul impact has grown increasingly formidable, to the extent that even Ma Xiaodao, who possesses a cultivation level of the 6th ring, is somewhat affected, let alone the others. Moreover, the backlash from the martial soul fusion technique exacerbates the situation. It can be said that Huang Chutian's team has suffered a significant loss in this battle. At the very least, Lan Susu and Lan Luolua will undoubtedly be unable to regain their combat strength today. Furthermore, they still face 4 more matches ahead. The situation for Hui Yuhao and his companions is somewhat more favorable than that of their opponents. After all, they have secured a victory. Moreover, both Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao have merely expended their soul power without sustaining any injuries. This grants them the luxury of resting for at least 2 matches. However, in the forthcoming assessments, Xiao Xiao shall undoubtedly step into the role of a key player. Supporting the weakened Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong led him to the sidelines, while Xiao Xiao followed closely behind, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired, "Class leader, how did that strike go awry just now?" Hui Yuhao smiled wryly and said, "Let us not dwell on that for now. We must swiftly meditate to restore our soul power. Our first match has drained us considerably, and there are still 4 more contests ahead. We can only hope that our opponents have endured similar exhaustion." With that, he immediately settled into a meditative posture. Not only was Xiao Xiao perplexed, but Wang Dong also harbored similar doubts. Unlike Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong was astonished at how easily the Blue Sisters' martial soul fusion technique had been dispelled. If their fusion could only sustain itself for such a brief period, was there any merit in employing it at all? The answer was evidently in the negative, yet they had utilized it, only to see it crumble rapidly under the release of his millennium soul skill, leaving them both unconscious. What could have caused this? Recalling Hui Yuhao's exclamation, he felt an unsettling dissonance, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. A total of 6 teams participated in the assessment, and after Hui Yuhao's team concluded their match, the second round commenced without delay. The new student assessment had entered its latter half, a critical moment for scoring. Each victory enhanced their chances of remaining in the competition. Thus, every team had begun to exert themselves to the utmost. The earlier clash between Hui Yuhao's team and Huang Chutian's team had left the other 4 teams in shock, as they realized they lacked such prowess and would have to secure points against the other teams. The first match had resulted in a near mutual exhaustion, complicating the assessment further. Before long, all 3 matches of the initial round concluded. Just as Hui Yuhao had hoped, the other teams had also experienced significant depletion. After all, their energies were not only spent today, the 4 contests of the previous day had also taken a toll, and they had yet to regain their peak condition. As a seed team, Hui Yuhao's group was the first to take the stage in the second round. This time, their opponents consisted of 3 students from Class 4. Once both sides announced their names and took their positions, Hui Yuhao's formation notably shifted. Xiao Xiao stood at the forefront, followed by Hui Yuhao, while Wang Dong A powerful assault-type battle soul master positioned himself at the rear. Before Wang Yin could declare the match's commencement, Wang Dong had already seated himself on the ground, meditating right there on the battlefield. This was a task assigned by Hui Yuhao, who emphasized the necessity of restoring their previously expended soul power. Only if Wang Dong regained his optimal state could they aspire to achieve victory in the round-robin tournament. Xiao Xiao, give it your all, Hui Yuhao whispered encouragingly. Rest assured. Class leader. We shall prevail, she replied confidently. With Wang Yan's announcement that the assessment had begun, both sides unleashed their martial souls simultaneously. Through their previous observations, Hui Yuhao and his companions understood that the opposing team consisted of 3 agile attack-type soul masters, specializing in speed. As soon as Wang Yan's command resonated, the trio of agile soul masters surged forth, simultaneously unleashing their soul abilities and dividing into 3 separate paths, all converging on Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong, seated in meditation, also witnessed this scene. As the most formidable of the assault-type soul masters, he seemed to have lost his combat prowess entirely. Such an opportunity was not one to be squandered. Although they had previously expended considerable energy, they launched themselves into battle with unwavering determination. Standing at the sidelines, Wang Yan's gaze remained fixed upon Hui Yuhao, without the slightest distraction. He believed that without Hui Yuhao's assistance, Xiao Xiao alone could not hope to vanquish 3 opponents. After all, they were 3 agile attack-type soul masters. He was resolute in his intention to discern how Hui Yuhao executed his moves and how his soul skills were unleashed. Hui Yuhao's eyes sparkled with a faint golden light. Though subtle, Wang Yin perceived it distinctly. For soul masters, a change in eye color upon unleashing their martial soul is entirely commonplace. Wang Yin also noticed the seemingly delicate white soul rings encircling Hui Yuhao's feet manifesting once more. Yet he remained unable to discern the nature of Hui Yuhao's martial soul. At that moment, the 3 agile attack-type soul masters had already made their move. Approaching from 3 distinct directions, each exhibiting different speeds, with slight variances between them. 2 advanced towards Xiao Xiao, while 1 maneuvered from the side. Attempting a surprise attack from behind Hui Yuhao, their coordination remarkably seamless. Xiao Xiao's gaze remained fixed ahead, as if she were oblivious to their presence. Her hands raised above her head in a gesture reminiscent of supporting the heavens. In an instant, the 3 live soul-settling cauldrons soared forth, dividing into 3 as it ascended, simultaneously confronting the 3 opponents from different angles. A breathtaking scene unfolded as Xiao Xiao, without the need for visual focus, managed to position her divided 3 lives soul-settling cauldrons to obstruct the paths of the 3 agile attackers. All 3 agile soul masters were at the pinnacle of the first ring, possessing soul power around level 19. They propelled themselves forward with tremendous speed, their effort leaving no time for evasion. They could only collide directly with the 3 cauldrons. They lacked the formidable strength of Huang Chutian, who wielded the great strength divine ape martial soul. Upon crashing into the 3 live soul-settling cauldron, they were immediately left disoriented. Even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. At this juncture, a request for support was made, as a mere thread separated the current standings. Fellow members of the Tang Sect, let us surge forth. The 3rd member firmly believed in their collective cohesion and strength. A plea for support and collections followed, with a promise of continued updates the next day. In the subsequent chapter, the secret of the main body martial soul was teased. The 3 live soul-settling cauldron not only arrived swiftly, but also unexpectedly, preventing the 3 agile soul masters from activating their soul skills in time. To all observers, it seemed remarkable that Xiao Xiao could multitask so effectively, leaving little chance for her to control her divided martial soul to unleash its skills at the opportune moment, especially since the opponents approached in staggered succession. Yet, Xiao Xiao astonished them further. 3 resounding booms echoed as the cauldrons activated at the precise moment of collision with the agile soul masters, resulting in the trio being knocked back and subsequently rendered unconscious. Lacking the robust physique of their force-type counterparts, their disorientation was prolonged compared to Huang Chutian's earlier encounter. The 3 live soul-settling cauldrons pursued their bodies once more, colliding with a series of resounding impacts. Bang, bang, bang. 3 fronts met the enemy, 3 fronts triumphed. The 3 figures were simultaneously propelled out of the arena. 3 black lights re-emerged, converging above Xiao Xiao's head, vanishing quietly as her martial soul was retracted. The arena fell into a profound silence. The victory led by Xiao Xiao was even more astonishing than the previous match, concluding the entire battle in less than half a minute. With sheer determination, she single-handedly confronted 3 agile opponents, preventing them from crossing even halfway. In this triadic clash, Victory was resoundingly achieved across all fronts. Wang Yin had witnessed all prior assessments of Hui Yuhao's team, and in his estimation, Wang Dong was undoubtedly the strongest among the trio, while Hui Yuhao embodied both mystery and composure. Although Xiao Zhao's martial spirit seemed commendable, it leaned more towards a hybrid of support and control, placing her somewhat behind in Wang Yin's regard. Yet, at that very moment, Xiao Xiao demonstrated her significant standing within the trio through her prowess. Wang Yin could hardly fathom how a mere 11-year-old girl could maintain such composure on the battlefield, accurately discerning every attacking trajectory of the enemy and delivering precise counterstrikes. Even a control-type soul master at the fourth ring might struggle to execute such fluidity in thwarting, controlling, and repelling foes. How had this young girl accomplished it? Meanwhile, other teams, initially believing they could seize an opportunity against Hui Yuhao's team due to their earlier exertions, quickly abandoned such thoughts upon realizing that two of the three possessed the capability to take on entire teams single-handedly. They were truly formidable. However, the Huang Chutian team, possessing comparable strength to Hui Yuhao's, was not as fortunate. Although the Lan sisters had awakened from their stupor, they remained plagued by excruciating headaches and severely depleted soul power, rendering them unable to participate. Thus, Huang Chutian had to face the competition alone. His soul power had already been significantly drained, compounded by injuries inflicted by Wang Dong's winged guillotine. In a 1 versus 3 scenario, all attention was focused solely on him. While Xiao Zhao's earlier experience also amounted to a 1 versus 3, Hui Yuhao's presence provided a psychological deterrent, ensuring that the opponent's focus was divided. Consequently, Huang Chutian faced his downfall, eventually succumbing to defeat in the second match, marking his team's second loss. For Hui Yuhao's trio, the remaining matches spiraled into a virtuous cycle. No one dared to engage them head-on, opting instead to conserve their strength for encounters with other teams. The subsequent 3 matches were won with remarkable ease, particularly in the fourth match. With Wang Dong's soul power fully restored, his and Xiao Zhao's mere presence before Hui Yuhao compelled their opponents to concede almost symbolically, ultimately representing the new student cohort. Hui Yuhao's team achieved an impeccable 10 victories in the round-robin phase, securing the best results in their region. Despite facing 2 consecutive defeats, the Huang Chutian team, bolstered by their strong foundation, saw the Lan sisters regain some strength and return to the fray. Huang Chutian showcased his formidable prowess, and against opponents already fatigued from previous matches, they triumphed consecutively, concluding with 7 victories out of 10, ensuring their progression into the top 64 was well within reach. With the round-robin phase concluded, Wang Yin could no longer contain his excitement. Hui Yuhao, please stay for a moment. The other teams may return to rest, but I would like to speak with you three. Hui Yuhao approached Wang Yin, who nodded at him with a smile and remarked, "Congratulations on achieving an impeccable victory in the freshman assessment cycle. There are likely no more than 10 teams that can boast such an accomplishment. You are indeed formidable. However, I have always been curious, Hui Yuhao, as the captain, what is your martial soul? Although I cannot discern your contributions during the battle, I firmly believe that you are the heart of this team. Am I mistaken?" Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, and with a hint of shyness, he replied, "Teacher Wang, you flatter me. The remarkable achievements we have attained are primarily due to the formidable strengths of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. I am merely a supporting figure. As you have observed, I possess only a single 10-year soul ring." Wang Yin smiled slightly and said, "There is no need for you to be so modest. If you lacked sufficient strength, I find it hard to believe that talents like Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao would allow you to assume the role of captain. Moreover, I have also looked into your performance over the past 3 months at the academy. Do you know what your classmates in Class 1 call you?" Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. Wang Yin remarked, "They all refer to you as Iron Rainhao, for you possess an indomitable will. Though your innate talent may be the weakest, your diligence is unparalleled, making you a paragon for the new class. However, I have yet to inquire about your martial soul, as I yearn to witness it and your soul skills with my own eyes to validate my own abilities. Yet, the reality compels me to concede my defeat. Throughout, I have been unable to discern the nature of your martial soul, nor have I been able to identify the soul skills you employ. In every match, I have seen the brilliance of your white 10-year soul ring illuminate the arena, yet I remain perplexed about the function of your soul skills. Could you enlighten me?" Hui Yuhao stated, "Teacher Wang, my martial soul is the spirit eye, belonging to the realm of mental attributes. As for my soul skills, I would prefer to keep them a secret for now, considering we still have assessments ahead." The nature of his martial soul was not an overly guarded secret within the academy, Many were already aware. If this teacher Wang genuinely wished to inquire, he would undoubtedly uncover the truth, so why be so reticent? However, when it came to his soul skills, he chose to remain silent. The spirit eye? Your martial soul is an eye? Wang Yan's reaction exceeded Hui Yuhao's expectations. After hearing Hui Yuhao's explanation, he nearly leaped with excitement, his face alight with enthusiasm as he gazed at Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao was taken aback. Teacher Wang, what is the matter with you? Wang Yin grasped his shoulders with both hands and asked, First, answer me, is your martial soul related to your eyes? Hui Yuhao nodded and said, Indeed. Wang Yin took a deep breath, his expression tense as he pressed further. Are you a member of the Body Sect? Hui Yuhao shook his head in confusion. The Body Sect? Teacher Wang, I have not heard of it. A surge of ecstatic joy blossomed in Wang Yan's eyes as he released his grip on Hui Yuhao's hands. This is truly wonderful. I never anticipated that Shrek Academy would gain such an incredible advantage. No wonder your decade-old soul ring possesses such immense power. It turns out to be a body martial soul. What a pity, had you arrived at the academy sooner. I would have insisted on helping you acquire a limit-breaking first soul ring. Observing Wang Yan's somewhat eccentric demeanor, Hui Yuhao couldn't help but glance at Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Previously, he and Wang Dong had encountered the unreasonable evil fire phoenix, Ma Xiaodao. This teacher Wang had seemed quite normal just a couple of days ago. What could have caused such a sudden shift? This made Hui Yuhao recall the words his teacher, Xiaoya, and his senior brother had shared. While the number of monstrous students at Shrek Academy had dwindled, the quantity of extraordinary teachers remained considerable. Wang Yin took a deep breath, striving to calm the astonishment and elation within him. All right, Hui Yuhao, you all should return to rest for now. I will seek you out later. With that, he turned and hurried away. As she watched him depart, Xiao Xiao could not help but whisper, Do you think this teacher Wang might be unwell? Hui Yuhao furrowed his brows and said, Please do not speak in that manner, teacher. Wang Dong approached Hui Yuhao and remarked, He must have lost his composure due to your innate martial soul. I recall hearing at home that individuals possessing an innate martial soul are exceedingly rare, yet I have never heard of any sect associated with them. Hui Yuhao shook his head and smiled, saying, Never mind, I believe teacher Wang will seek me out again in the future, having achieved a remarkable victory. Don't you think we should celebrate? Allow me to treat you to a delightful meal at the cafeteria. Xiao Xiao, brimming with anticipation, interjected, Let's skip the cafeteria, class leader. I have yet to savor your grilled fish. Today, no matter what, you must indulge this small wish of mine. Hui Yuhao chuckled lightly, No problem. We still have ample time. Let us return to our dormitory for a brief respite. We shall meet at the entrance this evening. I presume there will be no pressing matters tomorrow, and they will surely allow us some time to recuperate before the elimination rounds commence. The three of them made their way back to the dormitory. While Xiao Xiao ascended the stairs, the girls' dormitory was an unequivocal forbidden zone for male students. Hui Yuhao returned to the dormitory with Wang Dong. To his surprise, Wang Dong appeared to be somewhat preoccupied. What's on your mind, Wang Dong? Hui Yuhao inquired. Observing him seated on the bed, Wang Dong pondered for a moment before responding, Yuhao, I have been reflecting on the proceedings of our first match today. No matter how I contemplate it, something feels amiss. Although my Millennium Soul Ring ability is quite formidable, our opponents were utilizing a soul fusion technique. At that moment, I sensed that you concentrated your spiritual detection to perceive the intricacies of their soul abilities, yet you did not share that insight with me. Shortly thereafter, their soul abilities collapsed. What exactly did you do? As he spoke, he raised his head, his gaze piercingly fixed upon Hui Yuhao. A sudden jolt coursed through Hui Yuhao's heart as he realized that deceiving Wang Dong would prove to be a formidable challenge. Unlike teacher Wang Yin, Wang Dong shared the same dormitory with him and had trained alongside him for an extended period. Thus, he possessed an intimate understanding of Hui Yuhao. While fabricating a lie might allow him to evade the truth temporarily, it would inevitably sow seeds of doubt in Wang Dong's mind. Consequently, Hui Yuhao refrained from responding immediately, becoming ensnared in a web of hesitation and contemplation. To speak the truth was utterly inconceivable. The existence of the million-year soul beast, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, was overwhelmingly staggering, capable of leaving an indelible impact on anyone. Revealing the reality to Wang Dong might only serve to jeopardize his safety. Yet, what alternative existed if he chose to remain silent? Suddenly, the phrase innate martial soul flickered in Hui Yuhao's mind, illuminating his thoughts and sparking an idea within him. Hui Yuhao lifted his gaze once more, a newfound gravity evident in his expression. Wang Dong had never witnessed such a demeanor from Hui Yuhao before and found himself wide-eyed. Exclaiming, Do you truly possess a secret weapon? Hui Yuhao found himself momentarily transfixed as he met Wang Dong's gaze, for her eyes were truly enchanting. Her long eyelashes gracefully arched upwards, framing a pair of deep, dark eyes that revealed only a hint of white at the periphery. The inquisitive glimmer in her eyes imbued them with a life of their own, as if they could articulate unspoken words. Hui Yuhao inwardly marveled. No wonder those girls were so captivated by him. He truly possessed an impressive appearance. It may not be regarded as a trump card, but rather a secret of his intrinsic martial soul, which I only recently uncovered. Hui Yuhao spoke in a hushed tone. Wang Dong expressed her astonishment. The secret of the intrinsic martial soul? Hui Yuhao nodded and remarked, you mentioned earlier that the innate martial soul is quite rare. Indeed, it is true. And our innate martial souls possess certain peculiarities. Ever since I began cultivating the Tang Sect's purple extreme demon eye, I have noticed that my spiritual eye seems to be undergoing a form of mutation. When I utilize my first soul skill, mental detection, to focus on a particular direction, I can, if I so wish, concentrate my mental power into a singular point and unleash it, thereby generating a form of mental shock. I have experimented with a few small animals within the academy, and the results were indeed effective. In the heat of battle today, I decided to test it out. And I was quite astonished by the outcome. Perhaps the fusion technique employed by Lan Susu and Lan Luolua was inherently precarious, compounded by the restraint of your millennium soul skill, which led to their collapse when I unleashed a mental shock through the purple extreme demon eye. However, their fainting should not be attributed to me. Have you forgotten what our teacher mentioned during class? The consumption of a martial soul fusion technique is immense, and once executed, it often results in a backlash. The more powerful the fusion technique, the more severe the backlash. Even the slightest backlash effect can render one exceedingly weakened. Given that they executed their martial soul fusion technique today, I surmise they will be unable to utilize it again for some time. Wang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you implying that your martial soul, influenced by the purple extreme demon eye, is capable of launching a direct mental attack akin to a soul skill? Hui Yuhao raised his index finger to his lips, urging in a hushed tone, do you not wish for others to know? This is my greatest secret, and I have shared it with you. In a certain light, Hui Yuhao could not be deemed a liar, though he was not entirely truthful either. The matter of a million-year soul beast was simply too astonishing. Having found a fitting origin for his soul impact ability, Hui Yuhao felt a sense of relief. He understood that as he continued his studies at Shrek Academy, he would face various assessments, and concealing his soul impact was not a feasible option. Given this reality, he would inevitably need to devise a rationale, and his recent explanation to Wang Dong seemed most appropriate. Wang Dong gazed at Hui Yuhao in astonishment. Realizing that his original martial soul was remarkably formidable, capable of spontaneously evolving abilities, Hui Yuhao scratched his head and remarked, isn't this rather inconsequential? Your radiant goddess butterfly possesses an innate ability to fly, which only enhances with the elevation of your cultivation. Such an ability, inherently bestowed, should be considered a fundamental trait of the martial soul. Wang Dong pondered for a moment before replying, no, it is not the same. Indeed, my radiant goddess butterfly's ability to fly is a natural instinct of the martial soul. However, your mental impact is different. It evolved only after coming into contact with the purple extreme demon eye. This implies that your spiritual eye, as the primary martial soul and a variant, inherently possesses a certain capacity for evolution, a trait that my radiant goddess butterfly cannot rival. Perhaps, in the future, it may even develop additional skills. Hui Yuhao chuckled softly and remarked, it cannot exactly be classified as a skill. A more precise description would be that the spirit eyes continuously enhance my spiritual power. By utilizing the purple extreme magic eyes to assist the spirit eyes in projecting my spiritual energy, I have generated a certain application. Wang Dong nodded in understanding and replied, now that you mention it, I comprehend. It's akin to how I purify or compress my soul power for offense and defense. However, your spiritual energy is formless and intangible, making it even more difficult to detect. I never imagined it had such remarkable utility. With her inner confusion resolved, Wang Dong's beautiful eyes reflected a sense of relief. Yet, her spirits quickly soared again as she exclaimed, Yuhao, that fusion technique of the twin martial souls is indeed formidable. If we were both at the third ring, we would undoubtedly face defeat today. Although the martial soul fusion technique cannot be sustained for long, its power is immense and explosive. It can be considered the pinnacle of skills for soul masters, as their soul power grows stronger and they can maintain the fusion technique for longer durations. It will be exceedingly challenging for anyone of the same rank to contend with them. If only we could possess such a skill as well. Hui Yuhao chuckled and said, stop dreaming. Such fortunate occurrences are rare indeed. I recall my teacher mentioning that for a martial soul fusion technique to manifest, there must be an exceptionally high degree of compatibility between both parties' martial souls. It is an exceedingly rare phenomenon, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. If two martial souls are truly compatible, they will sense each other upon meeting. We have lived together for 3 months. Have you ever felt such a connection with me? I certainly have not. To his surprise, waned.A lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. What is it? Huiyuhao inquired. Puzzled, waned.A appeared to have made a resolute decision as she lifted her gaze, an unusual glimmer in her eyes as she fixed her stare upon him. You have already divulged the secrets of your primary martial soul. It would be rather unfair of me to conceal mine any longer. In truth, I have always kept my abilities hidden, as well as my aura. Huh. Huiyuhao was taken aback. waned.A's strength was evident. The might of her bright goddess butterfly martial soul had been fully displayed during the new student assessment. In 10 matches, she had only utilized her second soul skill once, and no one had witnessed its true form. The revelation that she harbored additional hidden power left him utterly astonished. waned.A continued, although you cannot perceive my aura. When I first experienced your spiritual detection and shared assistance, I sensed a remarkable closeness to your essence. The reason my aura remains concealed is due to the constraints of another force within me. Only through physical proximity can you truly perceive my presence. Would you care to test it? Physical proximity? How do we do that? Huiyuhao asked, somewhat foolishly. waned.A was momentarily exasperated. You idiot, just embrace me. Huiyuhao chuckled lightly and remarked, is that so? You could have just said it plainly. As he spoke, he casually opened his arms and reached out to embrace waned.A. However, waned.A appeared somewhat dazed as Huiyuhao drew closer. He found himself unable to mirror Huiyuhao's nonchalance. His body instinctively tensed, and he seemed to enter a peculiar state of rigidity. Huiyuhao naturally embraced waned.A, believing that such a gesture between friends was quite normal. However, as he held waned.A in his arms, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. It dawned on him that this was their first intimate contact, and memories of the time he had glimpsed waned.A's silhouette flooded back. Initially, he had assumed that, like himself, waned.A, being a soul master, would possess a physique honed through rigorous training. Yet, upon truly embracing waned.A, he found the reality to be entirely different. Although waned.A's body exhibited a certain resilience, it was astonishingly soft, evoking a sensation of being almost boneless. Moreover, a faint, delicate fragrance emanated from him. With their heights being nearly equal as Huiyuhao held waned.A, his face nestled against the side of waned.A's neck. The smooth and polished texture of waned.A's skin sent a subtle tremor through his heart. Huiyuhao felt a profound urge to exclaim, yet something seemed amiss. At his tender age, his understanding of certain matters remained quite superficial, and he did not dwell on it too much. He merely found that embracing waned.A was far more comforting than he had anticipated. How does it feel? waned.A almost hesitantly inquired. He did not reciprocate the embrace, instead allowing Huiyuhao to hold him. His sensations were markedly different. Huiyuhao's physique was robust, exuding a strong, masculine aura, subtly tinged with the faint scent of youthful perspiration. This experience caused waned.A's lovely face to flush a deep crimson. It's quite nice, very comfortable, Huiyuhao instinctively replied, aligning with his inner thoughts. waned.A was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression shifted to one of indignation. Fool, did I mean for you to hold me for comfort? I wanted you to sense the essence of my martial soul. I forgot. Let me hold on a bit longer. I'll give it a try, Huiyuhao admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he tightened his embrace slightly. This sudden firmness elicited an involuntary soft sigh from waned.A, who wished to push him away but ultimately restrained himself. Clutching the sides of Huiyuhao's waist with a delicate grip, his lips pressed tightly together, conveying an impression of having suffered considerable grievance. Huiyuhao gradually gathered his soul power while earnestly sensing the aura emanating from waned.A. However, upon embracing waned.A, his initial impression was that the fragrance was rather intense. waned.A's body appeared somewhat tense yet remained remarkably supple. Slowly, Huiyuhao began to perceive the fluctuations of waned.A's aura. It exuded a rich light essence, warm and invigorating, gradually stimulating the circulation of his soul power within. An indescribable comfort enveloping him. What astonished him further was that amidst this radiant aura, there gradually emerged a more profound life energy. Following this, a heavy, steady presence unfolded. The essence belonging to waned.A transformed 3 times in succession, with each transformation enhancing Huiyuhao's sense of familiarity. When he sensed the final shift in the aura within waned.A, he realized that his soul power had begun to autonomously follow the trajectory of the Xian art's operation. This was truly remarkable. Huiyuhao gradually widened his eyes, and waned.A was equally astonished. Upon being embraced by Huiyuhao, a soft golden aura began to emanate from his body, which gradually transformed into a bluish-golden hue, and ultimately shifted to a dark golden shade. This triadic change in color was a manifestation of the peculiar fluctuations Huiyuhao sensed in the aura. waned.A, with his greater experience, observed Huiyuhao closely while the latter merely absorbed the essence around him. He noticed that a radiance began to appear around Huiyuhao as well, initially manifesting as a gentle white aura, soft, weighty, and imbued with a quality reminiscent of an ocean that embraces all. When their essences intertwined, waned.A felt an indescribable comfort, as if Huiyuhao's aura embodied a profound and virtuous embrace, perfectly merging with his own. Soon after, Huiyuhao's aura began to shift. The soft and weighty essence gradually turned cooler, emanating a faint chill that was nonetheless filled with a vitality akin to endless life, harmonizing beautifully with waned.A's life force. Although one was a manifestation of nature's vitality and the other a relic of ancient ice, their shared resonance of prolonged life allowed their auras to intertwine once more. Ultimately, as waned.A's surrounding aura transformed into dark golden currents, Huiyuhao's essence transitioned from the previous icy blue to a faint gray. This gray was subtle, yet waned.A was astonished to feel a heaviness and depth that even surpassed his own dark golden essence. Indeed, Huiyuhao's aura too underwent a triadic transformation, each phase perfectly melding with waned.A's essence. waned.A slowly lifted his hands, which grasped Huiyuhao's collar, embracing him in return. In that moment, their minds were free of distractions, completely immersed in the exquisite sensation of their mutual aura changes. The three distinct essences continuously morphed, while their soul power gradually began to circulate, accelerating as time elapsed and the interchange of auras intensified. The various colored currents danced around their bodies, faint yet palpable, perceptible only to one another. At that moment, they were oblivious to the significance of this state, yet both felt an instinctual serenity as they held each other, silently relishing this extraordinary and increasingly soothing experience. Gradually, both Huiyuhao and waned.A sensed that the other's body seemed to meld into their own, a sensation of sublime beauty enveloping them, as if their souls were ascending together. Just then, a refreshing presence emerged in Huiyuhao's sea of consciousness, accompanied by a voice he recognized well. What extraordinary fortune! Could it really be? The sudden sound startled Huiyuhao, bringing him back from that wondrous sensation. Instinctively, he began to release his grip. The voice hurriedly urged, "Hold on tight, you fool." Huiyuhao tightened his arms, feeling an unwavering trust in the voice that resonated within him, for he had discerned that its owner was none other than the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Indeed, after months of slumber, the heavenly dream ice silkworm awakened, stirred by the embrace shared between Huiyuhao and waned.A. However, it soon fell silent once more, and after a brief pause, its voice echoed again within Huiyuhao's mind. "From this moment forth, heed my words. I never anticipated that you could find someone in this world whose essence aligns so perfectly with yours. It truly baffles me. No, it is nearly inconceivable. Yet, you have accomplished it. This presents an unparalleled opportunity for you. Seize it, for it shall illuminate your future boundlessly." Huiyuhao subconsciously pondered, "Brother Tianming, what is happening between me and waned.A? What does it mean for our auras to be in complete harmony?" Tianming Iceworm replied, in simple terms, "Your current relationship resembles that of a married couple among humans. One embodies yin, while the other embodies yang. Though differing in essence, these two auras represent yin and yang. And when they unite, they form a complete and harmonious entity, inevitably unleashing tremendous power. It seems that human soul masters refer to such a phenomenon as martial soul fusion. This indicates that your martial soul is in perfect resonance with that of the little creature you are holding. Furthermore, martial soul fusion can occur in varying degrees. Typically, a compatibility exceeding 50% is required for fusion to be feasible. Yet, your fusion stands at a remarkable 100%. What astonishes me even more is that you are experiencing a triple martial soul fusion, which is not merely a miracle but a true anomaly. Triple martial soul fusion? Huiyuhao exclaimed in bewilderment. How is that even possible? waned.A possesses only a single martial soul, the bright goddess butterfly. I myself have only two, and my second martial soul is still undetermined. Tianming Iceworm retorted with irritation. Do you think others would disclose all their martial souls to you? If it were me, I wouldn't reveal mine either. As for your own situation, indeed, you initially possessed one martial soul, and I granted you an ice martial soul, making two. However, do you recall that enigmatic gray orb? Although it appears feeble, I have exhausted all means to devour it without success. It has manifested as a peculiar martial soul. What exactly is this entity? Even with my million years of experience, I am perplexed. It seems incapable of obtaining a soul ring, yet its innate spiritual power is daunting, leaving me at a loss regarding its nature. Should it eventually become your martial soul, I can scarcely fathom what that would entail. Yet, this essence, which cannot even be classified as a martial soul, has merged with the little creature you are holding. How could I not be astonished? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. Does that mean waned.A possesses three soul spirits as well? Chapter 21. The Fusion of Three Soul Spirits. The Dream-Eye Silkworm replied languidly, Fool, of course he does. Have you not considered that even a twin soul spirit cannot endure the pressure of a 1,000-year soul ring at the 20th level, as you humans describe it? It is precisely because he possesses three soul spirits, each enhancing his physique, that he can wield a 1,000-year soul ring at such an early stage. The individual you are holding, in human terms, is akin to a prodigious genius that appears only once in 10,000 years. Hui Yuhao was utterly astonished to discover that waned.A possessed three life spirits. No wonder he had once remarked, in a one-on-one scenario, that Xiao Xiao could not possibly match him. His unwavering confidence was remarkable. Despite being only at the second ring level, he had never displayed admiration towards anyone. To think that his natural talent could reach such extraordinary heights. Silly boy, what is there to be surprised about? In a certain sense, you too possess three life spirits. Furthermore, let us not forget that your first spirit ring is an unprecedented million-year spirit ring. I can assure you, there exists no other million-year spirit beast across the entirety of Dolua continent. Thus, while he may indeed be a prodigious talent, you are uniquely exceptional. Have a bit of confidence in yourself. Like now, with my unparalleled wisdom spirit ring, you must take the initiative during the spirit fusion. Relax your body and entrust everything to me. As he spoke, a refreshing aura rapidly spread from Hui Yuhao's head throughout his entire being. Within that coolness, his awareness of the surroundings significantly heightened. It was as if he had activated a mental probe. Everything in the room appeared in three dimensions, adorned with a myriad of shifting colors. Hui Yuhao finally observed the color transformations on waned.A. Gold, blue gold, and dark gold flashed in alternating sequences. In contrast, his own colors were white, ice blue, and gray, continuously transforming. Just as the heavenly Dream-Eye Silkworm had mentioned, their spirit compatibility was exceedingly high. Whenever Hui Yuhao's colors shifted to white, waned.A's turned gold, followed by ice blue against blue gold, and gray against dark gold. The three pairs of colors harmoniously complemented each other. However, when the heavenly Dream-Eye Silkworm commenced its actions, Hui Yuhao's eyes subtly transformed into a pale ice blue. Markedly different from the last time when it had helped him resist Ma Xiaodao's terrifying phoenix flames. This time, the heavenly Dream-Eye Silkworm merely infused a trace of power into Hui Yuhao's mental sea. Not directly controlling his body, but guiding the fluctuations of his aura to manifest various transformations. Gradually, it became evident that Hui Yuhao's aura had quietly strengthened. In this entirely involuntary spirit fusion process, changes in one party's aura would inevitably induce alterations in the other. waned.A's aura simultaneously intensified, and at that moment, a powerful mental wave emanated from Hui Yuhao, causing both Hui Yuhao and waned.A to stagger, nearly losing consciousness at the same instant. Their bodies collapsed onto waned.A's bed, which was adorned with a fur rug. The mischievous laughter of the heavenly Dream-Eye Silkworm echoed, suggesting, Now, let us see what unfolds. In spirit fusion, there is a hierarchy. One must seize the initiative and gain some advantage. Oh, this fellow named waned.A. Since that is the case, I shall take less advantage. Threads of ice blue began to gently emanate from Hui Yuhao's fingertips, swiftly enveloping both his and waned.A's bodies within their embrace. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that these threads are entirely formed from soul energy, and certainly not from Hui Yuhao's own. Given his cultivation level, he remains far from achieving the materialization of soul energy. Gradually, Hui Yuhao and waned.A, entwined with one another, have transformed into a colossal cocoon. The heavenly Dream-Eye Silkworm, akin to a silkworm, possesses the innate ability to spin a cocoon, a talent that is inherently justified. Instantly, the essence of Hui Yuhao and waned.A is entirely concentrated within the icy blue cocoon, swirling and transforming within each other's bodies. The triumphant voice of the heavenly Dream-Eye Silkworm resounds, Success. Let them continue. A perfect fusion, 100%. Three soul fusion. I refuse to believe that we cannot coax that gray, timid turtle out. If you have the capability, emerge from your shell and engage in 300 rounds with me. Humph. Within the dormitory, tranquility has been restored, with only the shimmering, icy blue cocoon radiating an otherworldly glow. Outside the cocoon, there is not a trace of soul energy fluctuation, while the two within remain in a deep, profound slumber. Time ticks away, and on this day, Hui Yuhao is notably absent from selling grilled fish. Xiao Xiao has waited an extended period for the two, yet they have not emerged from their dormitory. However, just as male students cannot casually enter female dormitories, female students cannot enter male dormitories either. With no other choice, she reluctantly returns to her own dormitory to rest. Tangya, on the other hand, drags Bei to wait at the entrance of Shrek Academy for Hui Yuhao's grilled fish. Their anticipation is not met, but they do not find it too peculiar, considering they have heard of the new student assessment system. Each brings a different competition format, and this year's is particularly fierce. They have even gathered information regarding Hui Yuhao and his companion's circumstances during the assessment, since Hui Yuhao has not set up his stall. They naturally assume he is fatigued from the assessment process, and thus do not dwell on the matter for long, returning to their dormitory after a brief wait. Disappointment at not tasting the grilled fish is not theirs alone. Jiang Nan and also arrived early to queue, only to leave disappointed in the end. However, none of them realize how significant this moment is for Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. After 3 months as classmates, their relationship has undergone substantial transformation on this very day. At Sea God Lake, on the island at its heart, and along the lakeshore, teacher Wang Yan, who had recently been overseeing the new student assessment, now stands here. His expression marked by profound respect. Not far ahead of him sits an elderly man with disheveled hair, presenting an image that is rather dismal. His once white robe has turned a dingy brown with numerous tears, and his hair is unkempt. Barefoot, his feet dangle in the refreshing waters of Sea God Lake. While in his right hand, he clutches a large gourd. The gourd, a deep crimson hue, is of an unknown material, and he occasionally lifts it to take a sip, releasing a potent aroma of liquor. In his other hand, he holds a roasted chicken, unabashed by the grease, alternating between sips of wine and bites of meat. This is Elder Xian. Although these students are still young and new, they are indeed worthy of attention. The disheveled elder known as Xian Lao swallowed a mouthful of chicken and turned to glance at Wang Yan. Surprisingly, despite his otherwise aged appearance, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, albeit a striking crimson hue that evoked a sense of awe. However, his gaze appeared somewhat scattered, tinged with confusion, as if he had not truly been attending to Wang Yan's words. The intrinsic martial soul does possess some intrigue, Xian Lao muttered, his voice raspy and aged. Wang Yan inquired, Elder Xian, does a hair martial soul qualify as an intrinsic martial soul? While continuing to eat and drink, Xian Lao responded, it is somewhat related. Wang Yan continued, in that case, the sisters Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo should pique your interest. These two young ladies are capable of executing a martial soul fusion technique. And if it can be aligned with the intrinsic martial soul, their future potential should be substantial. Xian Lao shook his head, retorting, hair? No, that won't suffice. You pride yourself on theoretical research, yet your understanding of intrinsic martial souls is so lacking? Wang Yan forced a smile. Unfortunately, there are simply no subjects to study. The information regarding intrinsic martial souls is exceedingly scarce, as the intrinsic sect has long remained reclusive. Xian Lao chuckled softly, rising to his feet, his dampened soles pressing comfortably against the grass. Let me impart a lesson. To discern the strength of an intrinsic martial soul, one must consider the importance of that martial soul's physical aspect to the body. The more crucial this bodily part is to the human form, the greater the intrinsic martial soul. Thus, what truly captivates me is that boy with the spirit eyes. Hair can regrow, but what of the eyes? Moreover, he possesses a mental attribute, meaning his martial soul essentially comprises his eyes and brain. You are fortunate indeed, for in your lifetime, you have encountered the pinnacle of intrinsic martial souls. However, I suspect his intrinsic martial soul has yet to be fully awakened. Otherwise, how could he find himself reduced to utilizing a 10-year soul ring? Go and inform Xiao Ning that I shall observe the new student assessment ranking match. Have him reserve a spot for me. Understood. As night gradually descended, the icy blue aura within the dormitory of Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao continued to shimmer quietly. As evening transitioned into the depths of night, time slipped away imperceptibly, and the essence surrounding Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong began to undergo peculiar transformations. The colors of their auras intertwined and fused further, and even their soul power began to flow into one another, forming a strange cycle, traversing different routes as their essences shifted in hue. In ordinary circumstances, the fusion of martial souls would require at least 3 days and nights. However, with the assistance of the Dream Eye Silkworm, they were able to synchronize the trajectory of their soul power during fusion, significantly expediting the process. The night passed without a word, and as dawn approached, the icy blue cocoon gradually faded, revealing the situation within. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong remained tightly embraced, their fluctuating auras having vanished. Face to face, their breaths were audible, both deeply slumbering. This marked the first occasion since Hui Yuhao's arrival at Shrek Academy that he had not risen early to cultivate or partake in breakfast. Soon, the dormitory outside began to bustle with activity. The other students had awakened and were busy attending to their morning routines. The clamor gradually permeated the peaceful slumber of the two, causing Wang Dong to stir first. A soft, languid sound escaped Wang Dong's lips, imbued with a hint of delicate fragility. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the close visage of Hui Yuhao. Initially taken aback, he then shifted his body, realizing that he was held tightly in Hui Yuhao's embrace, their torsos completely aligned, and warmth radiated from Hui Yuhao's body. Wang Dong felt as though he had been asleep for an eternity. He had never experienced such a sensation before. Aside from a trace of peculiarity, a greater feeling of panic enveloped him. Hui Yuhao, wake up, he murmured softly, attempting to free himself from Hui Yuhao's grasp around his waist. However, the prolonged position had rendered both their bodies somewhat stiff, making it difficult for either to withdraw. Hui Yuhao finally emerged from his dreams, his gaze immediately falling upon Wang Dong. The proximity between them was striking. Only when Wang Dong deliberately tilted his head back could they separate their noses. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Wang Dong blinked, and Hui Yuhao felt as if Wang Dong's long eyelashes brushed against his face. "Why are you so close to me?" Hui Yuhao instinctively inquired, his words releasing a warm breath onto Wang Dong's face. Infuriated, Wang Dong abruptly pulled back, finally reclaiming his arms. He grasped Hui Yuhao's shoulders and, with a swift motion, lifted his soft leg to create distance between them. As Hui Yuhao awakened, he instinctively released his embrace around Wang Dong, and with his long legs now separating them, he finally emerged fully from his slumber. However, in the next moment, Wang Dong jolted him into greater awareness. In their dormitory, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong occupied single beds. With a sudden surge of strength, Wang Dong's long legs propelled Hui Yuhao off the bed, sending him crashing to the floor with a resounding thud. "Ouch, Wang Dong, what is the meaning of this?" Hui Yuhao exclaimed. Taken completely by surprise and feeling a sharp pain, his face contorted with indignation. Wang Dong, slightly breathless, sat up on the bed and adjusted her disheveled clothes, retorting, "And what do you mean by asking me? Why were you sleeping on my bed last night?" Hui Yuhao then realized that he had indeed been unceremoniously kicked off Wang Dong's bed. Momentarily speechless, he inwardly lamented, "Oh, my dear Tianming, you have truly brought me to ruin. Are you not aware of her aversion to dirt? How could I have fallen asleep?" Though such thoughts raced through his mind, he feebly defended himself, saying, "This cannot be entirely my fault, can it? After all, you were asleep as well." Wang Dong let out an annoyed huff, poised to retort further when suddenly, a shrill bell rang out, startling both of them. "Class is starting. Oh no, we're late. Quickly, let us go." Hui Yuhao sprang up from the floor and tugged at Wang Dong, dashing out of the room. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Wang Dong cast aside her anger and hurriedly followed him. Neither had the luxury of breakfast, nor even the time for a wash. As they raced towards the classroom with utmost urgency, they were all too familiar with Zhou Yi's temperament. Being late for class was akin to signing one's own death warrant. Their appearance was indeed disheveled. Wang Dong fared slightly better, having at least straightened her clothes when she had kicked Hui Yuhao to the ground. In stark contrast, Hui Yuhao appeared quite the mess, with half of his shirt tucked into his pants and the other half flailing about, his hair in disarray, and 2 buttons of his shirt undone, exposing a patch of bronzed skin. Yet, at that moment, neither could afford to dwell on their disheveled state. Their sole focus was to reach the classroom as swiftly as possible, hoping to avoid inciting Zhou Yi's wrath, for they were already late. In merely a minute, they arrived at the entrance of Class 1 for freshmen. "Reporting," Hui Yuhao shouted with vigor. "Reporting." Wang Dong's voice was notably softer, almost lacking in energy. Stealing a glance at Hui Yuhao, her eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. With a firm grip, she pinched him sharply at the waist. Upon seeing the change in expression on Hui Yuhao's face, he was about to let out a cry of despair as he noticed Zhou Yi approaching them at the classroom entrance. However, he swallowed the scream that was on the tip of his tongue. The other students had already gathered, and Zhou-Yi, catching sight of Hui Yuhao's disheveled appearance, couldn't help but reveal a hint of amusement in her eyes. Yet, due to the torment of his back pain, Hui Yuhao, known for his keen observation, failed to notice this subtle reaction. "You two, what is going on? Come in first," Zhou-Yi beckoned them. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong hurriedly entered the classroom, with Wang Dong kindly closing the door behind them. Xiao Xiao had already arrived and, upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of the two, could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. She mouthed something towards them, seemingly inquiring, "Heavens, what on earth did you two do last night?" All eyes in the class were fixated on the pair, particularly on the disheveled class leader. Zhou-Yi, with her characteristic icy tone, questioned, "My esteemed class leader, would you kindly explain what is going on here?" Apologies, Teacher Zhou. We overslept," Hui Yuhao replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. At this point, there was no option but to admit their fault. Whatever punishment Zhou-Yi decided to impose, they would have to accept. Who overslept? How could one possibly manage that? Zhou-Yi quipped, breaking her usual serious demeanor with a rare jest. Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, while Wang Dong beside him instantly flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed because his thoughts had been accurately discerned. The entire class remained silent, but this quietude lasted merely 3 seconds before erupting into uproarious laughter. Wang Dong lowered his head, wishing fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow him whole. The humiliation was simply unbearable. It was at this moment that he also noticed Hui Yuhao's disheveled appearance, and he could barely contain his desire to slap him for such a blunder. This scoundrel had truly brought shame upon him. Unexpectedly, Zhou-Yi also laughed, and although her aged visage appeared far more grotesque in mirth than in sorrow, Hui Yuhao was certain that she was indeed smiling. Zhou-Yi raised her hand, and her authoritative presence as a distinguished teacher became unmistakable, causing the laughter to subside immediately. However, the amusement evident in the eyes of the new students remained beyond her control. "All right, return to your seats," Zhou-Yi gestured, displaying an unprecedented level of magnanimity towards the two. "Huh?" Both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong instinctively looked up, convinced they had misheard. Zhou-Yi narrowed her eyes, exclaiming, "What? Have you overslept to the extent that you cannot comprehend human speech?" Hui Yuhao finally understood, tugging at Wang Dong's sleeve as they both returned to their seats, feeling somewhat sheepish under the mocking gazes surrounding them. Fortunately, they were in a freshman class, comprised of 11 or 12-year-olds, who merely found the situation amusing rather than harboring any deeper thoughts. Had they been in an upper-level class, encountering a few overly imaginative girls who might embellish their male-male escapade, the scene would surely have been more raucous. After returning to the podium, Zhou-Yi calmly announced that after 3 days, the freshman assessments had concluded. The final results had been compiled the previous evening. Upon hearing this, all the students in Class 1 instantly perked up. Not every group possessed the same level of confidence in passing the assessment as Hui Yuhao and his companions. Today, Zhou-Yi's aged visage unexpectedly bore the semblance of a commendable smile for the second time, as she remarked, "I must say, your efforts have brought me pride. All 22 groups from our class have successfully passed the freshman assessments. I am quite relieved." A wave of exhilaration surged through the entire freshman class, with cheers resonating in every corner, and this time, Zhou-Yi did not intervene, merely observing the jubilant children with a smile. They truly deserved this celebration. Last night, all the assessment teachers and the homeroom teachers from the 10 freshman classes had convened to finalize the results. Almost all the assessment teachers noted that the students from Class 1 displayed greater resilience compared to their peers in other classes. Throughout the rigorous assessments, they demonstrated remarkable willpower and combativeness, turning the tide in numerous challenges. Notably, Class 1 students emerged victorious in nearly all evenly matched contests. Since becoming a teacher at Shrek Academy, this was Zhou-Yi's first public commendation from the institution. Initially, Class 1 had the fewest students, but after the round-robin matches, half of those who participated were eliminated, resulting in Class 1 now boasting the largest number of students among the 10 freshman classes. Regardless of Zhou-Yi's stern demeanor, her spirits were high today, which undoubtedly contributed to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's fortunate escape despite their tardiness. "Enough, settle down." Zhou-Yi finally gestured for silence after allowing them to cheer for a considerable time. "Passing the assessment merely ensures your place in the academy. At least for the first year, you will not be easily eliminated. However, this only pertains to your first year. Should your efforts wane in the future, I fear I may not see your faces in the second year. Moreover, passing the freshman assessment is not something to celebrate excessively. Among your group of 22, 14 others have yet to complete their assessments. As you have secured a place among the top 64, you must now proceed to the subsequent elimination rounds. It is in these rounds that you will truly prove your excellence. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously lifted their gazes, their eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. In the freshman class, there are a total of 22 participating groups, all of which successfully passed the assessment. Remarkably, 14 of these groups secured a position within the top 64, indicating that our class occupies 1/5 of this elite bracket, which is approximately double the representation of other classes. Such an achievement is indeed a source of pride. Zhou Yi continued, stating that during this cycle of the freshman assessment, 6 groups attained an impeccable record of victories, with only one group hailing from our class. Initially, I intended to bestow some class rewards upon them. However, regrettably, they arrived late for class today. Thus, in the interest of balance, no rewards shall be granted, nor shall there be any penalties. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong once again became the center of attention in their class, both feeling a sense of dejection. They exchanged a glance, and in that moment, both were momentarily taken aback. As their eyes met, they distinctly sensed a subtle fluctuation in their soul power, accompanied by an indescribable warmth that surged within them, evoking an almost irresistible desire to embrace one another once more. At that instant, they simultaneously recalled the events of the previous night, which led to their embrace and subsequently sharing a bed on Wang Dong's mattress. Wang Dong murmured, "Could it be that we have succeeded?" In the depths of Hui Yuhao's heart, the answer he sought was far more certain, especially with the communication he had experienced with the Dream-Eyed Silkworm. Naturally, he could not display his confidence overtly, yet his eyes betrayed a fervent glimmer of enthusiasm. Perhaps it was indeed true. Shall we test it after class? Yes. The two exchanged nods in unison, an inexplicable sense of tacit understanding blossoming between them. Even without the sharing of mental perceptions, they seemed to sense each other's next moves, akin to the intrinsic connection shared by twins. This sensation was both enchanting and uniquely peculiar. Suddenly, a thunderous crash jolted Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong from their reverie, awakening them to the reality of their surroundings. They simultaneously looked up, only to meet the furious gaze of Zhou Yi. "Ah, caught daydreaming in class, are we?" she exclaimed. "You two, step outside and run laps. Put on your iron suits, and do not cease until the bell rings." Unjust. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong lamented silently. Yet they understood that once Zhou Yi had made a decision, it was immutable. Reluctantly, they trudged out of the classroom with forlorn expressions, heading to their dormitory to retrieve their iron suits. Zhou Yi observed their dejected exit, snorting in disapproval. "Remember this. Both of you, no matter how great your achievements may be, you must cultivate a heart of humility and caution. Arrogance not only leads to regression but could also cost you dearly. As the elimination rounds approach tomorrow, allow me to briefly outline the key points you must heed." Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong are destined to remain oblivious to Zhou Yi's narrative. However, fortunately, there is still Xiao Xiao present. Although Zhou Yi remains reticent, her intention is for Xiao Xiao to convey her message to them. "It's all your fault." As soon as they exited the teaching building, Wang Dong erupted, glaring at Hui Yuhao with a face full of fury. Hui Yuhao, with a look of bewilderment, exclaimed, "How can this be my fault? It was you who insisted that I embrace you yesterday. What did you say?" Wang Dong glared at Hui Yuhao with a chilling intensity, his teeth clenched in anger. We are part of the same team. We must stand united," Hui Yuhao replied earnestly, observing Wang Dong's tightly clenched fists. "United, my foot. You caused me to face punishment. What do you propose we do about it?" Wang Dong retorted, his face flushed with fury. "And furthermore, what do you say about the fact that you slept in my bed last night?" Hui Yuhao patted him on the shoulder, wrapping an arm around his neck, and said, "All right, we are all brothers here. Is it worth quibbling over such trivial matters? Let us hasten to complete Teacher Zhou's assignment, lest she continues to unleash her fury." As Hui Yuhao embraced Wang Dong, she found herself momentarily taken aback, while his own voice dwindled to a whisper. Upon the completion of his statement, both of their movements came to a standstill. Hui Yuhao instinctively glanced at his hand, a gesture mirrored by Wang Dong. How could this be? They echoed in unison. Indeed, a peculiar phenomenon had unfolded between them. When Hui Yuhao's hand encircled Wang Dong's neck, it felt as though their bodies were interconnected, allowing Hui Yuhao's soul power to seamlessly flow into Wang Dong, while hers gradually returned to him, as if they had become one entity. Although this connection was established solely between Wang Dong's neck and Hui Yuhao's arm, the sensation was remarkably vivid. "No, let us attempt this once more." Hui Yuhao withdrew his arm from around Wang Dong and grasped both of her hands with his own. Wang Dong's hands were surprisingly soft, smooth, and fair, making the touch quite pleasant. However, at that moment, Hui Yuhao had no time to savor the sensation. As their hands intertwined, the soul power of his Xiantian skill surged forth, swiftly flowing from his right hand into Wang Dong's left. It was as if his left hand possessed an innate pull, drawing Wang Dong's soul power into his body. The circulation of their soul power escalated rapidly, exceeding the speed of Hui Yuhao's previous training by more than double. Wang Dong, a prodigy among prodigies, immediately grasped the situation and decided to test it out, injecting her power into him. As she spoke, she withdrew her left hand from Hui Yuhao's grip, allowing only her soul power to flow into him. Instantly, Hui Yuhao felt an extraordinary surge of power coursing through him at an unprecedented rate. His meridians, enhanced by the transformation of the Xian Shui pill and nourished by the Xiantian skill, had already reached the pinnacle of tolerance among his peers. Although the influx of soul power was substantial, he did not feel overwhelmed. An unspoken understanding had formed between them, prompting Hui Yuhao to immediately deploy his mental detection sharing, enveloping Wang Dong within its radius. Wang Dong closed her eyes, allowing herself to better perceive this extraordinary phenomenon. To her astonishment, she noticed that the range of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing was expanding at an incredible rate. Originally, his mental detection had already surpassed a diameter of 60 meters, with a linear detection capability of approximately 100 meters. However, with the support of Wang Dong's soul power infusion, his mental detection sharing soon exceeded a diameter of 100 meters in a remarkably short span of time. The two stared at each other in awe, and Hui Yuhao's voice trembled as he spoke. Wang Dong, have you ever heard of two soul masters capable of executing a martial soul fusion technique, temporarily infusing their soul power into each other? Wang Dong shook her head in confusion, murmuring, how can this be? Could it be that our attempt yesterday truly succeeded? Hui Yuhao eagerly suggested, shall we find a place to test it out? Just then, from the window of the teaching building not far away, a furious voice bellowed, aren't you two going to hurry and put on your iron suits to run, instead of holding hands and indulging in romance? Chapter 22. The power of winter. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were taken aback, promptly releasing their grip and dashing towards their dormitory. However, their hearts raced not due to the words "let's date" exclaimed by Zhou, but rather because of the extraordinary transformation of their martial souls. Upon rushing back to their dormitory, they exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of peculiarity in the other's eyes. Indeed, the incident they had just witnessed was remarkably unusual. Despite Hui Yuhao's substantial knowledge acquired over the past few months at Shrek Academy and Wang Dong's extensive learning, they were both encountering this phenomenon for the very first time, an occurrence that evidently transcended the realm of ordinary soul masters. Hui Yuhao could not help but exclaim, it seems that our slumber last night was not in vain. Ugh. Wang Dong shot him a glare, yet swiftly raised her long, delicate hands to attempt once more. Hui Yuhao was eager to ascertain the authenticity of the previous occurrences, swiftly raising his hands to clasp those of Wang Dong. As their four hands intertwined, a flow of soul power commenced anew. Their soul energies were distinct. Hui Yuhao's Xiantian Gong manifested as serene and gentle, while Wang Dong's soul power exuded a more domineering presence, imbued with a fierce and noble aura. If one were to liken Hui Yuhao's soul energy to that of a mild-mannered and sturdy youth, then Wang Dong's would resemble a haughty young lady of noble descent, lofty and imperious. Despite the stark contrast in their qualities, these two unique soul energies established a harmonious cycle, circulating flawlessly within their beings. Remarkably, during this process, the two energies began to blend seamlessly, each enveloping the other in a delicate unity, devoid of any conflict, as though they were always meant to exist as one. Hui Yuhao fared somewhat better, for his Xiantian skill allowed his soul power to remain remarkably tranquil. In contrast, Wang Dong was enveloped in astonishment. He was acutely aware of the formidable and domineering nature of his own soul power, which bore an intense exclusivity. The scene unfolding before him greatly exceeded the bounds of his comprehension. After a brief period of mutual cultivation, both felt a refreshing clarity, evident in the fact that their training while holding hands was significantly more effective than their individual efforts. Moreover, they sensed that this was merely the beginning. The seamless fusion of their soul powers hinted at possibilities far beyond the mere act of shared cultivation. Let us go for a run first. We can delve deeper into our studies upon our return this evening, Hui Yuhao suggested, releasing Wang Dong's hand, donning his iron armor, and turning to leave. Wang Dong, taken aback by this proposal, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hui Yuhao's words, coupled with the inexplicable embrace they shared the previous night, stirred an odd sensation within him. After a moment of contemplation, he clenched his fist behind Hui Yuhao and picked up his iron armor to follow suit. Having been accustomed to running in iron armor for 3 months, they navigated the course with ease. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong continued their run until the school bell rang, halting only when Xiao Xiao arrived on the playground in search of them. She informed them that teacher Xiao had already departed. Hui Yuhao was drenched in sweat, while Wang Dong, whose cultivation level was significantly higher, remained completely dry under deliberate control. What did teacher Zhou say? Hui Yuhao inquired, panting. Xiao Xiao shrugged and replied, well, it wasn't much. Just a pep talk to boost everyone's morale, instilling in us a spirit of fighting against the odds, and then he analyzed our opponent's circumstances. It seems that our path to victory is quite challenging. The round-robin matches are merely a rehearsal, and our Shrek Academy has never lacked for talent. Noticing her evident concern, Wang Dong remarked nonchalantly, what's wrong? Has even our prodigious twin martial soul genius lost confidence? Xiao Xiao pouted and said, of course I have confidence. However, I must admit that some individuals possess greater talent than us. Teacher Zhou mentioned that among the 5 undefeated teams in the round-robin, 3 of them have 3-ring soul sages. In the face of a 3-ring opponent, how much confidence can one truly have? Soul sage? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exclaimed simultaneously, their faces reflecting disbelief. Xiao Xiao sighed. Exactly. Do you think that's why I feel so uncertain? Hui Yuhao inquired, what did teacher Zhou say? Xiao Xiao replied, when teacher Zhou mentioned those 3 groups, she appeared rather displeased, as if she had only recently learned of this information. Previously, those 3 classes had never revealed that they had soul respect students among them. Like you, they are all special recruits. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong chuckled and said to Hui Yuhao, see? They are all special recruits, yet the disparity is so pronounced. Hui Yuhao was momentarily at a loss for words and remarked, what use is it to discuss such matters? The key lies in devising strategies to conquer our adversaries. Xiao Xiao replied, we can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Those 3 individuals are the leaders of their respective teams, and they are clearly formidable opponents. Consider this, to have surpassed the 3rd realm before the age of 12, their martial souls must be extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, they undoubtedly have a family providing unwavering support. Their soul rings are likely of the utmost caliber, even if they are not as monstrous as Wang Dong, whose 2nd soul ring is at least a millennium old. They cannot be far behind. I fear even teacher Zhou does not hold much hope for us. I believe we should set our sights on 4th place. Wang Dong scoffed and said, what of the 3rd ring? Soul sovereigns are not invincible. We possess our own advantages, your dual martial souls, and my combat potential yet to be fully unleashed, coupled with Yuhao's primary martial soul and his spiritual martial soul. The 3 of us, united, may not necessarily fall short against others. Xiao Xiao countered, do you think I do not aspire to claim 1st place? The top 3 earn tangible rewards, while 4th yields nothing. However, our overall strength does indeed pale in comparison. Consider that a soul sovereign level student would have teammates who are at least as skilled as we are, being great soul masters. We certainly have our own strengths. But unless the class leader also breaks through to level 20 and possesses a powerful spiritual attribute soul skill, only then might we harbor a glimmer of hope. Hui Yuhao gazed at Xiao Xiao and then at Wang Dong, speaking earnestly, do not rush, my friends. Indeed, our overall strength may not match that of our opponents, however. Should we falter in confidence now, we shall have no chance whatsoever. Xiao Xiao, consider the formidable challenge we faced against the fusion abilities of the Lan sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. Despite the daunting odds, we ultimately triumphed in the competition. The fusion techniques they wielded were undoubtedly on par with, if not superior to, the abilities of a soul sage. Yet, we persevered. Others possess their advantages, and we too have our own. Our hidden potential remains untapped. Our sole objective is clear, the championship. Xiao Xiao's confidence seemed to be rekindled by Hui Yuhao's words. She nodded slightly and declared, let us strive together, reaching as far as our efforts may take us. Hui Yuhao extended his right hand, but Wang Dong, seizing the moment before Xiao Xiao, placed his palm atop was. Consequently, Xiao Xiao could only rest her hand on Wang Dong's. We are champions, without a doubt. Hui Yuhao remarked, Xiao Xiao, it seems I must delay your promised grilled fish for a few more days. The forthcoming elimination rounds are of utmost importance to us, regardless of the circumstances. We must devote our focus to enhancing our cultivation during these days. Even the slightest improvement can significantly increase our chances of victory. Once the elimination rounds conclude, I shall provide you with an abundance of grilled fish. For now, I will refrain from setting up my stall and concentrate on my training. Xiao Xiao chuckled. That's incur interest. You know, class leader, I've decided to take advantage of your generosity. Henceforth, I shall enjoy your grilled fish without any payment. Hui Yuhao chuckled and said, no problem. I can certainly afford to treat you to grilled fish. Xiao Xiao responded. Teacher Zhou mentioned that we are to gather in the assessment area before the class bell rings tomorrow. She also asked me to convey to both of you that tardiness is not permitted. Our foremost hope is to rely on luck. However, Teacher Zhou assured us that our team, having achieved a flawless victory in the round-robin matches, will enjoy certain privileges in the first 2 rounds of the elimination phase, ensuring we do not face each other. This is the sole advantage of our commendable performance in the round-robin. As long as we perform adequately, reaching the top 16 should pose no significant challenge. Beyond that, it will all depend on our own abilities. Hui Yuhao remarked, this indeed is good news. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. I am quite drenched in sweat and must return to freshen up before dining. Xiao Xiao replied, in that case, I shall not wait for the 2 of you. I will head to the cafeteria first. Until tomorrow. With that, she waved goodbye to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong before turning to depart. Hui Yuhao turned to Wang Dong, his brow furrowed. It seems that achieving a commendable performance in the knockout rounds will not be an easy feat. Let us return to our dormitory first. I shall take a shower and change into fresh attire. After we have dined, we can thoroughly examine the matter of soul fusion. Wang Dong nodded in agreement. Yet he appeared somewhat subdued, even lost in thought, his expression betraying a hint of confusion. Upon returning to their dormitory, Hui Yuhao took a clean set of clothes and a towel to shower, leaving Wang Dong alone on the bed, awaiting his return. With a soft thud, the door closed behind Hui Yuhao. Wang Dong instinctively lifted his gaze towards the door, the bewilderment in his eyes gradually morphing into a complex array of emotions. Due to his tardiness that morning, he had yet to confront Hui Yuhao about the previous night, when he had unexpectedly shared his bed. While Hui Yuhao seemed completely unfazed, Wang Dong's feelings were starkly different. I cannot believe I spent the entire night beside him, and it appears we even achieved soul fusion, not just any ordinary fusion. Wang Dong found himself perplexed by his own emotions, feeling a tumult within that left him uncertain of how to proceed. In moments of contemplation, time often slips away swiftly. Before long, Hui Yuhao returned, looking refreshed and exuding a subtle fragrance from his shower. As Wang Dong glanced up, he caught sight of Hui Yuhao's exceptionally bright eyes, shimmering with vitality. Hui Yuhao remained oblivious to Wang Dong's shifting mindset as he beckoned, come, let us hasten to dine. Upon our return, we shall delve into the intricacies of martial soul fusion. Perhaps this technique shall be our key to achieving commendable results. At that moment, his entire focus was devoted to the upcoming elimination round of the freshman assessment. Wang Dong, feeling a flicker of confusion, seemed to find direction in Hui Yuhao's words. He nodded and replied, indeed, what has transpired cannot be altered. It is more prudent to strive for an excellent ranking in this assessment first. The mention of several soul respect level freshmen by Xiao Xiao ignited a spark of determination within Wang Dong. He firmly believed that his potential was no less than that of those esteemed individuals, attributing his lack of advancement solely to his habitual laziness in training since childhood. Rank does not define everything. Vanquishing them would affirm his superiority. With this realization, he felt liberated from his previous turmoil and joined Hui Yuhao in a hearty meal at the dining hall. However, due to their late arrival, the hall was nearly deserted by the time they finished their meal. Upon returning to their dormitory, Hui Yuhao secured the door to prevent any disturbances during their trainings, also hanging a do not disturb sign outside. This sign was a common fixture in every dormitory. Once displayed, even instructors would refrain from interrupting, signifying that the occupants were engaged in cultivation. Nonetheless, Hui Yuhao's otherwise ordinary actions seemed to evoke slight embarrassment in Wang Dong, though he quickly regained his composure. As Hui Yuhao turned back, Wang Dong's expression returned to normalcy. How shall we commence? Wang Dong inquired of Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao suggested, let us first endeavor to cultivate together for a while. This will allow our soul powers to merge more effectively and enable us to become more acquainted with one another. Subsequently, we can attempt to amplify each of our soul skills through the fused soul power. In the evening, we shall venture outside the academy to experiment with the martial soul fusion technique. Wang Dong smirked and replied, you certainly have a methodical approach. Hui Yuhao chuckled, of course. Don't forget, I am the class monitor. Being organized is simply a matter of course, isn't it? Come on. As he spoke, He moved to sit on Wang Dong's bed. "What are you doing?" Wang Dong exclaimed, pushing him away. Hui Yuhao, filled with confusion, exclaimed, "Cultivation? How can we cultivate if we do not sit cross-legged?" Wang Dong, however, rose to his feet and gestured towards Hui Yuhao's bed, saying, "Go to your bed to cultivate." Hui Yuhao felt a sense of speechlessness. "If you are unbothered by discomfort, then I have no objections." Wang Dong clearly noticed the slight displeasure etched on Hui Yuhao's face. Indeed, Hui Yuhao was somewhat unhappy. In his view, having been friends for such a long time, it felt rather petty of Wang Dong to still be so particular about things. Nevertheless, Wang Dong remained resolute in his stance, and the two settled onto Hui Yuhao's bed. Once seated, Wang Dong felt a wave of discontent wash over him. In truth, this stark wooden bed was nothing in comparison to his own adorned with a luxurious fur mattress. It lacked any semblance of comfort. Yet, he could only endure it. For the previous night, they had inadvertently found themselves asleep on his bed, and he certainly could not allow Hui Yuhao to take refuge on his own. Hui Yuhao displayed remarkable magnanimity. After a brief moment of discontent, his emotions returned to a state of equilibrium. He contemplated that everyone possesses their own habits and should be respected. With this thought, the lingering resentment in his heart dissipated. Wang Dong caught Hui Yuhao's gaze and, for reasons unknown, felt a slight sense of unease mixed with remorse. Promptly, she raised her hands and stated, "Let us begin. As you suggested, we shall practice until dinner and then assess the results." As Hui Yuhao raised his palms to meet his companions, the moment their bodies made contact, their soul power immediately began to intertwine and merge. The two distinct energies circulated within them for just a brief moment before achieving complete amalgamation. Henceforth, the essence flowing through them was akin to a harmonious blend of their differing attributes. Earlier in the morning, upon discovering this extraordinary phenomenon, they had not yet had the time to fully appreciate it. However, as they settled into meditation, they gradually began to experience a myriad of sensations. Indeed, as they had sensed previously, the velocity of their soul power enhancement while training together surged remarkably. To put it simply, the rate of their individual progress was equivalent to the sum of their usual training outputs. Thus, if Hui Yuhao were to cultivate alone for an hour, his soul power would increase by 1 unit, while Wang Dong, in his solitary practice, would achieve an enhancement of 1.2 units. Now, as they trained in unison, their energies melded and ascended together. This not only accelerated the flow of their soul power, but also resulted in each of their enhancements reaching a total of 2 units after 1 hour. Consequently, Hui Yuhao's cultivation speed effectively doubled, while Wang Dong experienced nearly a similar increase. Undoubtedly, Hui Yuhao reaped greater benefits, as Wang Dong's cultivation base was superior. However, should their disparity in cultivation levels diminish in the future, the advantages gained from joint training would become more equitable. For a soul master, a doubling of cultivation speed is an extraordinary feat. Hui Yuhao had originally aimed to strive for level 20 by the time of his first-year graduation. Yet if he continued at this pace, it was likely he could reach that milestone in just 3 to 4 months. Meanwhile, if Wang Dong maintained this rate until the year's end, a breakthrough to level 30 would not be beyond the realm of possibility. After nearly 3 hours of training, as dusk began to envelop the sky, they emerged from their meditative states. Each withdrew their soul power, and the previously intertwined energies distinctly separated once more. They both acutely sensed that their cultivation had progressed significantly faster than during their usual practice. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously opened their eyes and gazed at each other, instantly perceiving the surprise reflected in one another's expressions. Regardless of the origins of this soul fusion phenomenon, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for both of them, particularly for Hui Yuhao, whose rate of enhancement far surpassed that of Wang Dong, rendering him the primary beneficiary. The duo eagerly resumed their exploration of the augmented soul skills. And once again, they uncovered a profound secret of the soul fusion. Every skill they possessed could be amplified through the fused soul, with the resultant power being tremendously greater, far exceeding the mere sum of its parts. When they unleashed a skill in unison, not only did its potency increase by more than double, but the consumption of soul power was also remarkably halved. In essence, after successfully merging their respective soul powers within their bodies, the expenditure of soul energy during skill execution diminished significantly. This was akin to their fused soul power transforming into an exceptionally advanced and entirely new form of soul energy. Thus, it would be more accurate to refer to their state as soul power fusion rather than merely soul fusion. However, Wang Dong found himself at a loss, as he observed that, following the fusion, It was not his own superior cultivation that assumed dominance. After their bodies intertwined and their soul powers melded, Huiyuhao astonishingly took the lead. With merely a thought and physical contact with waned.A, he could summon the fused soul power to unleash formidable skills, regardless of waned.A's cooperation. Conversely, if waned.A wished to harness this fused soul power, he would require Huiyuhao's consent and collaboration. The distinction between primary and secondary roles was unmistakably established. Why was it so? It seemed profoundly unjust, waned.A exclaimed with indignation. Huiyuhao sighed helplessly. I truly do not know. Rest assured, whenever you need me, I will wholeheartedly cooperate. Though he feigned ignorance with his words, deep within, he had already begun to suspect that this predicament was likely connected to the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. After all, why would a person of lesser cultivation like himself take the initiative following the fusion of soul power? Waned.A, do not be disheartened. The new soul power created from our fusion deserves a name. Let us name it after you. Waned.A chuckled softly and replied, let us not. Waned.A power sounds rather unappealing. Instead, how about we take a character from each of our names? We could call it Hao-Dong power. Huiyuhao scratched his head and remarked, it seems to sound a bit better. Waned.A rose from his seat, rubbed his backside, and retorted, this wretched bed is far too hard. Let us switch places tonight for our cultivation. You have taken such advantage of the Hao-Dong power. You're treating me for dinner today. As he spoke, he slightly tilted his head back, resting his hands behind it, and strolled outside. Observing his seemingly indifferent demeanor, Huiyuhao couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was merely putting on a brave front, brimming with arrogance, yet his heart was genuinely kind. If you insist, then so be it. After all, my funds are earned from selling grilled fish. If it runs out, I'll just feast on yours. With that, he hurried to catch up with the shared Hao-Dong power. Both Huiyuhao and waned.A distinctly sensed a shift in their relationship. In Huiyuhao's heart, they were no longer merely friends or classmates, but rather brothers. He trusted that waned.A felt the same way. As for the truth of that, only waned.A himself could ascertain. While enjoying their dinner, Huiyuhao found himself beset by a few uncertainties, stemming from his understanding of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm had previously stated that once his physical endurance reached a certain threshold, it would bestow upon him additional primordial power, simultaneously enhancing the grade of his spirit rings and maximizing the potency of his soul skills. However, after joining forces with waned.A to cultivate the Hao-Dong power, the might of each of his soul skills had significantly surged. Although he could sense the approach of his physical limits, he was still able to endure. If that were the case, why hadn't the heavenly dream-eye silkworm elevated his soul skills to this level? You fool. Just as Huiyuhao pondered these questions, the voice of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm resonated in his mind. Heavenly dream, are you not asleep? Huiyuhao exclaimed with surprise, addressing it in his thoughts. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm snorted and replied, of course, I am not asleep. Do you think I love to sleep that much? Huiyuhao silently pondered. Can one truly achieve 1,000,000 years of sleep without a penchant for slumber? The heavenly dream-eye silkworm responded, your concerns are quite simplistic. Indeed, I have not elevated your soul ring to the utmost limit of your physical capacity, as I cannot allow you to transform into an inflated balloon. There exists a fish known as the tiger pufferfish, adorned with spines. When faced with peril, it instantaneously inflates, expanding its body and unfurling its spines, rendering it impervious to predators. In such moments, it reaches the pinnacle of its defensive prowess. However, what would transpire if a needle were to pierce it at that moment? The same principle applies to you. Should I elevate your soul ring to its maximum tolerable limit, any subsequent impact or unforeseen mishap during cultivation could result in your explosive demise, akin to a balloon bursting. Thus, when I refer to your threshold of endurance, I mean the point at which you can fully withstand without adverse effects. Furthermore, when you merge your soul power with that of waned.A, this fusion inherently enhances your physical constitution instantaneously. This was the primary advantage of the complete integration of your soul powers that I facilitated last night, achieving a 100% fusion rate. In essence, as your soul powers intertwine, your physical resilience will strengthen due to this amalgamation, enabling you to accommodate greater soul power and amplifying the potency of your soul skills. This encapsulates the essence of martial soul fusion. Unlike the typical soul masters, your bodies will continually benefit from the enhancements brought about by the fusion of soul power. As long as you persist in your joint cultivation, your physiques will inevitably evolve to become the finest among humanity in this world, and your cultivation speed will surpass all others. Of course, this process of physical enhancement will require considerable time, Should you manage to achieve true fusion in the future, the results will be even more profound. Huiyuhao, in a state of perplexity, inquired, what precisely constitutes genuine fusion? The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm appeared momentarily dazed before replying, I am uncertain as well. I have never experienced it myself. Nevertheless, do continue your experimentation with him, whether it pertains to soul power fusion or martial soul fusion. The benefits you shall reap are immensely significant. In due course, you will come to comprehend this. Following this statement, the heavenly dream ice silkworm abruptly ceased its discourse and vanished without a trace. Hey, you're nearly consuming your meal through your nostrils, waned.A remarked. Having observed Huiyuhao lost in thought for an extended period and waved a hand before his eyes. Huiyuhao hastily touched his nose, only to catch sight of waned.A grinning mischievously. What are you pondering so deeply? Waned.A chuckled, finding Huiyuhao's dazed expression quite amusing. Huiyuhao remarked, of course. I am pondering our harmonious synergy of power. I am contemplating the reason behind the occurrence of soul power fusion. After much reflection, it seems there is but one plausible explanation. Our exceptionally high compatibility during last night's martial soul fusion must have led to this phenomenon. Waned.A's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. If not for that, how could we have experienced something so unique that others have not? Let us hasten our meal. For once we have finished, we shall venture forth to test whether we can manifest the martial soul fusion technique. However, do you know how to properly execute the martial soul fusion technique? Huiyuhao expressed his confusion, remarking, how could I possibly know? Isn't it simply a natural progression? The two exchanged glances, their faces betraying a shared, helpless smile. Indeed, while the concept of martial soul fusion techniques had been briefly touched upon in class, it remained an exceedingly niche ability. The instructor had merely glossed over it, offering no insights into its practical application. After all, the number of those capable of genuinely executing such techniques was exceedingly sparse. Waned.A suggested, let us give it a try tonight. If it doesn't work out, we can consult teacher Zoe tomorrow to see if she has any advice on how to perform it. Agreed, Huiyuhao replied, simultaneously calling out to the dream-eyed silkworm in his mind. He had faith that the dream-eyed silkworm, with its million-year lifespan, would possess the knowledge needed to navigate the situation. Fool, do you really need to wake me for such trivial matters? Just do what you did last night. The dream-eyed silkworm, seemingly roused from slumber, expressed its displeasure in a grumbling manner before falling silent once more. Do what we did last night? Huiyuhao paused momentarily before a realization struck him, an embrace? After a swift dinner, Huiyuhao and Waned.A exited the academy, excitement and curiosity bubbling within them. Today, Huiyuhao had not set up his grilled fish stall, and as they stepped outside the academy gates, they were met with a chorus of complaints from several regular customers. He could only apologize profusely, citing the need to prepare for the upcoming freshman assessment ranking competition as an excuse. Let us race, Waned.A exclaimed, his voice ringing out as he pushed off the ground with his toes, propelling himself forward like an arrow. Had it been 3 months prior, Huiyuhao would have scarcely caught a glimpse of his retreating figure. However, the arduous training of the past 3 months had yielded its fruits. Huiyuhao exerted his legs, his speed surging in response. Though he did not appear as graceful as Waned.A, he was by no means slow. Each stride left a distinct imprint in the earth as he rapidly closed the gap. The explosive power of his muscles surged forth, and the soul power within him flowed, replenishing his stamina with vigor. The evening air was refreshingly cool, and in that moment, they felt a thrilling sensation akin to gliding through the wind. Free from the constraints of heavy attire, their bodies felt invigorated, allowing them to unleash their utmost speed. Waned.A, with a superior foundation, quickly widened the distance between them. Only when the gap exceeded 300 meters did he slow his pace, waiting for Huiyuhao to catch up. As a control-type battle soul master, and not particularly adept at direct combat, your speed is quite commendable, Waned.A remarked, observing Huiyuhao's approach with an air of sage wisdom. Huiyuhao chuckled softly and remarked, we should be close enough now. Let us venture into the woods. Indeed, Waned.A nodded in agreement. The two glanced around to ensure no one was in sight before simultaneously taking off, sprinting into the thicket beside the main road. They continued deeper into the forest for several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt. This will suffice. How shall we proceed with the trial? Waned.A inquired of Huiyuhao. Huiyuhao remarked, let us first test the restorative capabilities of the Haodong power. As he spoke, he raised both hands toward Waned.A. Waned.A raised his hand to meet his, and after an afternoon of training, they had grown quite accustomed to channeling the Haodong power. as they had anticipated. The fusion of their soul power resulted in an amplification of the Haodong power, which indeed enhanced their physical and soul energy recovery. However, the degree of this enhancement was not as significant as during their training sessions. The effect was rather mediocre, yet it still proved somewhat beneficial. After a brief moment, Wang Dong's depleted physical energy was the first to be fully restored, and he addressed Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao nodded, extending his arms as he said, "Come here." Wang Dong was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of vigilance as he asked, "What are you planning to do?" Hui Yuhao casually remarked, "Come here for a hug." Wang Dong's expression shifted dramatically, his face oscillating between shades of green and pale white. "Hui Yuhao, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Do you believe I could render you incapable of taking care of yourself?" Hui Yuhao, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, "Where is your mind wandering, you fool? Have you forgotten how we came to experience the fusion of our martial souls? Our spiritual power is now capable of merging. Thus, the simplest way to initiate this fusion is to replicate yesterday's circumstances." At that moment, Wang Dong comprehended the situation, her face flushing with embarrassment. Although the night had already fallen, Hui Yuhao's mystical eyes could discern everything clearly, even in the darkness. "You could have been more explicit before insisting on an embrace. Are you intentionally trying to put me in a difficult position?" Wang Dong exclaimed, masking her awkwardness and humiliation with indignation. Hui Yuhao lamented, "Who could have known that your thoughts were so unhealthy? As two men, what can we possibly do? Let us hasten, for it would be better to conclude this matter swiftly and return to our training." Wang Dong hesitated and replied, "In this desolate wilderness, we won't end up falling asleep as we did last night, will we?" Hui Yuhao, speechless, remarked, "It won't happen. Today as circumstances are different. Why do you fuss like a woman?" As he spoke, he swiftly stepped forward and embraced Wang Dong. Wang Dong's body stiffened in that fleeting moment of being held. His mind went momentarily blank. After the exertion of his earlier sprint, a faint sheen of perspiration glistened on Hui Yuhao's skin, and a subtle scent enveloped Wang Dong. Wang Dong's form was soft, and being held felt as comforting as it had the previous night. However, Hui Yuhao had no intention of savoring the moment. As he wrapped his arms around Wang Dong, he immediately channeled his soul power, activating his spiritual martial soul. In the next instant, Wang Dong also regained his composure. The complete contact between their bodies rapidly transformed their soul power into Haodong energy. Hui Yuhao's eyes shone exceptionally bright in the twilight, flickering with a pale golden light. After a brief moment of daze, Wang Dong hastily summoned his martial soul. In that instant, both experienced peculiar sensations. The release of their martial souls during the embrace was markedly different from their previous collaborative effort to harness the Haodong energy for soul techniques. Just as Wang Dong's ice-blue wings unfurled behind him, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over them. Chapter 23, The Withering and Brilliance, The Golden Path. On one side stood Hui Yuhao, his eyes emanating a soft golden hue. On the other, Wang Dong, with his radiant wings unfurled, unleashing the light goddess butterfly martial soul. As they embraced and simultaneously released their martial souls, the area within a 10-meter radius illuminated brilliantly. A unique radiance blossomed from their beings, a mesmerizing spectacle of shifting blue, purple, and gold hues. The rich aura of light served as the core, intermingled with an array of extraordinary soul power fluctuations. Behind Wang Dong, a magnificent luminescent silhouette materialized, a complete, resplendent light goddess butterfly. Behind Hui Yuhao appeared a colossal vertical eye, its entire form exuding a pale golden hue. Yet within its pupil radiated a subtle shade of purple. After a brief moment of blankness, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong found their senses restored to normalcy. Yet, they immediately perceived the intense brilliance surrounding their entwined bodies. In the sky, two colossal light shadows gradually drew nearer, undergoing transformations as they approached. Hui Yuhao's spiritual eye shadow deepened, entirely cloaked in a mesmerizing blue-violet hue, while the golden light receded completely. Conversely, the radiant goddess butterfly of Wang Dong ignited fiercely, ablaze with blue and gold flames as it neared the spiritual eye. At long last, it seemed as if an eternity had passed. And the two martial spirit shadows finally converged above Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. In that instant, both of them trembled violently, the power of their fusion erupting like a geyser, nearly draining them of all strength. The burning, radiant goddess butterfly unfurled its resplendent wings, gently enveloping the spiritual eyeshadow. In a fleeting moment, the figure of the radiant goddess butterfly vanished, and the blue-violet spiritual eye radiated with brilliance. The dazzling blue-gold flames erupted around the spiritual eyeshadow, descending gracefully to encase the embraced Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, within its protective embrace. The immense spiritual eye appeared profoundly deep, as if it contained boundless worlds within. In the next heartbeat, a terrifying tricolored beam of blue, purple, and gold shot forth. This iridescent light surged forward, obliterating all vegetation in its path. Its splendor reminiscent of an ancient epic. Where the tricolored light traversed, the halo lingered, leaving behind an ethereal distortion and iridescence. However, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were oblivious to this spectacle. At the moment of the light's eruption, the power within them was instantaneously drained, an overwhelming sense of weakness causing them to collapse, unconscious. The fusion of martial spirits is typically a tremendously powerful technique, and this was their first attempt. The process of merging two martial spirits had already taken a toll on their soul power and mental fortitude. Having never acclimatized to such a situation, it was unsurprising that they succumbed to unconsciousness. Still in their embrace, they fell to the ground. A night passed in silence. As dawn gradually broke, when Wang Dong awoke, he was uncertain whether he had been in a stupor or in slumber. A wave of despair swept over him as he realized their predicament. Last night, at least they had been in a bed, but now, behold, they were still tightly embraced, covered in dust, grass, and dew, having spent the night outdoors. Was this the legendary dew-formed bond? Hui Yuhao, you get up. Wang Dong struggled to extricate himself from Hui Yuhao's embrace, his expression bordering on hysteria. Hui Yuhao gradually opened his eyes, only to discover that daylight had already broken, which startled him. He swiftly turned over and sat up. However, the next moment, he found himself confronted by Wang Dong, who loomed over him with a fierce glare, as if on the verge of an explosive outburst. Wang Dong gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at him. Did you not say yesterday that you wouldn't hold on to me while sleeping? Did I say that? Hui Yuhao replied, bewildered. I'll have it out with you. Wang Dong suddenly lunged forward, straddling Hui Yuhao and preparing to unleash a flurry of blows upon him. Hui Yuhao hastily grasped his companion's hands, his gaze vacantly directed to the side. What are you looking at? He stammered, instinctively following Hui Yuhao's line of sight. Wang Dong cast a glance, and that fleeting glimpse rendered him equally speechless. The two stood agape as they beheld a peculiar trench appearing at a 45-degree angle from them. This trench, approximately 1.5 meters wide and a foot deep, extended straight ahead, stretching silently for over 50 meters before vanishing into obscurity. Had it merely been a trench, it would not have evoked such astonishment from Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. After all, the martial soul fusion technique they had executed had exhausted their entire soul power, leaving them unconscious for an entire night. Such potency was to be expected. However, the most chilling aspect lay in the trench's interior, where the earth that should have been present was instead cloaked in a uniform, pale golden hue, identical to the color exhibited when Hui Yuhao manifested his spirit on martial soul. Not only was the soil imbued with this color, several trees along the trench's path bore witness to its influence. One tree, grazed by the trench's edge, displayed a semicircular indentation on its trunk, the cut surface also gleaming with that same pale gold. On either side of the trench, the vegetation that had merely been brushed against shimmered with a similar hue. At that moment, illuminated by the morning sun, the layer of pale gold gleamed brilliantly, presenting itself before Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong like a path of gold. How could they not be astonished? Is this the work of your goddess of light butterfly? Hui Yuhao asked, bewildered. Wang Dong, still perched atop him, instinctively shook his head. No, it is absolutely not. While my martial soul does possess a golden hue, it is either bright gold or blue gold, nothing like this pale gold. It appears to be the same color as your spirit eye. Hui Yuhao slapped his thigh and exclaimed, quick, let us go down and take a look. At that moment, Wang Dong was equally captivated by the golden path and failed to notice that Hui Yuhao's hand was perilously close to his backside. With a swift turn, he rose from Hui Yuhao's side, who promptly followed suit. The two hurriedly approached the golden path and crouched down. Just as Wang Dong was about to reach out and touch it, Hui Yuhao seized his hand, saying, this resembles the color of my spirit eye. Allow me to do it. With that, his other hand plunged into the trench, making contact with the golden surface. The moment he touched it, he recoiled as if struck by lightning, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. For in that fleeting instant of contact, his mind felt as though it had been thrown into disarray. The sea of his consciousness surged violently, akin to a soul-shattering impact. Is this merely a remnant of our martial soul fusion technique? You should try it. Hui Yuhao urged Wang Dong. Wang Dong, already brimming with curiosity, hastily extended his hand to touch the golden trench. His reaction was far more intense than Hui Yuhao's. He momentarily froze, lost in a stupor, and it took him quite some time to regain his senses. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. This is astonishing. If this is merely a remnant of our martial soul fusion technique, it feels as if I were struck head-on by the full force of your spirit eye. What would the impact be like if we were to fully unleash our attack? Waned.A's voice trembled with excitement. No soul master would ever wish to lack formidable soul techniques. Huiyuhao remarked, as you can see, the attack range of our soul skill should be 50 meters, delivering a linear strike. We are still uncertain whether it can lock onto the opponent. The power is indeed immense, likely embodying both destructive and spiritual attributes. It seems our combined offensive capabilities have been amplified several times. If such an attack were to strike directly, its potency would be formidable. Waned.A nodded enthusiastically, adding, moreover, the power of our martial soul fusion technique will undoubtedly escalate as our cultivation progresses. This martial soul fusion technique is truly formidable. If we were to encounter the Blue Sister's web again, we would surely be able to breach it in an instant. Huiyuhao was equally exhilarated. Yet he maintained a composure superior to Waned.A's. Waned.A, do you think our martial soul fusion technique will be applicable in the assessment? With such formidable power, I doubt a soul master could withstand it. Waned.A's expression stiffened as he replied, that is indeed a concern. The overwhelming might poses its own challenges. Moreover, we possess only this singular strike, rendering us incapable of instilling fear in others. Once we unleash it, we might very well incapacitate ourselves. Huiyuhao remarked, our initial attempt was hindered by our lack of experience. However, I believe that our next endeavor shall not deplete our resources to such an extent. Yet, it is indeed evident that we possess a singular, formidable strike. Having such a powerful skill is invariably advantageous. With further practice, we shall surely acclimatize and improve significantly. Waned.A replied, if that Ma Xiaodao dares to bully us again, we should retaliate. Given her level of cultivation, she is unlikely to be fatally harmed. Allowing her to comprehend our prowess, Huiyuhao said, our formidable martial soul fusion technique ought to possess an A. Due to my misjudgment, you had to endure a night in the wilderness. Thus, I shall leave the naming opportunity to you. Without hesitation, Waned.A responded, very well, I appreciate your understanding. But what shall we call it? How about Death's Gaze? Before Huiyuhao could interject, Waned.A himself dismissed the suggestion. No, that won't do. This is a martial soul fusion technique initiated by both of us. It must embody the essence of my martial soul as well. Henceforth, let it be named Gaze of the Goddess of Light. Quite impressive. Isn't it? Huiyuhao gazed at him in disbelief. Is your light goddess butterfly truly a goddess of light? It clearly symbolizes a butterfly that brings illumination, as beautiful as a deity. Setting aside the existence of the light goddess, even if she were real, it would have no bearing on you whatsoever. Waned.A, looking rather exasperated, retorted, can't you say something more pleasant? Wouldn't the gaze of the butterfly sound even more unappealing? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. Wait, why must our martial soul fusion technique necessarily incorporate both of our martial souls? That seems rather conventional. With such resplendent gold and the dazzling brilliance of our fusion technique, why not call it Withering Amidst the Radiance? The Golden Path. What do you think? Huiyuhao's eyes widened slightly. The name was splendid, but perhaps a tad lengthy? Waned.A replied with a triumphant grin, the length adds to our grandeur. We shall simply refer to it as the Golden Path. After all, others will remain oblivious. He proposed summoning Teacher Zhou to assist in evaluating the brilliance amidst the decay, the power and efficacy of the Golden Path, so they could have a clearer understanding in their hearts. Upon hearing Waned.A mention Teacher Zhou, Huiyuhao felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He turned to glance at the sun, which was steadily rising. Waned.A, prompted by his movement, recalled something as well. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously let out a cry, immediately taking off in a mad dash. They were running late, and it was during the elimination rounds, truly a predicament. In order to return to Shrek Academy with utmost speed, the two had no choice but to clasp hands and sprint at full throttle. Utilizing their combined strength allowed them to conserve energy while achieving maximum velocity. Fortunately, they had not strayed too far, and it didn't take long for them to return, yet they still arrived late. Outside the assessment area, a line of instructors stood, numbering nearly 30, among them the formidable Elder Zhou. Her gaze was decidedly unfriendly as she scrutinized the nearly 200 students below. Yet she could not find the individual she sought. Xiao Xiao had arrived long ago, anxiously awaiting, and attendance had commenced, starting with their class. However, Huiyuhao and Waned.A were still absent. Should they fail to arrive before attendance concluded, they would face disqualification. Beyond the unfortunate loss of opportunity, they could hardly withstand Elder Zhou's wrath. Their own team would undoubtedly suffer as well. What were these two up to? They were late yesterday. And now they were late again? The first-year class had the most participants, thus attendance took longer. When it came to Xiao Zhao's group, aside from her response, Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong's names went unanswered. This astonished not only the new students but also left the teachers in disbelief. Although such an occurrence was not unprecedented in the annals of Shrek Academy, it was exceedingly rare, even though they had passed the freshman assessment. Failing to appear in the elimination rounds would be viewed as a slight against the academy, leaving a poor impression on all the instructors. After a brief pause, the teacher taking attendance continued with the other classes, only reaching the 6th class of new students when Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong finally arrived, noticeably late. The duo had rushed back, having spent a night in the wilderness, and in the morning, they hadn't even had time to freshen up. Their appearance was utterly disheveled. Not only were their clothes in disarray, but they were also marked with traces of mud and dew. Nevertheless, there was no turning back now. They had to face the consequences. They certainly could not allow themselves to be disqualified. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong hurriedly made their way to the space between the teacher and the students, simultaneously raising their voices in exclamation. The teacher, who was around 50 years of age, tall and imposing, with a stern countenance and a clean-shaven face, immediately halted his actions. Which class do you two belong to? What is the matter? He inquired. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong both recognized this teacher, named Du Weiluan, who serves as the director of the martial soul department at the Outer Academy, wielding considerable authority within the institution. Hu Yuhao declared loudly, reporting to Teacher Du. Hu Yuhao, along with Wang Dong from Class 1, have arrived late due to excessive training. Du Weiluan's expression darkened. You dare to arrive late even for the assessment? Have you no sense of time? He imposed a penalty. Both of you will clean the hallways of the new student teaching building after today's competition. Return to your positions. Understood. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong promptly responded, feeling a sense of relief in their hearts. As long as they were not penalized by losing their qualification for the assessment, they were content. They hurried back to the ranks of Class 1, standing alongside Xiao Xiao. Du Weiluan cast a glance at Shou Yi, who stood not far off, before resuming his reading of the list. Given his temperament, had it been any other students, they might have been outright disqualified from the assessment. However, Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong's exceptional performance in the round-robin matches, where they had achieved a perfect victory, earned them some leniency from the strict director. In Shrek Academy, while it is not solely about grades, possessing strength and good results will undoubtedly afford certain privileges. This holds true in any academy, he thought. What on earth were you two doing? Just wait until the competition ends, and you'll find out how Zhou Laotai will deal with you. Look at her gaze. It's as sharp as a knife. If looks could kill, you would be facing a gruesome fate, Xiao Xiao remarked, exasperated. Wang Dong, wearing a gloomy expression, retorted, Stop your incessant chatter. It's all Hu Yuhao's fault. If he hadn't insisted on dragging me out for a spar, we wouldn't have miscalculated the time and ended up late. On their way back, Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong had already conspired to keep their mastery of the martial soul fusion technique confidential for the time being. As they had no intention of employing it in the upcoming freshman assessment, they unanimously decided to share this splendid news solely with Teacher Zhou, in hopes of pacifying her wrath and enlisting her guidance for their training. Once they had perfected their technique, they would unveil it in future evaluations. Before long, Du Weiluan, the director of the martial soul department, had completed the roll call, and the time had come for the draw. It was merely a freshman assessment, devoid of any elaborate ceremonies. Hu Yuhao represented their team in drawing lots. The 64 participating teams would be divided into 32 matches for head-to-head competitions. The students had enjoyed a full day of rest yesterday, and the assessment area had been adequately prepared, requiring only the repositioning of dividers. The area had been reorganized into 16 sections, each significantly enlarged, providing the participants ample space to showcase their abilities. The rules for the elimination rounds were straightforward. There would be one match in the morning and another in the afternoon. The teams that were eliminated would return to their classes, while the victorious teams would remain to continue competing. The entire process would unfold over 3 days, culminating in the determination of the top 3 finalists. Following the draw, the matches for the 64-32 round commenced immediately, with all 32 matches taking place simultaneously. This arrangement aimed to minimize the assessment duration, thus granting the victorious students ample time to rest before the afternoon contests. Hu Yuhao and his companions found themselves assigned to Zone 15 this time, with a new invigilator, a kind-looking woman in her 30s. During the drawing of lots, only numbers were revealed, leaving them in suspense about the opponents they would face. However, upon arriving at the venue, a sense of resignation washed over them. In the first round, they drew their own comrades from the freshman class 1, transforming this elimination round into a civil conflict. Weiyuhao recognized the three opponents, one of whom had previously attempted to compete with waned.A. According to waned.A himself, that individual had been subdued after a private confrontation. Zhou Yi's judgment was remarkably astute. Having designated Weiyuhao and his two friends as the seed team for freshman class 1, their prowess was undoubtedly unmatched by other teams. The match did not last long. Despite their opponent's tenacity, waned.A and Xiao launched their attacks simultaneously, aided by Weiyuhao's shared mental detection. In less than 10 minutes, they triumphed, advancing smoothly into the top 32. However, as Weiyuhao and his friends exited the assessment area, the joy of victory evaporated in an instant. There, at the entrance, stood the stern-faced Zhou Laodai, awaiting them. Xiao, you may return to rest. You too, follow me, Zhou Yi stated coldly, snorting before turning on her heel and departing. Both Weiyuhao and waned.A felt a sudden chill behind them. Fortunately, they were well prepared and exchanged a knowing glance before following Zhou Yi. Xiao could only offer them a look of resigned hope. Surprisingly, Zhou Yi led them directly to her office. As the homeroom teacher of the first-year class, her office was located in the northern part of the dormitory area, nestled behind the tall, dark purple teaching buildings designated for upperclassmen. Situated on the ground floor, she was the sole occupant of this space. Upon entering Zhou Yi's office, Weiyuhao and waned.A were taken aback. The usually stern and strict teacher Zhou had a surprisingly elegant office. The walls were painted a soft pink, while the desk was crafted from a rare light red wood. A vibrant red sofa awaited guests, accompanied by various tasteful decorations. A small door led to what appeared to be a cozy lounge area. It must be acknowledged that Shrek Academy provides exceptional accommodations for its teachers, as even the homeroom teacher of a first-year class enjoys the privilege of having an independent office. Weiyuhao entered last, carefully closing the door behind him. Zhou Yi was already seated on the grand crimson sofa designated for guests, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. With a frosty demeanor, she inquired, "Now, enlighten me. What exactly is going on between the two of you? Is this a joke? 2 consecutive days of tardiness. Do you truly believe that having passed the freshman assessment has granted you the audacity to act as though you are untouchable? Let me make this abundantly clear. Should I choose to, expelling you from this academy could be accomplished with but a single utterance. This world is never short of prodigies, and I have witnessed many gifted individuals dismissed under my authority. The sole reason for such expulsion is their unsuitability of character to become a formidable force. Provide me with a compelling reason not to discipline you both." Weiyuhao and waned.A exchanged glances, and waned.A nudged him gently, signaling for him to elucidate. Weiyuhao steeled himself and said, "I apologize, Teacher Zhou. It was our mistake." Over the past 3 months, they had become somewhat acquainted with Zhou Yi's temperament. Arguing would yield no benefits and would only further provoke this formidable elder. A courteous demeanor might mitigate the consequences they faced. Is a simple apology sufficient? Do you believe that being late is a trivial matter? Let me enlighten you. Tardiness signifies negligence, and at your age, it is of utmost importance. With this single reason, I could dismiss both of you. Now, speak up. I require a reasonable explanation." Weiyuhao respectfully said, "Teacher Zhou, please do not be angry. Do you recall that 2 days ago, our team encountered the Huang Chutian team? Within their ranks were a pair of twin sisters named Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo." Zhou Yi responded. Weiyuhao continued, "During that match, we nearly faced defeat. The formidable synergy of the Lan sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, wielding their martial soul fusion technique, posed a significant threat. It was only through the concerted efforts of the 3 of us that we managed to barely withstand their powerful abilities, ultimately securing victory and concluding the round-robin tournament with an impeccable record. Upon our return, waned.A and I found ourselves envious of the remarkable prowess of their martial soul fusion technique. Thus, we resolved to experiment and see if our martial souls could merge as well. Lacking any specialized courses in the Academy for the training of martial soul fusion techniques, we were compelled to embark on this endeavor independently. To our astonishment, during our initial attempt, it seemed our martial souls successfully fused, but in the process, we both fainted on waned.A's bed. When we regained consciousness, we discovered that we had overslept for class, which explains our tardiness yesterday." As Weiyuhao was explaining, He distinctly felt waned.A gently pinch the soft flesh at his waist with 2 fingers, then twisted a full 180 degrees. The sudden pain coursed through his body, yet he dared not reveal it, causing his expression to become somewhat stiff. Spirit fusion? Zhou-Yi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Hui Yuhao would provide such a reason. Instinctively, she inquired, "Have you succeeded?" Hui Yuhao scratched his head and said, "Yesterday, we were uncertain of our success. Therefore, when you instructed us to run laps, we decided to give it a try, and it appeared that we truly had a chance." Later that evening, we ventured outside the academy to experiment with our martial soul fusion technique. To our astonishment, it actually worked. Moreover, the power of the attack seemed remarkably formidable. However, it was our first attempt at executing this technique, which led to a depletion of our soul power. After using that skill, we both fainted in the wilderness, and when we regained consciousness, we found ourselves late again today. Teacher Zhou, we assure you that our tardiness was solely due to our earnest efforts and training. It was merely an unfortunate incident, and we promise it will not happen again. At this point, Hui Yuhao subtly lifted his gaze, stealing a glance at Zhou-Yi, only to find her staring at him in utter astonishment. You mean to say that the two of you attempted the martial soul fusion technique, and actually succeeded? Zhou-Yi's voice rose an octave, and she stood up from the sofa, her expression a blend of surprise and excitement. Hui Yuhao and waned.A nodded in unison. Zhou-Yi exclaimed with excitement, "Quick! Let me see what your martial soul fusion technique is." Hui Yuhao remarked, "Teacher Zhou, we have a competition this afternoon. Using this skill will deplete our soul power." Zhou-Yi retorted, somewhat irked, "The initial use will indeed be the most taxing. Subsequent applications will not consume as much. If the martial soul fusion skill caused unconsciousness each time, it would be tantamount to a self-destructive technique. Hurry now. I shall assist you in restoring your soul power, ensuring it doesn't impede your competition this afternoon. Come, demonstrate it directly to me." With Zhou-Yi's insistence, Hui Yuhao and waned.A had no choice but to comply. They exchanged glances, and Hui Yuhao naturally opened his arms to embrace waned.A. Though waned.A's movements remained somewhat awkward, he did not resist. He closed his eyes and extended his arms, accepting the embrace. As their bodies made contact, they simultaneously unleashed their respective martial souls. Their soul power fused instantaneously, transforming into a powerful force that coursed through their beings, imparting a sensation of unity within the embrace. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In Teacher Zhou's office, one could hear a pin drop. Apart from the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Hui Yuhao and waned.A's martial souls, no other sounds disturbed the silence. Zhou-Yi gazed at them with wide eyes, already bracing for any defensive measures. Yet, Hui Yuhao merely continued to hold waned.A in the embrace. And no further movements ensued, causing the muscles at the corners of her eyes to twitch in agitation. Hui Yuhao and waned.A also sensed something amiss. Given the events of the previous night, their soul power should have been rapidly depleted by now. They anticipated an eruption of dazzling decay, a powerful assault from the Golden Road. Yet, nothing had transpired. "Are you two jesting?" Zhou-Yi's icy voice seemed to emerge from between clenched teeth. To Hui Yuhao and waned.A, her words sent a shiver down their spines, causing them to instinctively release their embrace. Their faces were etched with astonishment. There was a palpable aura of menace surrounding Teacher Zhou, a sensation they had felt upon gazing at Zhou-Yi once more. This elderly matron was clearly on the verge of an explosion. Hui Yuhao hastily replied, "Teacher Zhou, we successfully executed our skills just like this last night. We are as bewildered as you are." Zhou-Yi coldly retorted, "You two embracing in my office. Are you trying to showcase your bond for my amusement? If I do not discipline you properly today." Before Zhou-Yi could finish her stern admonition, Hui Yuhao swiftly took hold of waned.A's hand, simultaneously unleashing his spiritual detection and sharing it with Zhou-Yi. "What's this?" Zhou-Yi, brimming with anger, was on the verge of erupting when suddenly, everything around her became crystal clear. Her perception rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, a three-dimensional view of everything within a 100-meter radius vividly manifested in her mind. Why has the range increased so significantly? Zhou-Yi distinctly recalled that during Hui Yuhao's previous demonstration of spiritual detection, the coverage was merely around 30 meters in diameter. Yet this time, it had expanded to 100 meters. Such a remarkable enhancement was indeed astonishing. Noticing Zhou-Yi's momentary daze, Hui Yuhao quickly explained, "Teacher Zhou, do you remember? I mentioned that my spiritual detection would evolve with my cultivation. After more than 3 months of your meticulous guidance, my spiritual detection has now reached approximately 50 meters in diameter. Furthermore, I have developed the ability to concentrate my spirit in one direction for detection, allowing the range to increase even further. The 100-meter detection you are experiencing is not solely my achievement. It is the result of the fusion of our martial souls with waned.A, enhancing our soul power in tandem. With his assistance, my soul skill has seen such a significant elevation, doubling the detection range. My soul power can also amplify his soul skill in return. Does this not serve as proof that we have successfully merged our martial souls? We truly experimented with the martial soul fusion technique last night. If you doubt us, we can take you to the site of our successful trial. Traces of our endeavor remain there. Listening to Hui Yuhao's words, Zhou Yi gradually calmed down, realizing her impulsiveness. Over the past 3 months, she had closely observed Hui Yuhao's performance at the academy. In her memory, no other student had displayed such diligence. Moreover, Hui Yuhao possessed a maturity beyond his years, exuding an air of composure. If he were to deceive her, it would be implausible for him to resort to such an easily disprovable falsehood. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialization. Although Zhou Yi was a teacher at Shrek Academy, her understanding of martial soul fusion techniques was rather limited, given their niche nature. After hearing Hui Yuhao's explanation, she began to accept their claims, and her anger dissipated swiftly. Waving her hand, Zhou Yi said, "All right, retract your skill. I believe you. However, it is certainly incorrect for your martial soul fusion technique to be inconsistent. Wait here in my office. I will fetch a teacher well-versed in martial soul fusion techniques to clarify things for you." Old Lady Zhou has always been decisive and assertive. No sooner had she spoken than she had already reached the door and departed swiftly. Once she left, both Hui Yuhao and waned.A exhaled in relief. Sinking into the sofa, Hui Yuhao raised his left hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, while waned.A attempted to lift his own left hand to dry his perspiration, only to realize that Hui Yuhao was still holding onto it. Releasing his grip, waned.A irritably pulled his hand away and shot him a glare. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on testing your skills outside, would old Lady Zhou have caught us so red-handed? Now, there is no longer any secret left to speak of." Hui Yuhao leaned back on the sofa, chuckling softly. "I suppose I must bear the blame. Yet, this is not entirely a misfortune. With a teacher guiding our training, we shall undoubtedly circumvent many arduous paths. When will you learn to temper your propensity for complaint? Only I possess the patience to endure it." waned.A snorted softly and replied, "That may be true with you. But with anyone else, I wouldn't even bother to voice my grievances." However, witnessing the astonished expression on old Lady Zhou's face today was indeed worthwhile. "Do you think, once we complete the elimination rounds, she will still impart her wisdom to us?" Hui Yuhao remarked, "It is difficult to say. Teacher Zhou's instruction is quite comprehensive, yet it appears to have certain emphases. However, given our youth and limited cultivation, we have not yet reached the level where Teacher Zhou can truly showcase his expertise in guiding us. Nevertheless, we will know more once the elimination rounds conclude and classes are restructured. I still hope to be under Teacher Zhou's tutelage. A stricter teacher is not necessarily a bad thing for us, as it will continually motivate us to strive for improvement in our cultivation and studies." Chapter 24. The Bet waned.A chuckled, "Are you a masochist? By the way, let us take this opportunity to cultivate here for a while. When old Lady Zhou returns and sees that we have not forgotten to practice while waiting for her, she will surely feel that we are diligent, which will undoubtedly improve her mood." Hui Yuhao lightly tapped on his head and remarked, "You are indeed quite the master of deceit and trickery." "Nonsense. You are the one who is cunning. We have a competition this afternoon. We have already exerted ourselves. It would be prudent to recover swiftly. What harm is there in that? Will you join me? Hurry up." As he spoke, he had already removed his shoes and settled cross-legged on the sofa, extending his hands towards Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao had always devoted his free time to cultivation, and thus he naturally did not decline the opportunity presented to him. Following waned.A's lead, he connected palms with him, and together they began to channel their soul power. As their energies flowed and merged, they experienced a distinct difference compared to their training the previous afternoon. Their soul powers seemed to draw closer to one another, and the initial rate of fusion was markedly quicker than the day before. It was almost instantaneous, and the force of Haodong emerged. Guided by their consciousness, they operated their energies along the trajectories they had been cultivating, and compared to yesterday, their training speed had increased by at least 10%. With their eyes closed at the onset of their practice, they were unaware that a soft blend of blue, purple, and golden light began to emanate from their joined palms, swirling around their arms and bodies, gradually enveloping them in this ethereal hue. Initially, they sought merely to restore their soul power, but as their cultivation commenced, they swiftly entered a state of deep meditation. In this state of oblivion, they lost all perception of the external world. Not long after they began their training, Zhou Yi returned, accompanied by another individual. Had Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong been conscious at that moment, they would have been utterly astonished. For the person Zhou Yi brought back was none other than their invigilator from the round-robin stage, Wang Yin. Upon witnessing Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong in their meditative state, Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, while Wang Yin was left in sheer astonishment. In an uncanny display of understanding, both exchanged a silent gesture, urging each other to maintain silence. A flicker of inquiry crossed Zhou Yi's eyes as Wang Yin shook his head and stealthily crouched down a short distance from Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, meticulously observing their condition and earnestly sensing the fluctuations of their soul power during the cultivation process. The more he sensed, the more astonished he became. Subconsciously rubbing his hands together, Zhou Yi, having known Wang Yin for quite some time, recognized that this gesture indicated his heightened tension and excitement. As a fellow teacher, she too could perceive that Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's current state was remarkable, at the very least, unlike anything she had ever encountered. The two soul masters were cultivating in unison, and rather than their energies clashing, they were harmoniously merging. The rapidity with which the blue, purple, and golden light swirled about them was a testament to the speed of their cultivation. Even a soul master of the three-ringed soul respect level would be hard-pressed to match their current pace. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong concluded their training after completing 36 cycles. Pausing to catch their breath, not only had they fully restored the soul power expended during the morning competition, but their cultivation had also seen a slight advancement. With a deep exhalation, they gradually retracted their soul power, and the tricolor radiance enveloping them slowly dissipated. Upon opening their eyes, both felt a refreshing clarity, reveling in the sheer exhilaration of such rapid progress. However, they were soon startled. "Teacher Zhou, Teacher Wang?" Hui Yuhao exclaimed, noticing Zhou Yi and Wang Yin seated nearby, both intently observing them. Wang Dong was equally taken aback, and it dawned on them that they were in Zhou Yi's office. Hui Yuhao, slightly embarrassed, addressed Teacher Zhou. "We aim to restore our soul power as soon as possible to prepare for the afternoon competition." Zhou Yi waved her hand dismissively. "No need for explanations. It is commendable to be diligent." She then introduced, "This is Teacher Wang Yin, an esteemed educator from the theoretical branch of our academy, holding a higher title than mine. He has conducted extensive research on martial soul fusion techniques." Wang Yin smiled gently. "I believe introductions are unnecessary. We have already met. I was the supervising teacher during your round-robin matches." At this moment, his demeanor had returned to calmness, though only he knew the true state of his inner tranquility. Teacher Wang, Hui Yuhao, and Wang Dong respectfully bowed to him. Wang Yin nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "I have closely observed your training progress. Initially, I was skeptical of Zhou Yi's assertions, but it seems my understanding was limited. I can now confidently affirm to Zhou Yi that you have successfully achieved martial soul fusion and possess fusion techniques." Zhou Yi looked at him in surprise but refrained from interjecting. Wang Yin continued, "The synergy of your soul powers has merged without the slightest conflict, enhancing your training. Such a phenomenon has never been recorded in the annals of Shrek Academy over the millennia. The only explanation is that your martial souls are perfectly compatible, achieving a 100% harmony. Only in such legendary circumstances can your soul powers merge so seamlessly, allowing you to share each other's training speed. Congratulations. I can envision that in the future, you will undoubtedly become a source of pride for Shrek Academy." Hui Yuhao listened to Wang Yan's words, secretly filled with admiration. He had also heard of the concept of perfect harmony between martial souls from the heavenly dream iceworm, yet Wang Yin, through mere observation of their cultivation, had reached such an astute conclusion. It was no wonder he was a representative figure of theoretical academia. Wang Dong, puzzled, inquired, "Teacher Wang, if that is the case, why did our martial soul fusion technique fail today? Just a moment ago, Hui Yuhao and I attempted it, but we could not execute it again." Wang Yin chuckled softly and replied, "Do you think the martial soul fusion technique is merely an ordinary soul skill? The execution is not as simple as you might believe. It is essential that your martial souls are in their optimal state, and your vitality and spirit must also be at their peak for it to manifest. This is the first time I have witnessed a perfectly harmonious martial soul fusion technique. However, based on my experience, after initially accomplishing the fusion, there exists a requisite buffer period following the execution of the technique. During this interval, you cannot perform the martial soul fusion technique again. Generally, this buffer period lasts 7 days, and as your cultivation progresses, this duration will gradually diminish until you can fully utilize the martial soul fusion technique." Hui Yuhao inquired, "Teacher Wang, when will we be able to freely utilize the martial soul fusion technique?" Wang Yin replied, "It will be quite some time yet. You both must reach level 70 and possess your martial soul's true form before you can freely wield the martial soul fusion technique. This is true for all soul masters. However, given that your martial souls are likely perfectly compatible, I suggest you begin practicing the fusion technique daily from now on, until you can perform it again. This will allow you to ascertain the cooldown period required after each use of the fusion technique. Once you have determined this time frame, be sure to come find me, as I am eager to witness the nature of your martial soul fusion technique." With Wang Yin's elucidation, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's understanding of the martial soul fusion technique became significantly clearer. Nearby, Zhou Yi asked, "Teacher Wang, since they share a perfect compatibility in their martial soul fusion, what additional benefits do they gain besides mutual assistance and cultivation?" Wang Yin chuckled and replied, "Zhou, one can never be too greedy. You have already discovered two treasures. Merely the ability to assist each other in cultivation will double their training speed. While it may not be evident now, I assure you that in 3 years, no peer will compare to their soul power cultivation. However, your question is valid. There is indeed another distinction between perfect compatibility and ordinary martial soul fusion, and that is power. You should have anticipated this. According to the rules of martial soul fusion, the higher the compatibility, the greater the power of the technique. Yet, we have never witnessed a compatibility of their caliber, which is why I am eager to personally experience the extent of their fusion technique's power and its effects." Zhou Yi nodded and said, "Thank you for your insight. Teacher Wang, should we report this matter together?" Wang Yin shook his head with a smile. "No need for that. You should report it on your own. It is high time you were promoted to a senior teacher. Besides, you discovered these two youngsters, so I cannot take credit." Zhou Yi smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Yin then stood up and said, "You two must work hard. You've made it to the top 32 in the knockout rounds. Once you reach the top 8, you'll need to exert even more effort. Higher-ups from the academy will be watching your matches, and the rewards for the champion are quite commendable in our eyes. So don't miss out. I trust we will have further exchanges in the future, and you may always come to me with any questions. My office is on the 4th floor. Now, I shall take my leave." Zhou Yi accompanied Wang Yin to the office door, and as he departed, he cast a lingering glance at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong before leaving. Zhou Yi then turned back to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, waving her hand, "Come on. It's time for dinner. Today, I shall treat you to something special." Although she did not explicitly say so, her gesture of treating them to a meal was a silent apology for having misjudged Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were both somewhat astonished. Yet they quickly regained their composure and joyfully rushed out of the office, following Zhou Yi to the dining hall for a meal. Zhou Yi, indeed generous, treated them to the finest delicacies available in the innermost part of the cafeteria. It was a first for Wang Dong to taste such exquisite fare, let alone Hui Yuhao. The top-tier dishes in the cafeteria were exorbitantly priced, with the daily cost varying, always calculated in gold soul coins. Today, there were 2 premium dishes, and Zhou Yi ordered 2 servings of each, astonishingly spending nearly 60 gold soul coins in total. "Teacher Zhou, you were too extravagant," Hui Yuhao said, feeling a bit embarrassed. After selling grilled fish for so long, he had yet to accumulate 60 gold soul coins. Zhou Yi replied, "Quickly, eat while it's hot. Do not think that the academy offers these top-tier dishes for profit. In fact, among all the meals in the cafeteria, it is precisely these premium dishes that the academy incurs a loss on." "Why?" Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong asked in unison. Zhou Yi smiled lightly and explained, "Of course. It is for the well-being of the students. Do you recognize what these 2 dishes are?" She pointed to the plates before them. Both dishes emanated a rich aroma. One appeared to be stewed meat, while the other was a clear broth. The stewed meat consisted primarily of lean meat and tendons, with a thick, flavorful broth. And the meat was tender and succulent, transforming even the tendons into a soft, gelatinous texture that would whet anyone's appetite upon a mere glance. The clear broth was a pale golden hue, devoid of any solids, yet it wafted an enticing fragrance, even more robust than that of the stewed meat, with a subtle hint of herbs. Undoubtedly, Hui Yuhao could not name these dishes, while Wang Dong hesitated before saying, "Teacher Zhou, this stewed meat seems to be from the scale armored crocodile? I cannot discern the broth." Zhou Yi nodded, saying, as expected of a scion of a noble family, "You are correct. This stewed meat is indeed from the scale armored crocodile. The scale armored crocodile is an amphibious soul beast of immense strength. Consuming its meat is a significant boon for us soul masters, enhancing our physical constitution and strengthening the resilience of our meridians. It is a rare and valuable delicacy. However, The flesh of the scale-armored crocodile is as tough as iron. To transform it into something tender and delicate requires extraordinary culinary skills. Thus, I wish to convey to you that our Shrek Academy not only boasts the finest faculty on the continent, but also the most skilled chefs. The adult scale-armored crocodile is at least a millennium-level soul beast. Do you still consider this dish expensive? As for the broth, it was derived from a flying soul beast that had been simmered for an extended period. It has the effect of nourishing the internal organs, stabilizing the internal energy of our soul masters, which is beneficial for cultivation. I previously mentioned that among this year's freshmen, 3 have already reached the 30th level of soul respect. Their innate talents are indeed commendable, and they are hardworking, but they are also signs of prominent families who have enjoyed the best nourishment and elixirs since childhood, enabling them to attain such levels of cultivation. Before waned.A arrived at the academy, he may have already enjoyed such treatment. As for why your cultivation has not reached the 3rd ring, I believe it is likely due to your own laziness or some peculiar circumstances unique to you. Furthermore, if I recall correctly, your birthday has only recently passed the age of 11. waned.A nodded. Teacher Zhou, I am certain that before I turn 12, I will reach the 3rd ring. Joey said, all right, you all should eat quickly. After finishing your meal, rest for a while, as the afternoon competition is about to commence. I will report your possession of the martial soul fusion technique. If you are ultimately approved as core disciples of the Outer Academy, your meals will be provided free of charge by the Academy, consisting of such exquisite dishes. You can imagine the benefits this will bring to your cultivation. However, possessing the martial soul fusion technique does not guarantee that you will become core disciples. Shrek Academy has never lacked in talent. The final rankings in the elimination rounds will significantly affect whether you can enter that core circle. To be frank, I also graduated from the Outer Academy. Yet I was unable to become a core disciple, nor did I qualify for the Inner Academy. Becoming a core disciple is a crucial step towards entering the Inner Academy. Among the core disciples, nearly half have successfully passed the assessments for the Inner Academy. Becoming a core disciple also signifies that you will receive preferential treatment from the Academy's faculty. Do you understand? Yes, replied Hui Yuhao and waned.A in unison, before immediately indulging in their meal. Zhou Yi's praise for the chef was promptly echoed by Hui Yuhao and waned.A. Hui Yuhao was relatively unfazed, as he had never experienced such high-quality ingredients before, but waned.A was different. He had previously tasted such delicacies. Yet the flavors crafted by his family paled in comparison to the exceptional dishes served in the Academy's dining hall, falling short by more than just a notch. After finishing the sumptuous meal, both Hui Yuhao and waned.A felt a gentle warmth enveloping their bodies, particularly in their stomachs. As waves of warmth spread through their limbs and bones, an indescribable comfort. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Joey accompanied them to the dormitory entrance. And before departing, she pressed her hand gently on Hui Yuhao's shoulder and said softly, if you are not born a noble, then use your own strength to become one. After uttering these words, she turned and left. From the time they began eating until now, her earlier cold demeanor seemed to have completely vanished. At the dormitory entrance, the elderly man, who appeared to be the dormitory manager yet never involved himself in affairs, leaned back in his chair. He seemed to have heard Zhou Yi's words and muttered something under his breath, though no one could discern what he said. After habitually greeting the elder, Hui Yuhao returned to the dormitory with waned.A. Having just savored a delightful meal, he felt compelled to engage in further cultivation. For to waste such opportunity would be an affront to diligence. The afternoon's competition, however, promised to be far more arduous than the leisurely contests of the morning. The elimination round for the freshmen, a fierce battle from 32 to 16, commenced in earnest as the class bell rang in the afternoon. In comparison to the morning, the number of participants had been halved. Following another round of drawing lots, the competitors promptly proceeded to their designated arenas. As it was the same day as event, the venue remained unchanged, retaining the same divisions as in the morning, yet only the arenas numbered 1 to 16 were in use. To the north of the assessment area stood a towering platform, rising an impressive 20 meters above the ground, supported by 6 metallic pillars. From below, the number of spectators atop the platform was obscured, but faint silhouettes suggested that some were gathered there to observe the contests. From such a height, one could easily survey the entire assessment area, gaining a clear view of the duels unfolding within each arena. Hui Yuhao and waned.A were not late this time. Rather, they arrived early at the assessment area to draw lots, which finally brought a sigh of relief to Xiao Xiao. This time, their assessment zone had transformed into Zone 8. Upon their arrival, they discovered that another team, also assigned to Zone 8, had already gathered. To their astonishment, the opposing trio consisted entirely of young women, all remarkably beautiful. On the observation platform, Joey stood quietly, surveying the impending competition below. In the round-robin matches, Class 1 had emerged as the greatest victors, however. As they progressed to the elimination stage, some individuals with formidable strength began to unveil their true potential and prowess. In the transition from 64 to 32, only 5 teams from Class 1 remained. Although this number still surpassed that of other freshman classes, their advantage was no longer significant. The upcoming matches from 32 to 16 would be crucial. Teacher Zhou, are you searching for your C team? A woman, appearing to be around 30, approached Zhou Yi with a soft chuckle. I just glanced at the draw, and what a coincidence. The seed team you selected is facing our class's seed team. Over there, in Zone 8. Who do you suppose will emerge victorious? Zhou Yi's expression sharpened instantly. Mu Jin, do you believe your students are assured of victory? Despite her age, Mu Jin could undoubtedly be described as youthful and striking. She smiled and shook her head. Not at all. Nothing is absolute. However, I have not heard of any particularly outstanding talents in your class this time. At least none above level 30. What a pity. Zhou Yi's demeanor grew cold. Are you here to provoke? The smile vanished from Mu Jin's face in an instant. And what if I am? Isn't your class known for its excellent results? I am eager to see how many of your students can break into the top 8. When I noticed that my seed student was matched against yours right after the draw, I felt quite pleased. Ever since you expelled my brother despite my earnest pleas. This is the first time I have felt such delight. I hear you're aiming for a higher professional title. Alas, it seems this time may also go awry. Zhou Yi, however, chose to disregard Mu Jin's taunts, her gaze fixed on the competition arena below, locking on to the third group in Zone 8. Shall we wager? She proposed. Mu Jin's intent was to incite and humiliate Zhou Yi, and upon hearing this, she readily accepted. Wager? What do you propose? Zhou Yi finally ceased to ignore her, turning to face her with a serious tone. A soul bone. Do you dare? At the mention of a soul bone, Mu Jin's pupils constricted sharply. For soul masters, soul rings were already a precious commodity, as they were essential for breaking through personal limits. Soul bones, however, were 100 times more valuable. Each soul master could integrate 6 soul bones, comprising a head bone, a trunk bone, and 4 limb bones. Each soul ring could bestow 1 skill, while a 100,000-year soul ring could impart 2 skills. In essence, a typical soul master, upon reaching the exalted rank of a 9-ring title Dolua, is expected to possess 9 distinct abilities. The soul bone represents an entirely supplementary system. Each individual soul bone can bestow upon a soul master an additional skill, significantly enhancing the physical attributes of the body location it is affixed to. Soul rings are invariably produced by every soul beast, whereas soul bones are a rarity, exclusively generated by soul beasts that are at least 100,000 years old. The probability of a soul bone emerging from a soul beast below that age is a mere 1 in 10,000. The appearance of any soul bone invariably incites fierce competition among soul masters. It is often said in the soul master community that to become an exceptional soul master, one must diligently enhance their soul power and acquire a succession of increasingly aged soul rings. However, to ascend to the ranks of a top-tier soul master, a true powerhouse of the Dolua continent, one must possess their own soul bones. The greater the number of soul bones, the mightier the strength. In fact, in a certain sense, soul bones can be likened to medicinal elixirs, as the fusion of any soul bone invariably elevates a soul master's soul power. At this moment, Zhou Yi proposed a wager involving soul bones, clearly indicating a desire to risk everything in a challenge against Mu Jin. How could Mu Jin not be taken aback? Most importantly, she was utterly bewildered by the source of Zhou Yi's confidence. Zhou Yi smirked disdainfully, warning her to keep her distance if she was afraid, lest she subject him to the nauseating scent of her perfume. A glint of determination flashed in Mu Jin's eyes as she retorted, Very well, I accept your bet. Are you attempting to intimidate me with empty threats? If I lose, I shall concede a soul bone to you. Should you falter, you will compel Fan Yu to forge a close combat soul-guided device for me. Zhou Yi replied coldly, The person wagering against you is myself, not him. If I lose, I will also provide you with a soul bone. Mu Jin scoffed, I have no interest in your soul bone. I demand that Fan Yu craft a close combat soul-guided device for me. Very well, I shall speak on her behalf, a resonant voice interjected. As a formidable figure appeared by Zhou Yi's side, unbeknownst to them, it was none other than Fan Yu, the instructor from the Soul Guidance Department whom Zhou Yi had previously introduced to Hui Yuhao. Upon seeing Fan Yu, Mujin's demeanor shifted dramatically, the earlier bravado evaporated. Leaving her pallid and somewhat retreating, her eyes reddening as she gazed at Fan Yu, accusing, "You are colluding with her to bully me." Fan Yu remained composed, albeit with a slight furrow in his brow, replying, "You instigated this disturbance. If you wish to wager, then let us proceed. If not, refrain from provoking Zhou further. Our relationship with you is strictly professional, nothing more. Then let us wager." "My defeat does not guarantee that my student will also succumb to hers," Mujin declared. Suddenly turning to grasp the railing of the elevated platform, her misty eyes now fixated on the competition arena within the assessment area. Hu Yuhao and his companions were entirely unaware of the scene unfolding on the observation platform. Their focus was solely on their opponents. The three young ladies opposite them were all strikingly beautiful, adorned in their fresh student uniforms. The girl at the forefront was notably taller, surpassing both Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong slightly. She had a neat, short head of golden hair, and her aquamarine eyes were framed by long lashes, complemented by a sprinkling of charming freckles on her cheeks. To her left stood a girl with fiery red short hair, her eyes a rare shade of crimson that, upon first glance, might evoke a sense of terror. Yet, a closer inspection revealed her exquisitely delicate features and skin as pale as jade, although her gaze was notably frigid, rivaling that of the venerable elder Mrs. Zhou. On her right, the girl presented a stark contrast. Her flowing, light green hair cascaded down her back, and her dark green eyes radiated warmth, exuding a delicate fragility that instinctively inspired a sense of compassion. The supervising teacher announced, "Both sides, please introduce yourselves." The 6 participants simultaneously entered the expansive arena, positioning themselves on either side. The trio maintained their original formation, Wang Dong at the forefront, Xiao Xiao in the center, and Hu Yuhao at the rear. Conversely, the formation of the 3 young ladies shifted. The previously leading blonde retreated to the back, while the other 2 stepped forward to shield her. The red-haired girl declared with pride, "Freshman Class 9, Wu Feng, Level 25 Assault System Soul Master." The girl with the light green hair cast a reproachful glance at her, seemingly chiding her for her arrogance in revealing her soul power level. Yet she did not alter her own introduction style. In a gentle tone, contrasting sharply with Wu Feng's haughty demeanor, she said, "Freshman Class 9, Niamin Yunerv, Level 24 Agility System Soul Master." From behind the 2 girls, a calm voice emerged, "Freshman Class 9, Ning Tian, Level 31 Support System Soul Master." At this revelation, Hu Yuhao and his companions were taken aback simultaneously. A Level 31 Soul Master? They had not anticipated encountering one of the new freshmen with such remarkable prowess so soon in the tournament, especially one specializing in support. It is worth noting that support Soul Masters typically progress at a slower rate than Assault Soul Masters. Thus, for their opponent to reach level 31 by around the age of 12, possessing 3 soul rings, was indicative of talent far beyond the ordinary. Though astonished, Hu Yuhao and his companions did not neglect their own introductions, beginning with their Assault Soul Master. Freshman Class 1, Wang Dong, Level 24 Assault System Soul Master. Freshman Class 1, Xiao Xiao, Level 22 Control System Soul Master. As Hu Yuhao finally spoke, he introduced himself as a Control System Battle Soul Master from the 17th level, belonging to Class 1 of the new students. Upon hearing the number 17, Wu Feng across from him visibly curled his lip, displaying an air of disdain. Wang Dong squinted slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Feng. For reasons unknown, the scornful look in Wu Feng's eyes ignited a flame within him. Wu Feng also sensed Wang Dong's gaze, and their eyes locked, prompting Wu Feng to snort coldly. Even before the competition commenced, a palpable tension had already begun to swell between the 2 sides. Hu Yuhao gently tapped Wang Dong's shoulder, prompting him to turn and meet his gaze. Though no words were exchanged, an unspoken understanding passed between them. At that moment, the invigilator's sharp voice rang out, signaling the commencement of the competition. With a swift push from his toes, Wang Dong leapt forward, and as he surged ahead, his magnificent blue and gold wings unfurled in an instant. Regardless of the confidence exuded by Wu Feng, Niamin Yuner, and Ning Tian, they found themselves momentarily dazzled by the resplendent wings of the goddess of light. Silently admiring their beauty, Wu Feng, too, let out a delicate cry, her body springing forth with fervor, a wave of intense heat radiating from her form, accompanied by a subtle dragon's roar. In an instant, her physique elongated, transforming in midair into the appearance of a mature 16 or 17-year-old maiden. Her slender figure tore through her school uniform, revealing a form-fitting outfit underneath. Clearly well prepared, she donned a highly elastic leather suit that accentuated her shapely thighs. A soft rosy sheen danced across her skin, while delicate dragon scales began to emerge from the left side of her face, cascading down her neck and extending along her left arm and hand. In contrast to Bebe's overwhelming blue electric Tyrannosaurus spirit, Wu Feng's dragon spirit radiated a gentler aura, though this was merely relative. The fire attribute of the red dragon exuded an aura of supreme spirit power, and 2 yellow soul rings swiftly ascended from beneath her feet. Wu Feng's figure was both elegant and striking, yet it emanated an explosive force. In a blur, she closed the distance to waned.A, executing a sweeping left arm strike aimed directly at him. Faced with her formidable assault, waned.A refrained from employing his soul skills immediately. Instead, he executed a half-turn in the air, his right leg kicking out with lightning speed, colliding with Wu Feng's left arm. The impact produced a dull thud, causing waned.A to sway midair and slide back 5 meters, while Wu Feng descended toward the ground. This initial clash clearly favored Wu Feng. Despite both being attack-oriented soul masters, their focuses diverged in a contest of physical strength. The goddess of light and the red dragon were at a disadvantage. At that moment, Nanmen Yuner from Ning Tian's team sprang into action. As she activated her abilities, her body floated lightly, seemingly defying gravity, yet her speed surpassed that of the battling waned.A and Wu Feng. In the blink of an eye, she traversed dozens of meters, appearing before Xiao Xiao. Only upon closer proximity could one discern the pair of emerald wings that had materialized behind Nanmen Yuner. Modest in size and far less dazzling than waned.A's wings, yet they propelled her with remarkable swiftness. Her hands transformed into a jade-like hue, striking toward Xiao Xiao's face. Simultaneously, Ning Tian, positioned at a distance, extended her right hand and called out as the 7 treasures emerged in a brilliant display. The body gracefully spun in place, and a dazzling array of colorful light erupted from within her. At the focal point of this resplendent radiance, a magnificent 7-colored pagoda, measuring over a foot in height, materialized in the palm of Ning Tian's right hand. This pagoda shimmered with a kaleidoscope of hues, seemingly adorned with countless gemstones, instantly captivating the attention of all spectators on the viewing platform. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings ascended from Ning Tian's palm, rhythmically encircling the 7-tiered pagoda. On the viewing platform, Mu Jin turned to observe Zhou Yi and Fan Yu, just in time to witness the shock reflected in their eyes. Zhou Yi exclaimed in astonishment, "The 9-treasure glazed tile school, the 7-treasure glazed pagoda." Chapter 25, 7-treasure glazed pagoda versus Spirit I. If waned.A's bright goddess butterfly martial spirit represents the pinnacle of beauty among beast martial spirits, then the pagoda that appeared in Ning Tian's palm epitomizes the exquisite peak of weapon martial spirits. As the pagoda emerged, Ning Tian's clear voice resonated. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is speed. The first soul ring atop the pagoda illuminated, its rich yellow light enhancing the pagoda's splendor. And 2 brilliant beams of light shot forth from it, striking Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner. At the onset of the competition, Hui Yuhao initiated his mental detection sharing. Yet he was astonished to discover that he could not perceive the soul power fluctuations of Ning Tian, nor could he anticipate when she would unleash her soul skills. This was due to a peculiar layer of ethereal waves emanating from the resplendent pagoda in Ning Tian's possession, which invisibly enveloped her aura and effectively shielded her from Hui Yuhao's mental probing. What kind of weapon spirit possesses such formidable power? The astonishment of Hui Yuhao and his companions deepened as 2 beams of colorful light illuminated Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner, causing an abrupt shift in the dynamics of the battle. The speed of Nanmen Yuner's palms, which were initially directed at Xiao Xiao, surged dramatically, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Had it not been for Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing, Xiao Xiao would have suffered a significant setback. The moment Nanmen Yuner was bathed in that radiant light, Hui Yuhao's mental detection provided Xiao Xiao with a forewarning. Simultaneously, he grasped the collar of Xiao Xiao's garment from behind and yanked her back, just in time to evade Nanmen Yuner's dual strikes. Concurrently, Xiao Xiao's 3-life, soul-settling cauldron manifested, enveloped in a flash of dark light, crashing down to the ground with a resounding roar. Her first soul ring illuminated, signaling the activation of the cauldron's tremor. Since the commencement of the round-robin matches, it could be asserted that Nanmen Yuner was the swiftest adversary they had encountered. Especially under the enhancement of Ning Tian's radiant pagoda, her speed had transcended the threshold of the 2-ring level. And even a soul master of the 3-ring soul sovereign tier would struggle to match her velocity, faced with such an opponent. The significance of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing escalated immensely. With her first strike failing to connect, Namin Yuner charged forward once more, convinced that through sheer speed, she could conclude the battle in a matter of moments. However, in that fleeting instant of her advance, an instinctive warning surged within her, and she, indeed, proved to be formidable, abruptly halting her forward momentum. Her first soul ring glimmered, and a brilliant azure light emanated from her hands, revealing a delicate green glow extending from her palms to her arms, reminiscent of waned.A's winged guillotine, albeit with slightly diminished potency. As she came to a standstill, the three-life soul-settling cauldron crashed to the ground, creating a barrier between her and Xiao Xiao. Namin Yunu intended to sidestep and continue her assault. Yet Xiao Xiao's cauldron's tremor activated. Amidst the deafening roar, a powerful shockwave enveloped her, momentarily rendering Namin Yunu disoriented. It can be stated that the combination of Xiao Xiao's cauldron's tremor and Hui Yuhao's mental detection constituted a formidable control tactic. Even Namin Yunu, with her extraordinary speed, found herself at a disadvantage. The three-life, soul-settling cauldron surged forward, colliding forcefully with Namin Yuner's form. At the very moment the cauldron struck the ground with a thunderous crash, Ning Tian, in the distance, spoke once more. 7 treasures, renowned. The second is release. Once again, a beam of light descended upon the figure of Yuner at the southern gate, abruptly dispelling the lingering state of dizziness that had enveloped her. With remarkable swiftness, she retreated, narrowly evading the strike of the three-life soul-calming cauldron. Hui Yuhao cast a glance at Ning Tian in the distance, silently astonished by her formidable auxiliary spirit and remarkable discernment. Although she lacked her own spiritual perception, she adeptly assessed the evolving dynamics of the battlefield at the very first moment, unhesitatingly extending her support to her allies. The first 2 soul skills she exhibited clearly indicated that her initial ability significantly enhanced her comrade's speed, while the second skill possessed the power to dispel negative effects and seals, thereby restoring her companions to their optimal combat state. In terms of both battle experience and spirit prowess, she truly embodied the strength befitting a soul emperor. Hui Yuhao was astonished, but Namin Yuner and Ning Tian were even more surprised. Of course, their astonishment had little to do with Hui Yuhao in their eyes. It was Xiao Xiao who was truly formidable. She retreated swiftly, deploying her soul skill, and the timing and placement of the 3-live soul-settling cauldron could only be described as impeccable. Not only did it counter Namin Yuner's soul skill, which assured her victory, but it also nearly turned the tables, forcing Ning Tian to utilize her second soul skill. This left both women with a newfound admiration for Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the clash between waned.A and Wu Feng raged fiercely. Both were top-tier beast martial souls. With Ning Tian's enhancement, Wu Feng's speed and attack velocity surged, and she unleashed her first soul skill, Dragon Fire. A thick layer of crimson flames erupted from her body, encircling her within a foot's radius. Each strike she delivered was accompanied by the searing heat of the dragon fire, causing waned.A considerable trouble. However, waned.A's combat prowess was in no way inferior to that of his opponent. His second soul ring was of the millennium grade, and the enhancement from his 2 soul rings surpassed that of Wu Feng. The rarity of his bright goddess butterfly martial soul even eclipsed that of the red dragon. While the opponent's speed had increased, waned.A had the advantage of Hui Yuhao's mental detection support. His wings, akin to guillotines, not only kept him from falling behind but, through his ability to anticipate his opponent's moves, he gained the upper hand. Since the fusion of their martial souls, a tacit understanding had subtly developed between the two. Even Hui Yuhao's mental detection shared with waned.A proved more effective than with Xiao Xiao. Often, just as a hint of judgment from the mental detection emerged, waned.A's guillotine wings would strike out. Wu Feng found herself at a standstill. Despite feeling stronger than her opponent, she could not seize the advantage. She was hesitant to confront waned.A's guillotine wings head-on. waned.A's strikes felt as if they anticipated her every move, and before she could act, his attacks were already poised to land, inciting a series of anguished shrieks from Wu Feng. Fortunately, her speed was currently superior to waned.A's, allowing her to change tactics much more swiftly. Although waned.A could predict his opponent's moves, his primary concern was self-preservation. After all, even if he could discern the direction of an attack, he would suffer if his speed could not keep up with his defense. At the moment both revealed their martial souls, everyone initially believed the outcome was already decided, including Zhou on the observation platform, who had lost faith. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, waned.A and Xiao Xiao were holding their own against 2 formidable adversaries. Mujin incredulously muttered to herself, "How is this possible? What are they doing?" with the speed enhancement from the Soul Master Level 7 Treasure's Glaze Tower. Their speed should increase by 40%. That is at least comparable to Soul Master level. How could they not triumph over their opponents? Joey turned to exchange glances with Fan Yu, who was filled with questioning intrigue, and Joey nodded in response. Fan Yu suddenly comprehended the situation, his eyes gleaming with realization as they instinctively returned to the inconspicuous figure of Hua Yuhao, who possessed but a single white 10-year spirit ring amidst the 6 combatants on the battlefield. Is it him? Indeed, it is Hua Yuhao. Ning Tian, undoubtedly a premier auxiliary spirit master of his rank, while Hua Yuhao's spiritual eyes are equally remarkable as a top-tier control-type battle spirit master. Although he currently relies solely on this singular spirit, one must not forget that he is contending against opponents of the 2nd and 3rd ranks. Yet, he manages to counterbalance the advantages conferred by the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Pagoda through the aid of his mental detection and sharing abilities. This exemplifies the formidable power of a million-year spirit ring. Under the comprehensive support of mental detection and mental sharing, he wields control over the entire battlefield. While Ning Tian only enhances 2 individuals, the battle was temporarily at an impasse. Xiao Xiao, though able to fend off Namin Yunar's attacks, dared not act recklessly. Her opponent's speed was alarmingly swift. She had already unleashed all 3 of her 3-life soul-settling tripods, enabling her to protect both herself and Hua Yuhao under his guidance. In truth, she remained in a defensive position. Similarly, Wang Dong found himself in a comparable predicament. Without a surge of power, he could merely maintain the status quo, finding it exceedingly difficult to mount a counteroffensive. After all, his adversary's speed was overwhelming. A single misstep could grant the opponent an opportunity. A flicker of doubt crossed Ning Tian's eyes as she unconsciously glanced at Hua Yuhao, positioned behind Xiao Xiao. Although Xiao Xiao's petite stature could not completely obscure Hua Yuhao's form, he was also gazing at her. Their eyes met, with Ning Tian narrowing her gaze in a somewhat haughty manner, while Hua Yuhao returned her look with a gentle nod and a smile. Is it him? A stirring within Ning Tian's heart coincided with her observation of the shimmering white light emanating from Hua Yuhao's spirit ring. At the onset of the battle, both she and Wu Feng, along with Namin Yunar, had entirely overlooked Hua Yuhao's presence. It was hardly surprising, given that a rank 17 great spirit master with merely a 10-year spirit ring would hardly capture the attention of these prodigies. However, as the contest progressed, the keen-eyed Ning Tian discerned an anomaly. She became the first since the new student assessment to harbor suspicions regarding Hua Yuhao. How could an individual with only a 10-year spirit ring possibly become a member of Shrek Academy? Moreover, the brilliance of his spirit ring indicated that he was actively employing a spirit skill. This prompted Ning Tian to recall Hua Yuhao's earlier self-introduction, where he had proclaimed himself a control-type battle spirit master. What could his spirit be? What spirit skill was he currently unleashing? As clarity dawned upon her, Ning Tian called out sharply, "Yunar, target the one-ringed fellow at the back," just as Hua Yuhao held a pivotal role within their team. Ning Tian was the brain behind their trio. Upon hearing Ning Tian's command, Namin Yunar surged forward, yet she did not advance directly towards Hua Yuhao. Nor did she aim for Xiao Xiao. With a swift motion, Namin Yunar propelled herself towards Wang Dong, who was not far behind. Her speed was so extraordinarily rapid that, despite Wang Dong's ability to sense her ambush through mental perception, he found himself in a state of utter disarray. Xiao Xiao, wishing to provide assistance, was unfortunately too late. In this moment, their opponent had fully capitalized on the advantage of speed, launching a coordinated assault against Wang Dong with their combined strength. Namin Yunar and Wu Feng exhibited a remarkable synergy as she initiated her attack. Wu Feng unleashed a brilliant crimson light from his body, illuminating his second soul ring. The dragon fire that enveloped him transformed into a deep red hue, and his previously half-scaled armor became notably more formidable. As the red light in his eyes intensified, his left hand morphed entirely into a dragon claw. This was Wu Feng's second soul skill, Dragon's Fury. In this state, both his offensive and defensive capabilities surged dramatically, while simultaneously amplifying all of his other soul skills. The temperature of the dragon fire escalated by 100 degrees in an instant, causing the surrounding air to warp violently. Namin Yunar likewise activated her second soul skill, her yellow 100-year soul ring gleaming. As she lunged towards Wang Dong, her hands came together above her head, coalescing into a crescent-shaped blade of emerald light that sliced through the air towards him. Her martial spirit, the Emerald Bluebird, had previously manifested her first soul skill, Emerald Blade, transforming her arms into blades. This second skill harmonized with the first, known as Emerald Slash. Agile attack-type soul masters are renowned for their speed and striking power, and the potency of this assault was evident. The verdant blade traced an elegant arc through the air, aimed directly at waned.A with an unavoidable locking effect. Both powerful soul masters unleashed their second soul skills simultaneously, joining forces under the enhancement of the Seven Treasures glazed tile, intent on defeating waned.A in one fell swoop. Once he was neutralized, the remaining Xiao and Huiyuhao would undoubtedly be no match for them. This was the essence of utilizing speed. Even with foreknowledge of the opponent's intentions, one could still be suppressed. However, Huiyuhao and his companions were not prone to inaction. In contrast to others who might be caught off guard, they leveraged their advantage as soon as Namin Yuner made her move. They anticipated the forthcoming assault based on her trajectory and the energy fluctuations between her and Wufeng. While they were indeed outpaced at that moment, the three of them devised various countermeasures. Xiao's gaze sharpened as she raised her hands in front of her, a subtle transformation in her demeanor revealing a touch of ethereal beauty upon her visage. Subsequently, her two yellow soul rings converged into one, and the three lives soul calming cauldron floated above her. In her hand, she brandished a long emerald green bamboo flute, adorned with intricately carved phoenix motifs. In contrast to the stability of the three lives soul calming cauldron, the presence of Xiao wielding the flute imparted an otherworldly grace. A single soul ring glowed quietly, accompanied by a haunting melody that resonated through the air, not particularly melodious, yet imbued with a viscous texture. A layer of emerald green aura emanated from Xiao's form, spreading outward in a gentle wave. No matter how swift Wufeng and Namin Yuner were, they could not outpace the sound. Their assault on waned.A was abruptly halted, their speed diminishing in an instant. Dual spirit martial soul. The spectators gasped in unison at the spectacle before them. Indeed, Xiao was manifesting her second martial soul, the Nine Phoenix's flute. Though this flute possessed but a single spirit ring, in that fleeting moment, Xiao demonstrated the formidable prowess of a control-type spirit master. It must be noted that, in terms of martial soul quality, her Nine Phoenix's flute fell short compared to Ning Tian's Seven Treasures glazed tower. This first soul skill could only reduce her opponent's speed by 20%. Nonetheless, even the agile Wufeng and Namin Yuner felt considerable effects. Their coordinated assault on waned.A momentarily impeded. Waned.A, naturally, would not allow himself to be a mere target. The moment his mental perception signaled a threat, his second spirit ring illuminated, a resplendent purple millennium ring. The dazzling hue of the purple ring swiftly obscured both Wufeng and Namin Yuner's spirit ring glows. The wings, transformed from his bright goddess butterfly martial soul, radiated with brilliance. The azure wings were adorned with golden patterns that erupted with intense light, akin to a multitude of small suns ignited in a fiery display. These golden patterns concentrated on the front wing, which suddenly twisted to face behind him. While the right front wing confronted Wufeng, the golden patterns on both wings shone with brilliance simultaneously, enveloping waned.A in a golden hue, making him the most resplendent figure among the 16 arenas in the competition. From the observation platform, even those instructors who had previously been indifferent to the match were drawn to the spectacle, witnessing the magnificent wings launching powerful attacks both forward and backward. Waned.A unleashed his second soul skill, the light of the butterfly god. Even Huiyuhao was witnessing the might of this soul skill for the first time. Wufeng, who was casting Dragon's Fury, was almost instantaneously engulfed by the golden light, while the jade slash from Namin Yuner only pierced through half of the golden glow before faltering, the light subsequently crashing against her as well. Both Wufeng and Namin Yuner felt a warm surge envelop them before they were violently thrown aside. Meanwhile, waned.A executed a graceful spin in midair, landing with remarkable poise. This was the awe-inspiring power of a Millennium Soul Ring. However, unbeknownst to all, a covert clash transpired between Huiyuhao and Ning Tian. Just as waned.A unleashed his soul skill, Ning Tian began to chant a spell for the third time. The Seven Treasures are renowned, but her incantation halted at that juncture. Moreover, the two significant enhancements previously bestowed upon Wufeng and Namin Yuner have simultaneously vanished. Consequently, the slowing effect of the Nine Phoenix's flute, which was originally countered by her second soul skill, came into play, and the speed-oriented Namin Yuner was unable to evade the illuminating radiance of the butterfly god's light. She was rendered unconscious by the seemingly warm and gentle golden glow. Ning Tian, of course, would not falter. The cause of this predicament stemmed from Huiyuhao's soul eye, radiating with a resplendent purple-gold brilliance. Soul shock. It was indeed the soul shock that interrupted Ning Tian's enhancements for her two companions. as well as the formidable millennium-level soul skill she was poised to unleash. The disparity in cultivation between Hui Yuhao and Ning Tian was considerable. However, his soul shock, when combined with the purple extreme demon eye, was formidable enough to induce a momentary daze even in someone of Ma Xiaodao's prowess. When Ning Tian bore the brunt of his strike, she felt as though her mind had been suddenly pierced by a needle, causing a fleeting blankness before a sharp pain surged through her head. As her consciousness swiftly regained clarity, she beheld Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner being hurled away by Wang Dong's butterfly godlight. Wu Feng fared somewhat better, simultaneously unleashing Dragon's Fire and Dragon's Fury. Her formidable offensive and defensive capabilities allowed her to withstand the blow with minimal injury, executing a series of rolls before regaining her feet. In stark contrast, Nanmen Yuner fell unconscious upon landing, utterly incapacitated for battle. Ning Tian, what are you doing? Wu Feng demanded, her expression a mixture of anger and confusion as she glanced back at Ning Tian. Yet, Ning Tian, holding her forehead, had just emerged from the soul shock, her eyes reflecting a flicker of bewilderment. As the core of their team, she quickly realized that she had likely fallen victim to her opponent's skill, her gaze immediately locking on to Hui Yuhao, whose eyes shimmered with a faint golden light. Wu Feng, give it your all. As she spoke, Ning Tian began to chant her soul incantation at an astonishing speed. 7 treasures, first, speed. 7 treasures, second, release. 7 treasures, third, power. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings atop her treasure tower gleamed brightly, activating simultaneously and causing her tower to radiate an extraordinary brilliance, seemingly enlarging in size. 3 beams of light shot forth to envelop Wu Feng, while simultaneously, 3 rays rebounded to envelop herself. Her second soul skill, which dispelled all negative effects on supportive soul masters, was now directed at herself, for she refused to believe Hui Yuhao could interrupt her. With the activation of her Millennium Soul Ring skill, Wu Feng now enjoyed a 40% increase in both speed and strength. And coupled with the protective effects of her second soul skill, she was now comparable to a formidable assault-type soul master of over level 30. Although they had lost Nanmen Yuner's combat prowess, they remained confident in securing victory in the match. Wang Dong, return, Hui Yuhao commanded. Unlike Ning Tian's bluster, Wang Dong flapped his wings and swiftly returned to Hui Yuhao's side, while the ethereal Sansheng Zhenhan Ding floated forward, alternating flashes of 2 soul rings upon her. As both of her martial souls were unleashed simultaneously, Hui Yuhao placed a hand on Wang Dong's shoulder, and Wang Dong's wings gently folded, perfectly concealing Hui Yuhao's figure. From any angle, others were unable to discern Hui Yuhao's actions. The hand resting on Wang Dong, a fusion of their powers, signified the arduous nature of this battle. With formidable opponents looming for the next day, Hui Yuhao resolved not to waste any more time. He intended to conclude the conflict decisively. Wang Dong observed the profound purple-gold radiance emanating from Hui Yuhao's eyes, a peculiar light that burst forth as 3 inches of flame, fleeting yet potent. In Hui Yuhao's mental probing, Wang Dong sensed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupting. Their mutual immunity to each other's martial souls, stemming from their fusion, rendered them impervious to the debilitating effects that would have incapacitated anyone else. If Ning Tian had felt a mere prick in her mind moments ago, this time it was as if a massive hammer had struck her, leaving her vision blank and her body limp, collapsing to the ground with blood seeping from her nose and mouth. Her second soul skill could only dispel auxiliary abilities, while Hui Yuhao's soul impact was a true mental assault, far beyond her capacity to negate. Furthermore, this strike was a collaborative effort between Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. No matter how powerful the 7 treasures glazed Tao martial soul was, it lacked defenses against spiritual attacks. In a sense, Ning Tian's amplification abilities were precisely countered by Hui Yuhao. The previously charging Wu Feng suddenly slowed, the enhancements she had just received evaporating completely. Startled, she turned to Ning Tian, witnessing her collapse. Forgetting about attacking the enemy, she rushed back to Ning Tian's side, cradling her in her arms. Ning Tian, what happened to you? Wu Feng exclaimed, panic rising as she saw the blood flowing from Ning Tian's mouth and nose. Xiao, taken aback, turned to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, incredulously whispering, "Did you two do this?" Wang Dong smiled with pride, while Hui Yuhao shrugged, remarking, "Your choice of words is less than apartment." The supervising teacher, momentarily stunned, only announced their victory upon Hui Yuhao's prompt, despite Wu Feng's lingering defiance. Without Ning Tian's support and Nanmen Yuner's speed, she stood no chance against Wang Dong and the dual martial soul of Xiao. concerned for Ning Tian's well-being. She could no longer afford to focus on anything else. On the observation platform, Mu Jin was utterly dazed, struggling to believe her own eyes. Two formidable soul masters, accompanied by a soul sovereign renowned for wielding the esteemed seven treasure glazed tile martial soul, astonishingly succumbed to the combined prowess of two soul masters and one who bore merely a decade's worth of soul rings. It is not merely her disbelief. Anyone who hears such a stark contrast in strength would likely find it implausible. Yet, the undeniable truth remains, Ning Tian and her companions faced defeat. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Fan Yu's eyes as he remarked to Zhou Yi, "This has indeed been a splendid match. Your student has truly surprised me. Especially that Hui Yuhao. I never anticipated he possessed such capabilities." Zhou Yi's gaze reflected nothing but pride as she replied, "Let us depart." As she spoke, she led the way towards the steps of the platform. Passing by Mu Jin, she cast a cold glance in her direction but chose to remain silent. Then gracefully leaped from the 20-meter-high platform. Fan Yu, too, did not spare Mu Jin a glance, mirroring her movements as he followed Zhou Yi. "What did you two do just now? How did Ning Tian lose consciousness?" Upon exiting the assessment area, Xiao Xiao could not suppress her curiosity and inquired. Hui Yuhao chuckled softly, saying, "It was a shock initiated by my mental strength. She was caught off guard and rendered unconscious by my psychic impact." "Ah? Is it truly possible to do so? No wonder her soul abilities were interrupted previously. It was also your doing, wasn't it?" Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. Hui Yuhao nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Perhaps this is the advantage of a true martial soul. Furthermore, it also reflects the efficacy of our Tang Sect's technique, the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. By employing the Purple Extreme Magic Eye to stimulate my spiritual power, I am able to achieve such remarkable offensive results. As for the enhancement of the spiritual impact after I summoned waned.A back, that is attributable to our recent mastery of the martial soul fusion skill. We are teammates, and Xiao Xiao has exerted herself wholeheartedly in the preceding matches. Moreover, the combined power of Hui Yuhao and waned.A will undoubtedly be required in the subsequent contests, and concealing it would be futile. It is better to be forthright, lest Xiao Xiao harbor any reservations in her heart." Xiao Xiao stared blankly at them, pointing first at Hui Yuhao, then at waned.A, and exclaimed something that left both of them in a state of amused disbelief. "I am increasingly suspicious of the two of you." Hui Yuhao scratched his head and asked, "What do you mean?" Xiao Xiao then took hold of one hand of both Hui Yuhao and waned.A, bringing their hands together. She cast a disdainful glance at Hui Yuhao and remarked, "You don't even know this? It's the bond of transcendent friendship between men." As Hui Yuhao and waned.A simultaneously unleashed their fury, Xiao Xiao, amidst a cascade of melodious laughter, turned on her heel and fled, not forgetting to deploy her 9 Phoenix's flute, playing a melody to decelerate the two pursuers. In stark contrast to their jubilant antics, Ning Tian gradually regained consciousness in the infirmary, aided by the treatment of a high-ranking soul master. Upon awakening, she instinctively curled up, clutching her head as waves of excruciating pain surged, causing beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. Ning Tian, Wu Feng anxiously embraced her, while Nanmin Yuner stood nearby, a perplexed expression on her face. Their teacher, Mu Jin, wore an expression of grave concern as she inquired of the healer who had just treated Ning Tian, "What has happened to her? What caused her to lose consciousness?" The healer pondered before responding, "I cannot provide a definitive answer. It seems as though her head suffered a severe impact, resulting in a concussion. As you know, the brain is the most intricate organ in the body, and to this day, no one has truly unraveled its mysteries. I can only assess from the surface. However, her innate soul power possesses excellent self-regulating capabilities. The situation is not dire, and she should recover soon. Thank you." Mu Jin expressed her gratitude to the healer and approached the bedside. After a brief period of disorientation, Ning Tian found her headache gradually easing, and her breathing became more stable. In a hushed tone, Nanmin Yuner asked Mu Jin, "Teacher Mu, what exactly transpired? How did we lose the match?" Even at that moment, she could not comprehend the reasons behind their defeat. Mu Jin's expression was somber, and she remained silent. Yuner's question echoed the confusion in her own heart. She, too, was uncertain about the reasons for their loss. While she had observed the match from the elevated platform and could discern the overall situation, the finer details eluded her, particularly when waned.A shielded Hui Yuhao with his wings as he unleashed a soul impact with the power of Haodo. The answer would only emerge once Ning Tian fully regained her senses. A full quarter of an hour passed before Ning Tian slowly stirred from her stupor. Upon opening her eyes, she instinctively furrowed her brow, though the pain in her head had lessened considerably, and her thoughts began to coalesce. Wu Feng helped her sit up and offered her some water, and Ning Tian's pallor improved slightly. Noticing Mu Jin by the window, a hint of embarrassment crept onto her fair visage as she confessed, "Teacher Mu, we lost." Mu Jin nodded gently and reassured her, "It's all right. Losing the match is inconsequential as long as you are unharmed." Mu Jin's words warmed Ning Tian's heart. "Teacher, from your vantage point, could you discern where we lost?" Mu Jin appeared taken aback. "You're not aware?" Ning Tian rested her hand on her forehead, gathering her thoughts. At that moment, I had just finished assisting Wu Feng. And to be cautious, I had also applied 3 major support skills to myself. However, in the next instant, I seemed to witness a burst of violet golden light magnifying before my eyes, and then it felt as though a colossal hammer struck my head, plunging me into oblivion. Wu Feng, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, "Those rascals struck with such ferocity. Teacher Mu, we cannot let this pass." Mu Jin cast her a frosty glance and replied, "What do you propose?" That was an assessment, not a sect competition. Wu Feng lowered her head in silence, yet her fists were clenched tightly. Her eyes ablaze not only with fury, but also with a profound hatred. Mu Jin turned to Ning Tian and inquired, "Reflect carefully. Was there anything unusual before you lost consciousness?" After a moment's contemplation, Ning Tian responded, "Though I am unsure how they accomplished it. The issue likely stemmed from that soul master in the ring. Throughout the encounter, his soul ring was perpetually aglow, indicating he was employing a soul skill that we could not perceive yet was influencing the battle. I vaguely noticed a golden glimmer in his eyes. Their team comprises a formidable assault-type soul master and a dual-wielding control-type soul master. What merit does a newcomer with only a decade-old soul ring possess to team up with such individuals? He must possess some unique ability. At a crucial moment earlier, he disrupted my support. It felt as if my head had been pricked by a needle. The second time, his assault was significantly more powerful. A realization struck Mu Jin. Indeed, that newcomer with but a single soul ring had hardly taken any action throughout. It was the bright goddess butterfly soul master and the dual-wielding soul master who engaged in battle. What, then, was his role? No wonder Shoei exuded such confidence. This newcomer with merely a decade-old soul ring must harbor some secret. Calming the resentment within her, Mu Jin stated, "A loss is a loss. But we must glean lessons from it. You have all passed the freshman assessment. Future competition with them is inevitable. Ning Tian, take the time to rest." "Thank you." Teacher Mu. Chapter 26. The nation's heirloom, the trimmer of the cauldron. Mu Jin departed, and Namin Yuner also took her leave, leaving only Wu Feng to accompany Ning Tian. Despite their appearance as a team of 3, the bond between Ning Tian and Wu Feng was far closer. Namin Yuner was merely a classmate. "Young master, we cannot let this slide. That scoundrel dared to harm you. Shall we invoke the power of our family?" Wu Feng said, filled with resentment. A flicker of defiance crossed Ning Tian's eyes. "Sister Feng, do not allow anger to cloud your judgment. This is Shrek Academy. How can we so readily wield the influence of our family? Moreover, we lost due to our own limitations. There is no merit in blaming fate. To wash away this humiliation, we must rely on our own efforts. And I have already asked you not to call me young master here. We are sisters." "Understood." Wu Feng obediently responded with a gentle nod. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Tian remarked, "Tomorrow, we shall devise a way to observe their match. With careful scrutiny, we are bound to uncover some clues. Their ability to surpass us is not due to mere luck, but rather their true prowess." The student with merely a decade's worth of soul rings appears to be named Hui Yuhao. He is the one we should closely monitor. Perhaps they will emerge as our most formidable rivals during our studies in the Outer Academy. Fortunately, the freshman elimination rounds are conducted separately, limiting the audience, which is why Hui Yuhao and his companions did not attract excessive attention. By successfully advancing to the top 16 and defeating one of the most competitive teams, Hui Yuhao and his cohort not only proved themselves, but also bolstered their confidence. Soul Lords are not to be feared. Did they not just triumph over a team led by a formidable Soul Lord? The unparalleled strength of Ning Tian's team, which fell to them, speaks volumes about the excitement coursing through Hui Yuhao's trio. The promise of grilled fish made to Xiao Xiao was fulfilled today, as Hui Yuhao dashed out first to sell 20 fish. Then, with the remaining catch, he and Wang Dong accompanied Xiao Xiao to the wilderness for a picnic. It was only as dusk fell that the 3 of them quietly returned to their dormitory. After Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong had each refreshed themselves, Hu Yuhao, aware of Wang Dong's obsession with cleanliness, deliberately changed into a clean outfit and inquired, "Shall we practice on your bed tonight, or mine?" Wang Dong's expression stiffened. her irritation evident as she retorted, "Would it kill you to include the word practice? Please refrain from being so ambiguous." Hui Yuhao expressed his helplessness. "Do not listen to Xiao Zhao's nonsensical remarks. I would never develop feelings for you. I have a greater admiration for beautiful girls." Wang Dong scoffed and replied, "In our respective beds, yours is far too rigid." Hui Yuhao furrowed his brow and said, "Stop fooling around. Let us get on with it. Practicing together can nearly double our training speed. Don't you wish to catch up to Ning Tian in terms of soul power levels sooner?" Wang Dong, with a mischievous smile, replied, "Who is fooling around with you? Who says we can't train together while lying in our own beds? Just move your bed over here. Keeping a distance of 50 centimeters from mine. We can sit on the edges of our beds, reaching out with our hands. And leave the space in between as a boundary." Hui Yuhao rolled his eyes and remarked, "Aren't you tired? Isn't this akin to burying one's head in the sand?" Wang Dong glared at him with her strikingly beautiful eyes and replied, "Are you coming or not? If not, I'm going to sleep. In truth, I am not particularly diligent. Were it not for you, who would have the inclination to cultivate at such a late hour? Fine, you've intimidated me." Hui Yuhao conceded reluctantly, pulling his bed beside Wang Dong's and settling down cross-legged. Wang Dong likewise raised her hands, pressing her palms together, channeling the power of Haodong, which swiftly circulated within their bodies. Today, after defeating Ning Tian, they were attempting to harness the Haodong power to employ soul skills for the first time. They succeeded. And both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong sensed that the fusion of their Haodong power rendered all their soul skills potentially capable of transforming into martial soul fusion techniques. By concentrating their soul power to unleash a single skill, its might, while not on par with genuine martial soul fusion techniques, surpassed that of their individual abilities significantly. This was precisely why they managed to triumph over their opponent. Today's battle also marked the first time Hui Yuhao felt an overwhelming sense of strength. However, their cultivation was still rather feeble. The combined soul power they wielded barely reached the third-ring soul ancestor level. Hui Yuhao's own soul power remained insufficiently robust. Were it not for the unique spiritual attack capability of the soul shock, they might not have achieved such swift victory. In just one day's competition, a majority of the freshmen were eliminated, leaving only the top 16 teams to continue the contest the following day, comprising a total of 48 exceptional newcomers. They could be deemed the elite among their peers. During the draw for the top 16 teams, Hui Yuhao and his companions recognized familiar faces as the Huang Chutian team, which had lost to them in the group stage, also appeared among the top 16. Hui Yuhao softly inquired by Wang Dong's ear, "What is your estimation on the recovery time required for the Blue Sisters' martial soul fusion technique before it can be employed once more?" Wang Dong replied, "I suspect it won't be long. Although they are twins, their martial soul fusion technique does not appear particularly potent, likely due to a lack of compatibility. Their explosive power is insufficient, while their constraints are reasonable. However, they cannot sustain the soul power consumption for long. If we encounter them again, you need not intervene. Simply assist me in unleashing a butterfly god's light, and I am confident that I can dismantle their martial soul fusion technique." As they conversed, they also kept a watchful eye on the other competitors. At this juncture in the elimination rounds, it seemed that Hui Yuhao was the only soul master at the first-ring level. Today, the audience on the viewing platform had significantly increased compared to yesterday, with the area already brimming with spectators before the match commenced. However, it was peculiar that a space of approximately 3 square meters remained vacant in the center of the platform, where a disheveled old man sat. His clothes tattered in several places, with bare feet dangling outside the platform. He held a large purple-red gourd in his hand, sipping wine, while a few roasted chicken legs lay on oiled paper beside him. He indulged in a chicken leg, alternating bites of meat with sips of alcohol, relishing his feast. All those permitted to ascend the viewing platform were instructors from Shrek Academy, yet none approached the old man, nor did anyone question his presence. "Elder Xian, you have arrived." Wang Yin respectfully approached the scruffy elder and greeted him in a low voice. The elder merely grunted, continuing his indulgence. Wang Yin gestured towards the competitors below. "The 3 youngsters I mentioned are over there." Just as he began to elaborate, Elder Xian impatiently waved his chicken leg, stating, "I can see for myself." "Understood." Wang Yin did not dare to say more, retreating to the side. With the drawing of lots concluded, the elimination round of the new students officially commenced, featuring the transition from 16 to 8 competitors. The competition area expanded once more, with 8 spacious arenas commencing simultaneous matches. Their opponents this time appeared somewhat unusual. Unlike the trio of females from the previous day's second match, they faced three males. As the three entered the arena, they aligned themselves horizontally. Standing at the center was a notably portly boy, seemingly no older than 12 according to Shrek Academy's admission criteria, yet his stature belied that age. He stood at least 1.70 meters tall, towering over Huiyuhao and his companions, and his waist circumference likely approached 1.70 meters. Standing there, he resembled a small mountain of flesh. In contrast, the two individuals flanking him appeared remarkably slender, not only shorter by more than a head, but also quite gaunt. The two bore a resemblance, suggesting they might be brothers, though they were not twins. Their arms were particularly long, and from a distance, the two diminutive figures might easily be overlooked. Both sides, please announce your names. Prepare for the match, the supervising teacher intoned solemnly. The portly boy thumped his chest with a resounding slap, causing his flesh to jiggle, and declared, I am Xie Huanyu, from the second class of new students. In the second class of freshmen, there are Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianba. The names of these two slender students indeed possess a strikingly formidable aura. As the invigilator announced the commencement of the match, the competition between the 16 and the 8 officially began. Before the clash of the two sides could unfold, the facial muscles of Huiyuhao and his companions began to twitch with unease. The reason was simple. They had once again encountered the formidable San Juan. Xiao Xiao could not help but exclaim, is our luck truly so abysmal, or is the academy deliberately toying with us? The new student from Class 2, Xie Huanyu, astonishingly showcased 3 soul rings, an optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Furthermore, as they pulsated upon his corpulent frame, they appeared even more pronounced. As the soul rings manifested, his body unexpectedly swelled, towering from 1.7 meters to over 1.9. His skin darkened within an instant, and he struck his chest with his fists, producing a series of resounding thuds, before charging toward Huiyuhao and his companions with great strides. However, Luo Tianlong and Luo Tiangba refrained from immediately unleashing their martial spirits. Instead, they swiftly maneuvered behind Xie Huanyu, concealing themselves within his massive form. This was their customary combat strategy, which had previously afforded them a tactical advantage. Unfortunately for them, this time they faced the anomaly that was Huiyuhao. What is there to hide? Can one truly evade mental detection? As the faint golden light ignited in Huiyuhao's eyes, a three-dimensional image promptly materialized in the minds of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. This time, Xiao Xiao chose not to directly employ the 3 live soul-settling cauldron, but instead unleashed the 9 Phoenix's resonance flute, as their dual martial spirits had already been revealed, necessitating a more judicious application. A melody of collective deceleration resonated, instantly slowing Xie Huanyu's speed along with the 2 hidden behind him. Wang Dong, however, was not in a rush to charge forward. He merely summoned his bright goddess butterfly martial spirit, unfurling his dazzlingly large wings to shield Huiyuhao and Xiao Xiao from behind. At that moment, the 2 were left with only each other in their sights. Xie Huanyu seemed unconcerned about his reduced speed. He forcefully stomped his left foot on the ground. Yet this time, the previous thudding sounds did not reoccur. At that moment, his first soul ring illuminated. Through Huiyuhao's mental probing, he discerned that Xie Huanyu was preparing to leap. However, how high could such a colossal body possibly jump? As doubt lingered in the minds of Huiyuhao and his companions, they soon realized their miscalculation. Xie Huanyu's form ascended like a soul-guided cannonball, soaring an astonishing 10 meters into the air. Then, the body curled up like a colossal mass of flesh, plummeting towards the trio of Huiyuhao and his companions below. At the same moment, the 2 brothers, Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianba, clearly siblings, launched their assault. Although their speed was somewhat curtailed by the group deceleration, they moved with remarkable swiftness. Adorned with 2 yellow spirit rings, their forearms transformed into a gleaming silver, sprouting enormous mantis blades that appeared both swift and remarkably agile. Wang Dong, with a deft push off the ground, surged forward. Rather than relying on his flight capabilities to confront the airborne Xie Huanyu, he directed his charge towards the Luo brothers. The winged guillotine was simultaneously unleashed, as he aimed to overpower with sheer force. The Luo brothers, their speed hindered by Xiao Xiao's suppression, could no longer dominate the situation, and Wang Dong was confident in his ability to hold off both of them. As for the descending Xie Huanyu, he would be met by Xiao Zhao's Sansheng Zhenhunding. In midair, the Sansheng Zhenhunding split into 3, embodying the principle of not seeking merit but avoiding faults, as the second spirit skill, Ding Zhidang, was activated. Xiao Xiao showed no sign of underestimating her opponent, for he was a genuine spirit master of formidable strength. Thus, she unleashed her most powerful spirit skill from the onset. Surprisingly, in the face of Xiao Zhao's assault, Xie Huanyuan neither dodged nor employed any spirit skills, instead allowing the three massive ding to collide with him. In that moment of impact, his already substantial body spun in the air, and his first spirit ring finally illuminated, unleashing his first spirit skill. His massive form swelled once more, akin to an inflated balloon, becoming perfectly round. As the San Sheng Zhen Hun Ding struck him, the force of Ding Ji Dang was momentarily exerted. Yet the gigantic balloon abruptly contracted, dissipating the impact's potency and descending straight down toward Xiao Xiao. Such strength. In that instant, both Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability, realizing they could not withstand the impending force. The essence of Xie Huanyuan's martial spirit was exceedingly peculiar, seemingly a unique beast spirit of unknown origin. Meanwhile, Wang Dong was not at a disadvantage. Despite facing two formidable opponents, he leveraged Hui Yuhao's shared mental probing and the resilience and sharpness of the winged guillotine to hold his ground effectively. However, the Luo brothers were not only swift but also exceedingly cunning, skillfully avoiding direct confrontation with Wang Dong, resulting in a stalemate. With a thunderous impact, Xie Huanyuan's massive form fell like a giant ball, ultimately being sent flying by the Sanxing Zhen Han Ding. As he simultaneously endured Hui Yuhao's soul impact and Xiao Zhao's Ding Ji Dang. Under the influence of the soul impact, he could not execute his clever force-dissipating skill and was finally struck away. Regrettably, the attacking power of Xiao Zhao's Sanxing Zhen Han Ding proved insufficient to truly threaten him. His immense body landed at a distance, only to rebound and ascend back into the air the very next second. Hui Yuhao was taken aback, for he distinctly sensed that as his soul shock attempted to penetrate the mind of the sinister Xianyue, it seemed to be impeded by his thick skin. Astonishingly, even his spiritual energy was filtered before it finally surged into Xuanyue's brain. This only resulted in a fleeting moment of dizziness, remarkably akin to the effect it had on Ma Xiaotao. What kind of martial soul could this be, so exceptionally troublesome? The pressure on Hui Yuhao and his companions surged dramatically, and Wang Dong, sensing this through his mental probing, displayed a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. With a swift flicker of his wings, he forcefully repelled the Luo brothers, and in an instant, his second spirit ring illuminated. The resplendent light of the butterfly god once more graced the battlefield. Thanks to his precise foresight through mental detection, it was evident that this skill inherently possessed a locking effect. Even without it, Wang Dong's spirit abilities would not miss their target. The Luo brothers, however, were not idle. Lacking Hui Yuhao's shared mental detection, their reactions were significantly slower. By the time they began to unleash their second spirit abilities, Wang Dong's skill had already reached fruition. The brothers' mantis blade manifested dozens of shimmering blades, attempting to obstruct the brilliance of the butterfly goddess light, yet their efforts proved futile. In terms of spirit power level, martial soul tier, in the age of their spirit rings, they fell short of Wang Dong. Amidst the flashing golden light, the thousand-year spirit ring technique, the butterfly god's light, unleashed its full might, sending the Luo brothers hurtling away. However, just as their own spirit abilities were shattered, the supervising teacher, akin to a phantom, entered the fray, swiftly extracting the duo from the radiant light and retreating from the competition arena. Clearly, he judged that the Luo brothers would suffer severe injuries under Wang Dong's assault, prompting his intervention, which also signified that they could no longer continue in the contest. Wang Dong's astute judgment, formidable offensive power, and decisive actions earned him unanimous recognition from the observing teachers. Meanwhile, as Wang Dong triumphed, Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao bore the full brunt of Xie Huanyu's assault. In terms of overall strength, Xie Huanyu's team was even slightly weaker than Ning Tian's. With an insurmountable gap in power compared to the Luo brothers, Wu Feng, and Nan Minyan, given the vast differences in their martial souls. Nevertheless, Xie Huanyu, the emerging soul master, was privately assessed by the teachers to currently surpass Ning Tian, underscoring his formidable prowess. Once again descending from the heavens, Xie Huanyu's second spirit ring glowed brightly. Hui Yuhao, employing the same tactic, launched another soul shock at him. Simultaneously, Xiao Xiao activated her 3 lives soul calming cauldron. Their immediate objective was to buy time until Wang Dong's return, allowing the 3 of them to unite their strength against Xie Huanyu. However, while Hui Yuhao's mental probing could detect the enemy's movements, it could not unveil the nature of their spirit abilities. In midair, Xie Huanyu's second spirit ring suddenly lit up. His previously short and stout right arm swung out vigorously, And as Hui Yuhao's soul shock took effect, his arm elongated dramatically, striking accurately against the three approaching 3 lives soul calming cauldrons. Despite Xiao Zhao's prompt initiation of the cauldron's tremor, Xiao Huanyu's arm effortlessly neutralized her skill, his immense strength sweeping aside the 3 cauldrons with ease. His rotund form plummeted from above. With a swift motion, the arm of the soul resonance cauldron from Sansheng Town extended once more, directly targeting Xiao Zhao's strike. The effect of the soul impact on him was fleeting. Yet his application of soul techniques was exquisite, demonstrating true foresight. He accurately anticipated the timing of Hui Yuhao's soul impact, executing his skill at the precise moment, thereby seizing a comprehensive advantage. Although Xiao Xiao possessed dual martial souls, her close combat abilities were notably deficient. She was not a soul master of brute force or agility, but rather identified herself as a control-type soul master with limited combat experience. As she witnessed the colossal form descending upon her, she found herself momentarily dazed. In a sudden burst of movement, Hui Yuhao dashed forward, wrapping his arms around Xiao Zhao's waist. With a swift motion, he evaded the menacing strike of Xie Huanyue's outstretched arm, akin to a phantom's dance. Then, he rolled with Xiao Xiao to evade the oppressive weight of Xie Huanyue's massive form. Thud. Xie Huanyue's colossal body crashed to the ground without a heavy thud. This time, he did not rebound, but instead rolled, pursuing the two with relentless determination. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Wang Dong showcased his prowess by defeating the Luo brothers. Xie Huanyue felt the pressure mount. If he could not first subdue Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, he stood little chance against 3 opponents. The third soul ring on his corpulent frame finally shimmered to life, its purple glow illuminating his form, rendering Xie Huanyue akin to a gigantic purple orb. With a low growl, a powerful purple aura erupted from him, swiftly closing in on Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. In a critical moment, Hui Yuhao displayed his true valor. Rising from his role, he exerted all his strength, using the momentum to hurl Xiao Xiao into the air, to a place beyond Xie Huanyue's reach. Simultaneously, both Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao gasped in astonishment, but the overwhelming purple light collided with Hui Yuhao. A tremor coursed through him, as waves of purple energy surged upward from his feet, rendering him immobile. His mental probing vanished in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the supervising teacher swiftly extracted Hui Yuhao from the arena, sparing him from becoming a mere casualty beneath the giant. Xie Huanyue inwardly cursed his misfortune. What was the worth of defeating a soul master with merely a decade of soul rings? The formidable soul master with twin martial souls had escaped. It seemed this battle still had more to unfold. Nevertheless, he remained confident. The Luo brothers were merely his subordinates, and his true combat strength lay within himself. He was certain that, with his third-ring prowess, he could face 2 second-ring soul masters with a victory probability exceeding 70%. Yet, upon glancing upward, he was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xiao, propelled into the air by Hui Yuhao, was caught by the approaching Wang Dong, whose wings unfurled, suspending them in midair. At that moment, both of their eyes glimmered with a hint of red. They felt the weight of Xie Huanyue's formidable presence bearing down upon them. Wang Dong, let me down. Xiao Zhao's voice was icy, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor, now infused with genuine anger. Hui Yuhao had braved that attack for her sake. They were unaware if the supervising teacher would intervene in time. If not, Hui Yuhao could be gravely injured, or worse, and this thought stirred profound emotions within Xiao Xiao. Moreover, she felt responsible for Xie Huanyue closing in, igniting her inner battle spirit. Wang Dong folded his wings, gently lowering Xiao Xiao to the ground. His fury lingered palpably in the air as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Xie Huanyue. A singular thought consumed his mind. This scoundrel had harmed Yuhao, and he was determined to eliminate him. Xie Huanyue, however, did not hasten to attack. His massive form advanced slowly towards Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, the first spirit ring on him glowing steadily, maintaining his imposing physique, a characteristic inherent to his martial soul. As a top-tier defensive beast martial soul, his training was not merely focused on defense. He aspired to become a comprehensive defensive and dual-system battle soul master. In fact, he had achieved considerable success in his cultivation thus far. Even before the freshman assessment, he, along with Ning Tian and another freshman who had reached the soul master level, had already become core disciples of the Outer Academy. I require 15 seconds, Wang Dong spoke in a low voice. After uttering those words, he closed his eyes, and his yellow and purple spirit rings illuminated simultaneously. A radiant blue pair of wings unfurled behind him, emanating circles of golden light as he raised his arms, aligning them with his forward wings. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, remaining silent as she strode purposefully toward Xie Yue. The sound of the 9 Phoenix's flute grew increasingly passionate, and circles of emerald light rapidly radiated from the jade flute she played. The 3 life soul-calming tripods suddenly converged around her. 3 great tripods surrounding her in a protective formation. Xie Yue let out a grunt, suddenly crouching low before springing up with unrestrained force, charging directly at Xiao Xiao. His body, the most formidable weapon of all. Despite a reduction in speed, he remained confident. His second spirit ring also flared to life, his extendable arm poised to strike, ready to send Xiao Xiao's 3 life soul-calming tripod flying. However, as he approached within 5 meters of her, the 3 great tripods beside Xiao Xiao emitted a sudden surge of dark light, colliding into one another rather than charging at Xie Yue. Simultaneously, the 2 spirit rings attached to Xiao Xiao's tripods ignited. Nearly all soul masters can synergize their spirit abilities, but the extent of such cooperation hinges on the strength of their martial souls and the compatibility of the abilities derived from the attached spirit rings. Confronted with a formidable foe, Xiao Xiao finally unveiled her most powerful technique, the nation's heaviest artifact, the tripod's resonance. The tripods merged into one, producing a deafening roar. As a colossal tripod emerged, twice the size of any that had preceded it, strange runes faintly manifested upon this gigantic vessel, an indescribable majesty erupting alongside the thunderous sound. Xie Yue's striking arm was forcefully repelled, and when his hefty body collided with the national artifact tripod, he found himself inexplicably immobilized in midair. Circles of dark light incessantly assaulted his form. Xie Yue felt his soul power rapidly evaporating within him. In a state of shock, he hastily summoned his spirit power, striving to unleash the formidable technique of his millennium spirit ring. However, he was astonished to discover that he was incapable of doing so. His body felt as though it were ensnared, the soul technique he attempted to execute could not be retracted, and the unlaunched soul techniques remained dormant. While the soul power within him rapidly dissipated, the colossal cauldron loomed like a mountain, unyielding to his attempts to dislodge it. The 9 Phoenix's flute in Xiao Xiao's hand vanished the moment the giant cauldron appeared, revealing a distinct aura of black light emanating from her, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. The fusion of the 2 soul techniques was executed in such an extraordinary manner that its consumption approached that of a martial soul fusion technique. Coupled with the soul power expended in prior combat, Xiao Xiao could scarcely endure for much longer. Yet, at that moment, only Wang Dong's words resonated in her mind. 15 seconds. No matter what, she resolved to persevere for those 15 seconds.